transcending into a world of high martial arts. Xuan found himself without any awakened abilities. Yet, by a twist of fate, he inadvertently clicked on an advertisement, accidentally triggering a password-free payment. At first, he paid little mind to it, considering it merely a trivial sum of 1 yuan. However, to his astonishment, he discovered that the thunder fruit he had purchased for that modest amount was indeed real. Moreover, anything he bought would transform into reality. Chapter 1. 1 Yuan Flash Sale. Thunder Fruit. In a park outside Jiangnan No. 1 High School, Xuan faced his girlfriend, Su Shui, who was clad in a white skirt that subtly accentuated her slender waist and long, alabaster legs exposed to the air. Despite lacking embellishments, her allure was undeniable. With her raven black hair cascading over her shoulders and her stunning visage, Su Shui radiated confidence. "Xuan, we should break up," she declared. "I have awakened an 11 ability, the Flame Monarch. Our futures are clearly not aligned anymore." The handsome youth before her, dressed in a simple white shirt, wore an expression of bittersweet disbelief. An 11 ability? Breaking up? Indeed, reality remained unyielding across any realm. In his previous life, it was wealth that dictated relationships. In this life, it was strength. Why Xuan was a transmigrator, arriving in this world strikingly similar to Earth 18 years prior. Initially, he had envisioned a future filled with literary and musical success, a path to wealth and the joy of collecting rents. However, as he matured, he realized this world was one dominated by martial prowess and supernatural abilities. Not only did it face incursions from ferocious beasts, but also legendary beings such as vampires, werewolves, the eight-headed serpent, and even deities. The forces opposing these threats were the ability wielders and martial artists, rendering them the mainstream of this world, while music and cinema found little audience. Upon recognizing this reality, Xuan worked diligently, ultimately gaining admission to Jiangnan No. 1 High School. Yet as the college entrance examinations approached, he still had not awakened any abilities, remaining far from the threshold of becoming a martial artist. Now, with merely 10 days until the exams, it seemed he would inevitably end up at an ordinary university. Su Shui, his girlfriend of 3 years, had stood by him through thick and thin. They had even envisioned attending the same university together, despite neither having awakened any abilities. Yet just a day apart, his once beautiful girlfriend, devoid of any noteworthy talent, had awakened an 11 ability, the Flame Monarch, and her first act post-awakening was to sever their relationship. As he remained silent, Su Shui furrowed her brow, lifting her delicate hand. Suddenly, a searing flame erupted from her palm, raising the temperature around them. "Xuan, I understand this is hard for you," she said resolutely. "But reality is cruel as an ordinary person. You are simply unworthy of me. With my awakened abilities, my future as a genius is assured. I shall enter an elite program in college, while you will only be left to gaze up at me." Her cold words pierced through Xuan's thoughts, bringing him back to the present. Gazing at her familiar and stunning features, he ultimately refrained from pleading for her stay. Su Shui was correct, and a level ability wielder and an ordinary person were not a compatible match. Their amicable breakup, albeit somewhat hasty, was not entirely unjustified. Yet, the thought of being a transmigrator unable to even step into the realm of the extraordinary filled him with resentment. With a firm resolve, he bit his teeth and said, "I will agree to the breakup, but you must grant me one request." "Speak," she replied, her expression relaxing, showing no hesitation. A peaceful separation was something she welcomed, as she did not wish to be pursued relentlessly by an ordinary person after becoming extraordinary. After a moment of contemplation, Xuan suggested, "Since we are parting ways, how about one last encounter? If he could not become an ability wielder, he would at least experience being with one." Su Shui's fair face flushed crimson, and after a brief pause, she acquiesced. "Fine, but you must promise not to tell anyone I was your girlfriend after we break up." Having been together for 3 years, they were well acquainted, having shared many intimate moments. A final encounter was hardly of significance. Why Xuan nodded. "Agreed, but you must wear black stockings." Su Shui blushed deeply. "Let Wuchu meet at the Changtian Hotel. You will check in alone." Taking her delicate hand, Xuan led her towards the nearby hotel, adding, "And let Wuchu include a set of intimate apparel with letters." "Xuan," Su Shui exclaimed, her eyes wide with indignation. An hour later, at the Yuntian Hotel, Su Shui adjusted her skirt, her cheeks still flushed as she gazed at Yixian, taking a deep breath. "We are completely done now. Do not seek me out again." With that, she turned and left without a backward glance. Leaning back on the bed, Yixian watched her silhouette fade, feeling a profound sense of emptiness and disappointment. What was this a-level ability, the Flame Monarch? It seemed no different from before. Indeed, he desired to become an ability wielder, for being merely a man associated with one held no special thrill. Shaking his head, Yixian picked up his phone and opened the app today. He had been invited out by Su Shui for a meal, but the breakup had left him without nourishment all day, and now, after the emotional exertion, he felt even hungrier. Scrolling through nearby vendors, a sudden notification burst onto his screen, flashing insistently. Flash sale. No need for referrals or lottery draws. Just 1 yuan for amazing deals. Today's special, Thunder Fruit. From a world of thieves, a natural type devil fruit that grants the power to wield thunder. Congratulations. You have been struck by a red envelope. Just 1 yuan, only 1 yuan. Flash sale for Thunder Fruit. The screen, which had just displayed an array of mouth-watering delicacies, now showcased an extravagant interface with billowing white clouds and dense trees. In the center of the interface was an exceedingly odd-looking fruit, accompanied by a virtual number pulsating below. The entire display conveyed a sense of serendipity. Yixian could not help but chuckle at the audacity of modern merchants. Have they truly resorted to such aggressive advertising tactics? This app was becoming increasingly unscrupulous, accepting such intrusive advertisements. A poor review was warranted. He resolved to abandon this app in favor of another. Amidst his musings, Yixian's fingers swiftly navigated to close the ad. However, in the blink of an eye, the screen transitioned. Flash sale. Rapid downloading in progress. Ping. Download complete. Processing payment. Payment successful. Congratulations on your acquisition of the Thunder Fruit. Delivery has begun. Expected to arrive in 10 minutes. Please wait. Chapter 2. The Thunder Fruit. Is this genuine? Upon seeing the successful payment interface, Yixian was utterly bewildered. Even with password-free payments, one must at least click to purchase, right? Have merchants become so unscrupulous, hiding the payment button beneath the close icon? Moreover, for a mere $1, how could they even cover the delivery fee if they send over something shabby? What would you the point? Forget it. It would you just $1. I'm curious to see what I can get for this amount. Muttering to himself, Yixian promptly exited the bargain group. Bargain group. He lost a loyal customer. He then opened the full stomach app. After browsing for a while, he ordered takeout. Ding! Your order has been delivered. Please check. A notification popped up without warning. Yixian, still in a daze, clicked on it. Upon seeing the Thunder Fruit, which he had acquired for $1, marked as delivered, he could no longer contain his astonishment. What the hell? An unscrupulous merchant, and it would you already marked as delivered? They could have delivered it by head. Is this just a blatant money grab? Even $1 is a scam. Fuming, Yixian was about to leave a negative review and file a complaint when his left hand inadvertently brushed against something on the bed, causing a sharp prick that jolted him. What is this? I thought I had thrown away all the toys. With a hint of confusion, Yixian looked up. Before him lay a peculiar fruit resembling a pineapple, shimmering with golden glimmers. A pineapple? Where did I buy this? Seeing this, Yixian was even more perplexed. Although the last time they played was extravagant, they had now been reckless enough to use a pineapple. Plus, he had not ordered any fruit. Wait, fruit? Thunder Fruit? Suddenly, Yixian's body trembled, his pupils constricting sharply. If he was not mistaken, the pineapple before him looked exactly like the Thunder Fruit from that roguelike software. Not only did it resemble it perfectly, but its sudden appearance was also baffling. Could it truly be the Thunder Fruit? Was that bargain not just a rogue software, but a genuine source for acquiring various treasures? The Thunder Fruit. That was a natural-type devil fruit from an anime in his previous life. Consuming it would grant one the power to wield thunder. In this martial world, thunder abilities were undoubtedly superior, at least a rank. Given the potential of the Thunder Fruit, it could very well surpass a rank and reach the strength level. Whatever, let you give it a try. With determination in his eyes, Yi Xian seized the pineapple and promptly stuffed it into his mouth. In this world, only the extraordinary could seize their destiny, especially after witnessing his girlfriend choose to break up upon awakening her powers. At this moment, faced with the allure of the thunder fruit, he felt utterly defenseless. Such a miraculous occurrence suggested that this thunder fruit was very likely genuine. Even if it was Naota, consuming a pineapple shouldn't cause any harm. Ugh, ugh, ugh. In the next moment, an overwhelming stench spread through his mouth. Even though Yi Xian had braced himself, the foul taste made him spit out the pulp repeatedly. This is so disgusting, it must truly be the thunder fruit. Frowning, he inhaled deeply, forcing himself to swallow the first piece of pulp. Then, he swiftly discarded it on the ground. According to the anime from his past, consuming just the first bite of any devil fruit was sufficient, and the abilities remained unchanged. He certainly would not endure this indescribably horrid taste any longer. Wow! A flash of golden lightning surged from Yi Xian's palm, flickering and vanishing. He slowly raised his hand, and with a mere thought, golden arcs of electricity began to dance around him. This is truly the natural type thunder fruit. At that moment, Yi Xian could no longer contain his excitement. It was real. It was indeed the thunder fruit. Though he had not awakened any powers, with the abilities of the thunder fruit, he could easily pass for an awakened individual. Bargain for the best deal. Yes. As if recalling something, Yi Xian hurriedly opened the app he had just abandoned. The interface displayed empty shelves with a line of text remaining. The next good item is being restocked. Expected time 1 month. Charging can accelerate restocking speed. Below, a countdown timer was visible. 1 item a month? Quickly scanning through the information on the interface, Yi Xian felt an overwhelming sense of relief. The appearance of the thunder fruit had completely validated that this was indeed authentic. Although the restocking time was a bit lengthy, the fact that he had received the thunder fruit on the first try meant that subsequent items would likely be equally impressive. If he could continue to acquire other natural-type devil fruits, would now that mean he could attain at least 1 strength ability in just a month. In this world, the rankings of abilities range from E, D, C, B, S to SS. A rank abilities were considered talented. Strength could even be crowned as top-tier talent, only beneath the monstrous SS rank, and he would secure at least 1 strength ability, with a high probability of obtaining another strength ability within the next month. This was even more formidable than the current top awakened individuals with strength powers. However, the notion of charging left him somewhat perplexed. He had no idea where to begin. Well, 1 item a month is already pretty good. Shaking his head, Yi Xian found himself no longer in the mood for takeout. Could he really lounge around eating takeout after awakening his powers? Was that something he would do? What? An hour later, Yi Xian left the hot pot restaurant feeling content. Since he lived nearby, he decided not to take a cab and instead took a leisurely shortcut. In the dim alley, streetlights stood tall. Having distanced himself from the bustling city, the area felt somewhat desolate. The gentle breeze ruffled Yi Xian's slightly disheveled hair, and as he walked through the alley, he felt an unprecedented sense of ease. Clang! At that moment, he heard a noise behind him. He heard that some impatient couples often find their way to secluded places. Could it be? Instinctively, Yi Xian turned to look. In the dim light, a shadow towering 2 to 3 meters emerged from behind a trash bin. Crimson eyes glinted with bloodlust and savagery, fixated on Yi Xian. Its body was covered in long fur, with protruding fangs, drool dripping from its fangs onto the ground. What is this? A wolf-faced man? As a top student from Jiangnan High School, Yi Xian recognized the figure at a glance. The wolf-faced man, generally ranging from 1st to 3rd rank. Those exceeding 3rd rank could be called kings. It belonged to a low-level mutated creature. Yet, even a 1st-rank beast was not something an ordinary person could contend with. Instinctively, Yi Xian took a step back, his pupils narrowing. Chapter 3, Late Night Alley. The school beauty's wall slam. The slightest movement was captured by the crimson eyes of the wolf-faced creature. In the next moment, a towering figure, over 2 meters tall, erupted forth like a cannonball. Under the moonlight, its chilling claws glinted menacingly, sending a shiver down one's spine. Instinctively, Yi Xian wanted to turn and flee. However, he quickly recalled that he was no longer an ordinary person. having just consumed the thunder fruit. Even without fully tapping into its powers, he was far stronger than the average awakened individual. This low-level dark creature was merely an opportunity for him to hone his skills. With this thought in mind, Xuan abruptly halted his retreat, his gaze fixed intently on the ever-approaching figure. As the glimmering claws were about to descend, he extended his right hand, unleashing a torrent of golden lightning. The crackling energy coalesced into a formidable thunder spear, which he gripped tightly. With a swift motion, he thrust it forward, creating a gust of wind laced with electric arcs. The piercing sound of the spear piercing flesh echoed hauntingly in the dim alley. The thunder spear penetrated the wolf-faced creature's chest without any resistance. The violent lightning arcs flickered, obliterating any trace of life. Crimson blood trickled down the spear, pooling onto the ground in a vivid crimson stain. With a slight exertion, Xuan withdrew the thunder spear. The wolf-faced creature, deprived of support, collapsed, stirring up a cloud of dust. Taking a deep breath, Xuan gazed at the fallen creature, his eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. Had he truly dispatched it so effortlessly? Despite being a low-level dark creature, its speed and defensive capabilities were commendable. Yet, he had easily discerned its movements and breached its defenses without any hindrance. It seemed that the terror of the thunder fruit exceeded his expectations. Suddenly, a series of howls erupted from the depths of the alley. Moments later, 3 more wolf-faced creatures charged forth from the shadows, a whirlwind of chaos in their wake. More? Xuan's eyes flickered, but he felt no trepidation. Instead, a thrill of excitement coursed through him. Just as he was preparing to engage, a clear, commanding voice rang out from behind the trio of creatures. Incinerate. Flames erupted in the dimly lit alley, blindingly radiant like the sun. A brilliant blade of light flashed, effortlessly cleaving the 3 wolf-faced creatures in two. The flames engulfed their massive forms, generating a scorching wind that swept through the alley. As the flames receded, the charred remains of the creatures lay before him. Emerging from the smoke was a petite figure, who sheathed her long blade and turned her gaze toward Xuan and the fallen creature. In the dim light, Xuan recognized the silhouette that had dispatched the 3 creatures. Her ink-black hair was slightly tousled, and her face, as luminous as jade, bore a striking resemblance to a masterpiece of art. The school beauty? Upon recognizing her, Xuan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Lin Moding, a paragon of Jiangnan One High School, had shone brightly among many elite students over the years, having entered the elite class of Baidu University with exceptional talent. It was said that she was the pride of Jiangnan No. 1 High School, her name echoing throughout the city, and her photographs adorned the halls of the school. How could Xuan not recognize her? But according to the timeline, shouldn't she be in her 3rd year at Baidu University? Why was she here in Jiangnan City, slaying dark creatures? Lin Moding, seemingly unfazed by his recognition, was instead intrigued by the lingering thunder spear in Xuan's hand. A lightning awakened? The golden lightning radiating from him hinted at a high-level ability, possibly golden thunder. If so, he might indeed be a remarkable talent, albeit still a notch below her own status as a top-tier prodigy. Clicking footsteps echoed in the now silent alley as Lin Moding, with her graceful strides, closed the distance between them. Her exquisite face bore an expression of seriousness, causing Xuan to feel a wave of gravity settle over him. As she approached, Xuan instinctively retreated. The alley, already narrow, left him with no space to escape as he found himself pressed against the wall. Yet, Lin Moding showed no sign of slowing down. With a sharp clap, her palm struck the wall beside him, her captivating eyes locking onto his. Xuan's pupils widened, his mind racing. Could it be that his charm had reached such heights as to captivate this renowned talent from Jiangnan No. 1 High School? Was she truly so enamored that she would wall-slam him upon their first meeting? Wasn't that a bit too forward? You are a junior from Jiangnan No. 1 High School. As Xuan lost himself in thought, her cool voice broke through. Yes, he nodded in response. Are you perhaps keen to? Xuan's heart raced as he anticipated her next words. Though his ex-girlfriend, Su Shui, was no less beautiful as the current school beauty, Lin Moding's allure was undeniably of a higher caliber. Join us at the 749 Bureau? However, Lin Moding's next words left Xuan momentarily stunned, his previous tension turning into bewilderment. Wasn't this supposed to be a declaration of love, a wall-slam confession? What was this invitation to join the 749 Bureau? Was this how one invited someone into an organization? Senior, is this merely an invitation for me to join the 749 Bureau? He gazed at her with a mix of curiosity and disbelief. Indeed, Lin Moding confirmed, a teasing smile gracing her lips. Did you think I had other intentions? Is this how juniors today think? As Lin Moding's playful tone reached his ears, Yuan felt a flush of embarrassment creep onto his face, his voice tinged with lament. Is it really necessary to invite me to the 749 Bureau in such a manner? Catching the faint blush on his cheeks, Lin Moding laughed softly. It's simply because of your ability. Lightning abilities are typically among the elite of their class. Yours must be the Golden Thunder, right? Such talent is among the top tier within the Bureau, and of course, I wouldn't want you to slip away. Chapter 4. Joining the 749 Bureau. Slaying monsters. Shortening resupply times. Had he truly been mistaken for an awakened individual? Yuan felt no surprise regarding that notion. Just Golden Thunder? Was it merely due to the appearance of his lightning powers? He sensed that the strength within him surpassed that by far. He was certainly not limited to what a mere level could contain. Typically, ordinary awakened individuals began their journey from the first stage upon awakening, regardless of their ability level. Yet, it was clear that he had exceeded that threshold even after just consuming the Thunder Fruit. As for the 749 Bureau, it was an official extraordinary organization responsible for the eradication of various supernatural threats. One could say that the Bureau played an undeniable role in maintaining the peace of most urban centers, handling many divine invasions in conjunction with the military. Joining the 749 Bureau requires not only remarkable talent, but also a certain degree of combat prowess. At the very least, one must possess the strength of a third-tier ability. With this thought in mind, Yuan's eyes flickered as he inquired, Senior, if I recall correctly, the minimum recruitment standard for the 749 Bureau is third tier. How can you be so certain that I possess such strength? In this world, whether one is an awakened or a martial artist, the levels progress from first to second, and then to the 10th. Achieving third-tier status in Jiangnan City is already quite commendable. Upon hearing this, Ling Modong smiled radiantly and replied, the strength of those wolf-faced beings is all at second tier. Just now, the one that ran from my side to yours took no more than half a minute. If you could slay a second-tier wolf-faced being in such a short time, your strength must be at least third tier. At such a young age, with third-tier strength, coupled with your extraordinary ability, Thunderous Lightning, I sincerely invite you to join the 749 Bureau. Yuan was taken aback. The wolf-faced being he had just defeated at second-tier strength? He had found the encounter to be effortless, almost a matter of instant annihilation. He had hardly exerted any of his strength. It seemed that the Thunderous Lightning Fruit was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Therefore, perhaps he need not worry excessively about his capabilities. Joining the 749 Bureau appeared to be a viable option after all. Then, Senior, I have one last question. Aren't you a third-year student at Baidu University? Why are you at the 749 Bureau in Jiangnan City? Yuan's lips moved as he voiced his initial curiosity. Ling Modong chuckled softly, revealing an enchanting smile. A genius is not a flower sheltered in a greenhouse. The elite class at Baidu University must undertake external assignments each semester after entering their third year. This could entail joining military units in battle training or participating in missions with the 749 Bureau, navigating through various monstrous entities. I chose to return to my hometown 749 Bureau for 2 months of practical experience. So that's how it is. This is what Baidu University is like? Such an educational philosophy is worthy of a top-tier university, honing combat awareness. At present, Yuan had only just consumed the Thunderous Lightning Fruit and indeed lacked practical experience. Additionally, he could utilize the information from the 749 Bureau to gain a more comprehensive understanding of this world. With this in mind, Yuan nodded. All right, then, Senior. I choose to join the 749 Bureau. Ling Modong's lips curved into a smile. Indeed, you are truly my junior from Jiangnan No. 1 High School. To join the 749 Bureau in your senior year is a talent that is scarce throughout the entirety of Xia country. Subsequently, she retrieved her phone from her pocket. Junior, let us add each other on Feixin. I will send you the address. In a couple of days, simply go there and state your name. By the way, I still don't know your name. After scanning the QR code presented before him, Yuan added her and replied, Yuan. Ling Modong straightened her posture, turned, and with a deft motion, waved her hand cheerfully as she walked towards the alley. All right, Junior, I've sent you the address. We'll meet again in 2 days, and I'll assist you with the registration. Yuan glanced down to see that his verification was successful, and an address had indeed been sent. The address was unmistakably that of the 749 Bureau's headquarters in Jiangnan City. Moments later, Yuan returned home and collapsed heavily onto the sofa, his mind still somewhat dazed. So much had transpired in a single day. First, his ex-girlfriend awakened her formidable ability, Flame of the Monarch, and hastily sought to break up with him. Then, he inadvertently discovered the instant annihilation of the thunderous lightning fruit, a powerful, demonic fruit. He faced a monster for the first time and easily dispatched it, only to encounter the dazzling pride of Jiang and No. 1 High School, who invited him to join the 749 Bureau. Indeed, possessing strength affords one certain advantages. Xian chuckled softly, shaking his head. In the past, a paragon like Ling Modong would never have spared him a glance. Faced with a monster, he would likely have been paralyzed with fear. Now, however, the situation was markedly different. If only the thunderous lightning fruit had appeared sooner, perhaps he wouldn't have faced a breakup. Shaking his head, Xian quickly cast that thought aside. Through today's breakup, he had come to realize just how pragmatic his ex-girlfriend, Su Shui, truly was. Such a woman was hardly worth cherishing. Everything is thanks to you, he murmured, pulling out his phone and opening the instant purchase app with a grin. But soon, his pupils contracted, and his expression shifted as he fixated intently on the rapidly changing countdown timer. Restock time reduced by half an hour? It took him no more than 2 hours to return home from the hotel. Yet the original restock time of 1 month had now diminished by a full 2.5 hours. Xian's mind raced as he pondered what extraordinary events he might have experienced during that time. After all, this was crucial to his advantage. First, he had eaten at Hadaleo, which he could rule out, as he had dined there countless times. Then, he had slain a second-tier wolf-faced being. Wait, suddenly, a realization struck Xian. Could it be that defeating monsters grants energy that shortens restock time? If that were the case, his decision to join the 749 Bureau would indeed be astutely correct. After all, the 749 Bureau frequently confronts various monstrous entities and possesses the credentials to venture outside the city. In this era, where beasts ravage beyond the city walls, ordinary individuals are forbidden from leaving. Even the awakened are subject to restrictions. Only official organizations and certified awakened individuals and martial artists can freely enter and exit the city. With the identity provided by the 749 Bureau, whether hunting ferocious beasts outside the city or taking on missions to eliminate monsters, he could significantly shorten restock times and accelerate his growth. With this thought, Xian could no longer remain in slumber. He hastily donned the shirt he had just removed, tucked his phone into his pocket, and exited the rental apartment he had just returned to. Although monsters were rare within the city, they still existed. He was eager to verify whether his assumption about defeating monsters affecting restock time held true. Chapter 5. The 5th-tier Bloodline Count. The 749 Bureau defeated. In Jiangnan City, within an unfinished building near the city wall, Xian strolled leisurely, hands in his pockets, sighing heavily. Alas, the security in Jiangnan City is rather commendable, isn't it? After searching for over an hour, he had yet to encounter a single monster. This left him feeling somewhat disheartened. It seemed he would not be able to ascertain whether the energy required for restock time was indeed related to slaying monsters. Boom. Just then, a violent tremor emanated from a nearby unfinished building, accompanied by flickering lights. Is this coming to life? Xian's eyes brightened, and he transformed into a bolt of lightning, racing toward the source of the commotion. Not far away, a figure clad in a high-neck shirt with a pale complexion, revealing canine teeth, and sporting a pair of bat-like wings, hovered gracefully above, surveying the swirling dust below with a cold smile. The 749 Bureau seems to be rather lacking, doesn't it? Below, a live figure in a black bodysuit burst through the haze, her jade-like hands gathering glimmers of frost. Damn it, filthy bloodline creature. Don't think you can escape before the 749 Bureau. Ice spear. A chilling aura surged forth, coalescing into 3 ice spears. In the next moment, the spears sliced through the air, ripping apart the atmosphere and freezing countless icy crystals. Merely a 4th-tier ability user. What do you think you can do to impede the noble Count Carlos? Carlos sneered contemptuously, his pallid hand gently pushing through the void. Vivid crimson blood surged forth, coalescing into a tidal wave. The icy spear plunged into the blood wave, merely splashing droplets. The relentless tide of blood surged downward, as if intent on devouring everything in its path. The girl's expression shifted, rapidly forming blocks of ice beneath her feet as she retreated hastily to the side. With a thunderous roar, the engulfing blood wave crashed into a derelict building, submerging the 20-meter structure entirely. When the blood wave receded, the once mighty edifice collapsed with a deafening crash, exposing its corroded steel reinforcements, which hissed ominously. Clang! A spear sliced through the air as a hulking figure wielding a long spear burst forth, its blade glinting ominously as it thrust forward. Simultaneously, a blood-red long sword materialized in Carlos's pale hand. Gripping the blood sword with one hand, he effortlessly parried the incoming spear. "Ice shards!" A delicate voice rang out. The girl, standing nearby, stepped onto a crystalline ice block, summoning an aura of frigid air that rapidly lowered the temperature around her. Tendrils of chilling mist intertwined, manifesting dozens of crystalline ice pillars behind her. With a mere thought, the ice pillars launched forward, intertwining like a chaotic storm, enveloping Carlos. With a single swing, Carlos cleaved the spear away, unleashing a flurry of blood-red sword energies. The interlacing sword energies formed a tumultuous expanse. In an instant, the blood-red energies collided with the ice pillars, producing a cacophony of explosive sounds. Amidst the swirling dust, the blood-red sword energies tore through the ice pillars with unrelenting speed. Charging towards the girl, Ice Shield. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she focused, her delicate hands bracing before her. As the cold air surged, a massive ice shield rapidly took shape. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless blood-red sword energies rained down upon the shield, each strike tearing jagged fissures into the icy barrier. The continuous onslaught caused the girl's already pale complexion to grow even more ashen. Bing Ning, the towering figure wielding the spear, could not help but voice his concern. "Don't worry about me. Yuan, stop him. If he escapes, the 5th-tier Blood Clan's power will infiltrate Jiangnan City, and it will be nearly impossible to contain the chaos that ensues." Beneath the ice shield, Mu Bingning's tone was resolute, her eyes brimming with determination. "Understood." Yuan nodded, his spear swirling with renewed vigor. Tendrils of crimson energy spiraled upward from the spear, amplifying its menacing presence. With a fierce grip on the blood-infused spear, Yuan darted forward like a leopard. Blood Soul Spear. In midair, Yuan maneuvered with agility. Each leap intensified the blood energy surrounding him. On his final ascent, he positioned himself above Carlos, thrusting his spear downward with immense force. Crimson energy coalesced into a 5-meter-long spear, hurtling down with an unstoppable might. Within the depths of his pupils, the advancing blood spear reflected Carlos's smirk of derision. Playing with blood energy before a vampire? Boy, are you courting death? As he spoke, crimson energy surged around Carlos, spiraling toward the blood spear. With a surge of power, the descending spear halted midair. 2 4th-tier and several 3rd-tier fools think they can stop a noble? Truly deluded. With a casual snap of his fingers, the blood spear veered like a dragon, redirecting its course with greater speed and ferocity, aimed directly at Yuan. As Yuan hastily raised his spear to block the incoming assault, the overwhelming force transferred through the spear to his arms, causing him to stagger back. Boom. Carlos cast a sidelong glance, uttering a single word. In the next moment, the 5-meter-long blood spear erupted violently, unleashing a torrent of crimson mist that engulfed a 10-meter radius. Within the blood mist, Yuan was sent spiraling downward, crashing toward the ground. Yuan. Below, a 3rd-tier awakener caught the disoriented Yuan, concern etched on their face. Struggling to regain his composure, Yuan stood, his gaze fixed intently on Carlos. "How long until reinforcements arrive?" The awakener replied, "I just confirmed with headquarters. The nearest reinforcements include a 5th-tier awakener and 3 4th-tier warriors. Expected to arrive in just 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Yuan surveyed the nearby scene, where several incapacitated 3rd-tier warriors lay, all participants in this mission. What was meant to be a confrontation with a mere 4th-tier baron had turned into a battle against a 5th-tier viscount, leaving the 3rd-tier warriors gravely injured within moments. Only he and Mu Bingning, the 2 4th-tier warriors, remained to hold the line. Taking a deep breath, Yuan's gaze shifted towards Carlos in the sky. His voice was resolute, striking the ground with his spear. No matter what, he cannot be allowed to escape. However, Carlos seemed to sense something, glancing into the distant darkness. "Reinforcements so soon? You're fortunate." 749. "I hope you fare as well next time we meet." With that, Carlos's wings unfurled behind him, propelling him toward the horizon. Meanwhile, behind the derelict building, Yuan transformed into a bolt of lightning, hovering in midair as he surveyed the situation below. Are there indeed 749 agents present? Seemingly anticipating the event, he summoned flickering lightning, his gaze fixating on the ascending Carlos. With a subtle lift of his right hand, Strands of golden lightning crackled between his fingers. Lightning strike. Chapter 6. Xuan, a 7th-tier master? Me? Damn it. Stay back. Having withstood a barrage of blood swords, Mu Bingning's complexion was now as pale as a sheet. Yet, seeing Carlos retreat, she forced her powers into action, conjuring over 10 ice shards. The ice shards soared through the air, pursuing Carlos relentlessly. Yuan, armed with his spear, would not be outdone, rushing forward to engage. However, as the ice shards approached, Carlos did not look back, summoning a faint barrier of blood energy. Boom, boom, boom. Over 10 ice shards struck the seemingly fragile blood barrier, merely causing it to sway. Failing to breach it, as Carlos' figure receded into the distance, Mu Bingning and Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. A 5th-tier vampire infiltrating the city poses a tremendous threat, yet they found themselves utterly unable to pursue Carlos. Just as they were engulfed in despair, a calm voice resonated. Lightning strike. In the next instant, a streak of golden lightning, swift as a shooting star, pierced the dark sky with dazzling brilliance. The onlookers hardly had time to react before the lightning struck, piercing Carlos' shoulder. With a sickening squelch, blood erupted forth, and Carlos faltered, retreating under the sheer force of the strike. Reinforcements from headquarters. They arrived even faster than anticipated. Instinctively, upon witnessing this, Yuan and Mu Bingning breathed a sigh of relief, believing that the 749 headquarters had come to their aid. In the air, Carlos steadied himself. Clutching the gaping wound, his eyes locked on the source of the lightning. Surrounded by swirling crimson energy, he appeared as a deity of blood. Who dares to show themselves? The eyes of Yuan and Mu Bingning tightened. A 5th-tier vampire. Such strength is indeed formidable. One wonders if the 5th-tier leader who has come to assist can vanquish the foe. Speaking of lurking in the shadows, isn't that characteristic of your kind, the vampires? Xuan stepped out from the shadows, his white shirt accentuating his tall figure, his tousled short hair adding to his disarray. Flashes of lightning flickered across his face, dazzling enough to obscure his features. He surveyed Carlos before him, recalling pertinent information. Vampires, a type of magical creature, possess intelligence that most magical beings lack, and their power is not to be underestimated. The weakest vampire baron possesses 4th-tier strength. The vampire before him could be easily pierced by a bolt of lightning, indicating its lack of prowess. It was likely either a baron or a viscount. When did he become so dismissive? 4th-tier and 5th-tier beings seemed trivial in his eyes now. Which 5th-tier powerhouse is this? Upon seeing Xuan, Mu Bingning and Yuan were momentarily taken aback. In the entire Jiangnan Bureau 749, there are but a few 5th-tier powerhouses. They all had a general impression of them. Among these, it appeared no 5th-tier powerhouse was an awakener of the lightning element. Enveloped in blood energy, Carlos's expression turned grave. The previous bolt of lightning had been so swift he barely reacted, its destructive power astonishing. His 5th-tier vampire body had been pierced in an instant. The newcomer was undoubtedly a formidable opponent. As the blood energy surged, Carlos hesitated no longer. His blood transformed into streams of light, cascading towards Xuan like a torrential rain, leaving no room for evasion. Yet, as the blood rain bore down, Xuan remained unmoved. His instinct told him this was of no consequence. As the crimson deluge approached, the previously relieved Yuan and Mu Bingning could not suppress their worry. This was an attack from a 5th-tier vampire, even if they were also 5th-tier. To stand there unguarded seemed overly audacious. Carlos gazed at the figure engulfed in the blood rain, grinning maliciously. Foolish human, your arrogance will be your undoing. Even if you are a 5th-tier defensive awakener, this attack will leave an indelible mark. Before he could finish his taunt, the blood-laden stream struck Xuan. However, contrary to his expectations, the anticipated scene of flesh torn asunder did not unfold. Instead, wherever the blood light touched Xuan, it transformed into golden lightning. The relentless barrage of blood rain swept over Xuan, but he emerged almost entirely elementalized. The golden lightning surged, creating mere ripples. All the blood rain passed through his form. Witnessing this, Carlos's pupils narrowed in disbelief, his body frozen in place. A chilling sensation coursed from his feet to his head, akin to falling into an icy abyss. His voice trembled with incredulity and fear. Awakened. 7th tier. The controller. Below, the two who had just felt concern were now equally shocked. Whether martial artist or supernatural being, the ranks ranged from 1st to 10th tier. An awakening. This was a domain only accessible to 7th tier supernatural beings. Upon reaching the 7th tier, one could be designated as a controller. The manifestations of abilities vary across professions, but for elemental awakeners, the awakening is strikingly evident. They can transform their bodies into manifestations of their awakened powers, disregarding all damage from beings below the 7th tier. It is known that the head of the Jiangnan Bureau 749 is merely a 6th tier awakener. There is not a single 7th tier controller in the entirety of Jiangnan. And yet, here stood a 7th tier controller before them. Observing the reactions of those around him, Xuan was momentarily taken aback. A 7th tier controller? What is this? Isn't the extraordinary hierarchy from 1st to 10th tier? Why is the 7th tier called the controller? Could it be that because he was previously an ordinary person, he lacked access to deeper information? His understanding of the extraordinary ranking was merely superficial? It must be so, though he was an academic prodigy. His ordinary background had kept him from engaging with the extraordinary realm. It is only natural he lacked specific knowledge. Contemplating this, Xuan felt a flicker of relief. Thankfully, he had the foresight to shield himself with lightning. Otherwise, a high school senior, previously unremarkable, claiming to have hidden strength, yet becoming a 7th tier controller would be too absurd. In midair, Carlos had completely shed his initial arrogance and disdain. The terror in his eyes was palpable. Blood escape. Crimson energy swirled around him as he hesitated not a moment longer, transforming into a mass of blood, escaping at great speed. Even though this move would deplete a significant amount of his blood energy, as long as he lived, he could accept the loss. Chapter 7, 60 million volts. Thunder Dragon. Instantaneously vanquishing the 5th tier vampire Viscount. Observing the rapidly fading crimson light, Xuan raised his hands leisurely, unleashing rampant lightning. Golden arcs flickered and intertwined. Streams of lightning emanated from him, rapidly expanding to fill a 100-meter radius. From afar, it appeared as though the entire area was illuminated. The terrifying aura of destruction surged forth like a tidal wave. 60 million volts. Thunder Dragon. With a low shout, the gathered lightning surged forth. The fearsome lightning coalesced, transforming into a fearsome dragon of thunder, its body shimmering with electric energy, radiating an overwhelming force of annihilation. In an instant, the dragon spanned over 100 meters, racing forth at an incredible speed, covering a distance of over 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye, crashing down upon the escaping blood mist. Within the blood mist, Carlos felt the sky behind him grow increasingly bright, his fear amplifying as he trembled uncontrollably. Damn it! How could a 7th tier controller appear in this cursed place? Cursing under his breath, he willed his blood mist to surge forth, the blood energy expanding and condensing without restraint. The dense blood energy coalesced into a massive crimson sphere. Blood sea, 100-fold waves. Without a hint of hesitation, Carlos unleashed all his blood energy, transforming it into a towering wave of crimson, reeking of blood. Boom! In the next moment, the 100-meter thunder dragon descended. The deafening roar echoed through the heavens. The dazzling gold slicing through the night sky of Jiangnan. A golden hue spread across the firmament. The 100-meter dragon soared. While the dozen-meter blood wave seemed like mere parchment before it, easily torn asunder. The layers of crimson waves, resembling a blood sea, had no chance to resist against the terrifying thunder dragon. They were directly vaporized, consumed entirely by the relentless onslaught of the 5th tier vampire Viscount. The entire process stirred not a single wave. The crimson energy had completely dissipated, leaving only the 100-meter lightning, etched into the void, lingering without fading. How utterly extravagant. The lightning element. Truly a force of unparalleled destructive capability. Below, Yi Tian held a long spear, his widened pupils reflecting the 100-meter thunder dragon, his heart trembling violently. Even though he was aware that the incoming individual was a 7th tier controller, the overwhelming aura was simply terrifying. A 5th tier blood clan. In its presence, fleeing was not even an option. The 100-meter thunder dragon soared through the sky like an ancient divine beast. Is this the might of a 7th tier thunder controller? It was utterly fearsome. At that moment, Mu Bingming landed beside him, her small mouth agape as she gasped in astonishment. Nearby, several severely injured 3rd tier awakeners also stared wide-eyed, their depths filled with shock. What? So effortlessly? Could it be that having just consumed the thunder fruit, I am now regarded as a 7th tier controller? In midair, Xuan looked at the powerless Carlos, feeling a slight bewilderment. He had only consumed the thunder fruit today, and the previous strike wasn't even his full power. Yet, he had easily annihilated a 5th tier blood clan member. This strength genuinely exceeded his expectations. However, normally, Consuming a devil fruit wooden tea immediately grant one such immense power as a 6 million volt thunder dragon. Did that software's item not only exist, but also come with inherent proficiency? After pondering for a moment, Xuan realized the peculiarity of the thunder fruit. According to the lore of that world, consuming a devil fruit would bestow power immediately, but it would also progress from weak to strong. He evidently possessed a considerable level of proficiency from the very start. Thus, this item that could obliterate at what was better than the real thing. With this thought, a surge of excitement welled up in Xuan's eyes. Nonetheless, he knew he must leave this place first, if his instincts were correct. Several powerful presences were already approaching from nearby. With a thought, Xuan transformed into a streak of lightning, shooting forth and vanishing from sight. Not far away, Ling Mono, carrying a long knife, was hastening her pace. Suddenly, a 100-meter thunder dragon ascended into the clouds, illuminating the night sky, causing her actions to halt. Her beautiful eyes gazed at the thunder dragon that tore through the air, her face filled with astonishment. This aura surpassed even that of the 6th-tier instructors. Could it be a 7th-tier thunder controller? Golden thunder, or perhaps the divine thunder of the heavens? For some reason, upon seeing that familiar golden lightning, Xuan's figure involuntarily appeared in her mind. She shook her head vigorously, dismissing the thought. No, that is impossible. Xuan is merely a high school student. And the terror of this thunder is beyond what golden lightning could conjure. It must be the heavenly divine thunder. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, 3 figures almost simultaneously arrived. Are you all right? Inquired a rugged man, the leader, as he landed before Mu Bingning and Yi Tian. The two finally regained their senses. Mu Bingning's delicate face flushed with excitement as she replied, Captain, we are unharmed, thanks to that 7th-tier controller elder. The 7th-tier thunder controller was terrifying. With just a mere gesture, he obliterated that 5th-tier blood clan viscount. 7th-tier thunder controller? Captain Lu Feng of the Jiangnan 749 Bureau turned to gaze at the dissipating thunder dragon. Even though the dragon was gradually fading, its residual aura still instilled a profound unease. Even he lacked the confidence to withstand such a terrifying strike. Then, Lu Feng inquired, which controller was that? Mu Bingning and Yu Tian were momentarily taken aback before responding that elder had elementalized, rendering their true form invisible. But the color of the thunder suggests it is either the 6th-tier extraordinary golden thunder or the 7th-tier heavenly divine thunder. Elementalized? Lu Feng was slightly taken aback. Golden thunder and heavenly divine thunder are merely extraordinary powers, leaving one unaware of the individual's identity. Well, for a being of such strength, if they choose not to reveal their identity, there is no need to pry further. Perhaps they have some secret mission or are simply vacationing in Jiangnan City. After all, assisting us in slaying a 5th-tier blood clan viscount surely indicates they are not affiliated with any cult. Lu Feng shook his head. Jiangnan City was merely a small base city. The strongest beings here are only 6th tier. A 7th-tier controller is entirely beyond their reach. As long as they are not associated with a cult, it suffices. Chapter 8. Su Shiwei's Pride. Xuan is just an ordinary person. A 7th-tier thunder controller. All right. I understand. Yang Lin, the director of Jiangnan 749 Bureau, hung up the phone with Lu Feng, rubbing his somewhat sore eyes. 7th-tier controllers are rare in every region nowadays. Why would one suddenly appear in Jiangnan City? Could it be that they have grand plans for the city? But if that were the case, shouldn't Ti, as the director, be the first to know? Murmuring to himself, Yang Lin found himself perplexed. With the frequent emergence of magical beasts and occasional beast tides across various regions of Xia country, high-tier combat power is in great demand. It is unlikely that a 7th-tier controller would come to Jiangnan City without purpose. Never mind. If there truly is an operation, they should inform me. Leaning back slightly in his chair, Yang Lin shook his head and ceased to ponder further. After all, if there were significant actions, it would be impossible to bypass him. The director of Jiangnan 749 Bureau. Moments later, Xuan returned home. He eagerly took out his phone and opened the app Instant Kill Bargain. Indeed, the restock time is related to the slaying of magical beasts. By defeating magical beasts, he could shorten the restock time. Upon seeing that the restock time had been reduced by a full 10 hours, a smile spread across Xuan's face. This means he can refresh more items in a shorter time, rapidly growing stronger. With this thought, Xuan felt an urge to venture out once more to see if he could find any solitary magical beasts. However, he quickly shook his head. After such a long day, he had only encountered a 5th-tier blood clan viscount. Magical beasts in Jiangnan City should be quite scarce. Once he joins the 749 Bureau, he will be able to enter and exit the city freely, directly heading into the wild to hunt. While wild magical beasts are not overly abundant, they are still present. Speaking of which, since defeating magical beasts can shorten the restock time, what about slaying fierce beasts? Suddenly, a spark ignited in Yi Xian's mind. Outside the city, the most numerous creatures are not magical beasts, but fierce beasts. If defeating magical beasts can shorten restock time, surely fierce beasts could as well? If that is indeed the case, his rise would astonish everyone. Moreover, at that time, he could wield thunder in one hand, flames in the other, and breathe out icy air. Dual elemental controllers are exceedingly rare throughout Xia country. Within just a few months, he could even become an unprecedented multi-elemental controller. With this thought, Yi Xian felt an overwhelming anticipation, eager to join the 749 Bureau as soon as tomorrow. But alas, he decided to spend one last day studying. Shaking his head, Yi Xian tidied up, took a shower, and then collapsed onto his bed, falling into a deep slumber. The next day, Yi Xian arrived at school as usual and took his seat. In front of him, Su Shui had arrived early. Besides Su Shui, a pure-looking Xiao Xiao glanced at Yi Xian and remarked, "Shui, you really have completely broken up with Yi Xian, haven't you?" Su Shui followed Xiao Xiao's gaze, her expression somewhat complex as she nodded. "Yes, it's completely over." Xiao Xiao broke into a smile. "Congratulations, Shui, on escaping the sea of suffering. I have always said that aside from being handsome, Yi Xian is utterly lacking. His martial talent is abysmal, and he has no awakening ability. With your looks, finding a wealthy second generation could never be a problem." Upon hearing this, Su Shui's expression turned indifferent, tinged with a hint of disdain. "The rich second generation? I awakened my level ability, Junyan, yesterday." Xiao Xiao's entire body trembled, her pupils slightly constricting. Her mouth agape in disbelief as she reached out her delicate white hand to touch Su Shui's forehead. "Shui, you're not joking, are you? Level ability, Junyan? Could it be a fever?" Su Shui irritably swatted Xiao Xiao's hand away. "You're the one with a fever. I've already reported it to Teacher Zhou. I'll likely transfer to the awakening class today." Witnessing Su Shui's earnest demeanor, Xiao Xiao felt as if the sky had fallen, her expression somewhat dazed. For a long time, she had looked down upon Yi Xian, believing that with her sister's talent, she deserved to be with a rich heir. Yet, one could not simply awaken a special ability and become an awakened, especially not a level Junyan. In the entire Jiangnan First High, there were only 2 level abilities in this cohort. How could her sister become the third? Ignoring her sister's incredulous gaze, Su Shui's attention shifted to Yi Xian. Sunlight streamed in through the window, illuminating Yi Xian's face and enveloping him in a golden glow. One could not deny that Yi Xian was quite handsome. However, in the end, he was merely an ordinary person. Su Shui shook her head, retracting her gaze with a slight sigh. Awakened individuals and ordinary people existed in entirely different worlds. With his astonishing hearing, Yi Xian caught wind of Su Shui's murmurs and couldn't help but chuckle. An ordinary person? Since their breakup yesterday, he was no longer one. Level ability, Junyan? Even level abilities held no significance in his eyes. With a powerful advantage at his disposal, he was destined to reach heights that would leave Su Shui in awe. Time passed swiftly, and the day's classes came to an end. As the bell rang, their class instructor, Teacher Zhou, cleared his throat and supported himself on the podium. "Students, there are only 19 days left until the college entrance examination. Those still hovering around a power level of 900 should push themselves. There is still a chance to break through to 1000 and become a warrior. Additionally, I have an announcement. Su Shui awakened her level ability, Junyan, yesterday and will transfer to the awakening class starting tomorrow. I urge all of you to take Su Shui as your goal and strive diligently." Upon hearing Teacher Zhou's words, the classroom erupted in commotion. Level Junyan ability. This was terrifying even in the awakening class, right? Who would have thought, with the college entrance examination approaching, Su Shui would ascend so rapidly? A level ability, even if just awakened, would surely secure admission to prestigious universities in the capital. The astonished, envious, and even jealous gazes surrounding her made Su Shui stand a little taller. "See, Yi Xian, this is the gap between us. Even as a newly awakened individual, I attract countless eyes and become the focus." Li Fei, a slightly chubby classmate of Yi Xian, couldn't resist poking him in the shoulder. "Brother Yi, aren't you shocked at all? That essay level ability." Zhang San, sitting in front of them and having a relatively good relationship with Yi Xian, turned around, his eyes filled with envy. Li Fei, are you stupid? Brother Yi is Su Shui's boyfriend. Of course he knows about her awakening. Li Fei was momentarily taken aback, then his face filled with admiration. Brother Yi, being the boyfriend of such a genius-level awakened one, you truly are a role model for us. Yi Xian shrugged and said, I didn't know about Su Shui awakening her ability in advance. However, as for being her boyfriend, that ended yesterday afternoon. Chapter 9. Ling Yimotong comes knocking. Yi Xian is truly a third-level awakened. Huh. Li Fei and Zhang San were both stunned by Yi Xian's words. Then, as Yi Xian's deskmate, Li Fei was filled with righteous indignation. This Su Shui is simply too realistic. She probably just awakened her ability and is so eager to break up with you. Brother Yi, after all, you've treated her so well over the past 3 years. Instinctively, they assumed Yi Xian had been dumped, even imagining the scenario. After all, Su Shui had awakened her ability and was the school beauty of Jiang and First High. Yi Xian had no reason to initiate a breakup. It could only be that after her awakening, Su Shui no longer found Yi Xian appealing. Yi Xian nonchalantly waved his hand. All right, stop speculating. It was an amicable split. Although Su Shui was indeed pragmatic, she had also made efforts for a peaceful breakup. Moreover, after 3 years together, he wouldn't consider himself a simp. They had both contributed to the relationship, and thus he wouldn't be indignant. One shouldn't underestimate a youth in poverty. Of course, he was not poor now. Recalling Ling Imotong's invitation, Yi Xian stood up from his seat. This action immediately drew the attention of everyone in the classroom, especially Su Shui, whose heart tightened, her pretty face slightly pale. He wouldn't be unwilling to break up and attempt to win me back in front of everyone. Would he? However, Yi Xian completely ignored Su Shui and walked straight to the podium. Teacher Zhou, Senior Ling Imotong has invited me to join the 749 Bureau. I will report tomorrow and would like to request a leave of absence for the college entrance examination. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire class erupted again. Even more so than when Teacher Zhou announced Su Shui's awakening of the level Junyuan ability. What is Yi Xian talking about? Senior Ling Imotong invited him to join the 749 Bureau. ISNT Senior Ling in her 3rd year at college in the capital? How could she be in Jiangnan City? Furthermore, the minimum requirement to join the 749 Bureau is a 3rd-level ability. Is Yi Xian implying he possesses 3rd-level strength? How could that be? Last month, his power level was only 700, not to mention 3rd level. He was far from even entering the realm of warriors. Almost everyone thought Yi Xian was merely seeking attention. After all, Ling Imotong was a celebrated figure at Jiangnan First High, known to all, and now studying in the capital. It was improbable for her to invite a senior high school student to join the 749 Bureau. Joining the 749 Bureau wasn't that simple. No one from Jiangnan First High had ever joined in their senior year. Even Ling Imotong, a prodigy, had participated in the college entrance examination with late 2nd-level strength. Still some distance from 3rd level. Could it be that Yi Xian, whom they viewed as unremarkable, was even more talented than Ling Imotong? Li Fei held his head, shaking it repeatedly. This is it. Brother Yi has lost it. Su Shui, also taken aback, stood up, unable to bear it. Yi Xian, although I understand you might not be able to accept this, don't be so quick to give up on your studies and the college entrance examination. Yi Xian glanced at Su Shui. Accept it? Give up? What nonsense. On the podium, Teacher Zhou was equally taken aback by Yi Xian's words, uncertainly saying, Yi Xian, everyone knows that the minimum requirement to join the 749 Bureau is to achieve 3rd-level strength. Your score from last month's examination. Yi Xian helplessly shook his head, slowly raising his right hand. Had he known it would be this troublesome, he should have requested proof from Ling Imotong. However, before Yi Xian could unleash his thunderous declaration, the classroom door swung open. A figure clad in a black, form-fitting combat suit, with long hair tied in a ponytail and a long knife slung over her back, stormed in. Oh, Junior, it seems I arrived just in time. As she spoke, the figure raised her right hand to remove the mask from her face, revealing a flawless visage. Ling Imotong. Upon seeing Ling Imotong remove her mask, the entire classroom erupted. It was truly Ling Imotong. But wasn't she in the capital? How stunning. This was the most beautiful school beauty Jiangnan First High had seen in a decade. The real person was infinitely more beautiful than in the photos. Some individuals noticed the words spoken by Ling Motong, their pupils contracting in surprise. A junior? Arriving just in time? Could it be that Yi Xian truly knows senior sister Ling Motong? Hiss, Yi Xian is acquainted with senior sister Ling Motong. Could it be that everything Yi Xian said is indeed true? Yuan is truly a third-tier awakener. This fellow has been masquerading as a pig to eat a tiger all these years? How is it possible that such a remarkable figure exists in our class? Achieving third-tier status in senior year. What terrifying talent this is. The appearance of Ling Modong and her words undoubtedly corroborated what Yuan had said earlier. Instantly, everyone in the classroom fell into a daze, struggling to comprehend the reality. For 3 years, apart from excelling in liberal arts and being handsome, Yuan had seemed utterly ordinary. How could he suddenly transform into a third-tier awakener? And he even knows the stunning Ling Modong, who graduated 3 years ago. Yiga has hidden himself so deeply. Li Fei, his desk mate, was equally bewildered. After 3 years of being desk mates, he had no inkling of Yuan's prowess. The appearance of Ling Modong astonished even Teacher Zhou, who exclaimed, "Modong, aren't you in Baidu? Why are you in Jiangnan City? And what brings you to our class?" Ling Modong chuckled lightly. "At Baidu University, every semester in the 3rd year, we must choose to engage in practical trials. I opted to join the Jiangnan City 749 Bureau. So that's it," Teacher Zhou nodded. It is not surprising for a top university like Baidu to have such a teaching method. On the contrary, if Ling Modong is now in the 749 Bureau and has come here to find Yuan, then Yuan's previous claims must be true. Realizing this, Teacher Zhou trembled. Achieving third-tier power in senior year. Such a genius is exceedingly rare in the history of Jiangnan City. Is it possible that he is to be personally guided? Ignoring the gazes of those around her, Ling Modong paused before continuing. As for why I am here, it is naturally because of this exceptionally gifted junior. After inviting him to join the 749 Bureau, I thought he wouldn't take so many days off before the college entrance examination. Hence, I came here to vouch for him. As she spoke, Ling Modong stepped forward to Yuan's side and stated, "Junior Yuan has indeed been invited by me to join the 749 Bureau." After returning home last night, Ling Modong utilized her privileges to investigate Yuan's basic information. Upon discovering that he had merely been an academic prodigy in the liberal arts and an ordinary person, she realized he must have faced difficulties in applying for leave. After all, with the college entrance examination approaching, it would be impossible to approve so many days off without a valid reason. However, Yuan's justification, coming from someone with his ordinary background, lacked persuasiveness. After all, it is inconceivable for an ordinarily average student to suddenly claim to possess third-tier strength, even if one awakened powers. It would be impossible to awaken at such a high level from the outset. Thus, after completing her tasks today, she came to Jiangnan No. 1 high school to personally vouch for Yuan. Indeed, as soon as she approached the door, she heard the doubts of Yuan's homeroom teacher. Chapter 10 Ling Modong and Su Shui's speculations. The junior is indeed infatuated. The goddess has personally acknowledged it. Yuan is truly a third-tier awakener. How could such a figure emerge from our class? The goddess Ling Modong herself invited him. Could it be that they share a close relationship? This fellow can stand so close to the goddess Ling Modong. They are almost touching. The classroom was filled with astonished exclamations. Many male students, seeing Ling Modong just a few centimeters away from Yuan, could not help but grind their teeth in envy. How is this possible? How could Yuan be a third-tier awakener? Su Shui's face turned pale, murmuring in disbelief, her expression dazed, her eyes filled with confusion. Having been together with Yuan for 3 years, if he were truly a third-tier awakener, he should have awakened long ago. Why did she, as his girlfriend, remain unaware? No, it's impossible. After 3 years together, how could he be an awakener? Su Shui's disbelief was palpable as her gaze fixed intently on Yuan. Before Yuan could speak, Ling Modong interjected. I have witnessed Yuan's strength with my own eyes, so there is no need for doubt. Without strength, I would not have invited him to join the 749 Bureau. As for Su Shui, Ling Modong had gathered some information about her while investigating Yuan. She surmised that Yuan had concealed his strength for so long because of Su Shui, who was merely an ordinary person, not wanting to place any pressure on her. Unexpectedly, Su Shui was the one who had awakened and abandoned Yuan. This led Yuan to finally reveal his long-hidden strength. This conjecture perfectly aligned with the timeline. With this thought, Ling Modong's gaze toward Yuan softened slightly. Her junior is indeed quite infatuated. What a pity that it was ultimately misplaced. In that case, Yuan, your leave is granted. You only need to return before the college entrance examination. If there are any issues during this time, you can seek assistance from the school or the teachers. With Ling Modong's assurance, Teacher Zhou felt no need to oppose. His heart surged with excitement. After all, Having a third-tier achiever in senior year under the banner of Jiangnan No. 1 High School would undoubtedly bring great prestige to the institution. Even the top scholar in Jiangnan City would be practically guaranteed. Receiving teacher Zhou's response, Yi Xian smiled and expressed his gratitude before leaving the classroom alongside Ling Modong. As the two exited, the classroom erupted once more into fervent discussions. Why has Yi Xian, with such terrifying talent, always kept it hidden? With his abilities, if he had showcased them, he could have secured the best resources and guidance. Indeed, why has he concealed it so well, only to reveal it today? Wait, today? Could it be related to Su Shuai awakening her powers? What does that have to do with Su Shuai? Are you foolish? Don't you know they have been together for 3 years? Yi Xian must have feared that his extraordinary talent would overshadow Su Shuai, placing pressure on her. Which is why he has been pretending. Now that Su Shuai has just awakened her powers, he chose to stop hiding his talent. You make a valid point. Yi Xian, truly I'm in tears. Su Shuai is so fortunate to have a genius who would hide his brilliance for her sake, fearing it would burden her. The chaotic murmurs around her left Su Shuai in a daze, feeling disoriented. Yi Xian had concealed his talent for her, an awakener, prioritizing her ordinary status over his own future, and she, having awakened, had cast him aside? The very thought of her words during their breakup yesterday filled Su Shuai with profound regret. Wait, we still have WeChat. I didn't delete him yesterday. Like a lifeline. Su Shuai quickly pulled out her phone, opened WeChat, and found Yi Xian's chat window. With trembling fingers, she typed a few words, filled with anticipation, and sent them. Have we truly ended? However, the response was a red exclamation mark. Did he delete me? A jolt of realization surged through Su Shuai, regret reaching its peak. If only she hadn't been so impatient to break up, would Yi Xian have revealed his talent yesterday afternoon? Is it possible that I could become the object of everyone's envy? The girlfriend of a prodigious talent? As they exited the school, Yi Xian turned to the girl beside him and said, Senior, I owe you a great deal this time. Ling Modong smiled brightly and replied, You were personally summoned by me. Just use your innate talent to give that despicable woman a taste of her own medicine. Huh? Which despicable woman? Yi Xian asked, somewhat perplexed. Oh, it's nothing. Just someone who lacks any real power and enjoys picking fights every day. You'll meet her tomorrow. Ling Modong waved her hand dismissively. As they walked side by side, Yi Xian glanced back at the school and couldn't help but reflect. It had only been a day since he had annihilated the Thunder Fruit, and his life had undergone a radical transformation. He had encountered the most beautiful schoolgirl, Ling Modong, who invited him to join the 749 Bureau. And he had effortlessly slain a 5th-tier vampire nobleman. What heights would he reach in the future with even more formidable foes? After walking for a while, Ling Modong took out a car key and pressed it. The lights of a red sports car parked by the roadside blinked twice. She approached, opened the door, crossed over the vehicle, and turned to Yi Xian, asking, Are you feeling a bit down? Would you like me to take you for a ride? Down, Yi Xian replied, bewildered. Ever since he consumed the Thunder Fruit, he felt as if the entire world had become more pleasant. How could he feel down? Although he had faced some setbacks while taking leave today, they were hardly significant. Ling Modong gave him a knowing look and said, I understand. Though I have never been in a relationship, I do comprehend the feeling of heartbreak. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian was left speechless. Did Ling Modong think he was feeling upset due to a breakup? 3 years of a relationship was indeed considerable, but given how pragmatic his ex had become, wouldn't it be foolish to wallow in sadness alone? He had already moved on since the breakup was mentioned yesterday. Nonetheless, as an ordinary person, he was somewhat intrigued by such a luxurious sports car. With a smile on his face, he turned to Ling Modong and said, Then, Senior, take me for a spin. Let us celebrate my new life. Ling Modong shot him a playful glare and remarked, See? You said you weren't feeling down. Junior, you're a bit contradictory. Chapter 11, the headquarters of the 749 Bureau. Such a young Tier 3 awakened. The next day, Yi Xian woke up early, freshened up, and directly hailed a cab. The 749 Bureau is the official organization dealing with monstrous beasts, and thus, its headquarters is widely known. After all, if one encounters a monster, the 749 Bureau is the safest haven. Half an hour later, Yi Xian exited the cab and looked up at the vast building complex, which housed various closed-off meeting halls. So this is the headquarters of the 749 Bureau? He took a deep breath, approached, and presented his identification while stating his name. A soldier armed with a steel gun checked the information and raised an eyebrow in surprise. A student from Jiangnan No. 1 High School? The protagonist nodded with a smile. The soldier's face broke into a smile as well. Such formidable youth. Thanks to talents like you, our great Xia can maintain its current territory. Follow me. I'll take you to the assessment venue. As the soldier exchanged greetings with his fellow guards, he led the way. Although the headquarters of the 749 Bureau was expansive, the assessment venue was not far off. After just a few minutes, Xuan arrived. The soldier saluted, then turned and jogged away. Upon entering the venue, Xuan saw a scattered crowd of around 60 to 70 people. Are all of these individuals here for the entrance assessment? Xuan marveled. The minimum standard for joining the 749 Bureau was Tier 3, which was an exceptionally formidable status for an ordinary person. The sheer number of Tier 3 contestants was astonishing. Not quite. Ling Modong's voice chimed in beside him. Many of these people are members of the 749 Bureau who are currently not on missions. There are actually only 15 participants for this assessment. Xuan felt relieved. He had been wondering why there were so many Tier 3 awakened individuals. He had thought that such talents were commonplace. As for the assessment standards, he felt indifferent since he had easily killed a 5th-tier vampire noble. He could confidently claim to possess at least the strength of a 6th tier. Come, Senior will take you to participate in the assessment, Ling Modong said, leading Xuan through the crowd to a large hall. To his surprise, there were no instruments for measuring strength or speed. Instead, there was a massive steel door tightly shut. Well, if it isn't the illustrious Ling Modong, you've brought someone to the entrance assessment? A flirtatious voice rang out. A girl in a white long dress adorned with glimmering ice crystals, with flowing blue hair, stepped forward from the crowd, scrutinizing Xuan with a mocking gaze. Is this the person you've recommended? TSK, has this little fellow graduated high school yet? The entrance assessment of the 749 Bureau is no child's play. Xuan recognized the voice and felt a sense of familiarity. Moreover, he seemed to recall hearing that name before. Suddenly, it dawned on him. This was the same Mu Bingning who had been humiliated the previous night and had been left utterly stunned by his display. Just yesterday, he had evoked on her, and now she was mocking him? Mu Bingning, who I recommend as my own choice, Ling Modong retorted, a smirk playing on her lips as she raised her head slightly, her tone laced with both mockery and pride. Besides, do I not know the standards of the 749 Bureau? If I dared to recommend him, he certainly won't fall below Tier 3. Age is never a weakness. It is merely a testament to his genius. Ling Modong's voice was loud, and those present were mostly Tier 3 and peak Tier 2 experts. Even amidst the noise, they heard her words, their expressions shifting to one of astonishment as they turned their gaze to the trio. So young? Tier 3? Is Ling Modong joking? After all, she was a top student from Baidu University, and it was only natural for her to know some talents. Indeed, since Ling Modong recommended him, there should be no issue. As the crowd took in Xuan's slightly juvenile face, they couldn't help but feel surprised. However, upon learning that he was recommended by Ling Modong, their astonishment turned to acceptance, as it was only reasonable for someone of her caliber to recognize exceptional talent. Is that the genius from our school, Xuan? A girl in an ice-blue combat uniform, her long hair cascading down, observed Xuan thoughtfully, resting her chin on her delicate hand. Well, since he is from our school, let us see if we can offer him some assistance during this practical assessment. Not far away, Lu Feng, now clad in a combat suit, also glanced over, stretched lazily, and remarked, I believe the director mentioned he is a genius who reached Tier 3 while still in high school. I'm quite eager to see his abilities and performance. Damn it, you lucky son of a gun. Mu Bingning clenched her fist, her face darkening. Unable to compete with Ling Modong at school, she now found herself outshone even in the 749 Bureau, where even the person she had disparaged was surpassing her. Ling Modong was simply her lifelong shadow. Her brilliance was completely overshadowed. Otherwise, with her talent, arriving at such a small place as the 749 Bureau would undoubtedly be the most dazzling. However, she also knew that remaining would only invite ridicule. With a sharp click of her high heels against the floor, Mu Bingning cast a deep glance at Xuan before turning to leave. Senior, I wonder what the specific process of the entry assessment is. Upon seeing Mu Bingning depart, Xuan seized the opportunity to inquire about the details from Ling Modong. Although he had garnered a simple understanding, it was certainly not as comprehensive as that of Ling Modong, an insider. Having vented her frustrations on her nemesis, Ling Modong appeared in high spirits. Her flawless visage adorned with a smile, which drew the attention of several members of the 749 Bureau. Well, the assessment is divided into two parts. The first is a strength assessment to ensure you possess third-tier strength. However, the assessment is conducted in a closed environment, merely confirming your third-tier capability without detailed grading. Essentially, you must traverse a 100-meter passage. Within this passage, utilizing the latest technology from the Summer Kingdom, you must touch the obstacles no more than 5 times and eliminate at least 3 phantom beasts to pass. The second part is a practical combat assessment, which requires you to venture outside the city and engage in battle with ferocious beasts, killing either 1 third-tier beast or 10 second-tier beasts to qualify. Of course, this merely denotes qualification. The more beasts you vanquish, the better your score, which in turn grants you additional rewards. At this point, Ling Modong winked at Yi Xian and patted her ample chest, saying, "So, are you feeling a bit apprehensive? Don't worry, Senior will look out for you. I won't let you perish. Furthermore, due to your age advantage, you only need to slay 8 second-tier beasts to pass." Hearing this, a gleam of excitement sparkled in Yi Xian's eyes. If that were the case, he could verify whether slaying beasts would shorten his replenishment time. If so, those beasts would be in for a world of trouble. At the very least, he should leave some for others to use in their assessments. He wouldn't want to wipe them all out, leaving others without targets during the practical assessment. As for concealing his strength, all would be sacrificed to shorten the replenishment time. Chapter 12. Yi Xian, the 7th-tier controller. As the two engaged in idle chatter, time flew swiftly. Soon, all participants in the assessment had gathered. Lu Feng, the captain of the 749 Bureau, leaped onto the high platform, surveying the crowd from his elevated position. Once again, we embark on the entry assessment. I am Lu Feng, the captain of the combat division of the 749 Bureau, and I am responsible for this assessment. We have a good number today, 15 participants. It has been some time since we experienced such liveliness. As he spoke, Lu Feng's tone shifted to one of gravity. However, the 749 Bureau's assessments are not to be taken lightly. I hope each of you possesses a clear understanding of your own strength. I do not expect everyone to pass, but I sincerely hope that all of you can survive. Upon hearing this, the 14 other participants, aside from Yi Xian, immediately wore solemn expressions. The practical assessment of the 749 Bureau represented true battle outside the city. Even in relatively safe areas, even 5th-tier powerhouses could encounter danger. Then, Lu Feng spoke again from the platform. Now, let the strength assessment commence. The first participant, Zhou Yi. With Lu Feng's announcement, a slender woman stepped forward from the crowd. Her resolute face framed by a cascade of hair, wielding a massive long knife as she entered the dark passage. 2 minutes later, the woman emerged from the passage with a look of begrudging acceptance. The mechanical voice within announced her results. Zhou Yi hit 6 times, eliminated 3 phantom beasts, not qualified. Next, Lu San. The assessment proceeded in an orderly fashion. Moments later, the 14th participant, a woman named Lu Roland, with disheveled hair and slightly soiled attire, emerged from the passage. The mechanical voice resounded again. Lu Roland hit twice, eliminated 6 phantom beasts. Excellent. Lu Feng nodded in approval before his gaze landed on the final participant, Yi Xian, revealing a hint of anticipation. The last participant, Yi Xian. Instantly, due to the prior conversation between Ling Modong and Mu Bingning, all eyes in the venue turned toward Yi Xian, a 3rd-tier student in his senior year. They were eager to discover the extent of his abilities. Go on, Junior. Ling Modong chuckled, giving Yi Xian's shoulder a light pat, as if releasing a spark of electricity. Yi Xian shrugged in bemusement and stepped into the dark passage. As he entered, the door sealed behind him, and the passage illuminated with light. A total of 10 phantom beasts were inscribed in various locations along the passage, with holes glowing a faint crimson scattered throughout. Yi Xian pondered. The fastest passage took half a minute. How long should I take? After a moment of contemplation, he stepped forward, his body enveloped in crackling thunder, arcs of electricity dancing around him. With a 10-second buffer, I should not be too astonishing, he mused. In an instant, Yi Xian surged forward like a cannonball. With fingers outstretched, 10 bolts of lightning, each the thickness of a thumb, transformed into streaks of light, traversing distances in the blink of an eye, striking at the 10 phantom beasts. Boom! The shields surrounding the phantom beasts, which could typically withstand a 2nd-tier peak's assault, crumbled like paper upon contact. The 10 bolts of lightning descended upon the phantom beasts, unleashing terrifying force that created 10 massive craters. As Yi Xian stepped past the initial position, all machines activated. Red beams of light shooting toward him. He completely ignored them, surrounded by the crackling thunder, resembling a deity of lightning. Just as the beams were released, he had already vacated his original position. Outside the passage, Mu Bingning, with her striking blue hair, approached alongside a late-stage third-tier martial artist who had achieved excellent results in the assessment. Her eyes glimmered with a hint of pride as she remarked, "This junior of mine must have just stepped into the third tier, right? Such strength, it is quite possible he might not pass the assessment, unlike my recommended candidate, Lin Yuan, who, although older than your junior, achieved excellent results in the strength assessment." Covering her mouth, Mu Bingning's arrogance was utterly unrestrained. Although Yuxian possessed incredible talent, this time was not merely a competition of talent. If her recommended candidate could surpass him in results, would that not mean she too would not be overshadowed by Ling Modong? Hearing this, Ling Modong shot a disapproving glance at Mu Bingning, observing Lin Yun's clearly older appearance. Utterly speechless. Was this woman delusional? Was she seriously equating age with capability? The one she recommended looked to be at least 25. At 25, achieving excellent results in a third-tier assessment was something to boast about, and yet, she dared to compare him with Yuxian, who was merely 18. Just then, a series of explosive sounds erupted from within the passage, merging into a cacophony. Blinding golden light burst forth from the seams of the passage. The tremendous commotion left the gathered audience in stunned silence. It was not that no one could create such a ruckus, but typically, it was one blast at a time. What on earth was this continuous barrage? Could it be that Yuxian was able to strike down 10 phantom beasts all at once? Before anyone could process the unfolding events, the familiar golden light caught Mu Bingning's attention, sending a shiver down her spine. Why did she feel that this golden light bore an uncanny resemblance to the thunder of the 7th-tier controller from the previous night? No, it couldn't be. Inside was merely a high school student. How could he possibly be a 7th-tier controller? Mu Bingning hastily shook her head, casting aside the terrifying thought from her mind. Subsequently, fixating her gaze on Ling Mo Tong, she inquired, "Ling Mo Tong, what exactly is the awakened ability of your junior?" Although she was somewhat astonished by the commotion created by Yuxian, upon witnessing Mu Bingning's dazed expression, Ling Mo Tong couldn't help but display a hint of a smile. "My junior has not only reached the 3rd tier at a tender age, but has also awakened a lightning-based ability renowned for its destructive power, Golden Thunder." Golden Thunder. Mu Bingning exhaled sharply, relieved. It was evident that the young man inside could not possibly be the 7th-tier master from last night. Their abilities merely bore a superficial resemblance. After all, the thunder of that master was overwhelmingly terrifying. Though visually similar, its might was undoubtedly that of the heavenly god Thunder. Their abilities were different. How could it be Yuxian? Not only Mu Bingning, but several 3rd-tier awakeners present last night, as well as Yi Tian, shared this sentiment. Feeling it was utterly implausible, no one would dare to associate a high school senior with a 7th-tier master. Since the dawn of the extraordinary era in the Great Xia, such a prodigy had never emerged. Creak. The heavy steel door slowly swung open. Clad in a long robe, with not a speck of dirt on his attire, Yuxian stepped out. Behind him, faint traces of dissipating lightning could be discerned in the corridor. Chapter 13, Mid-4th Tier. The Special Treatment of Genius. Yuxian. Time taken, 11 seconds. Killed 10 phantom beasts. Times hit by red light, 0. Result, perfect. As Yuxian's figure appeared, a cold mechanical voice echoed within the vast venue, causing everyone to gasp in astonishment. 11 seconds to eliminate 10 phantom beasts, 0 hits by red light. There were only 10 phantom beasts in total. This is something even a beginner 4th-tier warrior cannot achieve. Could it be that Yuxian was not merely a 3rd-tier awakener in his senior year, but rather a mid-4th-tier awakener? This young man is simply terrifying. A mid-4th-tier awakener in high school. Such talent has never appeared in Jiangnan City. How could our Jiangnan City produce such a genius? Even Ling Mo Tong was taken aback by Yuxian's displayed prowess. Initially, she believed her junior had only just stepped into the 3rd tier. To discover he was actually mid-4th tier was beyond her expectations. She had casually picked up such a prodigy while on a mission. Moreover, Yuxian had concealed his strength to spare his ordinary girlfriend, Su Shui, from pressure, never having enjoyed the school's preferential training resources. To achieve such feats solely on his own merit? What if Yuxian had revealed his talent from the beginning and received substantial support from the school? How powerful would he be now? Late 4th tier? Pinnacle 4th tier? No. That is impossible. A mid-4th tier at such a young age. How could this be? Mu Bingning's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she instinctively retreated. Jiangnan City, is merely a small base city with limited resources. How could it nurture such a genius? Or is it possible that he truly reached this level purely through his innate talent? This young man's potential is indeed astounding. Originally intending to look after Xuan during the practical assessment, Lu Ruolin couldn't help but shake her head, filled with emotion. Yet, her predominant feelings were those of pride and excitement. After all, Xuan was a student of Jiangnan No. 1 High School. With such talent, he would undoubtedly shine in the college entrance examination in just a few weeks, potentially even becoming the top scorer in the nation. Observing the reactions of the audience, Xuan's eyes involuntarily narrowed. Fortunately, he had the foresight to wait for 10 seconds before beginning his actions. Otherwise, if he had cleared the assessment in a mere second, others would surely discover he was the 7th-tier Thunder Master. Another dragon has emerged from Jiangnan City. On the platform, Lu Feng momentarily lost his focus before breaking into a smile. As the head of the Jiangnan City 749 Bureau, he was naturally elated to see such talent emerge from his base city. However, the immediate priority remained the practical assessment. He wondered how this young man would perform in real combat. Even if his combat skills were somewhat lacking, it would not be a significant issue, given his innate talent of reaching mid-4th tier in high school. Clearing his throat to gather everyone's attention, he continued. The results of the strength assessment are in. 12 individuals have passed, which is quite commendable. Please, the 12 successful candidates, prepare yourselves. We are heading to the practical assessment site outside the city. With that, Lu Feng leaped from the platform, making his way toward the director's office. After all, with such a prodigy as Xuan emerging, he needed to discuss matters with the director to ensure Xuan's safety. Otherwise, if something were to happen to him during the practical assessment, it would be a loss not only for Jiangnan City, but for the entirety of the Xia nation. Well done, Junior. It seems I underestimated you. I was worried you might struggle with the assessment and even negotiated for lower standards on your behalf. So, you were just waiting to see me make a fool of myself? Ling Mo Tong stepped forward, her delicate hand forming a fist as she playfully punched Xuan's chest. Xuan shrugged with a smile, innocently replying, Senior, I never underwent a tier assessment. I had no idea what my strength was. It just felt like today's evaluation was rather simple. Hearing this, Ling Mo Tong's lips twitched. Her beautiful eyes scrutinized Xuan. You little rascal, the entry assessment of the 749 Bureau cannot be passed without at least being at the initial 3rd tier. Simple, is it? Then, as if struck by a thought, Ling Mo Tong turned, her eyes sparkling, a charming smile gracing her lips as she remarked, Hey, Mu Bingning, who said youth is a disadvantage. How is it that my junior's performance surpasses that of your 25 or 6-year-old recommender? Just reaching the 3rd tier? TSK. Can your person even pass the strength assessment perfectly at just the 3rd tier? Mocked by Ling Mo Tong, Mu Bingning stomped her high heels angrily on the floor, clenched her fist, and turned to leave. Xuan's displayed strength was simply too dazzling. Remaining would only lead to humiliation. Damn it. Why is Ling Mo Tong so fortunate? Meanwhile, Lu Feng barged into the director's office in a flurry. Inside, Yang Lin sat at his desk, glancing at the hurried Lu Feng with a leisurely tone. At your age, why are you still so reckless? What? Is there a problem with the strength assessment? Lu Feng's role as the proctor for the entry assessment was assigned by Yang Lin. Seeing Lu Feng so anxious to find him, he instinctively felt that something was amiss with the assessment. What issue could arise during the entry assessment, especially regarding the strength evaluation? Lu Feng took a moment to compose himself, inhaled deeply, and approached the desk. Director, the Xuan recommended by Ling Mo Tong is not the initial 3rd tier she claimed, but rather at least mid-4th tier. Mid-4th tier? Yang Lin initially paid it no mind, as it was not uncommon for some 4th tier awakeners to join the 749 Bureau. However, he soon grasped the implications, his expression shifting in surprise. Xuan? You mean the high school senior recommended by Ling Mo Tong? Ling Mo Tong, being an elite from Baidi University and herself a mid-5th tier, inevitably had some connections with him. Thus, when he had previously glanced at Xuan's profile, he too had been astonished by his talent. Now, Lu Feng was informing him that the high school junior's capabilities exceeded what had been previously asserted, reaching mid-4th tier. Despite his position as the director of the 749 Bureau in Jiangnan City, he could not help but feel a sense of astonishment. Such a prodigy was exceedingly rare across the entirety of the Great Xia, and Jiangnan City had never witnessed anything like it. This extraordinary talent, if not prematurely extinguished, was destined to become a formidable force for the Great Xia. A genius of this caliber had emerged from their Jiangnan city, a high school senior who had already reached the mid-stage of the 4th tier. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Lin, somewhat dazed, instructed, during the practical assessment, "Keep a close watch on this He Xian. If he finds himself in peril, ensure he is rescued at the first opportunity. Additionally, assign 2 4th-tier awakened individuals to remain within a 200-meter radius of him at all times." Chapter 14. The Practical Assessment. County 23. Outside the county, a modified bus encased in metal came to a gradual halt. Yi Xian and Ling Modi stepped off together, raising their eyes to behold a formation of soldiers clad in military attire, each wielding steel firearms, establishing barricades. Tanks, machine guns, and various heavy weaponry were strategically positioned along the lines of defense. Moreover, at intervals, a martial artist or awakened individual stood guard. The wilderness was a haven for ferocious beasts, with their presence felt everywhere. "Junior, this place is not like the wolf-faced creatures you encountered last time. There's more than just one here," Ling Modi warned as she stood beside Yi Xian. "Even if your strength has reached the mid-stage of the 4th tier, being besieged by a horde of beasts poses considerable danger. Therefore, if you encounter a pack of ferocious beasts, my advice is to flee. After all, you are still a novice in combat." Yi Xian nodded, though he did not fully absorb Ling Modi's caution. Surely, no 7th-tier beast could emerge here, could it? "Everyone," Lu Feng's resonant voice echoed in the ears of all present. "We shall now commence the practical assessment. You are to slay 10 2nd-tier ferocious beasts or 1 3rd-tier beast to pass. Furthermore, the smart wristbands you are wearing will continuously relay your information. Should you face insurmountable danger or wish to withdraw, you may contact us via the wristband. Now, take 10 minutes to prepare. The assessment will begin in 10 minutes. Yu Xian glanced down at the wristband on his arm. It appears synchronization is in effect. Thus, he realized he could not directly elementalize. Nevertheless, the danger level in County 23 was relatively low, with the most formidable beasts only reaching the 4th tier. There was no need to elementalize. He could still wreak havoc. The 10 minutes quickly elapsed. Lu Feng's expression grew increasingly serious as he announced, "Let the practical assessment commence." The participants turned and made their way towards the dilapidated county, overrun with creeping vines and decay. The growls of beasts echoed faintly in the distance. Once the group vanished from sight, Ling Modi patted Yi Xian's shoulder and smiled. "Junior, remember that the primary purpose of this assessment is to prepare you to act decisively when facing ferocious beasts. Do not let fear hinder your strength when life is on the line." "Rest assured, Senior," Yi Xian affirmed with a nod. Ling Modi smiled with satisfaction and departed alongside Lu Feng and the others. Did the awakened individuals assigned to protect Yu Xian depart? Upon entering the control center, Lu Feng inquired. "They have already gone," came the response. "However, why am I not allowed to join? I assured him I would look after him when I invited him." Ling Modi huffed, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. "The strongest beast in County 23 is merely 4th tier. What are you doing, meddling at mid-stage 5th tier? Furthermore, if Yi Xian gets injured and you have to intervene, wouldn't that ruin this training opportunity?" Lu Feng shot her an exasperated glance, his gaze shifting to the large screen divided into 12 segments, each displaying the status of those who had entered the county. Meanwhile, within County 23, Yi Xian surveyed the desolate buildings and the creeping vines, letting out a faint sigh. It was indeed barren. In his past life, he was an ordinary individual, merely gleaning knowledge of humanity's plight through television and the internet. Now, having truly stepped out into the territory of ferocious beasts, his heart fluttered with anticipation. First, I should locate a ferocious beast to gauge if I can shorten the replenishment time, then devise a strategy. After some contemplation, Yu Xian chose not to unleash chaos immediately. Instead, he strolled leisurely along the yellowed, grass-covered path. If slaying a beast did not expedite the replenishment time, he would not bother with excessive violence. Achieving a satisfactory result to join the 749 Bureau would suffice. Though County 23 was not considered a highly dangerous area, with occasional teams coming to hunt beasts, the density of ferocious creatures was not particularly high. In a brief moment, Yu Xian caught sight of movement through a collapsed structure. With his keen eyesight, he discerned the shadow of a creature. Before him stood a colossal tiger, larger than a calf, adorned with yellow stripes. Its slightly parted jaws revealed 2 curved fangs glistening ominously under the sun. A 3rd-tier saber-toothed tiger? Excellent. You shall be my first target. Without hesitation, Yi Xian approached the saber-toothed tiger, raising his hand slightly. Thunder of the long knife. In the next moment, the thunderous blade in his grasp was released. The furious lightning tore through the air, weaving arcs of gold that left a trail behind. In an instant, the blade of lightning, imbued with an invincible sharpness, effortlessly pierced through the saber-toothed tiger's skull. Its iron-like skin was as fragile as paper against the blade's edge, easily penetrated, and the beast was shot through. Blood gushed forth, and the saber-toothed tiger, stripped of its strength, collapsed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The vitality in its eyes rapidly faded. Chapter 15. A Path of Slaughter. A Frenzied Massacre. Is this truly a high school senior? The mid-tier saber-toothed tiger has perished just like that? How can I shake off the feeling that this young man merely struck casually? In the command center, the awakened warriors of the 749 Bureau were left utterly bewildered. While they acknowledged that Xuan could undoubtedly slay the saber-toothed tiger, the ease and decisiveness of his actions were remarkable. With a single strike, he pierced through the beast's forehead. Such resolution is rare for a high school senior. After dispatching the saber-toothed tiger, Xuan eagerly retrieved his mobile phone. Indeed, slaying ferocious beasts also shortens the replenishment time. As he observed the newly reduced time, a subtle smile crept upon his lips. He raised his gaze to the city, now reduced to ruins, excitement evident upon his countenance. In the next moment, his previously leisurely pace surged dramatically, transforming him into a blur, crackling with the energy of thunder. Was this speed not a tad exaggerated? Two fourth-tier awakened beings trailing 200 meters behind Xuan exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend the situation. Both were mid-level fourth-tier awakened warriors, yet they found themselves unable to keep pace with Xuan. Could this truly be a high school student? From atop a 6-story building, Xuan, surrounded by crackling lightning, scanned the three ferocious beasts below with a cold gaze, raising his hand without a flicker of emotion. Thunder Spear. Strands of golden lightning swirled from the void, coalescing into 3 thunderous spears, aligned in a row. With a mere gesture, they shot forth. The 3 beasts, caught off guard, were swiftly pierced through by the thunder spears. The tremendous force propelled them high into the air, sending them crashing 10 meters away, their bodies pinned to the ground, blood flowing freely. Having completed this task, Xuan did not linger, vanishing from the spot once more. In the ensuing moments, he appeared at various locations throughout the 23rd county city. With lightning flashing, it seemed as though the entire county was illuminated by the brilliance of thunder. During this relentless hunt for beasts, Xuan discerned that the ferocious creatures varied in type and emphasis. For instance, the armored giant rhinoceros, despite being merely a second-tier beast, boasted a defensive strength surpassing some third-tier early-stage creatures. The shadow wolf, possessing second-tier strength, exhibited the speed of a third-tier early-stage beast. Yet, regardless of their classifications, these creatures posed no challenge to Xuan. Whether first-tier, second-tier, or third-tier, the instant they crossed paths with him, they were obliterated by his thunderous might. Observing Xuan's figure vanish once again, a 4th-tier awakened warrior, positioned 500 meters away, arrived at his previous location and could not help but voice his incredulity. How on earth did this fellow manage such feats? In just 1 hour, he must have slain over 100 ferocious beasts. Another 4th-tier awakened warrior glanced at the 4 corpses on the ground, gasping in astonishment. Were these not 3rd-tier black pythons, renowned for their strength among 3rd-tier creatures? How could this young man have dispatched 4 of them in an instant? Even he, a seasoned mid-level 4th-tier awakened warrior, would tread carefully against 4 black pythons. Yet, this high school student had effortlessly eliminated them. To protect him, it seemed he required no protection at all. This 4th-tier warrior could not help but express his thoughts. His strength surpassed even his own. Another awakened being interjected, urging, "Come on, don't just stand there. That guy has already moved over 600 meters away. If we don't keep up, we'll lose him." Upon hearing this, the 4th-tier awakened warrior lifted his gaze and observed the numerous fallen beasts along the 600-meter path, his lips twitching involuntarily. How much time had passed? Another group of ferocious beasts had fallen. Was this man a demon? Meanwhile, in the command center, as the slaughter continued, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Everyone stared in a stupor at the figure relentlessly harvesting the ferocious beasts. Imotong, are you truly certain that your junior is a high school senior from Jiangnan? No. One high school? Not one of those seasoned veterans who have mingled in awakened squads for years? Lu Feng asked, his eyelids twitching, glancing at the equally bewildered Ling Imotong. Ling Imotong snapped back to reality, her eyes reflecting an astonishment that could not be concealed. How could it be otherwise? Captain Liu? I personally went to his class to find him. He is undoubtedly a senior at Jiangnan No. 1 High School. At this revelation, the crowd was even more astonished. A genuine high school senior? Yet his prowess was terrifying, and his methods were remarkably decisive. It must be noted that they were merely undergoing an assessment. As long as they eliminated enough targets, they would pass the practical evaluation. Yuan had completed his objectives over half an hour ago, yet he continued to slay any beast he encountered with lethal efficiency. He showed no inclination to evade the beasts, conserve energy, or fear their potential gathering. Throughout this period, even third-tier peak beasts had fallen swiftly to his might. Was such strength truly attainable by a mid-level fourth-tier warrior? Moreover, did it seem to her that he was not exerting his full strength in these encounters? Mu Bingming's beautiful eyes widened slightly, disbelief evident in her pupils. As a peak fourth-tier awakened warrior, eliminating third-tier peak beasts was not a challenge for her. Yet Yuan had been on a killing spree for over an hour. In her recollection, she had not possessed such strength when she was at the mid-level fourth tier. Her own ability was the icy power of winter, while Yuan wielded only the golden lightning. If she could not achieve such feats in the same realm, how could he? Her murmurs resonated deeply within the ears of those present, plunging everyone into profound shock. Not merely a mid-level fourth-tier warrior? An hour of slaughter without exerting full power? What a jest! He was merely 18 years old, and being a mid-level fourth-tier warrior was already remarkable. Could it be that his true strength had reached the late fourth tier? Is it possible that the assessment merely capped at mid-level fourth tier? At this realization, all present involuntarily gasped. The late fourth tier, and with such decisiveness and slaughter. This was still an 18-year-old high school student, a prodigy of talent, exhibiting no signs of hesitation in the face of the ferocious beast's gaping jaws. This level of talent was truly beyond imagination. Lu Feng could not help but exclaim in awe. He had initially thought Yuan's abilities were already astonishing, yet it appeared that he had not reached his full potential. This simply would not do. The rewards initially planned seemed inadequate for such a genius. He needed to petition Yang Lin to elevate the rewards to a higher tier. Chapter 16. The Onslaught of Ferocious Beasts. Protect Yuan at all costs. In the northern region of the 23rd county city, Lu Wolin gripped a spear forged from flowing water with her slender jade-like hand. Her beautiful eyes reflected the silhouette of a ferocious beast charging at high speed. Water surged. A smile curled upon her red lips. The spear sliced through the air before her, the water flowing seamlessly. The azure stream coalesced into a curtain of water, resembling a steel blade. With a swift thrust, she severed the neck of a second-tier mid-level shadow wolf, its pupils losing focus as it collapsed. That makes 5. My progress is not too slow. I wonder how that little genius from our school is faring. Stepping forward, she formed a water dagger in her palm and severed the left ear of the shadow wolf, her gaze traversing the dilapidated houses entwined with vines, peering into the distance. With the prowess of this little genius, one might surmise that they could effortlessly achieve their objectives, perhaps even surpassing my role as the instructor of the awakening class. After tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, Lu Wolin shook her head and chuckled softly. While she herself had only reached the pinnacle of the third tier, her prodigious student had already attained the mid-level of the fourth tier. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from the nearby, ravaged streets, accompanied by the sound. A billowing cloud of dust rose, revealing an impressive display of power. Lu Wolin quickly reacted, retreating to a high-rise building, where she beheld a multitude of beastly silhouettes obscured by the dust, at least 100. Among them, she discerned several formidable beasts at the pinnacle of the third tier. Her pupils constricted sharply, her heart racing. A horde of ferocious beasts. Without a moment's hesitation, blue streams of water surged around her, and she pivoted to launch herself away. Despite having reached the pinnacle of the third tier and possessing a water manipulation ability, Lu Wolin felt no courage to confront such a horde. After all, in the wild, the most terrifying threats were not just the high-level beasts, but also the overwhelming numbers of a beast horde. Such a collective was capable of overwhelming an entire base city. However, her swift movements soon drew the attention of the beasts. Among them, 3 enormous, snow-white wolves opened their gaping maws, summoning invisible winds. With a rush, crescent-shaped blades of wind shot forth. The wind blades were incredibly swift, and with Lu Wolin positioned merely 100 meters from the horde, they quickly closed the distance. Without hesitation, her extensive combat experience kicked in, and Lu Wolin turned sharply, wielding her water spear to deflect the 3 wind blades. Yet, in that brief moment, several agile beasts lunged toward her. For shadowy, Panther-like creatures, glimmering with flecks of light, bounded between the buildings, swiftly closing in on Yuan. With a low growl, one of the panthers descended first, its claw striking out with lethal precision. Yuan promptly raised her spear to block the attack. The impact caused her spear to sway slightly, but she swiftly retaliated with a flurry of strikes aimed at the panther. Despite the panther's strength being only at the late stage of the second tier, it soon found itself riddled with wounds under her relentless assault. However, within the short span, the other 3 panthers also launched their assault. Their iron claws, seemingly indomitable, struck from all directions toward Yuan. "Water barrier," she exclaimed, conjuring a massive surge of water to form a protective wall around her. The claws of the panthers collided with the barrier, merely creating ripples upon the surface as they continued to assault the water shield. Inside the barrier, Yuan gazed at the encroaching beast horde with a hint of bitterness as she pressed the red button on her wristwatch. At this point, she doubted she could complete the practical assessment. Merely surviving the encounter was a pressing concern. Simultaneously, in the command center, a seemingly inconspicuous screen abruptly illuminated with blinding red light. Yet another voluntary withdrawal? Ling Motto remarked nonchalantly, glancing up. Initially, she thought it was merely an ordinary forfeiture. However, upon seeing the screen filled with the advancing beast horde, her expression shifted in alarm. A beast tide. The 5th assessment participant has encountered the horde. At her words, all eyes were drawn to the screen. A beast horde? Such unfortunate luck indeed. Mu Bingning flicked her hair back, somewhat surprised. The 23rd County City had always been their training ground for the 749 Bureau, hence the density of ferocious beasts was relatively low. To encounter a horde under these circumstances was indeed a stroke of bad luck. Lu Feng glanced at the beasts displayed on the screen before speaking. "Motto, you need to go. Have the nearby combat personnel assist immediately to prevent the assessment participant from being slaughtered." "Understood, Captain," Ling Motto nodded, turning to leave the command center, her tall figure disappearing with a swift stride. "Captain, the nearest combat personnel in that area consists of only one late-stage 3rd-tier warrior. They will be utterly ineffective against such a horde," reported a member of the 749 Bureau, his expression grave as he operated the controls. "Only one late-stage 3rd-tier warrior?" Lu Feng's expression darkened. He recalled that Yuan was a pinnacle 3rd-tier awakener. If she had been forced to withdraw by the horde, what could a late-stage 3rd-tier warrior possibly accomplish? "Wait, Captain. The Luo brothers, Luo Yuan and Luo Fei, are merely 1,000 meters from the horde," the monitoring officer added, as if struck by a revelation. "Luo Yuan and Luo Fei?" Lu Feng paused, recalling that he had dispatched them to protect Yuxian, if they were nearby. It implied that Yuxian was also in proximity. Moreover, if his memory served him correctly, the 2 brothers had been separated by 700 meters. Thus, Yuxian, positioned 700 meters away from them, must be only 300 meters from the horde. As if to validate Lu Feng's thoughts, the enlarged screen revealed Yuxian perched atop a high-rise, his eyes sweeping over the swirling dust of the devastated street below. At that moment, the dust was a mere 200 meters from him. Instantly, Lu Feng could no longer remain seated. He rose anxiously. "Yuxian, he's also near the beast horde. Tell those 2 to increase their speed. No matter what, they must ensure Yuxian escapes. Additionally, immediately connect to Yuxian's smart wristwatch. Inform him of the beast horde and instruct him to withdraw." Chapter 17, 30 million volts. Thunder Beast. Standing atop a high-rise, Yuxian surveyed the distant beast horde, a smile tugging at his lips. A beast horde? How fortuitous. With his remarkable eyesight, he clearly discerned the 3rd-tier beast among them. His smile widened as he noted the presence of over a dozen 3rd-tier beasts, quite promising indeed. Faced with a horde that could instill fear in even 4th-tier awakeners, Yuxian leaped into action, propelling himself forward. He was in dire need of hunting beasts to shorten his replenishment time, and such an opportunity to confront a gathering of ferocious beasts was not to be missed. Meanwhile, a beast horde, just ahead, Luo Fei, clad in combat gear, was taken aback by the communication system's alert. He quickly turned and nudged Luo Yuan beside him. "Accelerate. We need to get that kid out of this area." However, Luo Yuan stood dumbfounded, gazing into the distance, muttering, "That kid is heading toward the beast horde." Luo Fei was startled, looking up to see Yuxian's figure vanish from sight, his heart racing. Enveloped in a surge of energy, he transformed into a blur, hastily pursuing. This kid. He is courting death. There are hundreds of ferocious beasts in that horde. Is he truly relying on his 4th-tier awakening prowess so recklessly? In the command center, Upon witnessing Yi Xian's actions, Lu Feng was beside himself with anxiety. What on earth does this kid intend to do? He is actually charging straight into the beast horde? Let Luo Yuan and Luo Fei pursue him with utmost speed, while the surrounding awakened warriors converge towards this direction. Meanwhile, urgently contact Ling Mo Tong and urge him to hasten even more. What? The junior has headed towards the beast horde. Just as she stepped into County 23, Ling Mo Tong felt a chill sweep across her exquisitely beautiful face upon hearing the voice from the device. Without hesitation, she slowly unsheathed her long knife. Fiery flames surged forth, enveloping the blade. The terrifying heat ignited the air, causing the temperature around her to soar, even producing layers of white mist from the intense burning. Her piercing gaze swept over the two first-tier ferocious beasts charging at her, her eyes brimming with hostility and impatience. "Get away from me," she hissed. With a swift slash, the long knife released a crescent-shaped blade of fire, sweeping through with a 5-meter arc, engulfing everything in its path. With a crack, the blade sliced through the two first-tier beasts, tearing them asunder, their bodies charred black. Yet, Ling Mo Tong did not retract her knife. Instead, she continued to summon flames, unleashing her extraordinary abilities to sever every beast that obstructed her path. Amidst the shattered streets, water flowed incessantly. With a wave of her delicate hand, Lu Wolin unleashed torrents of water. The surging currents, imbued with formidable force, repelled a dark-hued nether wolf. At her feet lay several fallen beasts. Breathing heavily, her ruby lips parted slightly, Lu Wolin's beautiful eyes reflected the increasing number of ferocious creatures, her heart sinking into despair and bitterness. Even as a peak third-tier awakened one, she could not withstand the relentless onslaught of the beast horde for much longer. It seemed that the esteemed instructor of Jiang and First High's awakened class was truly destined to fall to this pack of beasts. A deafening roar erupted as 4 more netherwolves dashed forth, their dark aura resembling shadows, their gleaming white claws glinting ominously. With a graceful lift of her jade hand, Lu Wolin prepared to gather the water once more. However, the continuous fierce battle had severely drained her stamina. Realizing this, she forced a bitter smile, her eyes widening as she watched the gleaming claws grow ever larger in her vision. Just then, a thunderous crack resounded. Golden arcs of lightning intertwined, exuding an aura of annihilation, crashing down around Lu Wolin. The thunder raged, morphing into 4 arcs directed at the 4 nether wolves. The intertwined lightning formed a circle of thunder around them. Under the terrifying destructive power of the thunder, the 4 nether wolves could not even emit a cry before perishing instantly. Lu Wolin, who had been waiting for death, was momentarily stunned, then overwhelmed with joy. While the scale of this beast horde was not particularly large, it was certainly beyond the means of a 4th-tier awakened one to handle. The 749 Bureau would not be so extravagant as to assign a 4th-tier awakened one for rescue in County 23. Thus, she had never expected support to arrive so quickly. Turning in excitement, she saw Yi Xian emerging leisurely from the ruins of a broken building, his hands in his pockets. Upon meeting Lu Wolin's gaze, he smiled and said, "Leave this to me, Yi Xian. Why are you here?" Lu Wolin was momentarily taken aback, quickly scanning her surroundings but finding no other figures. Her heart racing with panic as she urged, "You must leave. There are over 100 ferocious beasts. You cannot handle them as a mid-4th-tier awakened one." As she spoke, Lu Wolin conjured a long spear of flowing water, gripping it tightly. With a sweep, she created a gust of wind, positioning herself before the horde of beasts. "You need to get away. I will hold them off for you." Though Lu Wolin understood she could not withstand the beast horde for long, as a teacher, how could she stand idly by and witness the fall of her school's genius, the most talented individual in Jiangnan City? Observing Lu Wolin's actions, Yi Xian was momentarily perplexed, the smile freezing on his face. What was happening? Was she trying to steal his glory? No way. Resolutely shaking his head, he stepped forward. In an instant, brilliant arcs of lightning erupted, intertwining and spreading around him. A terrifying aura emanated from his being, expanding outward. Witnessing this scene, Lu Wolin was deeply moved. The genius from her school not only possessed astonishing talent, but also bore such responsibility. Even knowing the odds were against him, he chose to remain. Such a talent, both in character and ability, was truly exceptional. With gritted teeth, Lu Wolin wielded her long spear, unleashing waves of water ripples. "Yi Xian, you must survive." With those words, she propelled herself forward, charging into the beast horde with a resolve to sacrifice herself. However, to Yi Xian, this scene was nothing short of blatant monster stealing. Realizing this, he wasted no time. Thunder roared fiercely as massive bolts of lightning, as thick as arms, surged outward from him, wreaking havoc and creating deep craters in the ground. Standing amidst the thunder, Xuan raised his palm slightly, the golden lightning radiating brilliantly. In the next moment, an infinite surge of thunder erupted from his hand. 30 million volts. Thunder Beast. Chapter 18. The dazzling lightning unleashed. Was this truly Xuan's real strength? 30 million volts. Thunder Beast. With a low shout, countless bolts of lightning transformed into a colossal thunder beast, measuring dozens of meters in size. The thunder beast, fierce and terrifying, charged towards the horde of beasts. Wherever it passed, the thunder raged, leaving scorched earth in its wake. The massive thunder beast, embodying a terrifying force, rapidly descended upon the front of the beast horde. The first 10 first-tier beasts at the forefront had not even touched the thunder beast before they were engulfed by the rampant lightning surrounding it. Collapsing without a chance to react, the thunder beast surged forward, crashing directly into the heart of the entire beast horde. A deafening roar reverberated through the air. The thunder beast, measuring dozens of meters, erupted, unleashing countless bolts of lightning that spread out, engulfing an area of over 100 meters. Within this zone, streams of thumb-sized lightning intermingled and exploded constantly. From a distance, it resembled a realm of thunder. Finally, after a moment, the thunder gradually ceased, and the vast clouds of dust began to dissipate. The once densely packed horde of beasts, whether first tier, second tier, or even peak third tier, had all been reduced to charred remains. The ground within 100 meters had been blasted into a giant pit 3 meters deep, littered with countless smaller craters. Threads of electricity flickered amidst the scorched earth. Outside the charred ground, Lu Ruolin stood frozen, her beautiful eyes wide with shock and disbelief. What just occurred was truly terrifying. The apocalyptic might made her feel as insignificant as an ant, utterly impossible for a fourth tier. Such an attack could not possibly belong to a fourth tier. As the instructor of the awakened class, she had witnessed fourth tier awakened ones in action, and none possessed such horrendous might. You are not a mid-fourth tier awakened one, but a fifth tier. Her gaze remained fixed on Xuan, her mind swirling in confusion, her entire being feeling rigid. A fifth tier. The man before her, appearing no older than her students, still in his senior year at Zhang and First High, was actually a fifth tier awakened one. What terrifying talent was this? Such an ability was rarely matched, even among top-tier extraordinary abilities. An 18-year-old fifth-tier awakened one. For her, a teacher in Jiangnan City. It was nothing short of a fantastical tale. She brought with her the most formidable student from the awakening class of Jiangnan No. 1 High School, Ling Mado, who had only reached the pinnacle of the second tier just before the college entrance examination. Yet, Xuan's talent far surpassed that of Ling Mado. It was not just Lu Ruolin. At this moment, within the vast command center, more than 10 members of the 749 Bureau were utterly stunned, gazing at the scorched earth before them, each in a state of shock. This junior of Ling Mado was a fifth-tier powerhouse. At this point, Mu Bingming had completely abandoned any thoughts of competing with Ling Mado. The power Xuan exhibited was simply astonishing. To put it bluntly, even she, a pinnacle fourth-tier awakened, could not reach such heights. Therefore, Xuan must be a fifth-tier powerhouse. This would explain why he could unleash such terrifying moves. Wait, why did the thunder resemble that of the seventh-tier controller from last night? Suddenly, Mu Bingming's pupils constricted sharply. A horrifying thought surged in her mind, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. The appearance of his ability was one thing. After all, many possess the same type of awakened power. However, the destructive aura of Xuan's recent attack, the gathering of thunder beasts, bore a striking resemblance to that of the seventh-tier controller from last night. That individual had also nonchalantly summoned a thunder dragon, effortlessly annihilating the fifth-tier bloodline Viscount, Carlos. Xuan, with a single move, transformed thunder into a ferocious beast, exterminating dozens, if not hundreds, of ferocious creatures. How profoundly similar was this? Could it be? Xuan was truly that seventh-tier controller from last night. No. Impossible. Suddenly, Mu Bingming shook her head repeatedly, casting aside that terrifying notion. How old was Xuan? An 18-year-old youth could not possibly attain the level of a seventh-tier controller. Such talent had never been seen in the entirety of Xia country. A prodigy like this could not possibly exist. It must be mere coincidence. Just coincidence. Yet, no matter how much Mu Bingming denied it, that terrifying speculation lingered in her mind, refusing to fade. Golden thunder. Ling Mado referred to this as golden thunder. Lu Feng's gaze was fixated on the scorched earth, his voice brimming with excitement. Such destructive power. Golden thunder? How could that be? This was undoubtedly the celestial divine thunder of the thunder system, an 18-year-old fifth tier, coupled with the celestial divine thunder of the advanced ability. Such a genius truly exists. Lu Feng, now over 40, had been with the 749 Bureau for 20 years and had even visited other base cities. Yet, despite that, he had never heard of an 18-year-old fifth-tier powerhouse. Celestial Divine Thunder, an 18-year-old fifth-tier powerhouse. The members of the 749 Bureau in the control center murmured in disbelief. Those who stood in the command center were at least fourth tier, all regarded as minor geniuses with their own pride. However, at this moment, gazing at a figure not only younger than them, but whose strength surpassed theirs, they could not help but marvel. Indeed, there were extraordinary geniuses in the world. The demeanor of such unparalleled talent was truly awe-inspiring. Standing on the street, Xuan felt the thunder gradually dissipate around him, his heart brimming with excitement as he surveyed the dozens of slain ferocious beasts. He promptly took out his phone to check how much the replenishment time had been reduced. 10 days. Upon seeing the time displayed, Xuan was taken aback, a smile spreading across his face. Exactly. This was the proper use of instantaneously annihilating goods. Following this trend, he would be able to annihilate goods once again in just a few days. He just wondered what the next batch of goods would be. While lost in thought, a gust of wind suddenly swept by, carrying warmth that made his face flush. Ling Modong, clad in a tight-fitting black and red outfit, descended from the sky, leaving a trail of dazzling embers in her wake. She landed gracefully, her long blade ablaze, thrusting it into the ground. A scorching wave of heat radiated outward from her center. Slowly rising, the flames on her blade surged, extending into a 10-meter-long fiery sword that scorched the earth beneath. With flames rising around her, her hair billowed elegantly as she looked up, her beautiful eyes filled with a cold, killing intent, her icy voice echoing in everyone's ears. Junior, I've got your back. You ferocious beasts. You shall perish. Chapter 19. Ling Modong. Did I just pick up a peerless prodigy? However, when Ling Modong raised her eyes, all she saw was 100 meters of scorched earth and dozens of charred, ferocious beast corpses. Instantly, the terrifying aura she had gathered faltered, her beautiful eyes widening in bewilderment. What was happening? Was it? How had the beast horde been annihilated? And what was this 100 meters of scorched earth? Which fifth tier awakened had arrived beforehand to obliterate the beasts? But she should be the only fifth tier awakened dispatched. In this practical assessment, it was only her and Lu Feng who were present as fifth tier awakened. Lu Feng was a martial artist and could not possibly cause such a commotion. Moreover, when she left, Lu Feng was still in the command center. She had rushed at full speed, and he could not have arrived faster than her. Who did this? Turning her head in confusion, she looked at Lu Ruolin and Xuan, struggling to comprehend the situation. Lu Ruolin, slightly coming to her senses, pointed at Xuan. What? It was you, Junior. Seeing Lu Ruolin's gesture, Ling Modong's body trembled, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared intently at Xuan. Initially, she had thought Xuan was in the early third tier, yet, during the strength assessment, Xuan had easily achieved a perfect score, being evaluated at mid-fourth tier strength, which was already astonishing. But that was not the end of it. Xuan had actually single-handedly annihilated 100 ferocious beasts. Such strength could not possibly be that of a mid-fourth tier. Junior, are you a fifth tier awakened? Ling Modong's tone was filled with disbelief, as if gazing at a mythical creature. An 18-year-old fourth tier awakened was already terrifying enough. Yet, her junior's true strength was fifth tier? What an incredible prodigy! Even at Baidu University, he would outshine his peers. Such a prodigy was something she had never encountered, even though she found it hard to believe. The immense battle traces before her clearly required at least fifth tier strength to accomplish. Meeting Ling Modong's gaze, Xuan nodded sheepishly. The move he had just executed. The Thunder Beast had hardly utilized any of his strength. Therefore, his true power should at least match that of a 7th tier elemental controller, if not more. What a prodigy! After a long pause, Ling Modong finally spoke. And here I thought I was protecting someone, only to find that your strength is already nearly on par with mine. What incredible luck have I stumbled upon? I've recruited such a talented individual. Lu Ruolin nodded in agreement. Just moments ago, she had witnessed the Thunder Beast that seemed capable of annihilating everything. The overwhelming might it possessed was likely beyond that of an ordinary fifth tier. If this isn't a prodigy, what is? With your strength, this practical assessment is utterly meaningless. Let us return with your senior. Slowly stepping forward, Ling Modong brushed aside her disheveled hair from rushing. The passing standard for the practical assessment was 10 second-tier ferocious beasts or 1 third-tier ferocious beast. Xuan had already lost count of how many second or third-tier beasts he had dispatched. Naturally, he had exceeded the requirements. Continuing in County 23 held no further significance. No, Senior. Upon hearing this, Xuan's heart raced. If he could not continue hunting ferocious beasts, how would he reduce the replenishment time? Shaking his head, Xuan took a step back, speaking with righteous fervor. These ferocious beasts occasionally gather into a tide, launching assaults on the base city. Therefore, I wish to eliminate more of them, thereby diminishing the number of beasts that will converge during the tide. Additionally, I feel my combat experience is still lacking and could benefit from further refinement. Hence, Senior Sister, I shall wait until the time concludes before venturing out. Upon hearing Xuan's words, Ling Emotong felt a sense of relief. Not only was his talent extraordinary, but he also demonstrated commendable practical skills and remarkable awareness. Truly, he was the individual she had chosen. However, Lu Wolin cast a strange glance at Xuan, her lips twitching involuntarily. Refining combat experience? He could dispatch a beast in a single blow, and the strongest beast in County 23 was merely a fourth-tier creature. What could he possibly refine? What pose is most impressive when executing a swift kill? Since you possess such determination, I shall wait for you outside, Senior Sister. Nodding in satisfaction, Ling Emotong turned her gaze towards Lu Wolin and said, By the way, Teacher Lu, since you encountered a beast horde that led to your withdrawal from the assessment, you have not lost your combat capability. Therefore, you may choose to continue the assessment or withdraw. Upon hearing this, Lu Wolin's eyes lit up with joy, a glimmer sparkling within them, and she hesitated not at all. Of course, she would continue the assessment, had it not been for the unavoidable factor of the beast horde. How could a peak third-tier awakened being like herself ever consider giving up? A peak third-tier, unable to pass even a practical assessment. How could she adequately guide the students of Jiangnan No. 1 High School in the future? Ling Emotong was not surprised by Lu Wolin's choice. She nodded and flashed a sweet smile at the two, showcasing her breathtaking beauty, saying, Well then, junior brother. Teacher Lu, do your best. With that, Ling Emotong turned and leapt into the distance, her hair flowing behind her, swiftly disappearing from sight. After Ling Emotong departed, Xuan exchanged pleasantries with Lu Wolin and continued hunting ferocious beasts in County 23. In the long-abandoned campus, a mid-third-tier martial artist, wielding a combat knife, stealthily approached a low-tier third-tier beast that was gnawing on a carcass. As he drew nearer, he slowly raised his knife, a glimmer of blade light emerging. Ninefold Thunderblade. First layer, he exclaimed softly, as his long knife shimmered with lightning, its speed and power surging as he prepared to strike at the beast. However, a streak of lightning flashed violently. A long knife of condensed thunder cleaved through the air, trailing a series of electric arcs, and pierced the body of the low-tier third-tier beast directly. With a tremendous force, the beast was utterly defenseless, collapsing instantly and kicking up a cloud of dust. The martial artist, holding the long knife that glimmered with sparks, stood in a daze. Where did the beast go? How could such a large creature fall so easily? Was someone really stealing kills during the practical assessment? Lifting his gaze in the direction where the thunder knife had descended, he saw Xuan, clad in casual attire, flashing him a friendly smile. That prodigy who reached mid-fourth tier in his third year of high school, the same one recommended by the genius Ling Emotong of Baida University? Recognizing the formidable presence before him, the mid-third-tier martial artist felt an instant wave of intimidation wash over him. He turned and left, seeking other beasts. Xuan was not the only one to cause such a reaction. In this practical assessment, aside from Xuan, there were a total of 11 participants. At least 5 or 6 of them had experienced the abrupt demise of beasts at Xuan's hands. They were compelled to urgently search for other ferocious creatures. The practical assessment is concluded. All participants, please proceed to the camp for score verification. Finally, Xuan heard the voice of Lu Feng emanating from his wristwatch. He ceased his pursuit of the beasts, glancing at the remaining 5 days of replenishment time, a smirk gracing his lips. He turned and headed towards the camp outside County 23. Outside the camp, a group of more than 10 individuals returned in succession. By the time Xuan arrived, everyone was already present. In a plaza, Lu Feng ascended the platform, standing before the crowd as his resonant voice rang out. The practical assessment has concluded. Now, all participants, please present the left ears of the ferocious beast you have slain for score registration. As Lu Feng's words fell, the group turned their gazes towards him. Indeed, They saw a member of the 749 Bureau seated at a table, equipped with a computer and writing materials. Zhang 3 second-tier beasts killed, 1 third-tier beast killed, qualified. Li Si, Lu Wolin, 2 third-tier flame lions killed, 8 second-tier beasts killed, excellent. Soon, the scores of 11 individuals were recorded, leaving only Yi Xian. Just as he was about to step forward with the left ears of 3 third-tier beasts he had casually slain, Lu Feng suddenly called out, "Yi Xian, come over here." The other participants cast envious glances at Yi Xian upon hearing this. Many of them had witnessed his prowess firsthand. While they needed to engage cautiously with the low-tier third-tier beasts, he dispatched them with ease, in mere moments. Such strength warranted Lu Feng's summons. Surely not due to inadequate assessment results, but rather due to his exceptional performance. There was no need to verify his assessment results. Following Lu Feng, Yi Xian entered an office. Inside, apart from Lu Feng and Yi Xian, there was also Ling Mo Tong. "Please, have a seat." Upon entering the office, Lu Feng plopped down in a chair and gestured for Yi Xian to sit. Yi Xian complied. Lu Feng slowly began, "Yi Xian, your talent is unparalleled in my experience. Therefore, should you join the 749 Bureau, we can directly provide you with 100 million in funding to acquire the weapons and techniques you need. Additionally, your access to the internal network of the 749 Bureau will be upgraded. 100 million in startup capital? That is no small sum." Yi Xian's eyes flickered. However, he remained relatively unmoved internally. After all, he currently possessed the strength of at least a 7th-tier controller, rendering monetary concerns trivial. The prospect of accessing the 749 Bureau's internal network, however, stirred his interest. It was not merely about utilizing the privileges to buy discounted weapons and techniques. He had no need for such items, given his ability to dispatch beasts effortlessly. Rather, it was about information. Until recently, he had been an ordinary high school senior, utterly ignorant of the world of awakened beings and martial artists. If he could leverage the internal network of the 749 Bureau, he would gain a more comprehensive understanding of the truths of this world. "I am willing to join the 749 Bureau." Without hesitation, Yi Xian nodded. His intent had always been to join the 749 Bureau, and with additional benefits presented, how could he refuse? Lu Feng nodded in satisfaction and continued, "Given your strength, it would be inappropriate for you to join a task force. Moreover, in less than 2 months, you will be leaving Jiang'an City for those top-tier universities. You will serve as a combat department specialist, much like Mo Tong. Shortly, you will receive your combat gear and equipment. Typically, new recruits to the 749 Bureau would join an action team under the guidance of a captain. However, due to Yi Xian's extraordinary strength and potential, he was exempt from such foundational rules. What captain could possibly keep such a prodigy in check? Even Lu Feng, as the commander, had no confidence in doing so. After a pause, Lu Feng operated the computer before him and projected a screen displaying an array of dazzling equipment, techniques, and treasures. "These are the items available for your purchase under your privileges. Take a look and see what you require. With your upgraded access, you can acquire them at half price, significantly lower than external prices." Observing this, Ling Mo Tong's eyes sparkled with excitement as she spoke. "Junior brother, you are an awakener of the Thunder faction, and you may first purchase a secret technique from this realm. The 9 Thunder Flashes, crafted by an 8th-tier master, is quite remarkable, consisting of 3 layers, with the first layer priced at merely 100 million. However, in response to Ling Mo Tong's suggestion, Yi Xian waved his hand and remarked, "Sister, I have long had my own plans. An 8th-tier master?" Although Yi Xian had yet to fully define his own strength, he was at least at the pinnacle of the 7th tier. The Thunder Fruit inherently possessed several formidable techniques. Why bother learning a secret technique from an 8th-tier master? As for equipment, he had already achieved elementalization. There was no need for additional gear. Upon hearing this, Ling Mo Tong and Lu Feng could not help but cast admiring glances at Yi Xian. Truly, he was a prodigy who had reached 5th-tier strength at the age of 18, having meticulously charted his developmental path. Yet, in the next moment, Yi Xian's voice rang out. "Well then, Captain Lu, please arrange a villa in Jiangnan Bay for me." At this statement, both Lu Feng and Ling Mo Tong widened their eyes in astonishment, staring intently at Yi Xian. A villa in Jiangnan Bay? Even with Yi Xian's discount, it would still require 60 million to acquire. According to their understanding, Yi Xian had previously had no contact with the world of awakeners, relying solely on his own efforts to grow stronger. Now that he had the funds, should he not invest in enhancing his abilities instead? What sense did it make to spend the majority of his startup capital on a villa? Junior, if you have nowhere to live, you can stay with me for a while, Ling Imotong earnestly counseled Xuan. After all, this was his startup capital. The secret technique was of utmost importance, for strength was fundamental. Ling Imotong felt a pang of sympathy when recalling the living conditions Xuan had previously endured. Xuan chuckled lightly in response. No worries, sister. There's no rush for the secret technique. When I go to Baidu, I'll just buy the best one. After all, you are here to look after me in Jiangnan City, right? So, this villa will do, and I'll leave the remaining 40 million untouched. Ling Imotong fell into a momentary silence, regarding Xuan with skeptical eyes. Sister, you do want to look after me, don't you? Xuan quickly interjected upon noticing her gaze. How could that be? Ling Imotong exclaimed with a graceful toss of her hair, her delicate hand resting on Xuan's shoulder as she smiled brightly. You are my junior. Even in Baidu, I will take care of you. Xuan readily agreed. Indeed. With you looking after me, I have no need to learn any techniques below the top tier at this stage. It is far better to purchase a villa. After suffering for 18 years, shouldn't I enjoy life a bit? For a moment, both Lu Feng and Ling Imotong found themselves at a loss for words in their attempts to persuade him. Was this the arrogance of a gifted individual? To dismiss the secret techniques created by an 8th-tier awakener? Yet, considering Xuan's terrifying talent, they were reassured that it was only a matter of time before he broke through to 8th tier. His ability to reach 5th tier at the age of 18 without any access to cultivation resources was undeniably impressive. Thus, Lu Feng refrained from further counsel and proceeded to place the order for Xuan. Chapter 21 Xuan, arriving at the battlefield in 30 seconds. Well then, sister. See you tomorrow. At the entrance of a hot pot restaurant in Jiangnan City, Xuan waved his phone in farewell to Ling Imotong. Having purchased the villa and joined the 749 Bureau, Xuan officially became a level specialist within the organization. He now enjoyed considerable freedom, able to select tasks at will without being dispatched for minor matters. After completing the onboarding procedures, obtaining his identity credentials, and having his information recorded, Xuan celebrated with Ling Imotong at a hot pot meal. Lovingly United 749? He chuckled, glancing at the group chat he had just joined. This was a private chat created by members of the 749 Bureau, where they could casually converse and assist one another. Scrolling up, he discovered some requests for help. He had not anticipated that the once enigmatic 749 Bureau would have such a chat for members to connect. Shaking his head with a smile, he felt the refreshing breeze as he made his way home. Since he had completed the practical assessment and returned to the city to enter his information, it was already evening. Although the villa had been swiftly transferred to his name through privileges, he still needed to handle the moving process himself. Thus, he intended to spend the night at his own residence. Just then, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Upon unlocking it, he saw a message from the lovingly united 749 group. Captain Lu Huayun of the 4th tier Fire Cloud Squad, on Xiangzhang Road, behind Baiyan Mall. We have encountered a peak 4th tier monster, the Wolf Face King, along with a group of 2nd and 3rd tier wolf face people. The strength of the task target exceeds the description, and casualties have already occurred. Our squad is struggling to hold on. We request support from nearby colleagues of 4th tier or above. Lu Huiyun's message quickly ignited the previously quiet group chat. Captain of the Warhammer Squad, Xiangzhang Road, Baiyan Mall? That's a bit far for me. It will take at least 20 minutes to get there. Captain of the Warwolf Squad. I'm closer, only 10 minutes away. But I'm currently dealing with a mid-4th tier Spectre and can't make it. Xiangzhang Road, Baiyan Mall? Xuan read the message and looked up, glancing at the neon-lit sign above. Baiyan Mall. This is right next to me? Indeed, joining the 749 Bureau was a wise choice. Otherwise, I might have overlooked these monsters while passing by. After a moment's thought, Xuan quickly sent a message in the chat. Level Specialist Xuan. Hold on, I will arrive at the battlefield in 30 seconds. With that, Xuan, who had been walking leisurely, suddenly moved with the speed of the wind, leaping up and disregarding the gazes of passers-by as he landed atop the 5th floor of Baiyan Mall. The onlookers showed little reaction, after all. Martial artists and awakeners were not secret professions. They merely regarded him as a martial artist or awakener acting strangely, their eyes filled with envy. In this era, even though martial artists and awakeners were not hidden, those who could become one required talent. After all, ordinary people still made up the vast majority. Standing atop the mall, Xuan gazed toward the back street, and with his keen eyesight, he could see faint flickers of fire rising from the bustling alley. Over there, Without a moment's hesitation, Yuan transformed into a streak of light and shot forth. In the back alley, fire cloud slash. A man with flamboyant red hair, wielding a long knife surrounded by flames, struck down upon two third-tier wolf-faced people with his fiery blade. With a clash, the two third-tier wolf-faced people extended their claws to meet the flaming long knife, but were forcefully repelled. However, there were still at least 20 to 30 wolf-faced people present. With those two intercepted, the remaining wolf-faced people charged in 4 directions. Ninefold Thunderblade. First layer. Devastation. First layer. 5 members of the Fire Cloud Squad, clad in black combat gear, gripped their weapons and unleashed their techniques to intercept the relentless onslaught of the wolf-faced people. Each member of the Fire Cloud Squad was at least at mid-third-tier strength, and even the vice-captain, aside from the captain, boasted peak third-tier prowess. Facing the onslaught of the wolf-faced people, they could barely hold their ground. Yet, their most formidable challenge was not these ordinary wolf-faced people, but the wolf-faced king, towering over 4 meters tall, its fur standing on end like steel needles. With a thunderous roar, the colossal wolf-faced king, towering over 4 meters, glimmered with crimson eyes as it thundered towards a third-tier team member, its massive paws pounding the ground. In midair, the wolf-faced king's claws rose, releasing tendrils of pitch-black energy that coalesced into a 10-meter claw mark, slicing through the air and enveloped in an aura of impending death. Xiaoluo, Lu Huoyan, filled with urgency, dashed forward, his feet flashing as he reached the team member's side. Gripping a long blade, flames erupted around him. Flame Judgment. The searing inferno surged, extending from the blade to form a 5-meter fiery blade shadow that descended violently, colliding fiercely with the claw mark. A deafening roar echoed through the surroundings as flames and dark energy clashed. The terrifying shockwave forcefully propelled Lu Huiyun and Xiaoluo backward, sending them tumbling 10 meters away. Captain. The remaining team members, attempting to fend off the wolf-faced creatures, gasped in shock. Damn it! Is this the pinnacle of the 4th tier, the wolf-faced king? Lu Huiyun, rising slowly with the long blade in one hand, felt a fleeting bitterness in his eyes. The chasm between the peak of the 4th tier and the mid-4th tier was insurmountable. He could hardly withstand the wolf-faced king's might for long. Flames flickered as Lu Huiyun turned to Xiaoluo and inquired, "How long until the fastest reinforcements arrive?" Xiaoluo scrambled to his feet and pulled out his phone, his face lighting up with joy. "Captain, the fastest reinforcements will arrive in just 30 seconds. Upon hearing this, Lu Huiyun and the 3 other team members breathed a sigh of relief. 30 seconds. Even with the vast difference between the mid-4th tier and the peak, Lu Huiyun felt confident he could hold out. By the way, which squad is coming to assist? Suddenly realizing something, he pressed on with his inquiry. After all, facing a peak 4th tier wolf-faced king, the squad leader would likely possess similar strength. They might be able to hold it off for a while, but defeating or stalling it would be challenging. Xiaoluo glanced at the information and quickly responded, "It's not from any squad. It's a class combat specialist. Yuan." Chapter 22. Class Combat Specialist. Yuan. 3 seconds to end the battle. A class combat specialist? Yuan? Lu Huiyun was momentarily taken aback. Was there such a Yuan among the class combat specialists? How could he be unaware? Each class combat specialist was a formidable being of the 5th tier, the elite force of the 749 Bureau. As the leader of the Huoyan team, he should know of these specialists. Yet, the name Yuan felt utterly unfamiliar. He had heard that Yuan joined the 749 Bureau today, a senior in high school. Xiaoluo, possessing some information, quickly elaborated. His strength test seems to be mid-4th tier. Could it be that his exceptional talent earned him a special promotion to class combat specialist? A mid-4th tier in high school? Lu Huiyun and the other team members trembled at the implication. At that age, such strength was indeed terrifying. It was not unreasonable for him to be promoted to class specialist. However, they were facing a peak 4th tier wolf-faced king. How much power could a mid-4th tier high school student truly unleash? Lu Huiyun's expression shifted as he swiftly dispatched 2 second-tier wolf-faced creatures, turning to Xiaoluo. "Xiaoluo, continue calling for reinforcements. A mid-4th tier cannot possibly defeat this wolf-faced king." As he spoke, the towering wolf-faced king charged forward, its massive form exuding an overwhelming pressure. Enveloped in ominous dark energy, its claws shimmered, weaving tendrils of darkness that coalesced into ominous claw marks, relentlessly advancing. Fire slash. Lu Huiyun, facing the converging claw marks, dared not show any hint of carelessness. Flames erupted from his long blade, intertwining in a blazing red hue, merging sharpness with searing heat. He unleashed a fiery cut, Boom. The claw marks collided with the fire/midair. Flames and dark energy intertwined, sending shockwaves that reverberated through the alley. Beneath the clash, the ground cracked, rapidly spreading like a spider's web. After a brief stalemate, the dark claw marks tore through the fire slash, descending directly toward Lu Huiyun. As his complexion changed drastically, he raised his long blade in defense. The moment they met, he felt an overwhelming force strike him, causing his hands to tremble, and he was sent flying backward, the blade slipping from his grasp several meters away. After delivering several dark claw strikes, the wolf-faced king landed heavily, kicking up a cloud of dust as it charged toward Lu Huiyun. Damn it! Struggling to rise, Lu Huiyun saw the wolf-faced king closing in, his face paling. Captain! The remaining 4 team members cried out, hastening to fend off the wolf-faced creatures and rush to his aid. However, as they pushed back the creatures, the massive wolf-faced king was already within 5 meters of Lu Huiyun. They could not make it in time. Just then, a sudden flash of lightning illuminated the dim alley. A cool voice echoed from a distance. 1,000,000 volts. Discharge. Accompanied by this icy proclamation, a golden bolt of lightning, as thick as an arm, shot forth, streaking across the sky and crashing down upon the wolf-faced king. Roar. Sensing the imminent threat from behind, the wolf-faced king abandoned its pursuit of Lu Huiyun and abruptly turned. Tendrils of dark energy swirled around it, forming a black barrier, while its claws crossed in front, solidifying the dark energy. Boom. In the next moment, the thick bolt of lightning struck down, producing a deafening roar that resonated through the heavens. In the backstreet, Su Shui and Xiao Xiao, arm in arm and dressed in vibrant attire, were leisurely shopping. Suddenly, the violent explosion startled them, causing their expressions to shift in unison. Could this commotion be due to awakened ones engaging in battle? Or was it the 749 Bureau hunting magical beasts? Xiao Xiao felt a twinge of anxiety. She was merely an ordinary person, not even a martial artist. Regardless of the situation, it was beyond her reach. If the battle escalated or shifted to the backstreet, she wouldn't have time to flee. Not just Xiao Xiao, many ordinary people and even first-tier martial artists in the backstreet shared similar thoughts. Without hesitation, they grabbed their friends and family and ran. The magnitude of the disturbance indicated that the awakened ones involved were undeniably formidable. Su Shui bit her lip, her beautiful eyes shimmering with longing. If only she could possess the strength of the awakened ones engaged in battle at this moment. What would Yuxian mean then? Yi Xian, one day, I will earn your respect. Clenching her teeth, she fixed her gaze on the source of the commotion, pulling Xiao Xiao as they swiftly retreated to a safe passage. In the alley, under the terrifying surge of lightning, the black barrier formed by the peak 4th-tier wolf-faced king shattered. The golden lightning coursed over him, singeing his fur to a charred black. The once ferocious and violent aura faltered momentarily, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. 27 seconds. Arrived 3 seconds ahead of schedule. At the end of the alley, Yi Xian, clad in casual attire, glanced at his watch with satisfaction. His words snapped Lu Huiyun and the others back to reality. As they beheld his youthful visage and the confidence in his voice, the 5 quickly deduced the identity of their unexpected ally. Are you the class combat specialist, Mr. Yi Xian? Upon hearing this, Yi Xian nodded. Is it true that Commissioner Yi Xian just joined today? In his senior year, yet your strength is at the mid-4th tier. With Yi Xian's acknowledgement, Lu Huiyun and his companions were left in utter shock, their pupils reflecting their astonishment. According to Xiao Luo, he was promoted to a special commissioner due to his extraordinary talent, but his true strength is only at the mid-4th tier. At such a young age, his combat capability may not even meet the mid-4th tier. Yet, he managed to defeat the peak 4th tier Wolf King with a single strike? This strength hardly seems like that of a mid-4th tier. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian felt a twinge of surprise. Mid-4th tier? Wasn't he that what he demonstrated in the strength test this morning? After the practical assessment, he had clearly been rated at the 5th tier. However, observing the expressions of the others, Yi Xian quickly realized they must not have been following internal information closely since they had been diligently executing tasks and searching for wolfmen since the afternoon. Thus, the delay in their understanding. With this thought, Yi Xian smiled and said, Mid-4th tier? That is merely the upper limit of the assessment, not my actual limit. Chapter 23. Annihilating the peak 4th tier Wolf King. You call this arduous? Mid-4th tier is merely the upper limit of the assessment. Lu Huiyun and the others stared blankly at the figure surrounded by flickering lightning, their hearts trembling. This meant that this 18-year-old high school student possesses strength beyond the mid-4th tier. With a single blow, he severely injured the Wolf King. What terrifying power is this? At the very least, he must be at the 5th tier. An 18-year-old at the 5th tier. It is simply too terrifying to contemplate. Are today's youth truly this formidable? Lu Huiyun murmured bitterly. Since becoming an awakened one, he had spent over 20 years to reach the current mid-4th tier. He cannot fathom the amount of effort expended. Yet Yi Xian, a high school senior who awakened at most 3 years ago, has already achieved the 5th tier. Such talent is indeed awe-inspiring. With a sorrowful roar, the Wolf King, dragging its scorched body, slowly rose. Its crimson pupils, now tinged with pain, began to show signs of retreat. Fixing its gaze on the seemingly insignificant figure before it, which exuded an overwhelming threat, it began to back away. After retreating a few steps, it quickly turned, its foreclaws pounding the ground, leaving behind a blur as it bolted away from Yi Xian. Though its intelligence was not high, it was not incapable of sensing danger. After all, the Wolf King was already a mid-tier magical beast. Roaring, the fleeing Wolf King let out a low growl. With this growl, more than 22nd and 3rd tier wolfmen seemed to receive a command. Their crimson eyes fixated on Yi Xian. In the next moment, over 20 wolfmen pounced from all directions, creating a chaotic swirl of dark energy that engulfed the already dim alleyway. Be careful. The Wolf King is escaping. Commissioner Yi Xian, please ensure to stop it. We will handle these wolfmen. Lu Huiyun's expression changed dramatically as he swiftly retrieved a long knife from several meters away, igniting it with flames. Standing before Yi Xian, he faced the multitude of charging wolfmen with unwavering resolve. The other 4 team members quickly responded, gathering in front of Yi Xian, determined to shield him from the oncoming assault. Although the Wolf King was gravely injured, its peak 4th tier strength was something no one present could withstand, except for Yi Xian. Just beside the White Cloud Plaza, if the peak 4th tier Wolf King were to break out of this alley, it could cause unimaginable casualties. No need. Yi Xian gently shook his head. A stream of golden lightning surged around him. His entire being was enveloped in electricity, intertwining in a dazzling display that radiated within a 5-meter radius. Beneath the flickering lightning, Yi Xian's visage resembled a deity of thunder emerging from a myth. Leave it all to me. As he spoke, Yi Xian clenched his fists tightly. Waves of lightning surged toward him, the air thick with an oppressive aura of destruction. 20 million volts. Discharge. The cold voice echoed, reminiscent of the scythe of death. With this utterance, terrifying bolts of lightning erupted from Yi Xian, like celestial maidens scattering flowers, flooding the surroundings. Thousands of thunderous roars resonated as the lightning crackled against the air, producing an ear-piercing sound. The brilliant lightning pierced through the darkness of the alley, illuminating it as brightly as day. The bolts of lightning, akin to ferocious thunder dragons, descended upon the surrounding wolfmen with unerring precision, carrying an irresistible aura of annihilation. Boom! Boom! The earth-shattering roars echoed. Each bolt of lightning cleaved through the night, striking the wolfmen. The overwhelming force of destruction left these creatures utterly defenseless. With every strike, a wolfman was reduced to charred remains. In a continuous wave of destruction, all 20-plus wolfmen lay lifeless, scattered in disarray throughout the alleyway. One particularly thick bolt of lightning traversed over 100 meters, striking the rapidly fleeing Wolf King. Under the onslaught of lightning, even its skeletal structure seemed to be electrified. Moments later, as the thunder ceased, darkness reclaimed the day. The peak 4th tier Wolf King, standing at 4 meters tall, collapsed helplessly, unable to emit even a whimper of despair. This destruction, this level of precision control, all annihilated? So swiftly. Is this the power of the 5th tier? Lu Huiyun and his companions, witnessing this spectacle, felt their scalps tingle, their minds swirling in confusion. Their throats felt dry, making it difficult to articulate their thoughts, even knowing that lightning abilities are inherently destructive. This level of devastation is beyond comprehension. To unleash dozens of bolts of lightning in an instant? This is unlike any other lightning ability. What is this unparalleled precision control? Over 20 bolts, each hitting its target with absolute accuracy, not a single one missing, and each capable of obliterating its target. Such mastery of power is something even Lu Huiyun, who had awakened for over 20 years, could not achieve. 18 years old. Not only is his strength superior, but his control is as well. Is this even possible? Where did this extraordinary prodigy emerge from? After annihilating all the wolfmen, the lightning surrounding Yi Xian gradually dissipated. Casting a glance at Lu Huiyun and the others, Yi Xian chuckled lightly, patting Lu Huiyun on the shoulder. All taken care of. The rest here is up to you. Fire Cloud Team. As he spoke, the protagonist turned and began to walk through the dim alleyway, his silhouette elongated under the flickering lights. After a day of testing and enduring such a grueling battle, it truly has been arduous. Upon hearing this, Lu Huiyun and his companions exchanged perplexed glances. Arduous? Surely. You must be misunderstanding the concept of hardship. Standing there, discharging electricity, and calling it a massacre is hardly a measure of effort. If this is what you consider arduous, then what about them? Is this what talent looks like? Gazing at the figure gradually fading from view, Xiao Luo smiled bitterly. At just over 20, he had reached the third tier and had always felt a sense of pride. Yet today, witnessing Yi Xian, he finally understood what true genius looks like. No. Lu Huiyun shook his head. Along with Xiao Luo, the other 14 members looked up in confusion. At the tender age of 18, having reached the 5th tier, and possessing such formidable control abilities, could this not be deemed extraordinary? When did the great Xia become so replete with talent? Lu Huiyun's voice echoed with a deep sigh. This is a prodigy. He is entirely beyond the realm of ordinary individuals. The 4 companions of Xiao Luo nodded solemnly in agreement. Indeed, Yi Xian has transcended the boundaries of genius. He is a veritable marvel. Hold strong, Team Huiyun. Just then, a sound approached from afar, followed by a sudden whirlwind that stirred up a cloud of dust. As the gale swept by, a figure clad in a green combat suit, with long hair styled into a wolf's tail, landed first atop a building in the alley, his back turned to the group. Soon after, several other figures descended in succession, their garments fluttering in the fierce wind. The man with the wolf's tail turned around, swirling winds encircling him as he levitated slightly off the ground, bellowing fiercely, "You mere wolf-faced men. Upon encountering our hurricane team, do you still dare to commit violence?" Chapter 24. The Greatest Talent of Great Xia. Yi Xian, however, as the leader of the hurricane team turned to prepare for action, all he beheld was a ground strewn with the charred remains of the wolf-faced men. He was momentarily taken aback. When his gaze fell upon the 4-meter-tall charred wolf-faced king, his pupils constricted slightly as he fixed his gaze on Lu Huiyun, bewildered. "Old Lu, did you do this? So many 2nd and 3rd-tier wolf-faced men, and even a peak 4th-tier wolf-faced king. You, the leader of the hurricane team." Familiar with Lu Huiyun from their past teamwork, was well aware of the capabilities of Lu and his team. A mid-4th-tier combatant. With the rest at 3rd tier, such strength would struggle to withstand these wolf-faced men, let alone eliminate them all. Lu Huiyun glanced at him, exasperated, and said, "You know our strength all too well, don't you?" It was Mr. Yi Xian, the combat specialist, who dealt with them. Combat specialist? The leader of the hurricane team muttered, the name sounding somewhat unfamiliar. Was there such a person among the combat specialists? Xiao Luo quickly interjected, "Mr. Yi Xian joined the 749 Bureau today, immediately becoming a combat specialist with his 5th-tier prowess." As she spoke, admiration and envy filled her eyes. And Mr. Yi Xian is only 18 years old. What? The members of the hurricane team were astonished upon hearing this. Joined today, and already a combat specialist? At 18? Possessing 5th-tier strength? What kind of prodigy is this? Are there truly such talents in Jiangnan City? Old Lu, you can't be joking, right? Today is not April Fool's Day. The leader of the hurricane team leaped down, landing in front of Lu Huiyun, reaching out to touch Lu's forehead. Lu Huiyun swatted his hand away irritably, pulling out his phone from his pocket and waving it. "Here, the group chat is discussing Mr. Yi Xian. See for yourself." Upon hearing this, the leader of the hurricane team quickly grabbed his phone, adeptly opening the 749 Bureau group chat to peruse the message history. "Warhammer, a warm welcome to Specialist Yi Xian for joining our 749 Bureau. Welcome. Qingying. Wow. I heard from a sister who was on site today that Specialist Yi Xian is only 18 and has already attained 5th-tier strength. Not to mention being an awakened of the thunder element, the heavenly thunder. And he is quite handsome. Is this true? At such a young age, such strength? Could Specialist Yi Xian be the greatest talent in Jiangnan City? Luo Yuan. Haha, the greatest talent in Jiangnan City? I would gladly call Specialist Yi Xian the greatest talent of Great Xia. Luo Fei, exactly, you have not witnessed Specialist Yi Xian's power. He annihilated a horde of over 100 ferocious beasts with a single strike. Below, there was an image of a scorched earth spanning 100 meters in the 23rd county, filled with the charred bodies of fierce beasts, some even reaching the 3rd tier. The group erupted in further praise. Specialist Yi Xian, this child is terrifying. The leader of the hurricane team, having scanned through the group messages, could not help but draw a sharp breath. Subsequently, as Lu Huiyun expressed gratitude for Yi Xian's assistance in the group, revealing that Yi Xian had just effortlessly dispatched a peak 4th-tier wolf-faced king along with over 20 wolf-faced men. The atmosphere in the chat reached a fever pitch. One could say, Yi Xian had joined the 749 Bureau for merely a day, and most members had already become acquainted with his feats and talents. Upon returning home, Ling Mo Tong changed into a pair of pink slippers, flopping onto the sofa, lazily pulling out her phone. Upon seeing the chat records, a radiant smile graced her beautiful face. Her junior truly is a marvel, just a short time apart, and he has already slain another peak 4th-tier wolf-faced king. Thus, he must not be seeking pleasure, hence acquiring a villa, right? He must certainly not be interested in those 8th-tier secret arts. In the Jiang and Bei villa assigned by the 749 Bureau, Mu Bingning, freshly out of the shower, lay in bed but found herself unable to sleep. Her beautiful eyes fixated on the group chat, flames of jealousy burning in her gaze. Why does that woman Ling Mo Tong have such good fortune? Always one step ahead of me, and she can discover such prodigies. No matter what, I must surpass her in at least one aspect. With this thought, Mu Bingning, having just showered, sprang from her bed, changed her clothes, and began searching for suitable tasks within the internal network. Strength, talent, and recommendations, none could surpass Ling Mo Tong. Therefore, she would throw herself into completing tasks, slaying monsters. At the very least, by the time she left Jiangnan City, her points from monster kills and task completions must exceed Ling Mo Tong's. On the other side, having pushed open the familiar door, Yi Xian quickly washed up before turning on his computer. He logged into the internal network of the 749 Bureau, beginning a comprehensive exploration of the world of awakeners and warriors. Each awakener, upon reaching the 7th tier, would awaken their abilities once more, gaining a formidable boost. The elemental abilities are the most prominent, allowing one to transform their body into an ability, rendering them immune to damage from below the 7th tier, thus dubbed the controllers. Ah, is this the reason they deemed me a 7th tier controller that day? As he perused the information on the screen, Yi Xian finally grasped the classification of controllers above the 7th tier. After browsing through information he had never encountered before, Yi Xian climbed into bed and fell into a deep slumber. The following day, bathed in sunlight, Yi Xian freshened up and placed an order for a moving service via his phone, subsequently beginning to pack his belongings. However, as a male, he found his possessions rather few. In contrast, Su Shui, despite them not cohabiting, frequently stayed over at his place, leaving behind quite a bit of her belongings. Naturally, he would not take these with him and opted to dispose of them instead. Ding dong. Once Yi Xian finished packing, his phone, resting on the sofa, chimed with an incoming call. He picked it up and answered. Hello, is this Mr. Yi? I am calling regarding your order. Soon, Yi Xian began loading his belongings into the vehicle with the moving driver. In the Jiangnan Bei Villa area, with only 2 password suitcases, Yi Xian got out at the entrance, dragging the 2 luggage cases as he made his way inside. At that moment, a voice reached his ears. Shui, is that not Yi Xian? Is he moving into Jiangnan Bei? Following the sound, Yi Xian spotted Xiao Xiao, linking arms with Su Shui, both wearing expressions of shock as they gazed at him. Yi Xian, Su Shui bit her red lip, her skirt swaying gently, a fleeting look of pride flashing in her beautiful eyes. With your talent, joining the 749 Bureau must surely afford you some startup capital, right? Though we have parted ways, I do not wish for you to squander it on my account. Once, during their time together, Su Shui lamented that Yi Xian's living space was too small. At that time, Yi Xian promised that if he ever became prosperous, he would certainly purchase a grand villa in Jiangnan Bei. Now, observing Yi Xian's actions, it appears he has squandered the startup funds from joining the 749 Bureau for the sake of their past promise. Does this imply that Yi Xian has not forgotten her? Was his earlier indifference in the classroom merely a deliberate display? If that were the case, could it mean that if she simply reached out, they might rekindle their relationship? With the assistance of Yi Xian, a 3rd-tier awakener, would her strength not rapidly improve, enabling her to achieve better results in the college entrance examination? Chapter 25. The Blood Clan hidden in the massage parlor. However, when Yi Xian noticed Su Shui and Xiao Xiao, he merely cast a glance at them, dismissing them with indifference. He then turned away without a second thought, heading towards Jiangnan Bei. For her? How audacious of him to think so. They had already broken up. He was not the type to be a lovesick fool. Seeing the protagonist turn away without glancing back, Su Shui's previous pride instantly transformed into shock. What was happening? She had shown concern, yet Yi Xian seemed disinterested in approaching her for reconciliation. Why not even a single glance? Could it be that he could so easily cast aside their 3 years of relationship? Previously, he had indulged her every whim. Why such a drastic change in only 2 days? In a moment of despair, Su Shui found herself at Jiangnan No. 1 High School, entering the newly assigned awakening class. Soon, the class bell rang. The sound of high heels clicking against the floor echoed from the doorway. Lu Ruolin, dressed in a sleek black blazer and clad in black stockings, gracefully entered the classroom. Her long azure hair cascaded down her back, and her gaze swept across the students, finally resting on Su Shui. This must be Yi Xian's mesmerizing girlfriend? Perhaps she should take note of her. After yesterday's practical assessment, she had researched Yi Xian's basic details and learned of their relationship, though she was unaware of their breakup. With a gentle tone, Lu Ruolin brushed a strand of hair from her forehead and addressed Su Shui. You must be Su Shui, right? Your ability is quite impressive. Keep up the good work. If you ever need anything, feel free to seek assistance from your teacher. Lu Ruolin's words roused Su Shui from her stupor, a flicker of surprise igniting in her beautiful eyes. She had only just transferred classes, yet the class instructor was already showing her such attention, even complimenting her talent on the first day. Could it be that her abilities were indeed remarkable? Instantly, her previously gloomy mood brightened. Wasn't she the most beautiful school flower? Wasn't her ability also at the top tier? She was equally a school beauty, and her powers were on par with that seductive vixen, Ling Mo Tong. With this thought, a spark of determination ignited within Su Shui's eyes as she stood up and proclaimed, "Yes, Teacher Lu, I will certainly work hard." Meanwhile, after tidying up his room, Yi Xian accessed the internal network of the 749 Bureau to begin selecting tasks. In no time, he chose a mission to hunt a third-tier magical creature and stepped outside. Thus began the rampage of the task enthusiast. With the sun shining brightly, Yi Xian grinned widely. On this day, numerous members of the 749 Bureau suddenly found the day's tasks unusually effortless. Often, just upon reaching the mission target, a bolt of lightning would strike, swiftly eliminating the target. There were even instances where tasks could not be claimed. In the headquarters office of the 749 Bureau, Lu Feng sat in his chair, observing the information on his computer with a smile curving his lips. File sequence 10086, mission target, third-tier vengeful spirit, claimant, Yi Xian, completed. File sequence 9527, mission target. In just a single afternoon, starting from noon, Yi Xian had completed 5 tasks. This speed and efficiency were nothing short of miraculous. With such extraordinary talent and diligence, Mo Tong had truly struck gold this time. Resting his chin on his hands, Lu Feng contemplated whether to reward such a hard-working specialist. As the last rays of sunlight faded, the city was enveloped in artificial light. After hastily dining at a fast food restaurant, Yi Xian pulled out his phone to continue his sweeping mission. At that moment, a message from Ling Mo Tong popped up. Junior, are you still getting accustomed to the 749 Bureau? I've taken on a task. Would you like to join me to acclimate? I've got your back. Attached was a link to the task information. Upon reading this, Yi Xian's eyes brightened. Ling Mo Tong's strength was at the 5th tier, and the mission target would be at least 4th tier, far more valuable than the 2nd or 3rd tier creatures he had been facing. Without hesitation, Yi Xian agreed. All right, senior. Ling Mo Tong responded. I'm on my way to the Bitao Pavilion massage parlor and should arrive in about 10 minutes. Let's meet at the entrance. Upon seeing Ling Mo Tong's reply, Yi Xian stood up, paid for his meal, and exited the restaurant, hailing a ride. The driver, glancing at the navigation destination, smirked and turned to Yi Xian, saying, the youth of today really know how to see the world, huh? At your age. Heading to the Bitao Pavilion and stepping into the realm of skills, you're ahead of your peers. Yi Xian felt a bit embarrassed. He had heard his desk mate mention the Bitao Pavilion before. It seemed rather unorthodox. However, he had always been in a relationship and had no interest in such places. Noticing Yi Xian's silence, the driver continued, Are you shy, young man? Is this your first time? Then I ought to explain things to you in detail. 20 minutes later, under the driver's suggestive gaze, Yi Xian stepped out of the car. Upon exiting, he saw Ling Mo Tong, clad in a black and red outfit, with a long knife sheath on her back. Given that the target of this mission was unclear, they would need to search the expansive Bitao Pavilion for the Blood Clan, making it essential to enter without drawing attention. However, aside from Ling Mo Tong, Yi Xian also spotted Yi Tian, whom he had met once before, along with Mu Bingning, who was standing beside Ling Mo Tong, subtly competing with her. Were these two not at odds? Why were they working together on a mission? With a hint of confusion, Xian approached and patted Ling Mo Tong on the shoulder. Senior, I have arrived. Chapter 26. Is everyone so aggressive during house checks now? Ling Mo Tong turned, nodding in acknowledgement. Beside him, Mu Bingning watched Xian's arrival, her beautiful eyes filled with envy and jealousy. She scoffed. Oh, our class genius seems a bit lacking in confidence. A suspected fourth-tier vampire, and you still need to bring someone along? What's going on? Aren't we supposed to execute the mission together? Xian looked somewhat bewildered. The atmosphere felt off. Junior, let us go. With a glance of disdain at Mu Bingning, Ling Mo Tong pulled Xian along towards the Bai Tao Pavilion massage parlor. How infuriating. Feeling ignored, Mu Bingning clenched her teeth in frustration. Not again. This complete disregard and disdain for her efforts. She, Mu Bingning, was a genius in her own right, yet she was denied even the qualification to compete. Unwilling to back down, Mu Bingning followed closely, saying, Ling Mo Tong, dare you challenge me? Let us see who finds the vampire first and completes the mission. Slightly annoyed, Ling Mo Tong rubbed her forehead and led Xian through the door. Humph. Whether you acknowledge it or not, I will win at least once today. Observing Ling Mo Tong enter Bai Tao Pavilion, a spark of determination ignited within Mu Bingning. This task would not merely measure strength, but also discernment. After all, vampires were indistinguishable from ordinary people. Identifying them was indeed a challenge. Let us go, Yuan. We must strive to locate the hidden vampire before Ling Mo Tong does. With a determined glance back at Yuan, Mu Bingning hastened to keep pace. The staff at Bai Tao Pavilion paused momentarily upon seeing Ling Mo Tong and Mu Bingning. This was no ordinary massage parlor. Could these two stunningly beautiful young women have come to the wrong place? Good day, sir, a staff member approached, hesitating slightly. Ling Mo Tong interjected, please prepare a room for us. Basic service. Very well. After a brief exchange with the manager, the staff member nodded and led them to a room. Once inside, Ling Mo Tong settled into the massage chair, stating, for now, we want to require a technician. The staff member was momentarily taken aback. This was quite an unusual request. Couples seldom came to such a place without seeking a technician. Did they perhaps value the privacy here and seek something more thrilling? Suddenly, the staff member's eyes widened, fixated on Ling Mo Tong's exquisite face. Realizing that appearances could be deceiving, such an innocent and beautiful girl could be so daring. As a fifth-tier awakened being, Ling Mo Tong noticed the staff member's gaze. Her cheeks flushed slightly, though she offered no further explanation. After all, their purpose was to blend in at Bai Tao Pavilion and uncover the vampires. Once the staff member left, Ling Mo Tong stood, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Junior, I've observed that this establishment has 2 floors. I will explore the second floor. You stay on the first. If you encounter anything, remember to contact me immediately. Hearing this, Xian replied, Sister, there's no need for such formality. I believe I can locate the vampire. Ling Mo Tong was taken aback, her eyes wide with surprise. Hadn't they just entered Bai Tao Pavilion together? Without taking action, Xian had merely surveyed the surroundings, yet he was confident he could pinpoint the vampire's location. Was he jesting? Junior, the vampire's concealment techniques are quite advanced. Unless one is in close proximity, it is nearly impossible to discern their differences from ordinary people, Ling Mo Tong remarked, brushing her hair aside. Assuming Xian was unaware of the difficulties involved in identifying the vampires. Shaking his head, Xian fell silent, slowly closing his eyes. An unseen wave of energy radiated outward from him, enveloping the entire establishment. Although vampires bore no outward signs that differentiated them from humans, he was not employing ordinary energy. Instead, it was infused with the power of observation haki. Just like the original owner of this ability, identifying the vampires would be remarkably straightforward. Moments later, Xian opened his eyes, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Sister, I believe I have determined the vampire's location. Ling Mo Tong was even more perplexed. She had just witnessed Xian do nothing but close his eyes, and now he claimed to have found them, despite the countless surprises he had provided since their acquaintance. She found it hard to believe once again. Without further explanation, Xian pushed open the door, and Ling Mo Tong gritted her teeth. Choosing to trust him and followed closely, the two walked approximately 20 meters, arriving at the entrance of a private room. Nearby, Mu Bingning and Yuan, who had just emerged from a different room in search of the vampire's traces, noticed the figures of Xian and Ling Mo Tong. They're heading straight for that room, without even glancing at the others? Could it be they already found the vampire? Mu Bingning's eyes flickered. her pupils narrowing slightly, but she quickly dismissed the thought. Surely, it was just a coincidence that they had acquaintances here. How could they have possibly located the vampire within just a few minutes of entering? Meanwhile, at the door of the room, Xuan knocked without a second thought. Inside, a middle-aged man in his 40s reclined on the bed, alongside a stunning woman adorned with heavy makeup, nestled beside him. The woman gently rested her head on his neck, a fleeting crimson glimmer flashing in her eyes. As she parted her lips, her chilling fangs were revealed. Suddenly, a loud knock echoed, startling the middle-aged man back to reality. "Who is it?" He shouted angrily, his irritation palpable as anyone would be upset when interrupted in such a moment. "Room check." Xuan's nonchalant voice came from outside. Inside, the man's initial anger turned to icy dread. A room check? If they were caught, it would surely spell disaster. With that thought, the middle-aged man quickly threw on his clothes, turning to the woman, questioning, "Isn't this place supposed to prioritize safety? Why is there a room check?" The woman, confused by the inquiry, wondered if she had misremembered. Wasn't Bai Tao Pavilion supposed to be well managed? Just then, a loud crash resounded as Xuan forcefully kicked open the locked door. The middle-aged man, in the midst of dressing, stood frozen, astonished at the sheer audacity of the room check. Chapter 27. The heart net enveloped in observation hockey. As the door swung open, Ling Imotong caught sight of the scene within the room. A middle-aged man and the apparent technician, both seemingly normal. "Sir, what is the meaning of this?" The woman stood, her eyes scrutinizing Xuan, her confusion laid bare. At that moment, Mu Bingning and Yi Tian were drawn to the commotion, approaching the room's entrance. They exchanged glances at the two individuals inside, their tone laced with mockery. "Hey, Ling Imotong, what if you startled the prey? We're here to find you." A smirk danced on Xuan's lips as he stepped into the private room, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Under the influence of the observation hockey, the woman before him found herself unable to escape. "Excuse me, I am still on the clock. If you're looking for me, I kindly ask you to wait a moment," she said, her pupils reflecting the handsome visage of Xuan as she shyly lowered her head, her delicate hands intertwining. Upon hearing this, Mu Bingning and Yi Tian were left utterly bewildered. Could it be that Xuan was not in pursuit of the blood clan, but rather had taken an interest in this woman? Was that the reason for his impatient entrance? However, the woman's appearance was merely mediocre and could not compare to Ling Imotong's unparalleled beauty. With such an extraordinary beauty like Ling Imotong nearby, why the urgency to seek out an average-looking woman? What was going on? "No, I want this now," Xuan declared with a grin, stepping closer to the woman, his hand gently raised. Even Ling Imotong, the junior, could no longer bear to watch. Yet, in the next instant, Ling Imotong and the others' expressions changed dramatically, their pupils contracting. A flash of lightning erupted, golden thunder swirling beneath Xuan's uplifted hand. In the next moment, the hand enveloped in blazing lightning struck fiercely at the woman's abdomen. A terrifying aura of destruction instantaneously engulfed her, the unmatched force sending her crashing against the wall. The man behind the wall, who had been enjoying himself, was nearly frightened out of his wits by the sudden commotion. He hurriedly grabbed his clothes to cover himself. "Hey, Xuan, even if you possess extraordinary talent, you cannot be so reckless," Mu Bingning exclaimed, her beautiful eyes narrowing as she rushed in front of Xuan, fixating on the individual before them. Ling Imotong had also, unbeknownst to her, moved to Xuan's side, her hand already reaching for the long blade at her back. Though she was uncertain of how Xuan had accomplished this, she chose to trust him. After all, he was a prodigy she had personally discovered. "Oh, then you should take a good look." Xuan disregarded Mu Bingning, raising his gaze towards the woman who had been struck against the wall. Caught off guard, Mu Bingning turned around to see the woman, who had been sent flying, now struggling to rise. A crimson hue appeared in her pupils, and her slightly elongated red lips revealed a hint of fangs. "Blood clan." Mu Bingning trembled, disbelief and confusion flooding her eyes. How is this possible? Didn't Xuan just enter the Bai Tao Pavilion? How could he have found her so quickly? He even locked onto her, without confirming anything. To identify a member of the blood clan hidden among the masses, one must have their blood dripped onto a special device from the 749 Bureau to verify their identity. And Xuan, if she remembers correctly, had merely passed by here after entering the Bai Tao Pavilion. Such a method was unheard of, even to her. Looking at the woman revealing her blood clan form, Xuan nodded, confirming that his observation hockey was indeed accurate. He then raised his right hand and gently snapped his fingers. Boom! The blood clan member, who had just stood up, suddenly felt a violent explosion in her abdomen as golden thunder struck her. Under the overwhelming force, she collapsed once more, having barely risen for a mere 10 seconds. Blood Clan, 749 Bureau. The middle-aged man, who had been stunned, finally regained his senses upon witnessing this scene. Realizing the gravity of the situation and deducing the identities of Xuan and his companions. The thought of having been so close to a Blood Clan member sent shivers down his spine. Is it resolved already? Mu Bingning gazed at the fallen Blood Clan member. Her eyes filled with shock and confusion. The task description stated that the Blood Clan concealed themselves deeply, often being at least a 4th-tier baron, indicating a high level of difficulty. Yet, within just 3 minutes of Xuan entering the Bai Tao Pavilion, he had eliminated the target? Even if Xuan's strength was formidable, the ease with which he dispatched a 4th-tier Blood Clan baron was astonishing. No. Ling Mo Tong gripped the hilt of her long blade, drawing it from her back as her long hair flowed freely. Her beautiful eyes scanned the surroundings as she spoke solemnly. This is not a Blood Clan baron. This is merely a 3rd-tier blood slave. The true target of the mission still hides here. Upon hearing this, Mu Bingning lifted her gaze towards the hall outside, only to discover several figures with crimson eyes. Had 5 blood slaves already developed? It seemed the Blood Clan had been hiding for quite some time. As her high heels clicked against the floor, a chilling aura began to emanate from Mu Bingning, white mist swirling around her as it froze the ground beneath her into a layer of ice. Indeed, the threat of the Blood Clan was significant among the monsters. Ling Mo Tong, too, ignited with flames, the scorching fire enveloping her long blade. The 749 Bureau is here to exterminate the monsters. Monsters? There are monsters here. Run. Call the 749 Bureau. Fools. The people from the 749 Bureau are already here. The earlier commotion had drawn the attention of many, and upon seeing the extraordinary powers displayed by Ling Mo Tong and Mu Bingning, they panicked and fled towards the exit of the Bai Tao Pavilion. The destructive power of the awakened was too great. Therefore, individuals showcasing their powers in public were generally members of the 749 Bureau. And wherever the 749 Bureau appeared, it indicated the presence of monsters. This was why they were in such a frenzy. Except for a few, most were merely ordinary people. With a swift motion, Ling Mo Tong advanced like a fleeting shadow, flames trailing behind her as she charged forward. The blade's glimmer flashed as it crossed dozens of meters, cleaving one of the blood slaves in half, whose eyes glowed red. The flames instantly engulfed the remnants of the blood slave's body. Chapter 28. Sister, don't steal my kills. Mu Bingning refused to be outdone. Her delicate hands pointed into the void, summoning an extreme cold that coalesced into ice spikes. The icy projectiles soared through the air, carrying a frigid wind that crystallized the atmosphere as they struck another blood slave, sending it hurtling back 10 meters, pinning it against the wall. Yet another wave of flames ignited. After decimating one blood slave, Ling Mo Tong continued her relentless assault, her long blade arcing downwards, enveloped in flames. The searing heat caused the temperature within the Bai Tao Pavilion to surge dramatically. With a crack, the blood shield formed from coagulated blood split in two under the fiery blade. The remaining 2 blood slaves fell one after the other beneath Ling Mo Tong's blade. As they lay on the ground, Ling Mo Tong did not sheath her weapon but remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings. After all, these were merely blood slaves, and it was well known that blood slaves were often controlled by the Blood Clan. Clap, clap. The sound of applause echoed through the somewhat empty hall. A figure clad in a black suit, golden hair and blood-red eyes, descended from the 2nd floor. Mu Bingning, Yuan. And the others swiftly moved closer to Ling Mo Tong, their weapons tightly gripped, the cold air coalescing around them. Recognizing this individual, they understood that he was the target of their mission. Looking down upon Xuan and his companions from a superior position, the Blood Clan member spread his arms in a mock display of fear and smirked. The noses of the 749 Bureau are indeed quite sharp. A 4th-tier awakened, a 5th-tier awakened, and a 4th-tier martial artist. Such a formidable lineup is truly intimidating. With a cold huff, Mu Bingning began to channel her icy powers. The ground beneath her feet was encased in a layer of ice. Wisps of chill coalesced around her, forming icicles. In the next moment, dozens of icicles soared through the air, bringing with them an aura of bitter cold. The crimson eyes reflected the swiftly approaching icicles. The vampire showed no intention of resistance, a mocking smile still gracing her lips. Oh dear, there's no need to be in such a hurry, my lord. I have no desire to engage with you. As she spoke, a figure clad entirely in crimson suddenly appeared before her. Blood shield. Blood gathered from the air, coalescing into a protective barrier before the icicles. The icy projectiles struck the blood shield, forming layers of ice upon it, yet they could not shatter it. Swish. The sound of 3 more icicles slicing through the air was heard. 3 figures, dressed in suits and bearing crimson pupils, suddenly descended before the vampire, standing resolutely alongside her. 4 figures now, enveloped in a thick aura of scarlet. 4 vampire barons, and a vampire viscount. Upon witnessing this quartet and their demeanor toward the viscount, the expressions of the 4 present, save for Xuan, changed drastically. Even Ling Imotong, with her exquisite features, could not help but reveal a hint of concern. Damn it, were they not merely 4th-tier vampire barons? Could it be that only one of them is responsible for this? Is this place a vampire den? Mu Bingning, her blue hair lifted, was filled with shock. What is the intelligence department doing? Ling Imotong gripped her long knife tightly, flames igniting around her. Her beautiful eyes filled with seriousness. A viscount and 4 barons, and not a single piece of information had reached them. Though vampires were indeed difficult to distinguish from ordinary humans, the emergence of such a large vampire nest in Jiangnan City was unsettling. A 5th-tier and 4 4th-tier vampires hidden within the base city could undoubtedly cause significant turmoil. Ha ha ha. Is this a surprise? There is more in store. The vampire viscount chuckled lightly, snapping his fingers. Is this unexpected? There is something even more astonishing. With that, all the doors in the hall swung open. A flood of crimson-eyed blood slaves surged forth from all directions, quickly filling the entire hall and encircling the 4, leaving no room for escape. A cursory glance revealed at least dozens of 2nd and 3rd-tier blood slaves. Upon seeing these blood slaves, Mu Bingning's pupils contracted, and a torrent of fury surged within her. These vampires had silently transformed so many into blood slaves. Each blood slave represented an innocent human life lost. Damn it. This is troublesome. At that moment, even Ling Imotong felt the gravity of the situation. The high-level combat strength of these vampires was formidable. And with so many blood slaves at their disposal, even with 2 5th-tier vampires, they might not stand a chance. Ha! Since you're here, allow this viscount to extend his hospitality. The viscount's mouth curled into a smirk, confidence radiating from him. Go. Capture them all. With that command, all the blood slaves, including the 4 vampire barons, howled in unison, a sound that sent chills down one's spine. Observing this from above, the vampire viscount felt a twinge of regret. This hideout, with all these blood slaves, was not easily amassed. However, there was no choice, now that the 4 had discovered him, even if he eliminated them. The 749 Bureau would surely notice the anomaly. They would undoubtedly dispatch several 5th-tier experts to investigate. Even a viscount could not confront the might of a base city's 749 Bureau directly. Nevertheless, he mused, casting his gaze upon Ling Imotong, Mu Bingning, and Yi Tian. With their age, reaching such a level would make them considered geniuses among humans. Losing 3 talents like them would surely be a painful blow to those humans. Meanwhile, below, the tide of vampires surged forth. Ling Imotong stood protectively in front of Xuan, her long knife firmly gripped, flames rising around her. Junior, I will cover you. You must break through with all your might and call for help from the headquarters. As she prepared to charge, Xuan grasped her arm. Junior? Turning, Ling Imotong looked at him, a hint of confusion in her eyes. In response to her bewildered gaze, Xuan stepped forward, observing the blood slaves rushing toward them as if they were treasures. To Xuan, these vampires indeed represented a treasure. After all, if he could take them down, the rewards would be enough to refresh his inventory. Crack. Bolts of lightning surged forth, arcs of electricity crackling around him, enveloping him in a tempest of thunder. Sister, leave these rabble to me. With the power of thunder coursing through him, Xuan turned his back to Ling Imotong and the others, a grin spreading across his face. Chapter 29. Why do all of you want to steal my kills? Fierce flames erupted as Ling Imotong flipped her long knife, her figure resembling an ethereal sprite under the moonlight, shooting forth. Covering a distance of over 10 meters, the flames surged, and the blade radiated a blinding light. The long knife, emitting an extreme chill, wrapped in flames, executed a 5-meter-long fiery slash. The crescent-shaped fiery slash advanced unimpeded, striking the 2 blood slaves before Xuan in an instant. Splash! Blood surged forth as the 2 blood slaves summoned their crimson essence, swirling around them, their hands morphing into claws, forming 2 blood imprints. In the clash of the blood imprints against the incoming fiery slash, a momentary standoff ensued. Yet, after a brief struggle, The fiery slash tore through the blood-red claw marks, crashing down upon the two blood slaves. The two blood slaves, both at the third tier, found their heads severed by the oncoming flames. Their crimson pupils dimmed, losing their luster. As the flames swept past, Ling Mo Tong, wielding her long knife, felt the heat as she landed behind the fallen blood slaves. Rising slowly, the tip of her knife pointed toward the ground, her long hair gently flowing. Ling Mo Tong turned to Xuan, a smile gracing her face. Listen to your senior. Quickly break through. It's settled. Once we enter the 749 Bureau, I'll have your back. Crack. A chilling aura surged, freezing the ground into crystalline ice. Mu Bingning stepped onto the ice crystals, slowly approaching Xuan, her form surrounded by swirling white frost. Kid, Ling Mo Tong is right. You possess the greatest potential among us. It is most fitting for you to break through and send the message. Leave this to us. As she spoke, Mu Bingning glanced at Ling Mo Tong, a cold laugh escaping her lips as she added, Heh, who would have thought we would fight side by side one day? Ling Mo Tong's speed of attack was astonishingly swift, leaving Xuan momentarily stunned. Now, observing the tall figure that had protected him and eliminated two blood slaves, he felt a mixture of gratitude and urgency. Stealing kills. Is Senior really going to take my kills without a word? And what of that other person? Were they also planning to claim the kills? Xuan felt a surge of impatience. Crack. Bolts of lightning crackled around him, swirling in the air. His black hair danced without wind. Sister, I am not one to flee from battle. Besides, these guys are mine. With those words, he prepared to charge into the fray. Xuan slowly raised his right hand, and bolts of lightning began to converge towards his clenched fist. The terrifying radiance of the lightning flickered incessantly, exuding a breath of destruction that surged like a tidal wave. 30 million volts. Thunderbird. In the next moment, Xuan unleashed a punch. Countless bolts of lightning erupted, tearing through the air and producing a violent resonance. Innumerable golden lightning bolts materialized from the sky, transforming into a 10-meter-long Thunderbird. The Thunderbird, fierce and menacing, flapped its wings, creating a deafening roar of thunder. The thunder's booming echoed repeatedly. This 10-meter Thunderbird rampaged among the blood slaves, its terrifying power of thunder unleashed. Any blood slave touched by the Thunderbird was instantly reduced to charred remains. These blood slaves, possessing only second or third tier powers, often did not even have time to react before being engulfed by the rampant lightning. It was akin to the divine punishment of the thunder god, leaving them scorched. The hall of the Bai Tao Pavilion was indeed spacious. However, at this moment, dozens of blood slaves had gathered, charging in a frenzy, creating a dense crowd. The Thunderbird wreaked havoc, each flap of its wings capable of annihilating several blood slaves. In a mere instant, the thunderous giant bird left a trail of charred corpses. The once bustling crowd of blood slaves collapsed, lifeless. The crimson blood pooled together like a river of the underworld. The speed of the assault was so swift that it left the onlookers stunned. In midair, for Blood Clan barons, who had initially swooped in for the kill, now stood frozen in place, their wings flapping in confusion. How could this be? Weren't there so many blood slaves? How could they be wiped out so quickly? It was as if they were being robbed. With the blood slaves annihilated, would they still charge in? Something felt amiss. That boy was merely a low-tier awakener, wasn't he? How could he possess such power, surpassing even an ordinary 5th-tier awakener? 30 million volts. Thunder Beast. Yet, before the 4 Blood Clan barons could regain their composure and decide whether to flee or retreat, Xuan shouted again. His left hand coalesced into a fist, gathering countless bolts of lightning, and he struck once more. The lightning converged, transforming into a massive thunder beast. The ferocious thunder beast roared and surged forward, shattering the hall's floor beneath it, leaving scorched earth in its wake. An overwhelming threat loomed. The 4 Blood Clan barons, caught between retreat and advance, quickly regained their senses, their pupils reflecting the ever-enlarging thunder beast, and hastily summoned their blood. Blood Spear, Blood Wave, Blood Blade. Streams of crimson blood coalesced around the 4 barons. Then, with a thought, they transformed into blood-red spears, blades, and waves. The torrential crimson energy intertwined and surged forth, seemingly invincible. The entire hall was bathed in a scarlet hue. The techniques conjured by the 4 Blood Clan barons were sufficient to pose a threat to a 5th-tier awakener. A deafening roar erupted. The chandelier above the hall swayed violently. The entire Bai Tao Pavilion trembled at the moment of their clash. The walls cracked, resembling a spider web of fractures. The floor and ceiling intermittently shattered, sending down heavy stones. The dazzling gold and scarlet intertwined above the hall, The rampaging thunder gradually obliterated the crimson. After a brief standoff, the scarlet was completely devoured and annihilated. The ferocious thunder beast, with its claws bared and a sense of destruction enveloping it, completely overshadowed the four Blood Clan barons. Clusters of crimson erupted from the raging thunder, but they barely spread a meter before being crushed. As the thunder dissipated, the four Blood Clan barons had utterly vanished, with not even a trace remaining. The once opulently decorated hall of the Baitao Pavilion had been reduced to a state of ruin. Debris lay scattered, teetering on the edge of collapse. At this moment, the Blood Clan Viscount, who had once been so confident, was now utterly bewildered, his crimson pupils filled with confusion, fear, and disbelief. Had dozens of blood slaves and four Blood Clan barons truly been wiped out? How could this happen in such a short span? That human boy had only thrown 2 punches, one annihilating the blood slaves and the other obliterating the 4 Blood Clan barons. This was something even he, a mid-tier 5th Blood Clan Viscount, could not achieve. This human should merely be a newcomer, right? How could his strength surpass even that of the most talented girl from the Jiangnan 749 Bureau, Ling Modong? Chapter 30. Thunderbird. Thunder Beast. 2 punches shatter the dreams of the Blood Clan. Ling Modong's pupils constricted sharply, filled with profound shock. The dozens of blood slaves and the 4 Blood Clan barons that had posed a significant threat had been eradicated by Xuan. Even though she had reached the early 5th tier and possessed extraordinary abilities, she had no confidence in single-handedly exterminating so many blood slaves and Blood Clan members. Moreover, Xuan had only thrown 2 punches. Was it possible that her junior's strength exceeded that of the early 5th tier? 18 years old, surpassing her as a genius senior? Throughout her life, she had always been seen as a prodigy. How could the gap between people be wider than that between man and dog? 2 punches shattering the dreams of the Blood Clan? Mu Bingning and Yu Tian were equally taken aback, their eyes reflecting the shock they felt upon witnessing the recent events. Indeed, the impact of that scene had been overwhelmingly immense. Just 2 punches. One summoned the Thunder Beast and the other the Thunderbird. They could not withstand even a single punch that Xuan had thrown. That senior, will I have to compensate for the damages caused here? Looking at the dilapidated building before him, Xuan sheepishly scratched his head. Fearing that Ling Modong and the others would claim the spoils, he had restrained himself somewhat. Yet the commotion had still been considerable. In response, Ling Modong regained her composure and gave Xuan a deep look. The personal losses incurred during the mission would be reimbursed by the Bureau. That's good. Xuan nodded with a light smile, then turned his gaze towards the Blood Clan Viscount, standing on the 2nd floor. There was still a significant target remaining. Under Xuan's gaze, the Blood Clan Viscount involuntarily shivered. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned a torrent of blood mist and flew towards the shattered ceiling. The power that Xuan had displayed was undoubtedly superior to his. Moreover, with Ling Modong and the others watching closely, it was highly likely that support from the 749 Bureau was imminent. Thus, he chose to flee without a second thought. This could not be tolerated. Watching the blood mist ascend towards the gaps in the ceiling, Xuan shook his head with a smile. A 5th-tier Blood Clan member was worth quite a few magical beasts. How could he simply watch him escape? He gently raised his right hand, and golden lightning surged forth once more. Arcs of electricity intertwined and spread around him. The brilliant lightning illuminated the dim hall, which had become somewhat dark due to the broken chandelier, as if it were daylight. Divine Judgment of Thunder. Instinctively, Xuan began to call out the name of the technique from his memory, however. He quickly realized that he was not some unsophisticated native who had never ventured beyond his doorstep. Boom. As Xuan's words fell, a terrifying bolt of lightning descended like a thunderclap. A bolt as thick as his arms surged forth, clawing and striking out in response to his thoughts. The lightning crackled through the air, creating a series of piercing explosions. The dazzling lightning sliced through the long night, heading straight for the Blood Clan Viscount. Feeling the lightning approaching rapidly from behind, far swifter than himself, the Viscount turned around, his expression ashen. His pale hand slowly reached out through the air. Blood King's sword. A stream of crimson blood transformed into a blood sword. With the blood sword in hand, the bloodline Viscount swung it repeatedly from midair, cleaving through the air with arcs of sanguine energy. The interwoven streams of blood energy formed an impenetrable net, reminiscent of a crimson web. Suddenly, a thunderous bolt, as thick as an arm, descended with ferocious intent. The blood-colored sword energies collided against the lightning, resulting in a series of explosive bursts, the blood essence erupting, yet failing to impede the advance of the thunder. In mere moments, the thunder had traversed through the blood energy net, closing in on the bloodline Viscount. Damn it! Where on earth did this kid come from? The Viscount's pale visage was marked with dread. He had lingered in Jiangnan City for quite some time. All the formidable figures above the 5th tier in Jiangnan City had taken note of his presence. Only a peak 5th tier powerhouse could so effortlessly shatter his sword energies. Yet, Yuan bore no resemblance to such a figure. Gritting his teeth, the Viscount's chest suddenly burst open, and exquisitely vivid blood gushing forth, cascading onto the blood sword in his grasp. In the next instant, a surging sea of blood mist enveloped the hall. Amidst the swirling blood mist, the blood sword rapidly expanded, transforming into a 10-meter-long weapon. The blood-god sword. With a grotesque roar, the bloodline Viscount wielded the 10-meter blood sword, confronting the menacing bolt of thunder head-on. A resounding clash echoed through the air. The thunderous bolt collided fiercely with the elongated blood sword, sending terrifying shockwaves rippling outward. The crimson and golden energy waves rapidly dispersing. The already precarious ceiling could no longer bear the strain and collapsed. Dust filled the air. In the hall, Mu Bingning extended her delicate hand skyward, conjuring a frigid barrier of ice with a chilling aura, sheltering Ling Mo Tong and Yi Tian from the falling debris. Moments later, as the dust began to settle, the once opulent Bida Pavilion had been reduced to ruins. In the distant sky, a mass of blood mist fled at remarkable speed. Yi Xian stood alone amidst the debris, the surrounding thunder gradually calming, giving him an air of solitude. Has it escaped? Ling Mo Tong's beautiful eyes reflected the retreating blood mist, flickering slightly. Then, taking a few steps over the rubble, she approached Yuan with a radiant smile. Junior, you were remarkable. At merely 18, achieving such feats is truly impressive. That bloodline Viscount, even my senior could not contend with him. To think he was driven to flee by my junior, resorting to employing the bloodline's secret arts and escape. As a prodigy of Baidu, Ling Mo Tong was well aware of the means the Viscount had resorted to. The bloodline's secret arts, utilizing essence blood to amplify one's techniques. Each bloodline being possesses only a few drops of essence blood throughout their life. With slightly disheveled hair, Mu Bingning approached Yuan in her high heels, her gaze complex, saying, "You are a true genius. There is no need for self-reproach." Although she had often clashed with Ling Mo Tong, even harboring some disdain for those close to her, Mu Bingning could not deny Yuan's undeniable talent. Even if he was recommended by Ling Mo Tong, she would not allow momentary resentment to overshadow such brilliance. Upon hearing their reassurances, Yuan couldn't help but feel bewildered. Self-reproach? When did he ever feel such a thing? Moreover, the bloodline Viscount was deliberately allowed to escape. Otherwise, even without utilizing the full might of the divine judgment, he could have easily eradicated that bloodline Viscount. The reason for letting him go was merely to cast a long line to catch a bigger fish. With the continuous emergence of so many bloodlines, it was possible that more hidden bloodlines lurked within Jiangnan City. He had already marked the opponent amidst the thunder. There was no escape for them. Chapter 31, New Item Release. 22 Yuan Flash Sale. Senior, I'm off now. Yuan boarded a taxi, waving goodbye to Ling Mo Tong outside the window. Ling Mo Tong nodded. Once Yuan's figure had completely vanished, she turned and returned to the ruins of the Bitu Pavilion. At that moment, amidst the debris, Mu Bingning took out her phone and dialed Lu Feng's number. In the brightly lit office of the 749 Bureau, Lu Feng reclined in his chair. Suddenly, the phone on the desk rang. He slowly sat up, glancing at the caller ID. Mu Bingning? I seem to recall she was on the same mission as Ling Mo Tong. I wonder if they crossed paths. If they discover they both took on the same task, it would be quite intriguing. It was widely known that Mu Bingning and Ling Mo Tong did not get along in the 749 Bureau. Even he, as the team leader, had witnessed them often clashing in his office. Would these two, unaware of each other's involvement, temporarily collaborate to complete the task, or would both choose to abandon it? Curiosity piqued, Lu Feng answered the phone. Captain Lu, the mission is complete. Send someone to collect the aftermath, as the commotion was rather loud. Furthermore, the information regarding this task was utterly erroneous. It was not merely a suspected 4th-tier bloodline creature, but over 42nd and 3rd-tier blood slaves for bloodline barons, and one bloodline Viscount. All blood slaves and barons were eliminated, save for the Viscount. As she spoke, Mu Bingning glanced at the now utterly ruined Bida Pavilion, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. After all, had it not been for Yuan's formidable strength, they would have undoubtedly faced casualties. With so many bloodlines infiltrating the city, one could only imagine the extent of the destruction. Contemplating this, she shot a disapproving look towards the scattered crowd. Not far off, A few onlookers were approaching, undeterred by the earlier chaos. It must be said, the curiosity of the people in the Great Xia is truly insatiable. Despite the earlier commotion, there were still some reckless souls inching closer. Had it not been for Xuan, they might not have known how perilous their situation was. It's done, huh? Nodding. Lu Feng remained momentarily stunned before his entire demeanor stiffened, exclaiming in disbelief. What? Over 42nd and 3rd-tier blood slaves? For bloodline barons? And 1 bloodline viscount? All barons eliminated. Only 1 viscount escaped. Although the intelligence in the 749 Bureau was not always precise, such a significant oversight was rare. The discrepancy in numbers was astronomically vast compared to the information within the mission. Such a substantial number of bloodlines would pose an insurmountable challenge, even for Lu Feng, the captain of the 749 Bureau. Even with the likes of Ling Mo Tong, Yi Xian, Mu Bingning, and Yi Tian, they might not be able to eradicate these bloodlines, let alone defeat them. Yet, Mu Bingning claimed they had annihilated all of them. Could it be that additional 5th-tier combat specialists were involved? Indeed, Mu Bingning nodded, hesitating for a moment before continuing. This time, it was primarily Yi Xian's doing. He obliterated over 40 blood slaves with a single punch, transforming into a colossal thunderbird. And he annihilated the 4 bloodline barons with another punch, becoming a thunderous beast. Even the bloodline viscount, who had reached the mid-5th tier, only managed to escape by burning his essence blood. Therefore, this mission was essentially accomplished by Yi Xian, with little bearing on us. Although Yi Xian has grown closer to Ling Mo Tong, which irks Mu Bingning, she could not help but admire his exceptional talent. Thus, she would not conceal Yi Xian's contributions. Yi Xian? He obliterated 40 blood slaves with a single punch? He annihilated 4 bloodline barons with a single blow. How is that possible? During his last practical assessment, he even held back. In the office, the voice of Mu Bingning reached Lu Feng's ears through the phone, causing a slight tremor in his mind and an uncontrollable twitch in his eyelids. Although Yi Xian's strength was undeniably formidable, reaching the 5th tier, Lu Feng could not help but recall the last practical assessment where Yi Xian had annihilated a horde of ferocious beasts with a single blow. Surely, he could not have concealed any further strength. What he displayed then was already at the mid-5th tier. At merely 18 years old, a mid-5th tier awakener was nothing short of miraculous, hailed as the greatest genius of the Great Xia. However, even a mid-5th tier could not effortlessly vanquish 4 blood barons and over 42nd and 3rd tier blood slaves, forcing a mid-5th tier blood viscount to burn his essence for escape. Such strength. It could be said that even a slightly weaker late 5th tier would struggle to achieve this. Could it be that Yi Xian had been holding back during that last encounter, and his true power was actually late 5th tier? An 18-year-old late 5th tier awakener. What an astonishing talent. Such a gift was unheard of, and now it stood before him? Of course, he had never heard of an 18-year-old mid-5th tier either. Such prodigies. Even 100 million in startup funds would pale in comparison. It was imperative that such a genius not be burdened by financial concerns. They must be allowed to fully unleash their potential and transform it into strength. In the present Great Xia, where external gods lurked with malicious intent, ferocious beasts rampaged, and the underground dwellings occasionally emerged, a powerful figure capable of withstanding it all was desperately needed. With this in mind, Lu Feng could hardly contain his eagerness as he inquired, "Is Yi Xian with you?" "No, he seems to have something to attend to and has left," Mu Bingning replied, showing no surprise at Lu Feng's reaction, for such a genius was not someone she had heard of even at Baida University. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng nodded and said, "Please maintain the scene for now. I will arrange for someone to handle the aftermath immediately." With that, he swiftly hung up the phone and called the City Defense Army, instructing them to promptly send personnel to take over the cleanup. Without a moment's hesitation, he dialed the number of Yang Lin, the director of the Jiangnan branch of the 749 Bureau. "Old Lu? Calling me late at night? What, do you want to invite me for a foot massage?" Yang Lin answered with a teasing tone as the call connected. They had worked together for many years, one as a director and the other as a team leader, establishing a solid friendship. Director Lu Feng disregarded Yang Lin's jest and quickly began reporting, "Regarding Yi Xian, I believe we need not conduct further evaluations. Let us grant him a spot in the elite training camp directly." The elite training camp was a prestigious institution in the Great Xia, established with immense resources to nurture prodigies, gathering the strongest talents under the age of 25. Generally, only those who reached the peak of the 5th tier in their 20s had the opportunity to enter. For instance, Ling Modong. At 21 and at the initial stage of the 5th tier, might qualify in a year or two for further training. Yet here was Xuan at 18. Already at the late 5th tier, such a situation was unprecedented in the elite training camp. After a brief pause, Lu Feng gritted his teeth and continued, additionally, the information regarding this mission was inaccurate. He has annihilated foes. I suggest we directly reward him with 100,000 merit points and 500 million in startup funds, elevating his status to the highest tier in Jiangnan. On the other end of the line, Yang Lin, who had just finished dinner and was seated in his study, was taken aback by Lu Feng's words. His entire being trembled and his pupils constricted sharply. Could it be that Xuan had been hiding his true strength during the last encounter? All right, we will proceed as you suggest. Once Xuan reaches the peak of the 5th tier, I will report it. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Lin agreed, realizing the sheer terror of Xuan's talent. Many of the strongest prodigies in the elite training camp were merely at the peak of the 2nd or early 3rd tier at 18. When these individuals finally met the criteria for the elite training camp, they were typically over 20 years of age. After hanging up and having received approval, Lu Feng accessed the internal network of the 749 Bureau, transferring 500 million to Xuan's account along with 100,000 merit points. He then sent a message confirming the transaction. Meanwhile, Xuan had just returned home. He flopped onto the sofa, quickly retrieved his phone, and opened the app, completely oblivious to his 749 account status. Upon noticing that the replenishment countdown had vanished, a smile crept across his face. The remaining time had been nearly exhausted. Having just engaged in a bout of violence at Baitao Pavilion, it was undoubtedly sufficient, perhaps even surpassing the required amount. He just wasn't sure if the excess time accumulated or was wasted. This uncertainty was why he had refrained from pursuing the 5th tier blood viscount. As he lowered his eyes and scanned the messages on his phone, he came across a promotional alert. Flash sale for premium goods. No need for competition. No need for cutting. Just a flash sale to bring it home. Today's featured item, Hawkeye's Black Blade Knight. Flash sale price, 22. A sword from the greatest swordsman. Imbued with Mihawk's insights, Xuan's smile grew more pronounced. Hawkeye was the foremost swordsman from a certain anime in his past life, possessing terrifying strength. The Black Blade Knight was also a supreme blade from that world. Imbued with Hawkeye's insights, this blade was far more than just a top-tier weapon. One could even say that Hawkeye's swordsmanship was on par with the top-tier Logia Devil Fruit, the Thunder Fruit. Without a moment's hesitation, he clicked to purchase. The interface transitioned to a password-free payment, and shortly after, a successful payment confirmation appeared. Congratulations on the flash sale of Hawkeye's Black Blade Knight. The merchant is preparing your order. Please be on the lookout for delivery. Simultaneously, on a vast ocean, Hawkeye was sparring with Shanks. Wielding the Black Blade Knight as sword energy surged forth. As he flipped his hand, he prepared to strike. In the next moment, the space around him shattered abruptly. The enormous Black Blade Knight seemed to be drawn and rapidly fell into the ruptured space. Subsequently, the rift in the void swiftly closed, as if nothing had transpired, leaving Hawkeye standing bewildered, while Shanks, who witnessed the event, was filled with astonishment. Chapter 32, Black Blade Knight. The Great Swordsman Xuan. Ding. Your item has been delivered. Please check. On the sofa, Xuan waited only a moment before a message popped up on his phone. He quickly lifted his gaze to scan his surroundings. The next second, he beheld an enormous blade with a cross-shaped hilt and a blade that absorbed all light, appearing as if crafted from obsidian. The supreme blade, Black Blade Knight. A surge of excitement washed over him as he stood, grasping the hilt of the Black Blade Knight. In the next instant, a mysterious aura emanated from the blade, flooding into Xuan. Moments later, as he opened his eyes again, the sharp brilliance within them flickered and vanished. Was this the swordsmanship of the world's greatest swordsman? As he held the black blade, lightly caressing it, Xuan felt an overwhelming surge of strength. Simultaneously, he was astonished at the terrifying power of the flash sale. The moment he grasped the Black Blade Knight, he felt as if he had become another world's greatest swordsman, beyond mere dominance. He had inherited a significant portion of Hawkeye's swordsmanship prowess. Setting the black blade down, Xuan picked up his phone, intending to check whether the reduced replenishment time had accumulated or was wasted. It seems it can accumulate. Glimpsing at the replenishment time, Xuan could not suppress his joy. Yet soon, he noticed something amiss. 82 days. His eyes fixated on the replenishment timer, and Xuan was left utterly bewildered. Last time, wasn't the restocking period only 30 days? Considering the overflow from those restocking times, it should now be less than 30 days. What then accounts for these 82 days? Could it be that each restocking period is extended? Xuan could not help but ponder, his expression shifting slightly. If that were the case, his plan of acquiring a top-tier ability every 10 days would surely be thwarted. However, never mind. Slaying some low-tier beasts could expedite this process significantly. 82 days, surely. It would only require more hunting of magical beasts. Perhaps a high-tier beast could even reduce the time by several days. With this thought, Xuan felt reassured. He then proceeded to read his unread messages. Your Great Xia Bank account number 2502 has received a deposit of 50. Esteemed Combat Specialist Xuan. Your account privileges have been upgraded to the highest tier in Jiangnan. Lu Feng. Little Yi, I've heard from Bing Ning about the recent events. You did exceptionally well. Your talent has far surpassed my expectations. Had it not been for you, Bing Ning and Mo Tong would likely have suffered significant losses due to the grievous errors in mission intelligence. These rewards are a form of compensation for you. Additionally, strive to reach the pinnacle of the 5th tier as soon as possible. I have a surprise prepared for you. Gazing at the ample balance in his bank account and the highest level privileges in Jiangnan, Xuan felt no stirrings of emotion within. After all, strength was paramount. Once he attained true power, acquiring wealth and privilege would be a mere formality. Yet, Lu Feng's mention of a surprise piqued his curiosity. Perhaps he should find an opportunity to showcase his prowess at the 5th tier. Xuan shook his head and set his phone down on the sofa. Although he still lacked a precise grasp of his current strength, it was evident that he was far beyond merely 5th tier. After all, during today's battle, he had barely unleashed a fraction of his power. If he were to speculate, he might very well be a 7th tier controller, or perhaps even more, as he was not merely a 7th tier thunder controller, but also a 7th tier martial artist. However, without having encountered a 7th tier expert, he refrained from making any hasty conclusions. The following day, after rising and completing his morning routine, Xuan, as before, began to accept tasks. He casually selected one, slung a massive black blade across his back, and stepped out of his home. On Yunxiang Road, number 62, within a small building, a member of the 749 Bureau, clad in combat attire, reassured the panicked occupants. Do not worry. Our support from the 749 Bureau will arrive shortly. We will ensure your safety. After calming the crowd, he dashed outside to confront a 3rd-tier martial artist who was battling against the relentless assaults of the fearsome snake-human beasts. These fearsome snake men were not particularly strong, mostly at the 1st tier, with few at the 2nd tier. Thus, despite their limited numbers, the two were able to hold them off for a time. I wish I hadn't dragged you out shopping, Shui, lamented Xiao Xiao, her green dress fluttering as she clutched Su Shui's arm, tears glistening on her fair cheeks, filled with regret. It's all right, Xiao Xiao. We are in the city. The 749 Bureau will arrive soon, Su Shui comforted, running her fingers through Xiao Xiao's dark locks. Yet, even she felt a pang of anxiety within her, for the fearsome snake men appeared grotesque and menacing. With only 2 members from the 749 Bureau present, a sense of insecurity loomed large. Suddenly, a chilling roar echoed from a shadowy corner, resembling thunder, causing Su Shui and the others to tremble in fear. The group, huddled together, turned towards the source of the sound and beheld a man clad in a shirt. His face transformed into a serpent's head, eyes gleaming with a savage crimson hue. A fearsome snake man. There is one disguised as a human, Xiao Xiao exclaimed in terror. Though not a martial artist or awakened individual, her academic prowess quickly illuminated the situation. Fearsome snake men, though low-tier magical beasts, could indeed disguise themselves and infiltrate human crowds. As Xiao Xiao's words fell, 2 more roars erupted. 2 mid-tier fearsome snake men tore through their disguises, their crimson eyes greedily fixated on the cowering group. One of them was alarmingly close to Su Shui and Xiao Xiao. Damn it! Outside the building, 2 early 3rd-tier members of the 749 Bureau, upon hearing the commotion, turned pale in alarm. They attempted to rush back inside but were encircled by the surrounding fearsome snake men, unable to break free. Support will take 3 more minutes. A male 3rd-tier martial artist grimaced, shattering a 1st-tier fearsome snake man with a punch, glancing at the time with a deepening frown. Although they had quickly reported the situation and requested backup upon discovering the fearsome snake men, it would still take time for assistance to arrive from the nearby branch. They could only hope that there happened to be a combat specialist in the vicinity. With a bitter smile, the male martial artist opened a chat group on his phone. Realizing that while many were concerned for their well-being, No one could arrive any sooner. He was not surprised. After all, in the vast Jiangnan city, there were only about 20 combat specialists in total. The likelihood of one being nearby was exceedingly slim. Just as despair began to set in, a message suddenly popped up. Combat Specialist Yixian, Yinxiang Road, number 69. It seems to be right next to me. Hold on, I'm coming. Combat Specialist Yixian. The male martial artist's spirit soared. The prowess of Yixian had already spread throughout the 749 Bureau. The greatest prodigy of Great Xia. An awakened thunder type at mid-5th tier. If he could arrive swiftly, these low-tier magical beasts would pose no threat whatsoever. Meanwhile, Yixian stepped into the warehouse, placing his phone down and closing his eyes. Forgive me, I had intended to test my blade technique, but it appears I must simply send you to your demise. With that, he locked onto his target through his mental network. As he raised his hand, a flash of golden lightning illuminated the dim warehouse, piercing through a magical beast's chest with chilling precision. Completing his task, Yixian turned and departed without a backward glance. Inside the building, a fearsome snake man had fixated its gaze on Su Shui and her companion. Oh, witnessing the fearsome snake man charging towards them, Xiao Xiao's face turned ashen, her body trembling in terror. You can do it, Su Shui. You can do it. You are a genius. You are the talent that Teacher Lu values. You must make that Yixian regret overlooking you. You will surpass him in the future. You cannot die here. Su Shui, equally pale, murmured to herself, forcing herself to stand as flames began to ignite around her. Her beautiful eyes locked onto the approaching grotesque figure, her teeth clenched. Die. Fireball technique. With her jade-like hands alight with flames, Su Shui closed her eyes and, following Lu Roland's teachings, conjured the fire into a fireball to hurl at the advancing fearsome snake man. In the next moment, the flaming fireball barely traveled a meter before dissipating into smoke, plunging Xiao Xiao into despair. However, in a flash, a blade gleamed with unmatched sharpness, severing the heads of 3 fearsome snake men within the building. The grotesque snake head soared into the air, rolling on the ground. After a prolonged silence, Su Shui finally opened her eyes. Upon witnessing the decapitated body of the fearsome snake man, her heart soared with joy. She had done it. She had managed to slay a fearsome snake man with her own strength, mere days after awakening her extraordinary abilities. Although this creature was merely a low-tier magical beast, it was a source of pride, a testament to her status as a true prodigy. Yixian and his ilk were merely momentarily ahead of her. It wouldn't be long before she surpassed him. Yet, she pondered, why was the head of the snake man devoid of any charred marks? She had employed the fireball spell, after all. It was Yixian. At that moment, her excited friend's voice left her utterly bewildered. Following her friend's pointing finger, she beheld Yixian, clad in a black long robe, his hair tousled from travel, standing with a massive black blade in hand, poised for an attack. Chapter 33. Yixian, I have a rudimentary grasp of swordsmanship, just at the level of a great swordsman. Upon seeing Yixian and his actions, Su Shui was momentarily stunned, followed by a wave of embarrassment that made her wish to vanish. The fearsome snake man had been slain by Yixian, and she had no claim to the glory. After dispatching 3 snake men within the building, Yixian scanned the area with his mind net, confirming the absence of any concealed foes, and proceeded toward the building's exit, where 2 members of the 749 group were valiantly holding their ground. Yixian, Su Shui exclaimed in alarm, there are quite a few fearsome snake men outside. You've just joined the 749 Bureau. You can't handle this alone. Stay here and protect us. Upon hearing her, Yixian cast a sidelong glance at Su Shui, somewhat surprised to encounter her here. However, he had long since harbored no feelings for her. Without breaking his stride, he walked past her, a breeze stirring her hair, and continued on without uttering a word, completely disregarding her. Su Shui's charming face fell into a moment of bewilderment. Ignored again. How could he overlook her kindness? Yixian was truly heartless. As her close friend, Xiao Xiao immediately stood up for Su Shui. He just joined the 749 Bureau. What strength or combat experience could he possibly have? We care for him so much, and he treats us like this. Su Shui's expression softened slightly as she approached the window to gaze at the battlefield below. Regardless of his demeanor, he had saved their lives. If he were to be attacked by the snake men, they could remind him then. Stepping outside the building, Yixian surveyed the fearsome snake men, more than a dozen in total. They were nothing but small fry. He raised his black blade slowly, gathering invisible sharpness. The ground beneath him was torn asunder by this unseen edge. Please crouch down, Xian called out to the two members nearby. Inside the building, Su Shui frowned slightly. What is he doing? He lacks experience and is giving foolish commands. Xiao Xiao couldn't help but scoff. There are so many snake men. If they crouch down, what will happen if they get attacked? Su Shui replied softly. Xian is merely a newcomer to the 749 Bureau. They probably won't heed his words. Meanwhile, the two third-tier members of the 749 Bureau, engaged in battle with the snake men, paused in confusion. Following the sound, they spotted Xian, recognizing him from circulated images. They immediately complied without a second thought, huddling together, heads protected. As soon as Su Shui finished speaking, she witnessed the two 749 members comically crouching down. For a moment, she was left speechless, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Was he not a mere newcomer to the Bureau? Even if the other two were also new, they shouldn't be this obedient to Xuan. With so many snake men around, were they truly courting death by crouching like that? Yet, in the next moment, as the two crouched, Xuan swung his black blade. A crescent-shaped strike, imbued with unparalleled sharpness, swept through the air. The snake men, unable to react, were cleaved in two. Blood sprayed forth as over 10 fearsome snake men fell, severed. Truly, he was the most talented combat specialist. The male member, still crouched, gazed at the neatly fallen snake men in shock. Just moments before, that icy blade had sent shivers down his spine. Indeed, the other member nodded, still bewildered. But wasn't Xian a thunder-type awakener? How can his swordsmanship be so terrifying? The first member waved his hand dismissively. What do you know? This is genius. True genius. They quickly rose and bowed slightly to Xian. Thank you, Officer Yi, for saving our lives. Xian waved his hand, stepping over the blood of the snake men, leaving only his silhouette behind. We're all colleagues. Seeing this, I couldn't just turn a blind eye. Inside the building, Su Shui and Xiao Xiao, witnessing the scene through the window, collapsed in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. How could this be? Xian had just joined the 749 Bureau. How was it that he could dispatch the snake men, which the other two had struggled against, with a single blow? Was he not an awakener? Why were the 749 members treating him with such reverence? Could it be that Xian was not merely a third-tier awakener? No, it was impossible. Her beautiful eyes reflected Xian's receding figure. Su Shui was utterly bewildered, unable to reconcile the reality that Xian could achieve such feats. He had been an ordinary person when they were together. After dispatching the fearsome snake men, Xian resumed his relentless pursuit of tasks. He felt no ripple of emotion upon encountering Su Shui and her friend. Until nightfall, he completed 5 tasks, finally indulging in a hearty meal before resting at home. For the next 10 consecutive days, Xian managed to complete at least 4 tasks daily. Although most were second or third-tier tasks, it was better than nothing. The replenishment time was steadily decreasing. At the headquarters of the 749 Bureau, in the director's office, Yang Lin was deeply engrossed in paperwork. As the director of the Jiangnan branch, he bore the responsibility for the security of the entire Jiangnan city. Even when high-tier combat power was needed outside the city, he was the one to handle the arrangements. After all, while the military had its own strengths, they were tasked with guarding the walls. Only the strong from the 749 Bureau could be deployed flexibly. Just then, the office phone rang. Yang Lin set down his pen and answered the call. What? A new dungeon? No abilities allowed. A suspected 5th-tier peak beast inside? All right, I understand. I will arrange for people to go immediately. After hanging up the phone, Yang Lin felt a throbbing headache, massaging his aching temples as he reclined in his office chair, letting out a deep sigh. What a troublesome season this is. He swiftly picked up his mobile device to make contact. In the Jiangnan Bay Villa, Xian returned home, placing the dark blade, He Dao Yi, behind the door. He changed into a pair of slippers and collapsed onto the sofa, unlocking his phone to browse for any recent updates. Just then, a message from Lu Feng arrived. Yi specialist, aside from your extraordinary abilities, what is your martial arts proficiency? Taken aback by the message, Xian briefly hesitated but dismissed it from his mind. Glancing at the imposing He Dao Yi behind him, he typed a reply. Well, aside from my abilities, I am actually somewhat knowledgeable in swordsmanship. A prompt response came back. Great. Please head to the headquarters immediately. It is of utmost urgency. A moment later, at the 749 Bureau headquarters, the lights blazed brightly. Xian entered. his dark blade slung across his back, and was greeted by the presence of not only himself but also Ling Imotong, Yu Tian, Mu Bingning, Lu Feng, and several unfamiliar figures. Something significant must have occurred. Seeing these figures, Yuxian instinctively thought so. As it was his first time being summoned after joining the 749 Bureau over 10 days ago, especially with such a large gathering. Senior, what is going on? In the crowd, Yuxian quickly spotted Ling Imotong and quietly approached her, leaning in to whisper his inquiry. Ling Imotong shrugged, saying, I'm not sure either. But it must be something serious. Her tone was assured, having been at the 749 Bureau for nearly 2 months without encountering such a situation before. She had some recollection of the unfamiliar faces, each of whom were awakened beings of at least the 4th tier martial artists. By the way, what is with that sword behind you? Are you abandoning your abilities for the sword path? Suddenly, Ling Imotong noticed the He Dao Yi and teased him. Ahem. Yuxian coughed lightly, maintaining his composure. Senior, you're being a bit stereotypical. Aside from my abilities, I am actually somewhat versed in swordsmanship. Oh, somewhat versed in swordsmanship. When will you show me? Ling Imotong chuckled lightly, not taking it too seriously. After all, Yuxian was only 18 and already a late-stage awakened being of Tier 5. It was unlikely he had the energy to practice swordsmanship seriously. Senior, the sword is not merely for show, Yuxian declared with pride, confidence gleaming in his eyes. Ling Imotong shot a surprised glance at him. Strangely, his imposing demeanor seemed quite convincing. Could it be that Yuxian's swordsmanship was indeed formidable? At that moment, a soft cough interrupted them. Young Lin, draped in an overcoat, emerged alongside another figure, causing a stir among those present. The director, the deputy director. The crowd gasped. What brings these 2 heavyweight figures here at this late hour? Was there an invasion by a 6th-tier demon? Raising his hand to quiet the assembly, Yang Lin's gaze swept over the gathered elite of the 749 Bureau. His tone was grave as he spoke. A new cavern has been discovered 30 miles outside Jiangnan City. At this proclamation, the room fell silent in shock. A cavern. There was a cavern near Jiangnan City. No wonder the director gathered all the high-level forces at this hour. Yuxian pondered deeply, recalling information about caverns. Caverns are the breeding grounds for ferocious beasts. If not swiftly subdued, the beasts within would escape, causing a tide of monsters. Moreover, as time passed, the beast's strength would increase within these caverns. Each discovery of a cavern throughout the Great Xia is a significant event. If mishandled, it could lead to the annihilation of an entire base city. Raising his hand to signal for silence, Yang Lin continued, according to intelligence. This cavern houses a beast king of initial 6th-tier strength. It is merely a basic cavern, but it possesses a peculiarity. Within this cavern, awakened abilities cannot be utilized. Only martial arts can be employed. Hearing this, Ling Imotong glanced around and noted that not only were there strong individuals of Tier 4 or above present, but they all had martial arts proficiency at that level too. She herself had reached initial Tier 5 in her abilities while also achieving initial Tier 4 in martial arts. Thus, it was clear why so many high-level forces of the 749 Bureau were summoned at this hour. Indeed, Yang Lin's authoritative voice resonated throughout the hall. Everyone, I have called you here to quell the cavern. As our abilities are restricted, only you can exhibit some of your strength. Of course, participation is not mandatory. If anyone wishes to withdraw, they may do so. His commanding voice echoed in the spacious hall, yet none displayed any inclination to retreat. As members of the 749 Bureau, they were already accustomed to battling monstrous beasts. They understood that they were the guardians of all Jiangnan City. Very well. Satisfied, Yang Lin observed the determination on the faces of those present. This operation will be entirely overseen by Xiao Ran. By the way, Yang Lin suddenly turned his gaze towards Yuxian, speaking earnestly, You specialist, your talent is unparalleled in the Great Xia. May I inquire about your martial arts proficiency? If it has not reached Tier 4, it would be best for you to refrain from participating in this mission. In response, Yuxian glanced back at the imposing He Dao Yi behind him and replied, Although martial arts may not be my strong suit, I am somewhat knowledgeable in swordsmanship. Tier 4 should not pose a problem. Ling Imotong tugged at Yuxian's sleeve, her eyes wide with disbelief. Junior, don't overestimate yourself. You're only 18. How could you have Tier 5 abilities and Tier 4 swordsmanship? Clearly, Ling Imotong found it hard to accept what Yuxian claimed. Previously, when he mentioned his modest knowledge of swordsmanship, she assumed it was a jest. Yet now he asserted that his swordsmanship reached Tier 4? How could that be? Not only Ling Mo Tong, but even Mu Bingning, Lu Feng, and other members of the 749 Bureau who had heard of Yi Xian looked at him with skepticism. After all, an 18-year-old at the late stage of Tier 5 was already remarkable in the Great Xia. To be a Tier 4 martial artist as well? Such talent was utterly unbelievable. Faced with Ling Mo Tong's doubtful gaze, Yi Xian scratched his nose, feeling helpless. Senior, just trust me. I would never joke with my life. Nor would I intentionally drag everyone down. This is no trivial matter. A cavern is at stake. The number of ferocious beasts within will undoubtedly be considerable. How could I miss such a significant opportunity for replenishment? Indeed, though shocked internally, Yang Lin understood that Yi Xian was not an arrogant individual. Besides, if he lacked the strength, there would be no reason for him to force his way into the cavern. Nodding, Yang Lin stepped back slightly, allowing space for the middle-aged man named Xuan beside him. Xuan stepped forward, stating, "There are 10 minutes remaining before departure. You all have 10 minutes to prepare. During this time, weapons from the 749 Bureau's inventory may be borrowed. Now go prepare. We shall meet in 10 minutes." As Xuan finished speaking, those around him quickly busied themselves, organizing their gear, for they were about to confront the Beast Tide and slay the Beast King. 10 minutes later, a formidable team of 20 individuals, all clad in 4th and 5th tier battle armor, wielding weapons of similar rank, exuded an aura of lethal intent. At the forefront stood Xuan, donned in silver armor. Gradually, 3 armed helicopters descended. "Let us depart." With Xuan leading the way, the group swiftly boarded the helicopters. The aircraft, carrying over 20 members, including Yi Xian, soared towards the outskirts of the city. Along the journey, they encountered several ferocious flying beasts, all of which were swiftly dispatched by the formidable warriors aboard the helicopters. Among them, Yi Xian was particularly proactive, often unleashing his thunderous abilities to obliterate the beasts before they could close the distance of 100 meters. A brilliant flash of lightning struck, annihilating 2 second-tier avian beasts. Ling Mo Tong, exasperated, rubbed her forehead and glanced at the bewildered young man standing by the helicopter door. "Junior, we will be entering the subterranean depths soon. Please conserve your energy. Safety concerns will be addressed by 4th-tier awakeners who are unable to enter the cavern." Yi Xian sheepishly scratched his head in response. His eagerness to eliminate the beasts was hard to contain, and given that the strongest among them was merely a 6th-tier novice, conserving energy seemed irrelevant. Besides, the avian beasts they encountered posed little threat to his stamina. However, after Ling Mo Tong's admonition, he refrained from further attacks. The 3 awakeners, who had been in a daze since takeoff, finally regained their focus. A short while later, the 3 armed helicopters landed in a makeshift military camp under the night sky. A general in military attire awaited them on the helipad, his demeanor serious as he raised his hand in salute. "Esteemed members of the 749 Bureau, we appreciate your assistance. Our military will hold the line and provide the best medical environment possible. Should anyone be injured and unable to proceed, they may return to the camp." Xuan reciprocated the salute and then led Yi Xian and the others through the camp to a recently established defensive line. Machine guns were mounted atop bunkers. Armored vehicles and tanks lined the area, and a palpable air of intimidation filled the atmosphere. Before them lay a dark fissure, seemingly distorting space itself. Scattered between the crack and the defensive line were the remains of several ferocious beasts. Though the subterranean realm was initially weak during its formation, even feeble beasts could breach the surface through it. These corpses were those that had emerged from the depths and were subsequently slain by the military. Standing at the defensive line, Xuan began to outline the battle plan. According to intelligence, the Beast King resided on the 3rd level of the cavern, and the team would need to traverse the 1st and 2nd levels. However, their large numbers would create too much noise, attracting swarms of beasts. Therefore, the group would be divided into 5 smaller teams, forming a spearhead to converge at the entrance to the 3rd level. Should there be any casualties, they would be left at the entrance to the 2nd and 3rd levels, where Xuan would assign people to guard them. After defeating the Beast King, the cavern would seal itself within 3 hours, necessitating a swift evacuation post-battle. Upon finishing his briefing, Xuan manipulated his phone, casting a projection that continued. "As for the team divisions, I have categorized you based on your respective strengths. Please find your teammates and familiarize yourselves." A large projection illuminated the defensive line, prompting the many powerful members of the 749 Bureau to search for their teammates according to the displayed names. Ling Mo Tong quickly scanned the projection and, upon discovering her name alongside Yi Xian's, breathed a sigh of relief. She hooked her delicate hand over Yi Xian's shoulder and remarked, "Excellent. Your abilities surpass those of the senior sister. She has not been protective of you until now. This time, entering the cavern, with your slightly proficient swordsmanship, I shall guard you." Before Yi Xian could respond, Mu Bingning approached with Yutian, her long hair tied into a ponytail. With a disdainful glance at Ling Mo Tong, she coolly retorted, "With your early fourth-tier martial prowess, who can you protect?" The word stung, causing Ling Mo Tong's face to flush with indignation. While she possessed greater talent and abilities than Mu Bingning, their martial prowess was nearly equal. Observing Ling Mo Tong's vexation, Mu Bingning's lips curved into a smirk. Her gaze then softened as it fell upon Yi Xian, "Little brother Yi. You saved me last time at Baitao Pavilion. Allow me to protect you this time." "Hey, Mu Bingning," Ling Mo Tong interjected, stepping forward to embrace Yi Xian's shoulders, her eyes blazing with fury. "My junior, when did it become your turn to protect him?" "Because your strength is lacking," Mu Bingning provocatively replied, relishing the moment. Even the tense atmosphere surrounding their entrance into the cavern felt somewhat alleviated. For the first time, Ling Mo Tong was visibly agitated by her. Caught in the middle, Yi Xian couldn't help but chuckle. He had swiftly defeated Blackblade Yi and acquired part of Eagle Eye's strength. Even without that, his Thunderfruit powers might still be applicable within the cavern. After all, the restriction was against abilities, not devil fruits. Regardless of how similar they may appear, they were fundamentally different. "Enough," a gruff voice interrupted. Lu Feng, clad in black armor and wielding a sword, approached, glancing at the fiery exchange between the two women with a weary expression. "I am on your team, so there's no need for competition. If any issues arise, I will cover your retreat." Though the team division was ostensibly based on strength, there were still distinctions. For instance, Lu Feng was assigned to Yi Xian's team due to the exceptional talents of the four, even without considering Yi Xian. The talents of Ling Mo Tong and Mu Bingning were also remarkable, justifying Lu Feng's presence as a fifth-tier peak warrior to better protect them. Meanwhile, Xuan, along with several fifth-tier members, formed a spearhead as the primary force to eliminate the Beast King. "Humph." Ling Mo Tong scoffed at Lu Feng, turning away. On the other side, Mu Bingning also elegantly averted her gaze, unwilling to yield. The sight left Yi Xian and Lu Feng exasperated. It seemed these two women were irreconcilable. Would their team truly fare well? Chapter 35. You call this swordsmanship slightly proficient? After a brief respite, 25 figures stood resolutely before the immense dark fissure. "Salute!" A general in military uniform barked, raising his hand and standing at attention. With a rustle, all soldiers at the defensive line stood straight, saluting the 25 figures with solemn expressions. Under the watchful eyes of the soldiers, Yi Xian and his companions stepped into the dark fissure, vanishing from sight. Crossing the threshold, the anticipated discomfort did not assail them. In the blink of an eye, they were greeted by an entirely different world. As per their plan, they would disperse and proceed with their respective missions. Clad in silver armor, Xuan led his team into the vast, desolate mountains, leaving only the echoes of their voices behind. "See you at the entrance to the third level. Soon." The other teams followed the map's guidance, racing towards the entrance to the second level. "Let us move," Lu Feng commanded, taking the lead as the vanguard, guiding Yi Xian and the others forward through the desolate mountain range. Yi Xian surveyed his surroundings, noting the desolation that surrounded them, an absence of life save for the mindless beasts. They had scarcely traveled a mile when they encountered over 10 ferocious creatures. Fortunately, their rank was not high. At this moment, they needed to hasten to the entrance of the second layer, so Yi Xian did not forcefully intervene, allowing Lu Feng at the front to strike them down. The 5 of them were fortunate, encountering several fourth-tier ferocious beasts and beast tides along the way. Essentially, Lu Feng alone could annihilate them all without much delay. By the time the 5 reached the entrance of the second layer, Xuan's team had already arrived early. Moments later, 3 teams arrived in succession, and so far, there had been no casualties. Excellent. Maintain this momentum. Dressed in silver battle armor, Xuan scanned everyone present, a smile curving at the corner of his mouth beneath the armor's protective facade. Although the first layer was the weakest, having no casualties was still a commendable start. After a brief pause for rest, they proceeded towards the dark rift leading to the second layer. Crossing over felt no different than stepping into a passage. They soon found themselves in a new world. Ninefold Thunderblade. Lightning flickered, coalescing on the battle blade. Lu Feng moved with the speed of light, swiftly slashing through 3 ferocious beasts. Each strike carried a lethal threat, effortlessly slaughtering the 3 third-tier beasts. After dispatching these 3, Lu Feng did not immediately cease but stood resolutely with his blade. Seeing this, Mu Bingning and Ling Imotong also readied their weapons, positioning themselves protectively in front of Yi Xian, their vigilance palpable. Yi Xian, witnessing this, could only smile wryly. He had merely mentioned his understanding of sword techniques modestly. How had they truly come to view him as a weakling? As the group remained on high alert, a resounding roar echoed through the gnarled trees, and a massive, flame-ensconced crimson flame lizard emerged. Following that, a series of roars and footsteps announced the arrival of 3 more crimson flame lizards. Their crimson eyes fixated intently on Yi Xian and his companions. 4 mid-4th-tier crimson flame lizards? They were not particularly daunting. Glancing at the imposing figures before him, Lu Feng let out a sigh of relief. After all, his strength had already reached the pinnacle of the 5th tier. 4 mid-4th-tier beasts would merely require some effort to deal with. Thunder crackled, swirling around Lu Feng's long blade as he prepared to act swiftly to eliminate the 4 crimson flame lizards. "Wait, Captain Lu," Yi Xian suddenly called out. What is it, Officer Yi?" Lu Feng replied, somewhat puzzled, casting a glance at Yi Xian, over Ling Imotong and Mu Bingning. Yi Xian's eyes glinted with a murderous intent as he gently caressed the hilt of his black blade. With a grin, he said, "Captain Lu, I haven't fought using my sword techniques yet. I wonder if these 4 crimson flame lizards could serve as practice for me?" Earlier, he had brushed off some scattered 1st and 2nd-tier low-tier beasts, but now, facing 4 mid-4th-tier beasts, Yi Xian felt an irresistible urge to step in. After all, 4th-tier beasts could significantly shorten his replenishment time. Are you sure? These are 4 mid-4th-tier beasts," Lu Feng responded, a hint of surprise in his voice. Initially, when Yi Xian mentioned his modest understanding of sword techniques at the 749 Bureau headquarters, Lu Feng had assumed he possessed at least the capability of a 4th-tier martial artist, which was already astonishing. However, now Yi Xian was willing to step forward against 4 mid-4th-tier ferocious beasts. Could it be that Yi Xian not only possessed exceptional talent in his abilities, but was also an extraordinary genius in martial arts? Yet, how could that be possible? After all, one's energy is limited. Achieving 4th-tier martial prowess and 5th-tier ability awakening at the age of 18 was already terrifying. How could Yi Xian also reach the pinnacle of 4th-tier martial arts? "Junior, don't be reckless. These are 4 mid-4th-tier beasts," Ling Imotong exclaimed, equally astonished, tugging at Yi Xian's sleeve with concern. Mu Bingning glanced at Ling Imotong and couldn't help but chuckle, lightly covering her mouth, and teased. "What do you mean you can't contend with them? You are only a novice in the 4th tier, not to mention 4 crimson flame lizards. Even tackling just one would be a challenge for you. You really know how to inflate your own importance." After mocking Ling Imotong, Mu Bingning's expression gradually turned serious as she warned, "Yi Xian, while your senior may be exaggerating, those mid-4th-tier beasts are not something you can handle without your abilities." With a resigned glance at the 3 of them, Yi Xian slowly drew his black blade, its massive form appearing even darker under the dim light of the cave. Dragging the blade along the ground, he stepped forward, saying, "Captain Lu, Senior, Bingning, you needn't worry about me. I also wish to see what level my sword techniques have reached. Besides, isn't Captain Lu here to watch over me? Even if I were to falter, with Captain Lu around, I will be fine." He feared being perceived as weak if he didn't showcase some of his abilities. Moreover, only by demonstrating his strength could he facilitate the upcoming monster hunting endeavor. He couldn't possibly leave the cave empty-handed. Very well. After a long gaze into Yi Xian's eyes, Lu Feng finally nodded. He then stepped back a few paces, still tense, ready to assist Yi Xian at any moment. After all, a talent like Yi Xian was invaluable to the great Xia. Lu Feng had received orders to ensure Yi Xian's safe exit from the cave at all costs, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. "Junior, your sword techniques are merely rudimentary." Ling Imotong hesitated, wanting to voice her concerns, but seeing Lu Feng's agreement, she decided against it. She quickly moved to the front, gripping her long blade tightly, ever ready to act. Sigh, perhaps the junior's talent has led him to be overconfident, thinking that his rudimentary sword techniques are formidable. After all, who wouldn't he be proud, being an 18-year-old at the peak of the 5th tier? Experiencing a setback would be beneficial. At the very least, it would help him recognize the disparity in strength. Roar. Just as Yi Xian persuaded the 2 and stepped forward with his black blade, a furious roar erupted. The crimson flame lizard, exceeding 10 meters in size, charged with its 4 claws, igniting sparks of flame as it came barreling down like a runaway bus. Just as it reached Xuan, its fiery claws raised high. It came crashing down. A single claw from such a massive creature was larger than Xuan himself. Seeing the descending claw, Lu Feng, Mu Bingning, and Ling Imotong felt their hearts tighten, nearly unable to refrain from intervening. In the next moment, Xuan effortlessly raised the massive black blade above his head. The flaming claw, accompanied by a rush of hot wind, seemed poised to shatter everything in its path. However, upon striking the black blade, it was as if it had hit solid iron, failing to penetrate an inch. Seeing Xuan withstand the strike from the crimson flame lizard, Ling Imotong and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Roar! Enraged by its thwarted attack, the crimson flame lizard let out a deafening roar, its gaping maw revealing rows of sharp teeth as streams of red flames began to gather. The intense heat surged forth, and the scarlet flames erupted from its mouth, enveloping Xuan in a fierce blaze. "Oh dear, although you are merely a ferocious beast," Xuan remarked, gripping the black blade with one hand, while waving the other dismissively. "This breath of yours is rather overwhelming. It's a bit suffocating." Xuan gripped the black blade, abruptly thrusting it upward. The massive crimson flame lizard, exceeding 10 meters in length and resembling a bus, staggered backward under the impact of immense force. In a swift motion, Xuan flipped the black blade, allowing streams of blade light to converge and envelop the weapon's body. Beneath the ultimate sharpness, the ground beneath his feet was torn asunder, creating numerous delicate fissures. In the next moment, he swung the black blade, unleashing a crescent-shaped strike that extended 30 meters, slicing through the air with an unseen velocity akin to chasing the stars. The earth shattered beneath the rapid movement of the crescent strike, forming a continuous, menacing chasm. Even the air was rent asunder, producing explosive sounds. The surging flames were cleaved in two, transforming into scattered sparks. The relentless crescent strike soared through the air, directly descending upon the staggering crimson flame lizard. With a resounding crack, there was no hesitation. The moment the strike made contact, the lizard's armor-like skin was effortlessly torn apart as if it were mere paper. The strike traversed, cleaving the colossal body in two, causing it to collapse with a thunderous crash. Yet, this was not the end. The 30-meter crescent strike continued unabated, extending its path of destruction. The ground bore witness to the grotesque fissures, while the air was persistently split in half with a hissing sound. Behind, another crimson flame lizard was similarly torn apart, meeting no resistance whatsoever. The crescent strike, undeterred, landed heavily upon a nearby hillock. In an instant, the towering mound, several dozen meters high, was seamlessly sliced in half. Debris flew in all directions as it collapsed. At this moment, the 4 onlookers, Lu Feng, Ling Imotong, and the others, stood frozen, their pupils reflecting the neatly severed lizards and the crumbling hillock, their bodies trembling. Their pupils contracted violently, filled with shock and confusion. Even the battle blades they held nearly slipped from their grasp. Tension that had gripped their beings in readiness to assist now rendered them statuesque. Was Xuan not a late-stage Tier 5 Thunder Awakener? How could he wield such terrifying blade energy? With a single strike, he had slain 2 mid-tier Tier 4 beasts, cleaving a hillock in twain. Was it not stated that his swordsmanship was merely rudimentary? What was this astonishing slash? Even Ling Imotong, capable of manifesting abilities, felt uncertain whether she could withstand such a blow. Even Lu Feng, a formidable warrior, could not possibly match such terrifying combat prowess, could he? Xuan's swordsmanship surpassed even his abilities. As this thought crossed their minds, it resonated like thunder in their consciousness, leaving them in a daze. A late-stage Tier 5 Awakener was already exceedingly formidable. Yet, Xuan was a peak Tier 5 warrior? What unfathomable talent was this? In comparison to Xuan's prowess, even Ling Imotong felt undeserving of the title genius. Could it be that Xuan had been practicing his swordsmanship since birth? Her beautiful eyes fixated upon Xuan's silhouette, her mind replaying his casually executed movements, while Ling Imotong's cool voice carried a hint of bewilderment. "Junior, did you not claim that your swordsmanship was merely rudimentary?" Holding the black blade, Xuan replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, just a bit of understanding. That strike merely dispatched 2 crimson flame lizards." Upon hearing this, Ling Imotong and the others were left speechless. Just a bit of understanding? Nearly dispatched 2? Such a terrifying strike, and he dares to call it rudimentary? Was this not a display of sheer arrogance? Furthermore, the destructive power of that last strike was such that even 5 or 6 mid-tier Tier 4 beasts standing nearby could have been obliterated. The only reason he had only slain 2 was due to the others being too far apart. Did he expect to unleash a 100-meter strike? Unbeknownst to the four, Yi Xian's previous strike was not executed with full effort. He had only exerted a fraction of his strength. After all, at 18 years old, possessing dual peak Tier 5 abilities in martial arts and powers was already sufficiently formidable to warrant various privileges. There was truly no need to fully reveal his capabilities. After all, he was merely 18. Should it become known that both his martial and power abilities had reached the level of Tier 7 mastery, even with his unparalleled talent, he could not be certain that some greedy old fool would not seek to undermine him. Humanity, in the face of great calamities, has never truly united, and those with ulterior motives have existed throughout history. With a hum, Yi Xian fixed his gaze upon the remaining 2 crimson flame lizards. He raised the black blade once more, gathering streams of blade light. In the next moment, yet another strike was unleashed, matching the ferocity of the previous one. Tearing through the sky and ripping the ground apart with a grotesque fissure, a lethal threat surged into his mind. Even the mindless beasts sensed the ultimate peril in the face of that strike. Both crimson flame lizards opened their gaping maws, summoning blazing flames. The torrential flames converged from the air, coiling like a colossal dragon of fire, crashing forth with fury. In the blink of an eye, the unmatched sharpness collided with the fiery dragon. A chilling gleam flickered, the blade light blinding. In an instant of collision, the flames were cleaved in two. As the slicing strike continued its relentless path, ultimately landing upon the 2 crimson flame lizards. Without a hint of suspense, beneath the strike, the 10-meter bodies of the lizards were torn apart, collapsing and raising a cloud of thick dust. The raging flames split to either side, cascading away from Yi Xian. Not far away, Ling Imotong, with her bangs partially obscuring her beautiful eyes, stared intently at Yi Xian's back, her fair face tinged with a hint of blush. "Junior, you seem a bit dashing?" Amidst the flames, Yi Xian sheathed the black blade behind him, turned, tousled his bangs, and wore a slight smile. "Senior sister, Commander Liu, was that strike impressive?" At his words, Ling Imotong's face flushed even deeper. She stepped forward, her slender fingers firmly tapping Yi Xian's head. Her tone laced with discontent. "Impressive? Your swordsmanship is merely rudimentary? Are you intentionally trying to make a fool of me?" Beside them, Mu Bingning and Lu Feng nodded in agreement. Such decisive and unparalleled swordsmanship, who would dare claim it was merely rudimentary? Even Lu Feng, a peak Tier 5 warrior, could not guarantee that he could withstand Yi Xian's strike. Moreover, Yi Xian's 2 previous strikes appeared to be casually executed. As this thought crossed his mind, Lu Feng could not help but draw a sharp breath, his mind reeling in shock. If a casually executed strike could leave him feeling utterly challenged, what did that say about Yi Xian's true martial prowess? Had he not surpassed the limitations of Tier 5 and reached Tier 6? How on earth did he cultivate to such a level? According to intelligence, Yi Xian had not revealed his talents prior to their separation. Neither his martial prowess nor his powers had been disclosed. Furthermore, Yi Xian hailed from an ordinary family. This implied that before joining the 749 Bureau, he had had no access to any cultivation resources. To reach such heights without relying on any resources, was that not terrifyingly extraordinary? Completely outpacing all the talents of the great Xia, Yi Xian shrugged innocently and remarked, "Senior sister, haven't I always been secluded, working alone in my own world? Therefore, I am unaware of my swordsmanship. I feel it is merely a slight understanding." Upon hearing this, Ling Imotong regretted her earlier actions. Her beautiful eyes softened as she gazed at Yi Xian. Indeed, her junior, possessing the unparalleled talent of the great Xia, had not showcased his abilities until encountering her. Hence, it was possible that she had misjudged him. Did he truly believe his swordsmanship was merely slightly proficient? With this thought, Ling Imotong lowered her exquisite face. Her junior had already endured so much. For the sake of an exceedingly pragmatic woman, he had willingly settled for an ordinary existence, only to be rejected in the end. Now, she found herself blaming him. This guilt would surely compel her to chastise herself later that night. Chapter 37, A Stone's Throw from the 10th Level Martial Saint. With 2 swift strikes, Yi Xian dispatched 4 mid-level 4th-tier Crimson Flame Lizards, causing Ling Imotong and Mu Bingning to no longer guard him closely as before. After all, given Yi Xian's strength, if he could not withstand the onslaught, they would stand no chance. The beasts they encountered along the way rarely survived his blade. Under the might of his formidable black sword, these creatures were often cleaved in 2 before they could approach. The group hastened, reaching the entrance to the 3rd layer at an unprecedented speed. Clad in silver armor, Xuan traversed the vast expanse accompanied by 4 5th-tier martial artists. At last, they spotted a fisher. However, to his surprise, others had already arrived before them. It was known that their elite team had encountered no beast hordes while traversing the second layer. They had only faced scattered beasts, swiftly eliminating them without hesitation. How could another team have arrived faster than them? Lu Feng? How did you get here so quickly? Upon reaching the fissure and seeing Lu Feng and his companions, Xuan approached and lightly struck Lu Feng's chest. In response to Xuan's astonishment, Lu Feng flashed a mysterious smile and replied, "You'll find out soon." This only deepened Xuan's confusion. Could it be that Lu Feng had broken through to a 6th-tier martial artist? Only a 6th-tier warrior could clear the way. And coupled with their lack of encounters with fierce beasts, this would explain their speed. Yet, Lu Feng's team consisted of exceptional talents, all likely at the 4th tier. It couldn't be them. It had to be Lu Feng. With this thought, Xuan pushed aside his doubts, taking out food and water to rest. This wait was considerably longer than on the first layer, as the beasts of the second layer were significantly stronger. By the time 5 teams had arrived, aside from Lu Feng and Xuan, the other 3 teams had suffered varying degrees of casualties, with some members severely injured and needing assistance from their comrades. "Xian, you stay behind to protect them," Xuan said sternly, his face serious as he scanned the injured members. "Understood." Xian, the martial artist, nodded and unsheathed his sword, preparing to remain behind. Nodding again, Xuan deeply regarded the remaining members and declared, "For the next layer, we shall act as one. After locating the Beast King, strive to delay its defeat for me." With that, he leapt into the fissure, his figure vanishing. The others followed closely behind. Upon descending to the 3rd layer, Xuan was met with the sight of over 10 mid-level 4th-tier beasts, their crimson eyes fixated upon him and his companions. "Quick battle!" A silver figure darted forward as Xuan called out. With his long sword, he executed his techniques, swiftly weaving through the fray and delivering devastating strikes to the beasts. Meanwhile, Xuan was not idle. Drawing his black sword, a blinding cold light flickered as its unmatched sharpness surged forth, carving a crescent-shaped arc that spanned 30 meters. The strike obliterated everything in its path, annihilating 3 of the clustered mid-level 4th-tier beasts. Without pausing, he swiftly unleashed 2 more strikes, claiming 4 additional beasts. Simultaneously, Lu Feng, Xuan, and their companions had also dispatched the remaining creatures. When they beheld Xuan standing amidst the fallen beasts, holding his black sword, Xuan and the elite members of the 749 Bureau were struck with shock, their pupils constricting in disbelief. They had all heard tales of Xuan's genius. In the outside world, should he have easily dispatched several mid-level 4th-tier beasts, it might not have raised eyebrows. Yet here, in a realm where extraordinary abilities could not be utilized, Xuan had effortlessly slain 7 mid-level 4th-tier beasts with mere sword strikes. No, wasn't Xuan merely an exceptional talent and extraordinary abilities? How could his martial prowess be so formidable? Even peak 5th-tier experts might struggle to unleash such terrifying sword energy. Could it be that Xuan was not only a late 5th-tier awakened, but also a peak 5th-tier martial artist? He was only 18. At this realization, the crowd was left in utter astonishment, their minds a whirlwind. They had encountered many geniuses before, but none could shine as brightly as Xuan. Observing the reactions of those around him, Lu Feng and Ling Mo Tong's eyes glimmered with a hint of schadenfreude. Xuan, clad in silver armor, stood beside Xuan, gazing at him with an expression akin to that of a curious beast, scrutinizing him from head to toe. "Yi specialist, what is your true strength?" Meeting Xuan's gaze, Xuan waved his hand dismissively and said with a hint of helplessness, "In truth, aside from my extraordinary abilities, I also have a modest grasp of swordsmanship. It's on par with my abilities." He added, "Indeed, my extraordinary abilities only amount to a slight understanding as well." This time, Xuan did not lie. After all, his swordsmanship was indeed comparable to the strength of the Thunder Fruit. A modest grasp of swordsmanship? On par with extraordinary abilities? Upon hearing this, the crowd could not help but twitch their lips. Did he dare to call a late 5th-tier or peak 5th-tier martial artist a mere slight understanding? Then, "Perhaps we will require your assistance in the battles to come, Yi specialist." Xuan's lips twitched in disbelief. He finally understood the meaning behind Lu Feng's earlier words. It wasn't that Lu Feng had broken through to the 6th tier, but rather that this genius, whom they all believed to be merely a 4th-tier beginner, possessed the strength of a peak 5th-tier or even a 6th-tier martial artist. Not at all, Director Xiao. This mission to pacify the underground is a shared responsibility. Yi Xian quickly shook his head. After all, unlike their aimless slaughters of beasts, his contributions would expedite their replenishment. How could he refuse such an opportunity? Excellent. My great Xia is fortunate to have a talent like you. The future is undoubtedly bright. Ran praised him without reservation. The others nodded in agreement, deeply impressed. To possess such strength at 18 was truly unfathomable. What heights might Yi Xian reach in the future? Surely, he would at least attain the level of a 10th-tier martial saint. At this, Yi Xian couldn't help but touch his nose, feeling no pressure whatsoever. After all, merely days prior, he had been an ordinary person, dumped by Su Shui for lacking any talent. Yet, after effortlessly annihilating a Thunder Fruit and a Black Knife Knight, he had already achieved the dual 7th-tier level. Who knew what else he might uncover next while swiftly eliminating fierce beasts? The gap between him and the 10th Order Martial Saint is merely a matter of being instantly dispatched. Chapter 38. The 6th Order Beast King. The Ice Mystic Tiger. A flash of blade light appeared, its unmatched brilliance tearing through the 10 ferocious beasts of the early 3rd Order. In an instant, blood and flesh flew in all directions. With the black blade sheathed, Yi Xian walked at the forefront of the entire team, taking on the role of the Pathfinder. Given Yi Xian's strength, he should have been conserving his energy alongside Ran, preparing to ambush the Beast King. However, how could Yi Xian let these ferocious beasts escape? Thus, he voluntarily took up the mantle of clearing the path. Behind him, a 5th Order expert glanced at the remains of the ferocious beasts and couldn't help but exclaim, not only does Officer Yi possess terrifying talent, but he also works incredibly hard. How could he not have such strength? The people around nodded in agreement. Junior, Ling Mo's gaze reflected the figure sprinting at the front, a hint of determination surfacing in her eyes. Clearly, before she had brought her junior into the 749 Bureau, she had promised to protect him. Yet here she was, repeatedly hiding behind him. No, after they get out of here, she must work twice as hard. The group's speed was rapid, with Yi Xian leading the way. They arrived at a vast valley in just a few dozen minutes. Concealing their figures, they landed outside the valley. Yi Xian glanced over and saw that the enormous valley was teeming with ferocious beasts. Atop a high platform within the valley lay a colossal creature, entirely azure in color, stretching 50 meters in length. The air around it seemed to condense into ice crystals with each breath it took. Even though this massive creature had not opened its eyes, an aura of terror emanated from it, causing hearts to race. This was the Beast King of this cavern, the Ice Mystic Tiger. Ran, donned in silver battle armor, stood at the front of the team, his gaze firmly fixated on that enormous figure, his expression grave. Slowly turning, he fixed his eyes on Yi Xian and said in a deep voice, "Officer Yi, later, you, old Lu, and the others will be responsible for clearing out the lower-tier ferocious beasts. The Beast King is our squad's responsibility. If the situation turns dire or we are defeated, do not worry about us, just run." While stabilizing a cavern was indeed critical, it was evident that with the talent Yi Xian displayed, even if they all perished and the cavern erupted with a tide of beasts, Yi Xian must not come to harm. For Yi Xian would undoubtedly become the pillar of the entire Great Xia in the future. If Yi Xian were to die here and the Great Xia faced destruction, how could anyone explain the demise of the top talents of Great Xia? Would they really say they fell in an attempt to pacify a low-tier cavern? If that were the case, Ran would be the center of all Great Xia. Understood. As Yi Xian met Ran's gaze, he nodded. Yet he had no intention of adhering to Ran's instructions. After all, he could not bear to watch these fervent 749 warriors perish needlessly. If it truly came to that, he would be compelled to unveil even greater strength. So the battle commenced. After receiving Yi Xian's affirmation, Ran nodded in satisfaction, adjusted his gear, and transformed into a streak of silver light, charging directly towards the Ice Mystic Tiger like a sharpened blade. Following closely behind were 4 5th Order figures. The sudden turn of events startled the ferocious beasts resting in the valley, their crimson eyes flashing as they roared in fury. Some beasts crouched slightly before leaping into the air. With the Black Blade Knight in hand, Yi Xian initiated his assault. A 30-meter crescent-shaped slash tore through the ground, targeting the leaping beasts. These beasts were merely 3rd Order. With one strike, several were slain. After unleashing the blow, Yi Xian stepped forward, exposing himself to the multitude of ferocious beasts, his eyes shimmering with excitement and regret. If he could eliminate so many ferocious beasts, he would be quite close to achieving his 3rd instant kill. Unfortunately, his display of peak 5th order blade techniques was already sufficiently terrifying. With his peak 5th order strength, it was clear that he couldn't slay too many beasts. Destruction spear technique. A low shout erupted. Yi Tian's long spear radiated a dark red aura, propelling him forward like a cannonball. The spear, akin to a dragon, toppled several third-order beasts with the added dark red momentum. Yi Tian was not a supernatural being, but a pure fourth-order peak warrior. At this moment, his combat prowess far surpassed that of Mu Bingning and Ling Yimo. 9th layer Thunderblade. Without hesitation, Lu Feng, at peak 5th order, wielded his battle blade and charged forth. Lightning crackled around the blade as he swiftly dispatched several second and third-order beasts. Lu Feng did not stray too far from Yuan. Raging Flame Blade, Blazing Gun, Azure Cloud Sword. With each shouted command, more than 10 members of the 749 Bureau, including Mu Bingning and Ling Yimo, joined the fray, plunging into the massive horde of ferocious beasts, drawing their attention. The already furious beasts, with their scarlet eyes, were now provoked by such an assault. Charging towards the members of the 749 Bureau without regard for Xuan and the others, with Yuan and the others drawing the fire. Xuan faced only sporadic obstacles. Soon, they reached the very skies above the Ice Mystic Tiger. 9th layer Thunderblade. With a low shout, Xuan's long blade crackled with electricity. Amidst the intertwining lightning, the blade surged forward, descending with force. The massive commotion roused the Ice Mystic Tiger from its slumber. As it faced the oncoming thunderous blade, it roared in fury, icy air swirling and shattering the ice crystals. Its snow-white claws, layered with ice crystals, met the descending blade. The sound of their clash echoed through the air, a sharp explosion resonating from the tremendous force of their collision. Destruction Spear Technique. 9th layer Thunderblade. The remaining 4 5th-order warriors gripped their long blades and spears tightly, unleashing a devastating assault from all directions towards the Ice Mystic Tiger. With a deafening roar, the surrounding air rapidly cooled. The chilling mist coalesced around the Ice Mystic Tiger, forming a thick layer of ice armor. The attacks from the 4 5th-order warriors merely managed to tear the armor slightly, leaving only faint white marks on its soft, snowy fur. In the air, clad in silver battle armor, Xuan darted like a silver streak, continuously unleashing waves of terrifying blade energy, yet all were thwarted by the Ice Mystic Tiger's claws. Gaining no advantage whatsoever, the 4 5th-order warriors circled around the Ice Mystic Tiger, launching relentless assaults, yet they could only inflict superficial wounds. The disparity between 5th and 6th order was simply too vast. These 4 warriors were not even at the peak of 5th order. Had it not been for Xuan leading the charge, they might not have even approached the Ice Mystic Tiger. However, like flies buzzing around, their incessant attacks only served to enrage the Ice Mystic Tiger further. With a low growl, all the ferocious beasts quivered. The Ice Mystic Tiger's massive jaws parted slightly, a terrifying chill rapidly coalescing. The temperature around plummeted. Chapter 39. What is Yi Xian's limit? The chilling white air gathered in its mouth. The Ice Mystic Tiger unleashed a powerful breath, and wherever the white chill passed, everything turned to ice crystals. A thick pillar of white frost swept through, causing the 4 5th-order warriors who had been harassing it to retreat hastily. What an opportunity! A ruthless glint flickered in Xuan's eyes. His long blade crackled with thunder. 9th layer Thunderblade. 3rd layer. The special resonance technique caused Xuan's palm to tremble slightly. As the long blade amassed a terrifying power, it descended with great force, striking the back of the Xianbing Tiger with a piercing sound. The ice crystal armor was instantly penetrated. The blade, crackling with thunder, plunged deep into the Xianbing Tiger's body, causing blood to spurt forth like beans. Gripping the hilt tightly, Xuan's figure glided as he carved a gaping wound 10 meters long into the creature's back, as if intent on tearing the Xianbing Tiger asunder. The extreme pain made even the Xianbing Tiger grimace in agony. A surge of frigid air erupted, freezing the wound while ice crystals formed into sharp spikes that jutted from its back, forcing Xuan to withdraw his blade and retreat hastily. Ice crystals coalesced in the air, launching at Xuan from all directions. Thunder rumbled in the atmosphere as he wielded the long knife, creating afterimages that deflected all the icy projectiles. Simultaneously, 5th-tier experts regrouped their assault against the wounded Xianbing Tiger. Overwhelmed, the creature struggled to withstand their full-force onslaught. Soon, its massive body was riddled with ghastly wounds, blood pouring forth incessantly. The anguished roars echoed throughout the valley, eliciting a smile from Ling Yimo Tong, Lu Feng, and others nearby. It seemed this operation was destined for success. They merely needed to be wary of the Xianbing tiger's dying counterattack to slay the Beast King and pacify this cavern. However, at that moment, a bone-chilling torrent erupted from the vast cave behind the Xianbing tiger. The icy blast surged forth like a white wave, enveloping Xuan and his companions. As the cold swept over them, all five were encased in ice crystals. A massive white silhouette flashed past. Two claws resembling those of a celestial predator came crashing down. Xuan and his companions were violently slammed into the ground, producing a deafening thud. A 50-meter-tall Xian tiger stood atop the ice crystals, surveying everything from its lofty position. As its gaze fell upon the beleaguered Xianbing tiger, the crimson depths of its eyes grew ever more savage. With a thunderous roar, the Beast King erupted in fury, igniting chaos in the valley as countless ferocious beasts joined in the fray, charging it all in sight. With a single stroke, Ling Emotong felled a second-tier beast. Her hair billowed, and her gaze fixed on the intact Xian tiger, her beautiful visage pale as a ghost. Is there another Beast King? Not only Ling Emotong, but Lu Feng and Mu Bingning also wore expressions of stark dismay. They had been on the brink of slaying the Beast King, only to be confronted with another, particularly for Xuan and his companions, the primary attackers, who had been caught off guard by this ambush. Their fates now hung in uncertainty. Without Xuan and the others, how could they hope to withstand the wrath of the twin Beast Kings? Clad in battle armor, Lu Feng instinctively moved closer to Yuan. His gaze locked onto the imposing white figure, his voice strained as he spoke. The twin Beast Kings. This cavern harbors twin Beast Kings. Typically, a cavern contains only one Beast King, but in some peculiar instances, there are two, what we refer to as twin Beast Kings. With a crack, the ice crystal shattered. Xuan, his battle armor cracked and fractured, rose unsteadily, gripping his weapon tightly, his gaze fixed on the undamaged Beast King. He bellowed at Lu Feng, "Everyone, retreat. Old Lu, at all costs, ensure that Commissioner Yi and Mo Tong are taken out of this cavern." With that, Xuan, his eyes brimming with resolve, hefted his battle knife and charged forth. Despite his grievous injuries and the impending failure of their mission, he was determined to buy time for the retreat of the genius Xuan. As Xuan recklessly charged, the Xianbing tiger raised its paw, ice crystals coalescing into a chilling claw that came crashing down. With a thunderous impact, Xuan was struck from the air and slammed into the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Retreat. Upon witnessing this, Lu Feng felt no hesitation, bellowing as he prepared to shield Yuan during their escape. Yet, to his astonishment, Yuan did not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward, advancing toward the Xianbing tiger. "Yuan, you are merely at the peak of the 5th tier. You cannot possibly contend with the Beast King. Hurry, retreat." Lu Feng's voice cracked as he hurried after him. Nearby, Ling Emotong glanced up to see Yuan plunging deeper into the throng of beasts, her face drained of color. "Junior, come back." However, Yuan ignored their calls, continuing to forge ahead with his massive black blade. Witnessing this, Ling Emotong gripped her long knife tightly, her teeth clenched in determination, turning back to follow him. "He is the junior I invited to join the 749 Bureau. As his senior, I promised to look after him. I cannot stand idly by and watch him perish." In the depths of the pit, Xuan struggled to his feet, seeing Yuan approach and feeling a surge of urgency. This Beast King is a fully intact early 6th tier creature. Even I, at early 6th tier, cannot contend with it one-on-one. Yuan, with your talent, you must not fall here. Hurry and leave. I will hold them off. With that, he fought against the pain, attempting to charge forward once more. However, Yuan moved even faster. Stepping forward, he gripped his black blade tightly, his leg shifting slightly as he raised the blade before him. "Director Xiao, leave this to me. I am not incapable of defeating an early 6th tier beast." With the blade knight in hand, Yuan had acquired not only its might but also the full prowess of the legendary swordsman, Eagle Eye. Previously, he had not had the opportunity to showcase this power. Now, it was the perfect moment to demonstrate the true strength of the world's greatest swordsman. Of course, he would still not unleash his full potential. What? Xuan trembled at the declaration. Not incapable of defeating an early 6th tier? How is that possible? Only a mid-6th tier warrior can overcome a 6th tier beast. Is it possible that Yuan's previously displayed strength was not his full capacity? Has he truly attained mid-6th tier strength? How can this be? Yet, gazing at Yuan's earnest expression, even Xuan, despite his disbelief, could not help but entertain the ludicrous thought. Could it be that the peak of the 5th tier was still not the limit of Yuan's swordsmanship? Under Xuan's watchful gaze, Tendrils of dark energy swirled around the black blade, coalescing ominously. The terrifying essence of darkness emanated, causing the ground beneath Xuan to crack incrementally. A blinding sharpness radiated outward from him, fracturing the earth within a 50-meter radius and slicing through the surrounding air. The chilling intensity sent shivers through all present. In the next moment, Xuan's body spun suddenly, and with a fierce swing of the black blade, he unleashed a devastating strike. A long, black crescent-shaped slash, stretching 100 meters, erupted forth. The ground beneath him shattered violently as the crescent cut through. Chapter 40. A blade to cease the storm, unrivaled across the seas. The 100-meter crescent slash surged forward, an unmatched brilliance sweeping outward, tearing apart any low-tier beast below. With a low growl, the Xianbing tiger recognized the lethal threat posed by Xuan's attack. A torrent of frigid white mist converged from all directions, coalescing in the mouth and exhaling forth. A dense column of white light cascaded down like a galactic shower, descending vertically. A pitch-black crescent blade slashed upward from the ground, colliding with the essence in midair. A deafening roar reverberated throughout the valley. The ultimate sharpness clashed with the chilling air, intertwining in the atmosphere as the coldness condensed and froze the brilliance. The sharpness tore apart the freshly gathered chill with devastating force. At the heart of their collision, the swirling white mist and blade energy reverberated outward, sending ripples of shockwaves through the air. The ground below cracked and spread like a spider's web, fissures appearing in grotesque patterns. After a brief stalemate, the dark crescent blade, extending over 100 meters, brutally rent the encroaching chill asunder, splitting the descending frost in two and reversing its trajectory. The scattered chill, akin to celestial maidens scattering flowers, fell across the entire valley. Beneath the blazing sun, the coldness was relentlessly torn apart, culminating in the dark crescent blade striking fiercely against the massive form of the ice element tiger. Before the 100-meter blade strike, even the 50-meter-long ice element tiger appeared minuscule. The terrifying sharpness effortlessly penetrated its body. The silver fur and ice crystal armor were as fragile as paper. With a flash of darkness, the ice element tiger was cleaved in two, falling straight down. Crimson blood splattered across the valley. After rending the ice element tiger, the dark blade strike did not dissipate. Instead, its might surged skyward. Ultimately, with a thunderous roar, the clouds above were torn apart by this strike, creating a chasm hundreds of meters wide. The colossal beast fell to the ground, raising a cloud of thick dust. Surrounding it, numerous low-tier ferocious beasts also succumbed under the scattered sharpness of the blade. Amidst the dust, Xuan, clad in battle armor, stood tall, his disheveled dark hair slightly tousled, enveloped in a crimson rain of blood, his black blade radiating dark brilliance, resembling a demon god. With a single strike, the winds and snow ceased, and the gods of the four seas vanished. Junior brother? Lin Mo Tong, clutching her long knife, came to an abrupt halt. Her beautiful eyes fixated on the figure amidst the swirling dust and blood, her mind in a daze. One strike, merely one strike, and he had slain the 6th-tier early-stage beast king, the ice element tiger. Even the most gifted must have their limits, right? A pinnacle 5th-tier warrior coupled with a 5th-tier awakened being already commanded awe. Yet, Xuan had managed to slay a 6th-tier early-stage ice element tiger with a single blow? What kind of strength did that require? That single strike. Even from such a distance, Lin Mo Tong felt an icy chill pierce through her, sending shivers down her spine. Her junior brother. To what level had his strength ascended? Xuan, clad in silver battle armor, found it difficult to maintain his grip on his weapon. His face beneath the armor etched with astonishment. He had personally fought the ice element tiger. Its 6th-tier early-stage strength was indisputable. Yet, an 18-year-old he viewed as a junior had managed to slay it in one strike? Could he not also be felled by a single blow? At this thought, even Xuan couldn't suppress a gasp of shock. How terrifying. What monster was this? The great Xiao was on the rise. Lu Feng's gaze was fixed intently on Xuan's figure, his body trembling uncontrollably, not from fear, but from excitement, disbelief. The current plight of humanity was far from favorable. Ferocious beasts and demonic entities lurked menacingly. A top-tier powerhouse was desperately needed to suppress humanity, and Xuan was even more talented than he had imagined. Moreover, his ascent would surpass everyone's expectations. Not just Xuan and Lu Feng, but all the experts from the 749 Bureau who witnessed this were engulfed in profound shock. Unable to regain their composure for a long time, they gazed at that youthful visage, feeling as though their worldview had been overturned. Many among them were not even considered geniuses, merely individuals from a small place like Jiangnan City. Yet, they could not fathom anyone in the entire Great Xia who could rival the prodigy that was Yuan. A thunderous roar echoed through the air. The wounded ice element tiger let out a mournful cry. Its crimson eyes fixed one last glance at Yuan before it turned and fled. Knowing all too well that this seemingly insignificant human possessed terrifying strength that he could not withstand. Attempting to flee, beneath the blood rain, Yuan's lips curled into a smirk, the black blade in his hand emanating tendrils of dark brilliance. His disheveled hair danced in the wind. Having chosen to reveal his greater strength, how could he allow a sixth-tier beast king to escape? Such a retreat would render his revelation meaningless. With a sharp crack, the air erupted once more, resonating in the ears of all present. In the midst of their astonishment, Yuan unleashed another 100-meter dark crescent blade. The ultimate sharpness tore through the sky, descending upon the fleeing ice element tiger. This injured beast had no time to mount any significant resistance, merely managing to conjure a layer of ice crystals. Yet, under the overwhelming might of the blade, even that brief defense was futile. It was effortlessly torn apart along with the ice element tiger's body. Once again, a massive beast's form plummeted from the heavens. The entire process encountered no difficulty whatsoever. As Yuan executed another strike, he gradually sheathed his blade, turned around, and met Xuan's gaze, flashing a smile. See, Director Xiao? Even a sixth-tier early-stage opponent can be slain. Looking at Yuan, whose face bore traces of the ice element tiger's blood, even Xuan, the deputy director, found his breath quickening. Your talent is truly terrifying. One wonders what level your blade technique has reached. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng, Lin Imotong, Mu Bingning, and others nearby held their breaths, their eyes fixed intently on Yuan. Especially Lin Imotong and Mu Bingning, who had known Yuan for some time, were increasingly astounded by his displayed prowess, each instance surpassing the last in terror. They had begun to ponder the entirely impossible level of his strength, only to have their understanding shattered time and again. It was as if Yuan's strength had no limits. How could there be no limits? Could it be that slaying a sixth-tier early-stage ice element tiger with a single strike was still not Yuan's true strength? No, impossible. An 18-year-old slaying a sixth-tier beast king was already beyond belief. How could Yuan's true power be even greater? Could he possibly be a seventh-tier master? An 18-year-old seventh-tier master? What a joke. It was utterly impossible. Chapter 41. No, an 18-year-old sixth-tier powerhouse is right there. Yet, for reasons unknown, despite the certainty of impossibility in their hearts, both women could not help but remember Yuan's continuous display of strength. From third tier to fourth tier, then to fifth tier, his martial prowess unfolded in succession. Was this not a talent that completely shattered their comprehension? If he had already reached the sixth tier late stage at 18, then an 18-year-old seventh tier master was not entirely out of the realm of possibility, was it? Shaking their heads, Lin Imotong and Mu Bingning quickly cast aside such terrifying thoughts from their minds. Even though Yuan had repeatedly defied reason, his talent was unprecedented. However, the notion of an 18-year-old master is simply unfathomable. Strength? Yuan pondered for a moment upon hearing this. The Xianbing tiger is a beast king of the early sixth tier. To achieve a single strike kill, even with a surprise attack, one must possess formidable strength. It seems unlikely to be at the mid-sixth tier, so it must be at the late sixth tier. Despite having already slain the Xianbing tiger with a single blow, and having to do some aspects, Lu Feng and the other 749 strong warriors could not help but gasp in astonishment. An 18-year-old warrior at the late sixth tier. It appears that Yuan's previously dazzling lightning abilities are merely his weak point. Some individuals in their 30s and 40s, possessing only fourth or fifth tier strength, felt an overwhelming complexity within. They felt as if they had wasted their years. After all, they had spent so many years becoming warriors, only to be overshadowed by an 18-year-old youth. Truly, such prodigies are beyond comprehension. Lu Feng sighed deeply. As the commander of the 749 Bureau, after over 20 years of being a warrior, he had only reached the peak of the fifth tier, yet here stands a formidable youth. After experiencing initial complexity and hesitation, Xuan could not help but laugh heartily towards the sky. The sound of his excited laughter echoed throughout the valley. To be surpassed by an 18-year-old youth, it would be disingenuous to claim there were no feelings of bitterness or reluctance. However, more than that, there was excitement and hope. Such an extraordinary prodigy could change the dire situation of the Great Xia. Let us go. The success of this mission and our survival is all thanks to you. A hand clad in silver armor rested on Yi Xian's shoulder as Xuan spoke with a smile. Once we exit, I will inform old Yang. If you need any cultivation resources, feel free to ask. Anything our Jiangnan branch can procure, we will certainly deliver. Upon hearing this, a flicker of desire surfaced in the hearts of the other 749 strong warriors. Even though it was merely a branch, the Jiangnan branch had access to numerous valuable resources. Yet, not a single person felt envious. After all, if it were not for Yi Xian, they would not even know how many of them would survive. Well done, Junior. As Yi Xian approached, Ling Modong playfully punched her chest, her stunning face displaying a hint of indignation. Are you intentionally trying to make your senior sister look foolish? You clearly possess such strength, yet you remained silent. Do you know how worried I was about you? Looking at her beautiful face so close, Yi Xian felt warmth in his heart. It was nice to feel cared for. All right, senior sister. I'm fine. Really? Humph. With a cold snort, Ling Modong feigned severity. Her eyes filled with suspicion as she coldly asked, be honest, is the late 6th tier truly your full strength? Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's smile faltered slightly. He had not even unleashed 1/10 of his strength in that moment. It was evident that, at this time, both his swordsmanship and abilities had reached at least the level of a 7th tier master. Although the difference between the 6th and 7th tiers is merely 1 rank, the disparity is immense. Do you not see that the 7th tier is already referred to as a master? If he were to reveal his late 6th tier cultivation, the strong warriors of the Great Xiao might still consider him a beacon of hope for their resurgence, and even those who coveted his secrets would be deterred. However, if he were to disclose his dual 7th tier mastery, it is likely that the upper echelons of the Great Xiao would be consumed by greed, eager to uncover his secrets. Thus, gazing at that exquisite face, Yi Xian could only silently utter an apology. Of course, senior sister, you overestimate me. How could I possibly be a 7th tier master while still concealing my strength? Seeing this, Ling Modong nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, Xuan, along with a few others, retrieved the 4 severely injured 5th tier warriors from the ground. Thankfully, although they were gravely injured, none had perished, which was a stroke of fortune. Subsequently, accompanied by these injured individuals, the group made their way to the upper levels. Along the way, Yi Xian, who had already revealed his late 6th tier strength, unhesitatingly claimed all the ferocious beasts they encountered. Anyone daring to obstruct them was swiftly dispatched. It was uncertain whether it was due to the newly formed nature of this cavern, but they encountered no beast horde during their return journey, which left him thoroughly disappointed. Were it not for the fact that the cavern would close in 3 hours, and he had to protect these injured individuals, he would have actively sought out ferocious beasts. Alas, without the cavern, there would still be plenty of beasts to hunt in the wild. Standing at the entrance of the cavern, Yi Xian slowly sheathed his black blade, the swirling dark blade energy around him dissipating into nothingness as he gently shook his head. Alongside Ling Modong and Mu Bingning, he stepped out of the cavern. Injured personnel. Medical team. Quickly, hurry. As soon as they exited the cavern, the prepared general immediately issued commands. Not far away, the waiting medical team rushed forward, promptly tending to the wounds of the severely injured individuals and lifting them onto stretchers. Some lightly injured individuals also received timely treatment. None of this blood is mine. It's all from the ferocious beasts. Yi Xian waved his hand at the medical personnel who approached to examine him, lightly chuckling. Although he had struck down 2 Xianbing tigers with decisive blows, the splattering blood from their massive bodies had inevitably splashed onto him. Furthermore, throughout the return journey, he had slain all the ferocious beasts, which, as he intentionally adapted his swordsmanship, caused him to be smeared with considerable blood. Consequently, he appeared drenched in blood, quite fearsome, and naturally attracted the attention of the medical personnel. After all the injured received medical attention, the stationed iron-blooded general stepped forward slowly, arriving before Xuan, who was wrapping bandages. He spoke in a deep voice, Director Xiao. Hearing this, Xuan smiled easily and replied, of course, it's all taken care of. However, your military's information nearly led to disaster. Inside, there was not just 1 beast king, but 2. The general, clad in military attire, first let out a heavy sigh of relief, his previously tense expression relaxing somewhat. Then, he was struck with astonishment. 2 beast kings? Director Xiao. I recall that this cavern operation only had you as a 6th tier early warrior. The rest were at most 5th tier. If there are indeed 2 beast kings. Upon reaching this point, the general seemed to fear that Xuan might misunderstand, hastily adding, Of course, I do not doubt what you are saying. Indeed. Xuan chuckled lightly, nonchalantly shrugging his shoulders. Pointing at Yuan with a hint of pride in his tone, 2 6th-tier early beast kings would certainly be beyond my capabilities. However, this time, we also have a 6th-tier late warrior. Behold, an 18-year-old 6th-tier late warrior. Chapter 42. Yuan's talent exposed. Military seizure. Following Xuan's gaze, upon seeing Yuan's appearance, even this iron-blooded general trembled, his pupils contracting like pinholes. So young, an 18-year-old 6th-tier late warrior. His gaze darted back and forth between Xuan and Yuan, not to mention an 18-year-old 6th-tier late warrior. He had never even heard of an 18-year-old 5th-tier early warrior. At this moment, even though the individual before him was the deputy director of the 749 Bureau, Xuan, the general found it hard to believe. After all, an 18-year-old 6th-tier late warrior is indeed beyond comprehension. Meeting the general's incredulous gaze, Xuan's smile only widened. Indeed. I was also taken aback when I first learned of it. But it is, without a doubt, an 18-year-old 6th-tier late warrior. With Xuan's affirmation, the general was left astounded. The general felt a sense of disorientation. An 18-year-old 6th-tier late-stage warrior was indeed astonishing. Suddenly, a glimmer of brilliance ignited in his eyes as he fixed his gaze intently on Yuan. Such a prodigy, if recruited into the military, could become a pillar of strength for the future. It was as if he could read the general's thoughts. Xuan, ever vigilant, interjected, "Hey, old Lu, I warn you. This is a member of our Bureau 749. Don't even think about luring him to your military." Seeing that his intentions had been discerned, old Lu chuckled lightly. Not the least bit embarrassed. "Thank you for your hard work this time. You all should rest well. I have some matters to attend to." With that, he turned and left without looking back. Watching old Lu's retreating figure, a tinge of unease crept into Xuan's heart. He quickly approached Yuan. Concern etched on his face. "How are you? Are you injured?" Yuan flashed a grin. "Not a chance. Not even a 6th-tier early-stage beast king can hurt me, let alone those ferocious beasts." Nodding, Xuan then seized Yuan and concocted a casual excuse. "Well then, let us head back to the city since we're all relatively unscathed. With so many high-level warriors deployed, the city's defenses are somewhat thin." He led Yuan, along with Ling Mo Tong and other uninjured members, directly to the Bureau 749 helicopter, boarding swiftly. Sitting in the helicopter, Xuan cast a disdainful glance at the imposing military camp below, sneering, "Old Lu, I know your true colors." Meanwhile, old Lu hastily located the injured members of Bureau 749, gathered some information, and swiftly dashed to his office. He picked up the red phone and dialed. Ding ding ding. In the heart of Jiangnan City, within the office of Major General Li Tianlong, the highest-ranking military officer, the phone rang urgently, causing his expression to shift. "Is that old Lu calling? ISNT stationed at the cave? Why is he calling now? Has the cave plan failed? Has something gone wrong?" With such thoughts racing through his mind, he quickly answered the call, his tone urgent. "Old Lu? Did the cave operation fail? What is the situation?" On the other end, old Lu shook his head. "General, everything is proceeding smoothly." Li Tianlong let out a heavy sigh of relief. Just then, old Lu continued, "However, there is erroneous information regarding the cave. It is a special dual cave. The resolution hinges entirely on an 18-year-old high school student." Li Tianlong was momentarily taken aback, a hint of bewilderment flickering in his sharp, iron-like gaze. After years of collaboration, he found himself struggling to comprehend old Lu's words. Erroneous information about the cave? A dual cave? Would the members dispatched by Bureau 749 really be able to resolve it? Moreover, what did he mean by relying solely on an 18-year-old high school student? At that age, even the most gifted would only be at the 3rd or 4th tier, wouldn't they? How could such power possibly influence a battle against a 6th-tier early-stage beast king? Amid his confusion, old Lu's voice continued to resonate. "The student is named Yuan, possessing the strength of a 6th-tier late-stage warrior. I spoke with the members of Bureau 749, and he is currently a senior at Jiangnan High School, also a combat specialist for Bureau 749. With only a few days to go before the college entrance examination, he has already reached the 6th-tier late stage. He single-handedly slayed a 6th-tier early-stage beast king in the cave." All the injured members of Bureau 749 corroborated this. Gasping at the revelation, even Li Tianlong, who had overseen the defenses of Jiangnan City for many years, could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. 18. 6th-tier late stage? slaying a 6th-tier early-stage beast king with a single strike? These pieces of information seemed utterly incompatible. Were someone else to claim such a thing, Li Tianlong would have dismissed it outright, believing such a person could not possibly exist. However, in the military, there was no room for falsehoods. Old Lu would not lie about such matters. Thus, it appeared that Jiangnan City, Jiangnan High School, had indeed produced such an extraordinary genius. What was he waiting for? Shouldn't they hasten to recruit him into the military? His breath quickened instinctively, and Li Tianlong's grip on the phone tightened, veins bulging in his hand. This unprecedented genius must be brought into their ranks. Isn't this a matter I should report to the general and inquire about what can be done? What can be done? I'll tell you at any cost. He shouted into the phone before hanging up with a fierce determination. In his office, he paced anxiously. On the other side, after hanging up, Old Lu managed a sheepish smile and quickly made his way out of the office towards the location of Xiaoran and Yixian. However, upon arrival, he found the place deserted. Where is everyone? Where did Director Xiao and the others go? Old Lu summoned a soldier and inquired in a low voice. The soldier promptly replied. Director Xiao said that with so many high-tier warriors leaving the city at once, fearing a lapse in defense, they returned first. Upon hearing this, Old Lu's expression darkened considerably. A lapse in city defense. He cast a vicious glare at the helicopter, now out of sight, and hurried back to his office to report the situation to Li Tianlong. Understood, Li Tianlong replied, hanging up the phone as he sat back in his chair, a glint of brilliance igniting in his eyes. Such a genius, Bureau 749, you will not be able to seize him, he murmured to himself, without a moment's hesitation. He chose to escalate the matter. A 6th-tier late-stage genius. This prodigious talent, destined to stand atop the pinnacle of the Great Xia, cannot be so easily relinquished by the military. Chapter 43, The Seed of the Martial God, Yixian, a stir in the northern capital. In the grand conference room of the northern capital of the Great Xia, several figures adorned with the insignia of military stars entered sequentially and took their seats. Once settled, one could no longer contain the curiosity. Old Lu, what urgent matter brings us here? Seated at the head of the table, Old Lu supported his chin with his hands, casting an authoritative glance over every individual present. The content of this meeting requires no recording or filming. Upon hearing this, the attendees exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. The tone suggested that something significant was at hand. The need for confidentiality indicated that the forthcoming discussion was of utmost importance. Their expressions grew serious, with the reactions noted. Old Lu continued, according to the report from Major General Li Tianlong, the city of Jiangnan has produced an 18-year-old 6th-tier late-stage genius. As you all know, our Great Xia has long been severely lacking in top-tier combat strength, leaving us somewhat powerless against foreign deities and beast gods. Previously, our most extraordinary genius, the current martial sage Ling Yutian, had only reached the pinnacle of the 5th tier by the age of 18. Furthermore, he came from a distinguished background, never lacking in resources for cultivation. To my knowledge, this genius from Jiangnan City hails from an ordinary background and has had no access to advanced cultivation resources. At this point, Old Lu paused, leaning slightly forward over the desk, his tone growing more solemn. This implies that this genius's innate talent surpasses that of martial sage Ling Yutian. In the future, he possesses the potential to ascend to the level of a martial god. Old Lu's grave voice echoed throughout the expansive conference room. The entire conference room was taken aback, the distinguished military general's pupils constricting in unison. Heavy breaths echoed within the chamber. The first to speak was General Xuan, who rose with palpable excitement. What are we waiting for? We must swiftly bring this individual in and launch the Martial God Seed initiative. He was not alone in his fervor. The general beside him echoed with equal enthusiasm. Indeed, such a prodigy must be safeguarded and nurtured at all costs. Our Great Xia has long suffered from the absence of divine beings and supreme powers. Faced with the predatory gaze of foreign deities, we often pay a hefty price to defend our territory. We desperately need a god-level powerhouse of our own. However, Old Lu waved his hand, shaking his head. You are all aware of our current predicament. The foreign deities are watching us closely, and with the countless lurking monsters. If we were to directly retrieve this genius and nurture him openly, the foreign deities would undoubtedly catch wind of it. Would they simply stand by? Upon hearing this, the two previously exuberant generals felt their excitement wane. Indeed, one mused, if foreign deities were to invade recklessly and demand this genius in exchange, we might not be able to protect him. Deploying 8th or 9th tier powerhouses to retrieve him would be far too conspicuous. Although the infiltrating monsters had diminished under the efforts of the 749 Bureau, they were still a significant concern. What then? Are we to watch this genius languish in a small place like Jiangnan City? Yi Wushuang's expression darkened, his tone tinged with displeasure. After all, Jiangnan City was merely a minor locale, lacking the premier resources and mentors essential for cultivating such talent. Old Lu smirked lightly, saying, "Old Yi, your concern is clouding your judgment. Although we cannot act overly, this genius is merely 18 and will soon take the college entrance examination. With his talent, he will easily gain admission to Baidu University. Once there, we can make contact with him." The remaining 4 generals exchanged glances, their expressions clearing in realization. Yes, at 18. He is indeed of examination age. If he comes to Baidu via the entrance exam, he will not attract the attention of those monsters. After all, every year, several prodigies enter Baidu from across Great Xia. Yi Wushuang's eyes flickered with concern as he spoke, but if he participates in the examination with his abilities, won't he inadvertently expose his talent? At this, the smiles of the other 3 generals faltered. Indeed, should this genius reveal his strength and age during the examination, he would likely attract even more unwanted attention. Old Lu, however, retained his smile as he replied, "I have already considered that. Thus, I plan to communicate with the 749 Bureau to have this genius participate in the examination as an invigilator. Subsequently, we will fabricate his results." Old Lu's words gradually eased the tension in the brows of Yi Wushuang and the other generals. Yi Wushuang stepped forward, clapping Old Lu on the shoulder with a hearty laugh. "Haha, you truly are thorough, Old Lu." With a dismissive wave of his hand, Old Lu rose, saying, "All right. This meeting was primarily to share thoughts with you all. I must speak with Old Xiao from the 749 Bureau regarding arranging for this genius to act as an invigilator." With that, he exited the room, leaving the remaining 4 generals still unable to conceal their inner excitement. For Great Xia, every martial Saint Seed was invaluable, let alone this extraordinary martial god seed. In Jiangnan City, at the headquarters of the 749 Bureau, a helicopter landed smoothly on the helipad, the sound of its descent resonating through the night. Stepping off, Xuan faced everyone, saying, "Thank you all for your hard work during this operation. Please return and rest as soon as possible. Due to a miscommunication, the task level was incorrect, and I will ensure your rewards are duly compensated." As Xuan finished speaking, several experts from the 749 Bureau relaxed their tense bodies, departing in small groups from the headquarters. "Junior, let's go. Senior sister invites you to hot pot." Ling Mo Tong, with her flowing black hair, leaned closer to Yi Xian, her beautiful face breaking into a smile. "Sure." Yi Xian began to respond, but Xuan called out to him. "Special Agent Yi, thanks to your efforts during the Abyss mission, I would like you to meet with the director. Given your talent, the previous treatment you received seems rather unjust. Senior sister, I apologize. I'll treat you next time." Yi Xian offered a sheepish smile to Ling Mo Tong. Seeing this, she did not press him further, instead giving him a gentle push and saying coolly, "All right then. I'll enjoy hot pot by myself." With a resigned smile, Yi Xian followed Xuan toward the brightly lit office at headquarters. Even in the deep of night, the 749 Bureau headquarters remained bustling, with some staff working diligently. After all, the Bureau was responsible for the monsters plaguing the entire Jiangnan area, and it was unacceptable for the headquarters to be deserted. Yi Xian accompanied Xuan down the corridor to the end, arriving at an office door. "Knock, knock. Come in." A weary voice called from within. Xuan and Yi Xian entered. Director Yang, they greeted in unison as they approached Yang Lin's desk. "Ah, you're back." Yang Lin nodded, his gaze fixated on Yi Xian, scrutinizing him closely. Despite his fatigue, a spark of excitement lit up his face. "You must be Yi Xian?" Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under Yang Lin's intense scrutiny, Yi Xian quickly nodded. "Yes, Director Yang." "Excellent, excellent." Yang Lin stood from his chair, moving closer to Yi Xian. The proximity and fervent gaze made Yi Xian instinctively want to take a step back, feeling a slight chill. Could it be that the esteemed director of the 749 Bureau had ulterior motives? Fortunately, after a brief appraisal, Yang Lin stepped back, laughing heartily. "Truly, you are the pride of Jiangnan City. News has already reached Baidu. An 18-year-old 6th-tier late-stage martial artist. Such talent and strength are undoubtedly the future of our Great Xia." At this, Xuan was taken aback. While he expected Yang Lin to know of Yi Xian's prowess, having reported it during the helicopter ride, he was astonished to hear that news had already reached Baidu. After all, they had rushed straight to the 749 Bureau without delay, taking no more than an hour. How could Baidu have received the news before Yang Lin had even reported it? Suddenly, a grim figure flashed through his mind, and he clenched his teeth. Damn it, it must be old Lu. Only he could relay the information directly to Baidu through multiple channels. Unbeknownst to him, Xuan, facing Yang Lin's praise, quickly bowed his head, saying, Director Yang, you flatter me. Though I possess some talent, I hardly deserve such a title as the future of Great Xia. Yang Lin waved his hand, interrupting Xuan. Oh. Come now. An 18-year-old at 6th tier late stage, how can you not be the future of Great Xia? Such talent is unheard of throughout the land. Originally, I had planned to grant you a place in the elite training camp once your prowess reached the pinnacle of the 5th tier. However, it appears that your terrifying extraordinary abilities are, in fact, comparatively weaker. As he spoke, Yang Lin walked to the desk, sat down once more, and kindly inquired. From now on, you may allocate all resources of Jiangnan City as you see fit. Furthermore, your contribution to this mission has been substantial. Do you have any requests? Upon hearing this, Xuan felt no stirrings of excitement within. In the past, he might have been elated. Given that many resources within the 749 Bureau are exceedingly precious and difficult to acquire externally. Yet now, having consumed the Thunder Fruit and possessing the strength akin to the world's foremost swordsman, Hawkeye, those resources aimed at enhancing the cultivation speed of warriors and awakeners hold little significance for him. Perhaps I should inquire whether the 749 Bureau could capture any discovered magical creatures for me to slay? A peculiar thought crossed Xuan's mind, but was swiftly dismissed as he deemed it a rather strange request. Thus, in response to Yang Lin's generous offer, Xuan merely shook his head and replied, Director Yang, I currently have no needs. Yang Lin nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, for a genius like you, the resources of Jiangnan City are hardly of consequence. Therefore, I shall grant you 100,000 contribution points. Should you require anything, feel free to purchase it yourself, and inform me when you need more. Thank you, Director Yang. Although some training resources held little value for him, contribution points are akin to a universal currency. At the very least, they could enhance his quality of life and allow him to indulge himself. Xuan accepted without hesitation. By the way, Yang Lin perused the documents on his desk. These contained records of Xuan's information, meticulously documented since elementary school. Due to your extraordinary talent, it is advised that you refrain from participating in the college entrance examination as a candidate to avoid attracting the attention of any magical creatures or external deities. Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Not allowed to take the college entrance examination? Although his strength was indeed formidable now, he still harbored aspirations toward a prestigious institution like Baidu University. After all, there were senior sisters there. Of course, Yang Lin replied, closing the documents. It is not that you are entirely prohibited from the examination. Rather, you will serve as an invigilator. Every year, the 749 Bureau dispatches personnel to oversee the college entrance examination as a practical assessment. With your capabilities, being an invigilator is more than sufficient. As for your results, Baidu will automatically designate you as the national top scholar, with your score surpassing the highest score of this year's examination by 10 points. Xuan was left utterly befuddled. At 18, on the brink of the college entrance examination, he found himself barred from taking it due to his overwhelming strength. And instead appointed as an invigilator? Moreover, his score was preemptively secured as the national top scholar? Is this the privilege of a genius? He had read numerous martial arts novels where protagonists flaunted their brilliance during the college entrance examination. It seemed those authors lacked imagination. True geniuses overshadow their peers effortlessly. While others struggled through their exams, he would be an invigilator. Following Yang Lin's instructions on various precautions, Xuan left the headquarters of the 749 Bureau, somewhat dazed. The cool night breeze caressed his face as he walked along the dimly lit street, filled with reflections. Just over 10 days ago, he was an ordinary high school senior, filled with trepidation regarding the imminent college entrance examination and uncertain about the future. Who could have anticipated that merely a few days later, he would leap into the gaze of the upper echelons of the Xia dynasty? As for the entrance examination he had initially dreaded, it had transformed into a preordained top score, with an invitation to serve as an invigilator. Taking out his phone, he opened the familiar interface of the flash sale app. Overwhelmed with emotion, I owe it all to you. Otherwise, not only would I miss out on securing the top scholar position, but even gaining admission to a martial arts academy would be uncertain. He wondered just how much time the recent expedition to the abyss had saved in replenishing resources. Murmuring to himself, Xian's gaze fell upon the screen, where a series of numbers was slowly fluctuating. 36 days, 23 hours. The yield was impressive. As he gazed at the numbers dancing on the screen, a smile crept onto his face. This expedition to the abyss, while not marked by extensive slaughter of ferocious beasts, had still yielded some mid-tier beasts of the 4th and 5th tiers, along with 2 early-stage 6th-tier beast kings. This allowed for a reduction in replenishment time by a full 30 days. If he had solely relied on slaying lower-tier ferocious beasts, the results would have been minimal. If 6th-tier beast kings could shorten the replenishment time by such a degree, what about 7th-tier ferocious beasts? A glint of ferocity flickered in his eyes as Xian set forth down the path ahead. Chapter 45. Su Shui. Xian is the Invigilator. 3 days later, the college entrance examination commenced as scheduled. Within the campus of Jiangnan No. 1 High School, Su Shui, holding her examination admission card, sought her designated examination room for the liberal arts test. Upon entering the examination hall, most students appeared relatively at ease. In today's era, the college entrance examination is differentiated into liberal arts and martial arts segments, with the liberal arts scores accounting for merely 1/10 of the total. After all, in this age, martial prowess reigns supreme. No matter how well one performs in liberal arts or how extensive their knowledge of ferocious beasts and magical creatures, what does it matter? When faced with ferocious beasts or external deities, it is the warriors and awakeners who are relied upon. Thus, those endowed with exceptional martial abilities typically disregard the liberal arts segment, while those lacking martial talents merely go through the motions, showing even less interest. Ultimately, even if they excel in their exams, without martial abilities, they cannot enter martial arts academies and are relegated to third-rate universities for a few years of mediocrity. Consequently, due to the rise of martial abilities and the resulting disregard for liberal arts, the liberal arts examination requires merely a day to complete. As the blazing sun dipped low, casting a warm glow over the surroundings, Su Shui quickly reviewed her exam paper and decided to submit it. Not far from the examination hall, she spotted Xiao in a green skirt, accentuating her figure, waving her delicate hand. "Shui, over here." Beside her stood a tall woman clad in a black combat suit, her long black hair tied in a ponytail. Su Shui hurried over, her pretty face tinged with curiosity. Xiao, have you seen Xian?" Throughout the day's liberal arts examination, Su Shui had changed examination rooms several times, keeping an eye out for Xian, who had taken a leave of absence from the college entrance examination. "That guy? I didn't see him." Xiao pondered for a moment before shaking her head. Could it be that he completely disregarded the liberal arts examination and opted not to take it? Su Shui's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, her tone laced with uncertainty. With his third-tier strength, even without taking the liberal arts examination, he would still secure a spot in Baidu University. He probably just didn't show up. Beside her, Hanyu, a new acquaintance from the awakening class, shrugged indifferently. For Hanyu, a true martial talent not participating in the liberal arts examination was hardly a concern. Although she hadn't met Xian, she had heard Su Shui and Xiao speak of him. Achieving third-tier strength in high school and joining the 749 Bureau, what an astonishing genius. To be blunt, such a genius could secure the top spot in Jiangnan City solely based on his martial arts examination results, even without participating in the liberal arts. This Xian is rather arrogant, isn't he? While others are eager to score every point, he simply abandons the liberal arts examination. Xiao huffed, hands on her hips. After scanning the crowd for a few more moments and still not spotting the familiar figure, Su Shui turned to leave. "Teacher Lu asked me to find her after the exam, so I'll be going now. I'll head back too." Hanyu greeted Xiao and promptly departed, leaving Xiao alone, watching their retreating figures with a pang of bitterness in her heart. She had yet to awaken her extraordinary abilities and had not reached the first tier of martial artists. It could be said that tomorrow's martial arts examination had nothing to do with her. Moments later, Su Shui arrived at the grand venue for the practical combat class. Upon entering, she spotted Lu Wolin, adorned in a flowing blue gown with cascading blue hair, radiating elegance. "Ah, you've come," Lu Wolin remarked, turning to acknowledge her with a gentle nod. 3 days prior, although Lu Wolin had not accompanied them to the abyss due to her own limitations, she had remained at the headquarters of the 749 Bureau, where she learned everything about the abyss from returning members. At just 18 years of age, she had become a late-stage 6th-tier martial artist, capable of slaying 2 initial stage 6th-tier ice tigers with a mere 2 strikes. Upon hearing this news, Xuan was left in a state of shock, recognizing the terrifying talent that lay within. During the last practical assessment in County 23, Xuan had saved her life, and she had been grateful ever since, longing to repay him. However, as Xuan's prowess grew increasingly formidable, she found herself unable to even approach him. Fortunately, his girlfriend Su Shuai was in her class and possessed considerable talent, prompting Xuan to look after her for over 10 days. She retrieved an ancient tome from her bag and handed it to Su Shuai, saying softly, "This is the fiery blast that the teacher purchased for you. It is an upgrade to the explosive projectile, a peak first-tier skill, particularly suitable for Junyuan. Practice diligently and aim to master it by tonight. Achieve excellent results tomorrow." Teacher. Su Shuai gazed at the fiery blast manual, her beautiful eyes reddening with emotion. Since joining the awakening class, Xuan had been exceptionally nurturing towards her. Not only did she focus on teaching her the explosive projectile, but she also provided her with the fiery blast as an advanced skill to facilitate her learning. "I will not disappoint your expectations," Su Shuai declared with unwavering resolve, her delicate hands clenched into fists. At the same time, thoughts of Xuan filled her with even greater determination. "Xuan, an initial tier 3rd level awakener at just 18, your talent is indeed terrifying. But I, Su Shuai, am no less. Even the teachers of the awakening class have shown me exceptional care due to my talent. Just wait. Tomorrow, I will make you take notice of me. Then, I will gain admission to Bida University and surpass you." A night swiftly passed. The martial arts examination in Jiangnan City commenced as scheduled. Early in the morning, students from various high schools' martial awakening classes gathered at their respective schools before boarding exclusive buses heading towards the city walls. At the foot of the walls, a vast venue was erected with a high platform adorned with numerous spectator seats. Upon arriving, the candidates orderly entered the venue. Following Xuan, Su Shuai found herself in her school's formation, her eyes filled with confusion. Her beautiful gaze searched the crowd for something, but she found nothing, murmuring, "How could this be? How could they not come? Even those at the initial 3rd tier must participate in the martial examination." Beside her, Hanyu expressed her own bewilderment. Suddenly her eyes gleamed with insight. "Could it be that your former boyfriend has chosen to forego the examination? Does he intend to remain at the Jiangnan City 749 Bureau?" At this, Su Shuai froze, her tone growing cold. "Remain at the Jiangnan City 749 Bureau? Does he believe his talent alone will allow him to rest easy? Not attending Bida University or a top martial academy, no matter how extraordinary his abilities are, he will ultimately fade into obscurity." Hanyu shook her head, lamenting, "Such a waste of a genius. Perhaps his vision is limited." After searching in vain, Su Shuai reluctantly concurred with Hanyu's assessment, a trace of contempt flickering in her eyes. No matter how gifted he is, such ignorance and arrogance, choosing not to participate in the examination amidst their discussion. Old Lu on the high platform inspired the crowd before announcing, "Our students can engage in the martial examination in relative comfort thanks to the guardianship of our supervising teachers, akin to a great tree providing shelter. Now, let us welcome our supervising teachers to the stage. Applaud for them." As his words fell, the grand venue erupted in thunderous applause. After all, during the martial examination, the supervising teachers not only oversee for cheating, but also ensure the safety of the students within their jurisdiction. How could they afford to be complacent? Otherwise, when one sought assistance, the supervising teachers might not respond earnestly, leading to dire consequences. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, a figure clad in a white shirt, with slightly disheveled black hair and a remarkably handsome face, stepped onto the stage, a towering black blade slung across his back. As he stood upon the platform, the audience finally beheld his visage, and a wave of astonishment swept through the venue. Chapter 46. Promised 3rd tier. How could you be a supervising teacher? The supervising teacher appeared so young this time. Each supervising teacher was expected to possess at least 4th tier capabilities. How could this one have achieved 4th tier at such a young age? Astonished, the candidates gazed at Xuan's face under the blazing sun, marveling at his youthfulness. This was indeed remarkable. Though it was their first martial examination, they had seen in previous broadcasts that supervising teachers were typically over 25 years old. Xuan. Su Shuai's beautiful gaze fell upon Xuan, leaving her momentarily dazed, her mind swirling in disbelief. How could this be? Xuan is a supervising teacher? In disbelief, she staggered back, feeling a jolt throughout her body, her eyes wide with incredulity. But you said he was an initial 3rd tier? Supervising teachers were required to possess fourth-tier strength. Hanyu, donned in a sleek black combat suit with her long black hair tied in a ponytail, surveyed the figure on the stage with equal incredulity. Fourth tier. Yuxian's strength has actually reached fourth tier. Her pupils constricted in disbelief. How could the Yuxian she had known for 3 years, seemingly just an ordinary person, now be a fourth-tier powerhouse? What a terrifying talent. While I, who consider myself a genius, stand below participating in the examination. You have ascended to the role of supervising teacher. Is this your true talent? As her gaze reflected Yi Xian's figure, Su Shui forced a self-deprecating smile, feeling utterly drained, as if all her strength had been siphoned away. She had originally intended to showcase her prowess in the martial examination, to demonstrate her talent and impress Yi Xian. Instead, he had overshadowed her by becoming a supervising teacher. There was no longer any space for comparison between them. As Yi Xian took the stage, other 4th and 5th-tier powerhouses, such as Mu Bingming, Ling Modong, and Yi Tian, followed, lining up on the platform. The moment Ling Modong appeared, the audience erupted once more in excitement. Wow! It's senior sister Ling Modong. How beautiful! The most beautiful school flower in rumors? She looks even more stunning in person. Senior sister Ling Modong is also a supervising teacher? 3 years ago, she was a peak 2nd-tier awakener. It's only natural she has reached 4th tier now. This is amazing. I want to feign fainting during the exam just to be carried back to the base by her. Dream on. You'll be lucky if 2 people even carry you away. And the supervising teacher beside senior sister Ling Modong is also stunning. Is it true that our invigilators are so remarkably youthful this time? Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that even senior Ling Modong pales in comparison to the very first invigilator's youth. Could it be that this invigilator possesses talents that surpass even those of senior Ling Modong? Below, even students not from Jiangnan No. 1 High School instantly recognized Ling Modong. After all, her extraordinary talents and striking beauty have made her the object of many younger students' affections in Jiangnan City. Witnessing Ling Modong's popularity, Mu Bingning couldn't help but clench her teeth in frustration. She shouldn't be in this role as an invigilator. With Ling Modong's fame in Jiangnan City, she is merely a backdrop here, overshadowed even more than at Baida University. Old Lu stepped forward, approaching Yi Xian and the others. Upon seeing Yi Xian, he couldn't help but smile and nod, then turned to address everyone. All right, I invite each of our invigilators to introduce themselves. Following this, the 10 individuals led by Yi Xian took turns to briefly introduce themselves. When Ling Modong presented herself, another wave of excitement erupted. One bold student mustered the courage to ask, "Senior Ling, what type of boy do you like?" At this, many students held their breath, their gazes fixed intently on her. Ling Modong was momentarily taken aback, then quickly regained her composure. A gentle smile graced her stunning face as she glanced at Yi Xian and softly replied, "Well, my ideal type would at least have impressive swordsmanship, preferably a thunder type awakened." Yi Xian was momentarily stunned, his eyes innocently meeting Ling Modong's. Impressive swordsmanship? Thunder type awakened? This sounded oddly familiar. Crack. A multitude of students, who had been surreptitiously stealing glances at Ling Modong, felt their hearts shatter upon witnessing her soft gaze. Although they were unaware of Yi Xian's strength, it was clear that Ling Modong's attention was distinctly directed at that excessively youthful figure. Moreover, Yi Xian was burdened with an oversized black sword on his back. The implication was unmistakable. Among the crowd, Su Shui stood like a mere pawn, absorbing the intensity of Ling Modong's gaze, her heart aching. Clearly, the person standing beside Yi Xian should have been her. Just 20 days after their breakup, Yi Xian was already flirting with the most beautiful school belle, Ling Modong? Had she truly been so short-sighted? Beside her, Hanyu observed Su Shui's expression, a fleeting smirk flashing in her eyes. At their senior year, Yi Xian had effortlessly surpassed all their peers to become an invigilator, showcasing his undeniable talent, which was frighteningly exceptional. Yet, this newly acquainted friend of hers believed that the other was unworthy of her? Once all 10 had introduced themselves, old Lu, holding a microphone, continued, "All right. Now, please proceed in an orderly manner to the military camp outside the city, as preparations for the martial examination commence." As he finished speaking, students from various institutions followed their respective teachers toward the military vehicles that had been prepared. Soldiers and martial artists stood guard around the vehicles. In a daze, Su Shui resembled a lost soul as she trailed behind Lu Wolin toward the military vehicle, leaving Lu Wolin perplexed. What had happened to the student she had high hopes for? Just last night, he was brimming with enthusiasm. How could he appear so dejected after merely one ceremony? Shouldn't he be excited to see his girlfriend become an invigilator? Why did he seem overwhelmingly disheartened instead? As the students departed in an orderly fashion, old Lu withdrew his gaze and smiled at Xuan and the others. Invigilators, let us proceed as well. He then led Xuan and the others to board 2 helicopters stationed nearby. The whirring of the rotors filled the air as the helicopters ascended slowly, soaring over the city walls toward the constructed military camp. Chapter 47. You are the worst batch I have ever taught. The helicopters traveled swiftly, arriving at the military camp in just half an hour. Within a large tent at the camp, old Lu sat at a round table and cheerfully addressed everyone. This time, we have over 2,000 candidates, while the military will also deploy awakened martial artists for assistance. The primary responsibility lies with the 10 of you to ensure safety within the examination area. To facilitate supervision, I have divided the monster town into 10 regions, with over 200 students in each area. However, apart from the southern area where our military camp is located, the remaining 3 directions, closer to the outskirts, will be more challenging. Even with the military's efforts to clear the area, there aren't enough strong individuals to completely secure the entire county. Let's discuss how to allocate responsibilities. As he spoke, old Lu pressed a remote, projecting a map of the Beast County. The eastern, western, and northern outer areas were marked in yellow. After all, the Beast County is vast, and although it often serves as an examination site, it is only once a year. The outskirts could potentially harbor rogue beasts. Given this, the strongest should head to Area 13. Glancing at the map, Ling Modong brushed her hair aside and decisively stated, I will take Area 1. Although she was the youngest among the 10, her strength ranked second, being at the early 5th tier. I'll take Area 2. Mu Bingming followed closely, unwilling to be outdone. Then I'll choose Area 3, Yuxian said, shrugging as he selected the last marked area. His strength was the highest among the 10, so it was only fitting that he did not choose an inner area for his responsibilities. After the 3 had made their selections, the other invigilators also chose their respective areas. All right, I appreciate your cooperation. Old Lu nodded, then stood up after a moment. The candidates should be arriving shortly, so please prepare yourselves. Once the invigilators had allocated their areas, the high school candidates began to arrive in droves. Within the military camp, brimming with various weapons, over 2,000 candidates gathered. Hello everyone. This year's examination will be just like the previous ones. In military attire, old Lu stepped forward, microphone in hand, to deliver the final briefing on the examination rules. You will enter the Beast County and confront real beasts. The examination lasts 5 hours. To pass, you must slay 1 initial tier beast. The more beasts you kill and the higher their strength, the greater your score. Should you encounter insurmountable danger, you may press the red button on your smart wristwatch, and we will organize a rescue immediately. Killing an initial tier beast counts as a pass. It can be said that achieving a passing mark in this martial examination is not particularly difficult. After all, each awakened martial artist is exceedingly rare. Becoming one naturally signifies entry into a martial school. In our great Xia, we are not yet at the point where awakened martial artists cannot gain admission to martial schools. However, to attain higher scores and enter top-tier martial schools, one must rely on their strength and potential talent. Casting a glance at the eager candidates, old Lu continued, Now, please follow your invigilators into the examination area. As soon as he finished speaking, the candidates moved according to the information displayed on their wristwatches, gathering beside their respective invigilators. Yuxian and Su Shiwei exchanged complex glances as they spotted the name of their invigilator appearing on their wristwatches. In no time, over 2,000 candidates were led by their invigilators toward their designated areas. Observing Ling Modong's group also departing, Yuxian guided Su Shiwei and the others toward Area 3. In Area 3, Yuxian casually settled atop a dilapidated building, his gaze sweeping over the beasts appearing below and the candidates, with their inexperienced techniques, engaging in combat with the creatures. He sighed deeply. Alas, this role of watching beasts without intervening is truly ill-suited for me. With keen eyes, one gazes into the distance. Hundreds of meters away, a candidate, clutching a battle blade, cautiously approached a mid-tier ferocious beast from behind. However, a careless misstep resulted in a noise. The beast, instantly alerted, turned, its ferocity evident, and lunged towards the candidate. Initially, the candidate managed to maintain composure, wielding the long knife to fend off a few attacks. Yet, as the beast closed in, the oppressive aura overwhelmed him, prompting a panicked retreat, abandoning even the weapon that clattered to the ground. Nearby, 3 or 4 familiar candidates organized themselves to encircle a mid-tier ferocious beast. Relying on their numbers, they gained a significant advantage, drawing some blood from the beast. Suddenly, a peak-tier ferocious beast emerged from the side. The overwhelming presence of the peak-tier beast sent the candidate responsible for feigning attacks fleeing, despite having unleashed their abilities and poised for an assault. Zhao Fei, what the hell are you running for? The lead attacker shouted, sensing an even greater threat approaching. In the next instant, leveraging the force of the beast, he retreated swiftly, abandoning his companions. You two, what a disgrace. The remaining candidates felt as if the sky had fallen. As mere mid-tier awakeners, they had no experience in battling ferocious beasts and dared not linger. Cursing as they followed in haste, chased by the peak-tier beast. Observing from a rooftop, Xuan couldn't help but sigh, reflecting on the dismal performance of this year's candidates. A late tier, 3 mid-tiers. Must they be so cautious against a mid-tier beast? Under a full-on assault, it should have been dispatched in moments. After all that caution, they let fear drive them to abandon their teammates? And one even dropped his weapon, fleeing in terror? Which school produced these students? Their training quality is truly concerning. Not far away, the lithe figure of Hanyu, donned in a fitted combat suit, flitted like a phantom. She approached the peak-tier shadow cat from behind, her long knife swirling as she struck. Renowned for its speed, the shadow cat evaded her blade just as she launched her attack. Flames erupted as Su Shui, clad in a white skirt, summoned fire with her delicate hands, forming a fireball the size of a human head. The intense heat radiated, raising the surrounding temperature and conjuring wisps of white mist. Seizing the moment, she hurled the fireball directly onto the shadow cat's head. The scorching heat singed the creature's sleek fur, revealing its dark skin beneath. With a pained meow, the shadow cat advanced rapidly towards Su Shui. Fireball. With a graceful motion, she conjured 3 fiery orbs, launching them in perfect unison at the shadow cat. The ensuing explosions resonated, enveloping the creature in a cloud of dust. Hanyu, flickering through the smoke, wielded her blade with a glint of cold light, and with a decisive stroke, severed the shadow cat's bare head. As expected of a peak-tier beast, Su Shui gasped, her breath quickening. Despite her mid-tier strength and the might of the fireball, a peak-tier skill, the creature, already weary, still resisted. With a swift motion, Hanyu lopped off the shadow cat's left ear and approached the fatigued Su Shui, supporting her. Are you all right? I'm fine, Su Shui replied, straightening her posture and adjusting her skirt. You can take the spoils from this shadow cat. I'll handle the next peak-tier beast. Hanyu nodded in agreement, not one to refuse. With their combined strength and the extended exam duration, it was inevitable they would slay more than just one peak-tier beast. Just then, a roar, as if tangible, echoed from behind them. The dilapidated 4-story building collapsed with a thunderous crash. A hellish dragon, exceeding 10 meters in wingspan and adorned with fiery patterns, materialized amidst the dust. A high-tier beast, the Hellfire Dragon. Upon recognizing the figure obscured in smoke, Su Shui and Hanyu's pupils constricted sharply, their hearts racing in terror. Their legs trembled uncontrollably. How could a high-tier beast appear in the examination arena? Su Shui's voice quivered, filled with dread. The classification of beasts ranged from 1 to 10. 1 to 3 were low-tier, 4 to 6 mid-tier, 7 to 9 high-tier, and the most formidable, the 10-tier beasts, were known as Beast Kings. True Beast Kings, unlike those found in caves. For Su Shui and Hanyu, the existence of a high-tier beast felt impossibly distant. Yet here stood a high-tier beast before them. The Hellfire Dragon, still immature in size, appeared to be a tier 4. Hanyu cast a quick glance, attempting to offer comfort, but her own legs betrayed her, trembling with fear, rendering her incapable of reassuring Su Shui, let alone herself. After all, even a tier 4 Hellfire Dragon was a foe they could not hope to confront. The Hellfire Dragon, treading through the ruins, scanned the surroundings with its crimson gaze. Upon spotting Su Shui and Hanyu, a brutal glint ignited in its eyes. It has noticed us. In the face of that menacing gaze, Su Shui and Hanyu felt a chill course through them, as if plunged into an icy abyss. Run. Overcoming her fear, Su Shui pressed the button on her wristwatch, grasped Hanyu's arm, and turned to flee. However, to the Hellfire Dragon, their speed was akin to a tortoise's crawl. With a gaping maw, the dragon began to gather scorching flames, swirling like a vortex. The terrifying heat rapidly evaporated the surrounding moisture. In the next moment, a fiery column erupted, over a meter in diameter, hurtling towards Su Shui and Hanyu. The speed of the flame pillar was astonishing. In mere moments, They felt the oppressive heat wave behind them. Boom. A bolt of golden lightning, like a serpent of electricity, streaked through the air at an imperceptible speed. The golden lightning clashed violently with the surging flame pillar, unleashing a wave of destructive energy. The slender bolt of lightning obliterated the massive flame column into a shower of sparks, which rained down upon the ground, scorching it. Hey, is it a bit presumptuous to attack my candidates in my presence? With hands in his pockets, Xuan descended slowly, positioning himself before the Hellfire Dragon, his tone dripping with disdain. Xuan? Upon hearing his voice, Han Yu and Su Shui swiftly turned, relief flooding over them as they beheld Xuan's figure. The Invigilators must possess the strength of a fourth tier. This infernal dragon is still in its juvenile stage, and judging by its size, it too appears to be of fourth tier strength. If that is the case, they ought to be safe. Even if Xuan were not a match for the infernal dragon, being of the same tier should suffice for their protection. Has he been watching over me all along? Su Shui mused, her beautiful eyes reflecting Xuan's silhouette, her heart stirring with emotion. After all, mere seconds had passed since she sent out her distress signal, and Xuan had appeared almost instantaneously. How could he arrive so swiftly unless he was constantly monitoring her? However, unbeknownst to Su Shui, Xuan had merely found a vantage point to observe the situation of the candidates, and they happened to be positioned not far from his feet. Roar. Flames erupted as the infernal dragon's crimson, ferocious eyes fixated fiercely on Xuan, the fiery patterns on its body glowing ominously. In the next moment, a searing blaze enveloped its entire form. Surrounded by flames, the infernal dragon clawed furiously, launching itself forward. Be careful, Xuan. Su Shui's heart tightened, and she urgently called out a warning. Despite Xuan possessing the strength of an Invigilator, the infernal dragon was still a high-tier beast. Its power would undoubtedly surpass that of an average mid-tier beast. Given Xuan's age, even if he had achieved the fourth tier, it was unlikely he would possess significant strength. Perhaps he had barely crossed the threshold of an Invigilator, just at the early fourth tier. Yet, before she could finish her thought, Xuan raised one hand lightly. Threads of lightning flickered and converged around him. Then, with a mere thought, the intertwining lightning transformed into a bolt over 10 centimeters in diameter, raging forth. The golden lightning tore through the air with a speed that was almost despairing. In the blink of an eye, it reached the infernal dragon and, as if encountering no resistance, effortlessly pierced through its massive body. The brilliant thunder surged forth, and the encircling flames dissipated instantly, causing the great beast to collapse onto the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Amidst the swirling debris, Xuan turned, one hand in his pocket, the other still crackling with remnants of lightning. Careful? Shouldn't such a beast be dispatched with ease? Chapter 49, Level 2 Alarm. Level 2 Beast Tide approaches. Dispatched with ease? Su Shui's eyes reflected the tall figure amidst the dust and the fallen infernal dragon. Her teeth clenched tightly, her mind in turmoil. He killed it in an instant. This left her completely devoid of any inclination to resist. A high-tier infernal dragon was so effortlessly slain? The gap between her and Xuan had widened to such an extent? An 18-year-old fourth tier awakened. Such talent was more than sufficient to contend for the national top honors. Yet, this prodigy, she had the audacity to claim he was unworthy of her? Recalling her words from 20 days prior, spoken outside the park, Su Shui felt a pang of anguish in her heart. Gazing at that upright figure, she bit her lip, as if she wanted to say something. However, Xuan merely cast her a fleeting glance before lightly stepping onto the ground, leaping effortlessly, and disappearing between the crumbling buildings. Is this truly your strength? Why did you not reveal it to me earlier? Was it to test me? Her fair visage bore a bittersweet smile. Her beautiful eyes reflected Xuan's retreating figure. And Su Shui felt somewhat lost. Forget about the past. Han Yu patted Su Shui's shoulder, her gaze lingering in the direction Xuan had vanished. Such a genius exists in a realm entirely separate from us. Only someone like Senior Ling Mo Tong could be deemed worthy of him. Ling Mo Tong. At the mention of her name, the bitterness in Su Shui's expression deepened. The boy she had regarded as ordinary possessed such terrifying talent. And he shared an ambiguous relationship with the most beautiful schoolgirl at Jiangnan No. 1 High School, Ling Mo Tong. In just 20 days. After Xuan had showcased his brilliance, she felt utterly unworthy to stand beside him. Outside District 3's defense line, a soldier lay lazily within the hastily erected barricade, stretching and complaining. It should be almost over in an hour, right? The higher-ups are being unreasonable. Our defenses are completely unnecessary. Even if a beast horde comes, we wouldn't hold them off for long. With so many awakened fighters around, what could possibly go wrong? It has been years since any problems arose during the college entrance examination. Beside him, the squad leader shot him a stern glare. Stand your post. As a soldier, your primary objective is to obey orders. There is a reason for the higher-ups' arrangements. The chastised soldier rolled his eyes, saying, "Oh, come on, squad leader. I was just making conversation. Look, I haven't even moved from my post." The squad leader's tense expression softened slightly as he held his standard weapon, seated within the defense line. "All right, let the rookie switch with you for a bit. You can take a break." "Sure thing." The soldier's face lit up with a smile as he prepared to stand. However, in the next instant, a long, piercing alarm echoed across the entire defense line. The warning lights mounted within the barricade instantly blazed bright red, blindingly intense. The soldier, who had just been joking, instantly tensed and raised his gaze. He could see a faint plume of dust rising from the distant horizon, which, as time passed and the jungle's cover diminished, swelled into a massive cloud that surged toward the sky. The ground trembled at that moment. A level 2 beast tied. The soldier, holding a machine gun, spoke with a tremor in his voice, his muscles tensing as his pupils constricted like pinholes. Each base city of the Great Xia has varying strengths, and thus the classification of beast tides is based on the respective base city's capabilities. From lowest to highest, the classifications are Level 3 Beast Tide, Level 2 Beast Tide, Level 1 Beast Tide, and Special Level Beast Tide. For Jiangnan City to be classified as a Level 2 Beast Tide, it would require at least one beast of 6th tier or higher and thousands of beasts. The threat is substantial. If a Level 2 Beast Tide were to assault the city walls, it could be managed, as Major General Li Tianlong, with his late 6th tier strength, could undoubtedly preserve the defenses. However, at this moment, this is an examination site, outside the city, even with some personnel allocated for the examination. Mobilizing Colonel Lu's total defense and 10 invigilators of 4th tier or above would still be utterly insufficient to withstand a Level 2 Beast Tide. Simultaneously, within the military camp stationed outside Monster County, the blaring red lights and continuous alarm echoed as well. What is happening? Old Lu, donned in military attire, rushed into the command center. A colonel in uniform saluted quickly before reporting, "Colonel, according to energy detection, a Level 2 Beast Tide is advancing toward Monster County." The reconnaissance teams confirmed that the Beast Tide was initiated by a juvenile infernal dragon. An infernal dragon? At this revelation, the entire command center was thrown into shock, each officer's heart racing. Dragon-type beasts are typically synonymous with immense power. Many of the base cities that Great Xia has lost were consumed by beast tides instigated by dragon-type beasts. The infernal dragon is one such emblem. Each adult infernal dragon is a 7th tier beast, classified as a high-tier beast. Even a juvenile infernal dragon possesses strength at the 6th tier, and its combat prowess surpasses that of a mid-tier beast of the 6th tier. Old Lu's expression turned grave as he swiftly issued a series of commands. Immediately notify all invigilators. The martial examination is suspended. The Beast Tide is approaching. At the same time, instruct the teams ahead of the Beast Tide to retreat at once, gathering towards the military camp, ready to confront the Beast Tide. The 6th tier infernal dragon. The defenses over there are utterly inadequate. Simultaneously, inform Major General Li Tianlong at once. Headquarters of the 749 Bureau, request for reinforcements. Yes. The messenger responded promptly and swiftly commenced his task. Nearby, a colonel, with a hint of confusion, inquired, "Colonel, isn't that specialized officer from the 749 Bureau a late-stage 6th tier expert? Should we not request his assistance? Form a strike team to eliminate that infernal dragon?" This colonel had accompanied Old Lu during their previous deployment in the underground, thus he was well aware of the formidable strength of the remarkably youthful Xuan. However, in response to this suggestion, Old Lu shot a fierce glare at him. That young man is now a treasure of the high ranks in Baidu. The power of this infernal dragon remains uncertain. If it possesses late-stage 6th tier strength, should that young man find himself amidst the beast horde, it would be a significant loss for our Great Xia. At the very least, we must ascertain the infernal dragon's strength before deciding whether to call upon him. Chastened by Old Lu's stern gaze, the colonel sheepishly withdrew, hastily organizing personnel to test the infernal dragon's capabilities. Chapter 50, One Man, One Blade, the Divine-like Youth. Upon a dilapidated high-rise, Xuan mused, "Ah, this is a promising candidate. daring to single-handedly slay a second-tier beast at the early stage. This individual is lacking, unable to contend against a late-stage first-tier beast. It seems I had previously donned a filter when assessing awakened martial artists. Even with awakened abilities and martial talent, their quality is varied. Not every awakened martial artist surpasses an ordinary person by a significant margin. At least, this is the mindset I must adopt. Yuan sat idly at the edge of the rooftop, critiquing the performances of some candidates. Just then, his wristwatch suddenly emanated a crimson glow. Which candidate is about to be eliminated now? Yuan was no stranger to this protocol. Within just 2 hours, he had already rescued over 30 candidates who had abandoned their exams or sought assistance. After all, the combat experience of some of these candidates was truly alarming. A second-tier beast tide is approaching. However, the information on the watch caused Yuan's expression to shift. In his mind, details regarding the second-tier beast tide rapidly surfaced. Primarily comprised of beasts ranked above Tier 6 and below Tier 7, tens of thousands of beasts are converging. Rising to his feet, Yuan gazed into the distant horizon, where a plume of dust was gradually being stirred up, and a smile crept upon his lips. Initially, he found the examination supervision somewhat tedious. But now a second-tier beast tide has emerged. With his strength, he could effortlessly handle a second-tier beast tide. Tens of thousands of ferocious beasts. I wonder how many I can eliminate in one fell swoop this time. With a smile gracing his lips, Yuan leaped from the towering building. Even in the face of the beast tide, he needed to first gather these candidates towards the military camp. Otherwise, amidst the chaos, the candidates' survival rates would plummet drastically. In stark contrast to Yuan's anticipation, the various military forces and supervising instructors receiving the news were all taken aback and filled with dread. Even Ling Modong was no exception. After all, if the Infernal Dragon possessed late-stage 6th-tier strength, Yuan might be engulfed by the relentless tide of beasts before having the chance to slay the Infernal Dragon. The entire Monster County had already established several strategic points, stationed with numerous troops and martial artists. Now mobilized in unison, they swiftly gathered the candidates, directing them from all directions towards the military camp. Teams rapidly converged into the military camp, where the steel artillery and menacing cannon mouths instilled fear in all. Rows of soldiers clad in military uniforms stood at the front line, with a martial artist or awakened individual collaborating for every 10 meters. Upon witnessing such a formidable arrangement, the panicked candidates were in utter disarray. Why has the martial examination suddenly been interrupted? I was about to slay a mid-tier first-level beast. This situation must be serious. I heard there's a beast tide approaching. Hiss, can these troops hold against a beast tide in the wild? That depends on the tier of the beast tide. If it's Tier 2 or higher, it's unlikely they could withstand it. Instantly, all candidates were struck with chills, their bodies trembling. The mere thought of the boundless ferocious beasts, capable of overwhelming high-tier experts, sent shivers down their spines. Once, an 8th-tier martial artist met his demise within a tide of mutated rats, a low-tier beast. As the beast tide drew ever closer, the officers led by Old Lu, along with Ling Modong and others, ascended to the defensive line. Gazing into the distance, where a rolling cloud of dust surged for dozens of meters, Old Lu clenched his fists and turned to his aide, asking, "Has Officer Yi not returned yet?" The aide nodded, responding, "Officer Yi is currently 3,000 meters from the military camp." Old Lu continued solemnly, "And the beast tide? 5,000 meters." Upon hearing this, Old Lu, Ling Modong, and Mu Bingning all fell silent. Yuan's team was merely 2,000 meters away from the beast tide. This distance can hardly be considered far. Should we first organize the candidates to evacuate? The aide cautiously inquired. After pondering for a moment, Old Lu shook his head. Escorting these candidates back to the city would require a significant number of awakened martial artists. The safety of Officer Yi is paramount. We must wait for him to arrive before we can evacuate. Old Lu understood well. Given Yuan's talents, the combined strength of these candidates would still fall woefully short. If Yuan were to find himself ensnared within the beast horde, and they had dispatched their forces to escort these candidates away, leaving them without sufficient strength to rescue Yuan would truly be a catastrophic loss. Hurry, Junior. With her black hair billowing, Ling Modong stood at the forefront of the line, her beautiful eyes filled with anxiety. Although she had confidence in Yuan's abilities, if he were to fall into the beast horde due to the candidates, even a late-stage 6th-tier expert would struggle to escape. Instructor Yi, the beasts are closing in. On the dilapidated road, a candidate glanced back, seeing the encroaching billows of smoke, feeling his heart race. Although there was still some distance, The sight of crimson eyes within the smoke sent chills down his spine. The military camp is almost within reach. Accelerate your pace. Yi Xian, unfazed, proceeded at the rear of the group. With his strength, even if surrounded, he could merely reveal his true capabilities, unleashing his elemental form. He could showcase the true prowess of the Thunder God and the world's greatest swordsman before all. Quick, assist them. Simultaneously, Old Lu at the defensive line spotted Yi Xian and the others, urgently instructing to open the reinforced steel gates. At a speed of over 1,000 meters, they swiftly entered. However, the army that had been covering their retreat was gradually being surrounded by the ferocious beasts, with casualties mounting. Seeing this, Yi Xian did not hesitate for a moment. Standing at the steel gate, he turned around and drew his blade. Junior, Yi Xian, Officer Yi, hurry inside. This scene struck Ling Modong, Su Shui, and Old Lu with a jolt, continuously urging Yi Xian to enter the military camp. After all, even though Yi Xian's strength was formidable, there was no need for him to take risks for a mere group of hundreds of soldiers. It was not that they were heartless, but rather, Yi Xian's talents were too extraordinary, his potential impact on Great Xia immeasurable. He was incomparable to a mere battalion of hundreds. However, in the face of their shouts, Yi Xian remained deaf to their pleas. The colossal black blade, Knight, dragged along the ground as he turned to confront the oncoming horde of beasts. In the next moment, an unrelenting wave of invisible sharpness surged forth, and his figure shot out like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, he traversed a distance of several hundred meters, propelling himself upward. In his hand, the black blade shimmered with streaks of obsidian light. Chapter 51. Su Shui. Yi Xian is a 6th-tier expert? A thick cloud of smoke engulfed the sky. Rising hundreds of meters high, swarming hordes of ferocious beasts descended like a dark tide, with the foremost group slowly closing in on the military unit tasked with covering the candidate's retreat. The roar of artillery and the incessant gunfire filled the air. Yet they could not halt the advance of the beasts. The savage creatures surged forward, devouring all in their path. It was over. Gazing at the approaching tide of beasts, the commander of the army felt a profound despair. Even in the face of death, he resolved to take a few of them down with him. Soldiers aboard the armored vehicles stood resolute, seizing grenades and fastening them to their gear. Yet, just as these desperate soldiers prepared for a suicidal charge, a glimmer of brilliance erupted from the heavens. The crisp sound of a blade resonated through the air, a dark radiance suddenly illuminating the soldiers' eyes. Instinctively, they looked up. In midair, a figure soared high, wielding a massive cross-shaped black blade that rippled through the air. With a single swing, a crescent-shaped strike, spanning 100 meters, swept through the sky, carrying an overwhelming brilliance that sliced through the air at a heart-stopping speed. A powerful gust followed, the blade's edge leaving the soldiers' faces stinging from the wind. In mere moments, that 100-meter crescent cleaved through the horde of beasts, an unstoppable force that mercilessly severed all it touched. Under its wrath, whether a 1st-tier or 4th-tier beast, there was no distinction. The once impenetrable hides and scales crumbled like paper at the slightest touch. In the front line of the beast tide, hundreds of ferocious creatures that had been closing in on the army were instantly torn apart, leaving a scene of utter devastation. Blood pooled and soaked into the earth. With one stroke, the area spanning hundreds of meters was cleared of beasts. Within the barracks, Su Shui, who had been filled with dread, was struck with astonishment as she witnessed the figure emanating an ominous blade light. Her mind was shaken, as if struck by a heavy hammer, rendering her momentarily speechless. Yi Xian, though she had seen him effortlessly slay a 4th-tier hell dragon before her eyes, she never imagined he could wield such terrifying power. Moreover, the technique he employed now was not an ability, but rather a swordsmanship. This implied that Yi Xian's martial prowess exceeded even his supernatural skills. To be able to slay hundreds of beasts with a single stroke and project a blade aura spanning 100 meters was far beyond her comprehension. What level of mastery must one attain to achieve such feats? Was this the very technique that felled the 6th-tier beast king, the Ice Tiger? Even from such a distance, it instilled a sense of trepidation. Standing resolutely on the front line, the officer, Old Lu, couldn't help but marvel. Despite having been informed earlier by Xiaoran, witnessing it firsthand was still profoundly shocking. Who could have imagined that someone capable of unleashing such a terrifying blade aura was merely 18 years old? 1,000 meters away, the soldiers, who had been resigned to their fate, now gazed in shock at the hellish scene unfolding before them. Even though these battle-hardened soldiers had faced larger wars, They had never encountered such brutality. The sight of entrails and blood splattering from a single strike was chilling. Such a fearsome blow might even challenge Major General Li Tianlong, the highest-ranking officer in Jiangnan City, let alone a young prodigy with such strength. As he landed before the stunned officers, Yuan glanced at them and said, "Gentlemen, please continue to shield the candidate's retreat. With me here, these beasts shall not breach this ground. You may evacuate with peace of mind." His voice snapped the officers back to reality, and they exchanged deep, grateful glances with the remarkably youthful warrior. The officer raised his right hand in salute, proclaiming, "Thank you for your benevolence, sir. 358th Regiment, all present, salute." With that, all the soldiers stood tall, hands rigidly raised in a precise military salute, before preparing to retreat towards the camp. "Sir, if the odds are against you, you need not concern yourself with us," one officer earnestly stated as he approached Yuan. Though unaware of his true identity, he recognized that such age paired with this level of power marked him as a top-tier genius of the Great Xia. Thus, even if Yuan ultimately faltered, he would harbor no resentment. After speaking, the officer quickly organized his men to retreat towards the camp. The faster they withdrew, the lesser the pressure on Yuan. However, he remained oblivious to the fiery glint in Yuan's eyes as he gazed at the approaching beasts, perceiving them not as a terrifying tide but as treasures waiting to be claimed. Upon returning, he anticipated a swift accumulation of experience, perhaps even amassing enough for the next threshold. Clutching the black blade, with no one behind him, Yuan stood resolute against the surging tide of beasts, a thrill igniting within him. Meanwhile, the relentless horde surged forth once more, the crimson-eyed beast charging with overwhelming force. With a ring of his blade, Yuan smiled, his disheveled hair whipped by the fierce winds of the approaching beasts. The next moment, the dark blade flickered, and he sprang into action. The black blade swept across the ground, carving a 5-meter-wide gash into the earth. As the blade's fury ravaged the land, the chasm widened and extended. Wherever the blade passed, the beasts had no means of resistance, being effortlessly torn apart by the blade's lethal arc. With a single stroke, he created a terrifying ravine, stretching 100 meters and 5 meters wide, claiming the lives of every beast within its reach. The black blade continued to rise, as Yuan wielded it before him, unleashing a crescent-shaped strike that surged forward with relentless momentum. All beasts caught within its path fell as if they were merely wheat before a scythe. Possessing the keen sight of an eagle and the might of a formidable warrior, Yuan faced these beasts, whose highest rank did not exceed Tier 3. As if he were effortlessly mowing down grass, a golden opportunity for wealth lay before him. Chapter 52. This strike is barely worth mentioning. 1,000 meters from the barracks, terrifying black strikes manifested repeatedly. Each swing claimed the lives of hundreds of beasts. As for injuries, under such brilliance, even the 4th-tier beasts stood no chance of suffering harm. The relentless tide of beasts surged forth, seemingly endless, yet they could not breach the distance. New ferocious creatures emerged only to fall swiftly to the ground. A figure clad in a white shirt, tall and commanding, wielding a massive black blade, moved with the grace of a reaper, harvesting the lives of these beasts. Yet, unlike the scythe of death, he wielded a black blade taller than any man. This scene is indelibly etched in the minds of all those on the defense line, leaving them utterly astonished. The prowess of Examiner Yi is simply terrifying, yet he appears to be not much older than us. Perhaps this is the realm of genius? While we tremble in fear from first-tier ferocious beasts, Examiner Yi stands alone against the tide of beasts. It is no wonder that the beautiful and talented senior Ling Mo Tong is enamored with him. How strikingly handsome he is, engaging single-handedly with the beast horde. All the candidates, gazing through the iron bars of the military camp, cannot help but gasp in awe, filled with admiration. Such strength. Perhaps even Major General Li Tianlong would find it challenging to contend with him. On the defense line, Old Lu gazes at the frail yet formidable figure amidst the beast horde, disbelief written in his eyes. "Well done, Junior." Facing the gentle breeze, Ling Mo Tong's beautiful eyes reflect the image of Yuan, her delicate hand propping up her chin. A stunningly lovely face reveals a hint of a smile, yet is occasionally shadowed by concern. After all, even 7th or 8th tier experts can become fatigued, despite Yuan's seemingly overwhelming power. Slaying hundreds of ferocious beasts with a single strike, the sheer number of beasts in this tide reaches tens of thousands. Such terrifying strikes undoubtedly demand a tremendous amount of mental and physical energy. Yuan, being only at the late 6th tier, cannot unleash too many attacks. Prodigy. murmurs Mu Bingning, standing beside Ling Imotong. Despite having witnessed Yuxian's terrifying abilities repeatedly, every display of his power continuously shatters expectations. In contrast, the so-called geniuses from Baidu, including Yitian beside her, seem utterly insignificant. You actually broke up with such a boyfriend? Beneath the iron bars, Han Yu's face is filled with incredulity. Her beautiful eyes dart back and forth between Su Shui and the figure amidst the beast tide. While Su Shui possesses a modicum of beauty and has a throng of admirers, Yuxian shines far brighter, standing resolute amidst the beast horde with a single knife. His already remarkable appearance is elevated to new heights under the imprint of his blade, coupled with his seemingly fantastical strength comparing the two. It is evident that Su Shui has struck an astonishing stroke of luck to be with Yuxian. Yet, such an exceptional man. And she chose to push him away? At this moment, Han Yu feels an overwhelming urge to crack open Su Shui's head and examine her mental faculties. Previously, in consideration of her feelings, he concealed his own formidable talents and abilities when they were together. Embarrassment washes over Su Shui, her head hanging low, overwhelmed by regret. Such a genius chose to hide his brilliance for your sake? After awakening his abilities, you deemed him ordinary and hurriedly ended the relationship? Han Yu's voice is exaggerated, filled with frustration, wishing to take her place. Oh my, such a dazzling genius concealed his talents just to spare you feelings of inferiority. Was he a savior of the galaxy in his past life? Han Yu's exaggerated tone makes Su Shui bury her head even deeper. Meanwhile, the 100-strong army finally arrives outside the military camp. The iron bars swiftly open, and the troops file in. On the defense line, Old Lu and Ling Imotong breathe a sigh of relief as they observe Yuxian's figure, thankful that he has not been overwhelmed by the beast tide. Now that the troops have entered the military camp, with his strength, leaving should not be overly difficult for him. Under their watchful eyes, amidst the beast tide, Yuxian slightly raises his black blade. A crescent-shaped strike of darkness surges forth, rampaging through, akin to a shadowy stream of light, annihilating hundreds of ferocious beasts. Standing at the edge of the tide, the ground before him is left in utter ruin, littered with the remnants and blood of the beasts. Yet, despite this chaos, his white attire remains impeccably clean, save for a slightly soiled hem. Have we already entered the military camp? He glances back at the troops that have fully entered the camp, then shifts his gaze to the multitude of ferocious beasts approaching. In that case, let me deliver one final strike. A smirk curls at the corners of his mouth as he raises his hand, the black blade gathering dark energy, tearing the ground as it creates sinister gashes. As the terrifying brilliance spreads, the black blade delivers a crescent strike toward the horde of beasts. Just as the strike is about to descend upon the hundreds of ferocious beasts, 3 furious roars erupt from the tide. 3 winged inferno tigers, their bodies ablaze, charge through the air. The scorching flames whip up gusts of heat, causing the surrounding temperature to soar. The 3 inferno tigers roar from the air, unleashing pillars of intense flames that intertwine like an ancient dragon reborn, claws bared and lunging toward Yuxian. As the searing heat envelopes the vicinity, the atmosphere becomes thick with steam. Having just executed a strike, Yuxian glances at the rapidly enlarging flame dragon and, with a swift motion, sends forth another precise crescent strike. While other warriors or awakeners might feel fatigued from continuous special moves, Yuxian remains unfazed, at least for him. Such a level of strike is hardly taxing. 100-meter crescent slices through the air, colliding fiercely with the pillars of flame. The flames intertwine, their brilliance expanding. For a brief moment, the combined pillars of flame unleashed by the 3 inferno tigers are cleaved in two by the pitch-black crescent strike, scattering sparks. From the ground, a dark crescent rises, while the sky is graced with torrential flames descending. From a distance, the black crescent ascending from the ground cleaves through the descending pillars of flame, creating a magnificent spectacle. Yet, another more ferocious roar resonates through the heavens. A crimson inferno dragon, exceeding 100 meters in size, descends, its flame-wreathed claws, bearing tremendous force, aim to strike Yuxian. The flames surge, enveloping it in an aura of unmatched power, rendering Yuxian's figure seemingly insignificant in comparison. As the fiery dragon claw approaches, Yuxian slightly raises his black blade, positioning it before him. Despite the colossal difference in size, he does not retreat an inch against the enormous claw. The scorching flames lash out, searing the ground into charred earth, failing to strike. The inferno dragon ascends into the air, its crimson eyes fixated on Yuxian. As a high-tier ferocious beast, it possesses a degree of intelligence, Feeling an immense threat from Xian's relentless slaughter, it decides to launch a series of ambushes with the 3 Inferno Tigers, attempting to delay him and ensnare him at the heart of the beast tide, wearing him down completely. Simultaneously, the 3 Inferno Tigers align themselves behind Xian, blocking his path of retreat. Below, countless ferocious beasts surged toward Xian from both sides and behind. Witnessing this scene, the soldiers in the camp could not help but display deep concern. It's over. Supervisor Yi is surrounded by a tide of beasts. Those 4 ferocious creatures are clearly not ordinary. Even if Supervisor Yi possesses extraordinary strength, it seems unlikely that he can break free from the overwhelming restraints of the beast tide. Hiss, is that a high-tier infernal dragon? And a mid-tier infernal tiger? Could it be that the infernal dragon is the root cause of this beast tide's eruption? With the infernal dragon personally involved and so many ferocious beasts surrounding him, could such a prodigious talent meet his demise today amidst this tide? On the defense line, Ling Imotong's beautiful eyes narrowed, flames swirling around her body. Without a moment's hesitation, she gripped her long knife tightly, preparing to leap into action. However, Old Lu swiftly intervened. Commissioner Ling, I understand your urgency. But even with initial 5th-tier strength, charging into the beast tide would be akin to courting death. Hearing this, a flicker of anger illuminated Ling Imotong's eyes, her voice carrying an icy tone. Does Colonel Lu expect me to stand by and watch my junior perish at the hands of the beast tide? Old Lu waved his hand, his expression grave as he replied, even if it means sacrificing every soldier present, I would not hesitate if it meant saving Supervisor Yi. At his words, Ling Imotong's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. I will immediately gather all 2nd-tier and above awakened warriors. Once assembled, I will personally lead them into the beast tide to rescue Supervisor Yi. So, Commissioner Ling, please trust us and have faith in Supervisor Yi's capabilities. With that, Old Lu quickly grasped his communication wristwatch, issuing a series of commands. The entire military camp began to mobilize at an astonishing speed. Meanwhile, amidst the throng of ferocious beasts stood the infernal dragon, radiating a terrifying aura, accompanied by 3 infernal tigers. Xian's expression bore no sign of panic. Rather, he exuded excitement. Gripping his black blade, he sheathed it slowly, standing on the scorched earth, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding beasts before finally resting on the infernal dragon. This aura must be the instigator of the beast tide. If I eliminate it, the tide will surely collapse. Pondering, Xian's eyes flickered slightly. However, if I kill it too early, the remaining beasts may scatter, making it difficult to pursue. Therefore, perhaps I should first eliminate a wave of these beasts and toy with this so-called high-tier creature. In terms of destructive range, the Thunder Fruit still holds the advantage. Moreover, it presents an excellent opportunity to test the true capabilities of the Thunder Fruit. The Thunder Beast I previously summoned, even the Thunder Dragon, pales in comparison to the ultimate moves of the Thunder Fruit. This time, with so many ferocious beasts gathered, it is the perfect chance to unleash the true might of the Thunder Fruit. After all, some of those ultimate moves have a truly terrifying range. With this resolve, golden light suddenly enveloped Xian. Thunder crackled and arcs of electricity intertwined, rapidly expanding around him. A terrifying aura of destruction surged forth. His right hand radiated dazzling lightning, with bolts as thick as arms erupting from his palm as Xian shouted, "Thunder Beast!" The sky erupted with thunder, more fearsome and menacing than before. As a 50-meter-long Thunder Beast materialized in midair, the colossal creature charged into the swarm of beasts, unleashing a terrifying force that none of the beasts could withstand. Wherever the Thunder Beast passed, the ferocious creatures were reduced to charred remains. The dazzling lightning rampaged through the horde without restraint, as more beasts fell victim to its might. This is the celestial thunder of my junior. On the defense line, Ling Imotong's beautiful eyes suddenly caught sight of the overwhelming thunder. The 50-meter Thunder Beast resembled a moving natural disaster, rampaging for hundreds of meters before gradually dissipating. This seems to be the technique named Thunder Beast that Supervisor Yi used. But, was it this large last time at the Baitao Pavilion? Was the thunder this terrifying? Standing beside Ling Imotong, Mu Bingning's eyes mirrored the chaos wreaked by the Thunder Beast, her face filled with bewilderment. If she recalled correctly, the Thunder Beast Xian summoned at the Baitao Pavilion was only about 10 meters long, and now, in such a brief period, it had grown to 50 meters? And the power it wielded was on an entirely different level. Could it be that Xian had broken through to the 6th tier in such a short time? How could that be possible? No matter how talented one is, It is nearly impossible to ascend an entire tier in just over 10 days. Moreover, the might of this thunder beast seems to surpass a mere tier increase. Thus, it dawned on them that Yi Xian had likely always been a 6th-tier awakened being, merely concealing his true prowess until now. Gasping, even Mu Bingning could not help but draw a sharp breath. A 6th-tier awakened being. A 6th-tier late-stage warrior at just 18 years old, wielding both extraordinary abilities and martial prowess at the 6th tier. Is he truly human? Beside her, Ling Emotong quickly came to the same realization. Even though she had grown accustomed to Yi Xian's terrifying talent, her heart still trembled. Chapter 54, Elementalization. Yi Xian is a 7th-tier controller. Within the beast tide, Yi Xian was enveloped in raging thunder, surveying the endless ferocity around him without an ounce of fear, only exhilaration. With one hand, he unleashed the thunder beast, resulting in the demise of hundreds of ferocious creatures. Raising his right hand into a fist, he summoned forth a thunderous eruption. Bolts of lightning, thick as arms, swirled around him, transforming his entire arm into a radiant embodiment of thunder. 30 million volts. Thunderbird, he exclaimed. A deep roar echoed, and thousands of bolts of lightning erupted. Dazzling golden lightning flashed as it converged into a gigantic thunderbird with a wingspan exceeding 100 meters. The colossal birdsword. Its thunderous cries reverberating. The 100-meter thunderbird ascended. Under its wings, countless bolts of lightning rained down like divine punishment. These ferocious beasts, at most 4th tier, had no time to react under the onslaught of thunder, instantly reduced to ash. Scorched earth formed rapidly beneath the relentless assault. Each bolt of thunder created a fleeting void in the horde. Yet, the sheer number of beasts was overwhelming. Even as the thunderbird unleashed its fury, the beast tide showed no significant signs of diminishing. Time and again, as 10 beasts were obliterated, more with fiery red eyes surged forward, swiftly filling the gaps. Observing the anxious expressions of Ling Emotong and Mu Bingning on the defense line, it was clear that had their own powers not been so inadequate, they would have charged forth themselves. Fortunately, it was not long before over 200 awakened warriors assembled, standing at the ready. However, it was evident that many were filled with confusion and doubt at the decision to deploy such a multitude of awakened warriors to confront a 2nd-tier beast tide, which was essentially a near-certain death sentence. After all, what kind of individual warranted such a significant sacrifice? I understand. Many deemed the decision to engage the beast tide for the sake of rescuing a single individual as profoundly unwise. Standing before the gathered awakened warriors, Old Lu took in their expressions, his stature tall and his tone heavy as he proclaimed, "But Supervisor Yi is no ordinary person. He is an awakened being who reached the 6th tier at just 18 years of age. Such talent is invaluable for our entire nation and is destined to be a pillar for our future. Therefore, are you all willing to join me in risking everything to rescue the future of our nation?" The previously whispering group of martial artists and awakeners fell into a profound silence. Their eyes widened in shock and disbelief. An 18-year-old 6th-tier awakener? What an astonishing talent! If memory serves correctly, the national top scholar at the age of 18 was only at the pinnacle of the 4th tier. How could someone leap beyond 2 major tiers? Old Lu's words were certainly not an exaggeration. Such a monstrous prodigy, once fully developed, would undoubtedly become a pillar of the Great Xia. It is thus understandable why so many martial artists and awakeners were summoned for this perilous rescue mission. Old Lu's voice rang out clearly, resonating with the nearby candidates, each one filled with incredulity. What? I thought Officer Yi merely looked young. Surely she must be older than Senior Emotong. Yet you tell me she is just 18? And not only that, she has already reached the 6th tier? Such talent is simply unheard of. While Officer Yi, at 18, has attained the 6th tier and stands her ground against the beast tide, we are still preparing for the college entrance examination? A genius like her is sacrificing herself for a few hundred ordinary soldiers? A chorus of gasps echoed through the crowd as the candidates, still lingering in the 1st and 2nd tiers, struggled to comprehend the magnitude of such genius. Nearby, Han Yu felt a pang of regret for her sister, the greatest prodigy of the Great Xia. Unquestionably, with Yi Xian's talent, she deserved the title of the finest genius of the Great Xia. Such an individual would inevitably stand at the pinnacle of the Great Xia in the future. And Su Xuan, who had spent 3 years with her, had a bond that needed no elaboration. She could have easily become a cornerstone of the Great Xia. However, glancing at the visible disappointment and regret on Su Xuan's face, Han Yu merely pursed her lips and chose to remain silent. We are willing to face death without hesitation. to rescue Officer Yi, for the future of the Great Xia. The assembled martial artists and awakeners, initially reluctant, now shouted with unwavering resolve, their faces ablaze with a sense of duty. Excellent. Old Lu surveyed the crowd, nodding in satisfaction before turning to address them. Now, my friends, follow me as we rescue the future of our Great Xia. With that, he led the charge, crossing the front line toward the surging beast tide, followed closely by over 200 awakeners, each face resolute. Junior, Senior is coming, gripping her long blade tightly. Ling Imotong ignited with flames and leapt forward. Mu Bingning and Yu Tian, not to be outdone, surged ahead as well. The team of martial artists and awakeners moved with a speed surpassing that of any military unit, swiftly covering over 1,000 meters to engage the beast tide. In the midst of the chaos, the figure of a man radiating with lightning could be clearly seen at the heart of the beast tide. Junior, wait for me. With flames enveloping her blade, Ling Imotong cleaved through several fierce beasts on her path, charging toward the center of the beast tide. Any low-tier beasts that dared to obstruct her felt the searing heat of her flames. I cannot afford to give up. Mu Bingning's long hair billowed as she summoned piercing ice spikes. The ice projectile shattered the air, obliterating several fierce beasts as she kept pace with Ling Imotong. However, the majority of the team consisted of second- and third-tier military awakens, who found it challenging to achieve instant kills against the first-tier beasts within the tide. Their progress was slow, marked by a few exceptional third-tier awakeners forming small teams that advanced like a spearhead, with old Lu shining the brightest among them. With his fifth-tier strength, supported by several fourth- and fifth-tier awakeners, he cut through the ranks of beasts below the fourth tier with ease. Meanwhile, at the center of the beast tide, as Yi Xian continued his slaughter, the infernal dragon could no longer bear to watch. Its thunderous roar echoed through the skies as 3 floating infernal tigers erupted in terrifying flames. Their fierce mouths gaped slightly, revealing fangs as formidable as steel, sending chills down the spine. The intense flames began to coalesce, raising the temperature around them dramatically and stirring gusts of hot wind. In the air, the 3 infernal tigers conjured massive fireballs, each over 30 meters in diameter, which rained down amidst a cacophony of flames, igniting the atmosphere and turning the ground a fiery red. With arcs of electricity flickering, Yi Xian remained unperturbed, his hands crackling with thunder. Brilliant golden lightning surged forth, striking like colossal dragons, rolling through the air with terrifying might. The brilliant lightning collided fiercely with the 3 massive fireballs, intertwining the scorching heat with destructive power, sending shockwaves outward. The explosive sounds echoed in the heavens, a relentless cacophony. The searing flames splattered everywhere, engulfing any beast that came into contact and reducing them to charred remains. Bolts of lightning scattered in the collision, affecting numerous fierce beasts. After a moment of stalemate, the dense thunder mixed with flames surged forth, creating a wave of lightning and fire that pushed outward. In the sky, witnessing this, the infernal dragon's crimson eyes brimmed with fury. Flames coalesced around it, and with a deafening roar, an inferno descended from above, enveloping Yi Xian in scorching heat while generating clouds of white vapor as it fell. Junior, be careful. Officer Yi. From a distance, Ling Imotong, Mu Bingning, Old Lu, and the others beheld the approaching pillar of flames, their pupils constricting in alarm. The power of the 3 infernal tigers was unquestionable at the 6th tier, and the infernal dragon commanding them must possess even greater strength. At that moment, Yi Xian had just clashed with the infernal tiger, and the infernal dragon launched its assault. Even a late-stage 6th-tier powerhouse would struggle to react. As the terrifying pillar of flames descended upon Yi Xian, seemingly without him noticing, he showed no intent to evade. This scene caused the hearts of all onlookers to race, filled with despair. Yet, in full view of everyone, the fearsome pillar of flames pierced through Yi Xian's form. At the moment of impact, his body transformed into shimmering gold. The flames swept past, failing to touch him as he seamlessly traversed the golden lightning, landing amidst the beast horde, unleashing an explosive force. Engulfing a radius of several hundred meters, it obliterated over 100 ferocious beasts, reducing them to mere ashes. Chapter 55, Thunderfruit. Show me your limits. Behind him, flames illuminated the surroundings. Yi Xian transformed entirely into golden lightning, his visage becoming somewhat indistinct. Instantly, both Old Lu and Mu Bingning, along with Ling Modong and the others, were profoundly shaken. With one stroke, several ferocious beasts were torn asunder. Ling Modong, in relentless pursuit, beheld Yi Xian, now fully transformed into golden lightning, her pupils constricting sharply like pinholes. The long blade in her grasp nearly slipped from her fingers. Her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Awakening. Is this the awakening of the thunder element? My junior is a 7th tier controller. Unbelievable. Even though Ling Modong had regarded Yuxian's talents as unparalleled, surpassing all in the Great Xia, witnessing him elementalize in that moment left her in disbelief. After all, transforming one's body into extraordinary abilities was a hallmark of a true controller. Yuxian's capability to become lightning implies that this mere 18-year-old junior is not a 6th tier awakener, but rather a 7th tier controller? How is that possible? Yuxian is just 18. Throughout recorded history in the Great Xia, the most gifted prodigies barely reach the 5th tier at the age of 18, often due to privileged birth and abundant resources at their disposal. Yet Yuxian, merely 20 days prior, he had not revealed any trace of his gifted power, remaining completely detached from the world of awakeners, unable to procure any resources necessary for them. In such circumstances, Yuxian astonishingly achieved the level of a 7th tier controller. This is a 7th tier controller. Upon reaching this level, one can truly be deemed a high-tier powerhouse. In a third-rate base city like Jiangnan, there isn't even a single 7th tier controller. At this moment, even Ling Modong, who had her worldview repeatedly shattered by Yuxian, fell into deep self-doubt. Why is the gap between individuals so vast? This girl, hailed as a genius, is now 22 and merely at the early 5th tier. Yet Yuxian, at 18, has attained the level of a 7th tier controller. Am I truly a genius? In comparison to Ling Modong, Mu Bingming nearby was even more astounded. Her beautiful eyes reflected the striking resemblance to that fateful night. Mu Bingming stood frozen in place, her expression dazed. Is this the thunder element controller from that night? Yuxian, the very same mysterious thunder element controller who annihilated the Blood Clan Viscount. No matter how she pondered, she could not conceive that the 7th tier controller, akin to a celestial weapon descending from the heavens, was Yuxian. This is simply too monstrous. Recalling her own experience at 18, she had only been a 2nd tier awakener. No wonder she always felt an eerie familiarity with Yuxian's thunder, so reminiscent of that 7th tier controller. Yet, she dared not associate the two. Ultimately, Yuxian truly is that 7th tier controller. This shattered her understanding. If he has reached the level of a 7th tier controller at 18, what heights can Yuxian achieve in the future? A martial sage? Perhaps even more? In contrast to the two, old Lu, after experiencing the initial shock and disbelief, was overwhelmed with excitement. 18. An 18-year-old 7th tier controller. Such talent could likely defy the limits of even a martial sage. Could it be that the Great Xia is on the verge of birthing a martial god? With this thought, old Lu found it difficult to contain his elation. A martial god. Such a powerhouse has never emerged in the Great Xia. The reason the Great Xia has shown weakness and suffered invasions from foreign deities is largely due to the absence of its own martial god. There has been no entity capable of rivaling those martial gods. Now, hope has arisen for the Great Xia. Amidst the torrent of beasts, Yuxian gazed at his elementalized form, shaking his head in resignation. Initially, he intended to merely harvest a few beasts, showcasing only his 6th tier prowess. Yet he had inadvertently been propelled into elementalization. How could he continue to conceal his true abilities? Since his cover was blown, let these beasts meet their demise. Surrounding him, thick bolts of thunder erupted with a deafening roar. Terrifying thunder, as thick as an arm, rapidly expanded outward from Yuxian, instantly enveloping a 50-meter radius. Beneath the resounding thunder, every ferocious beast within that 50-meter range was reduced to ash. Amidst the swirling thunder, Yuxian lifted his gaze, surveying the surrounding beasts. Now devoid of trepidation, his hand transformed into lightning, radiating a dreadful aura of destruction. Divine judgment. His voice resonated like the low growl of death itself. As Yuxian uttered these words, countless bolts of thunder surged forth in a frenzy. With a slight elevation of his palm, the thunder cascaded upward into the heavens, instantly illuminating the sky in a golden hue. The next moment, thousands of thunderbolts, as thick as arms, descended from above, crashing down like a torrential storm. Thunder serpents danced wildly. The golden thunderstorm enveloped a kilometer radius, turning the area entirely golden, illuminating the entire expanse. Under the unparalleled destructive might, over 1,000 ferocious beasts faced divine retribution. Amidst the thunderous roars, not a blade of grass remained. The entire horde of beasts was reduced to ash, leaving behind only charred craters as testimony to their former existence. Roaring in midair, the serpentine thunder elicited an overwhelming sense of threat in the infernal dragon, its roar shaking the heavens. Under the intimidation of the dragoness roar, the three infernal tigers had no choice but to grit their teeth and open their jaws. Flames swirled around them. The three fiery tigers concentrated all their flames, scorching the sky. Gradually, they coalesced into three fireballs, each with a diameter of 50 meters. The next second, they descended like meteors from the heavens, bearing the force to incinerate all. 60 million volts. Raising his gaze, Xuan glanced at the three rapidly descending meteors. Unfazed, he extended his hand slightly. Terrifying thunder surged forth. Countless bolts of lightning erupted. Thunder Dragon. The overwhelming torrent of thunder shot forth, transforming into a colossal dragon of lightning, stretching 1,000 meters in length. The dragon rampaged, exuding a force capable of annihilating the heavens and earth, charging forth with ferocity. Under this terrifying might, the lower-tier beasts trembled uncontrollably, illuminated by the lightning. Mu Bingning's exquisite face was filled with astonishment. This Thunder Dragon! It is even more terrifying than when it annihilated the Blood Clan Viscount. Above in the sky, the three meteors trailed fiery embers as they thundered down. On the ground, the 1,000-meter-long Thunder Dragon, with its claws bared, left arcs of lightning shooting skyward. In an instant, the 1,000-meter Thunder Dragon collided with the three falling fiery meteors. Boom! At the moment of collision, thunder erupted, igniting flames and creating shockwaves that surged outwards for miles. The atmosphere trembled incessantly. The terrifying force radiated outward, resembling a meteor shower, cascading down into the horde of beasts. Each shockwave randomly claimed some beasts. The three blazing meteors, linked together, appeared as if they were painting the sky. Yet, even such fearsome flames were utterly insignificant before the Thunder Dragon. After a brief collision, the Thunder Dragon effortlessly tore apart the three meteors plummeting from above, continuing its relentless ascent toward the heavens. The thunderstorm wreaked havoc, leaving destruction in its wake. As the colossal Thunder Dragon, stretching 1,000 meters, rampaged across the sky, the three-headed infernal tiger, resembling a porcelain doll, struggled in vain, only to be effortlessly reduced to ash. Their massive forms plummeted from the heavens, while the Thunder Dragon loomed over the tide of beasts, instilling terror in all who beheld it. Within the military camp, a group of candidates gazed in awe at the rampaging Thunder Dragon, unable to suppress a collective gasp. What kind of terrifying power is this? Is this thunder the manifestation of the Overseer, Yi? Can such a level truly be attained by a sixth-tier being? In stark contrast to these candidates, the awakened warriors amidst the beast tide, witnessing the chaos up close, appeared even more astonished and incredulous. Seventh tier. This is the might of a seventh-tier being. It is like a natural disaster, utterly unassailable. I finally comprehend why the elite and numerous forces of our great Xia army cannot withstand those external gods. The strength of a seventh-tier entity is beyond the grasp of ordinary mortals. The divine tier, surpassing that of the martial saints, renders even the most numerous of commoners and low-tier warriors nearly ineffective. To think that our great Xia possesses an 18-year-old seventh-tier master. It seems that it will not be long before our nation truly welcomes its first divine powerhouse. At this moment, even amid the chaos of the beast tide, the awakened warriors were filled with excitement and exhilaration. After all, it is well known that our great Xia lacks divine beings. Should one emerge, our nation would surely break free from its frail predicament, no longer fearing those external gods. High above, the infernal dragon, engulfed in flames, with crimson eyes, gazed at the Thunder Dragon emanating an aura of annihilation, causing a tremor within. Even the most savage of beasts, particularly one of its high caliber, harbored no inclination to court death. Without hesitation, flames enveloped its form, and in the next moment, its wings flared, unleashing fiery plumes that cascaded downwards. The infernal dragon, amid the pressure exerted by the seemingly insignificant human below, soared into the distance. Xuan, enveloped in crackling thunder, cast a dismissive glance at the oncoming flames. The terrifying thunder erupted once more, igniting a fierce desire within. Since my elemental form has been revealed, there is no need to conceal the last few cataclysmic moves of the Thunder Fruit. Thunder Fruit, let me witness your limits. Chapter 56, 10,000 Thunder. A thunderous domain spanning 1,000 meters. The deafening roar of thunder echoed through the heavens. Golden bolts of lightning descended, enveloping Xuan in a dazzling display. Thunder the size of a thigh lit up 100-meter radius around him, radiating an unbearable brilliance. Standing amidst the tempest, Xuan surveyed the fleeing infernal dragon, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. With hands ablaze with brilliant lightning, he summoned forth thick tendrils of thunder that shot skyward. The heavens erupted, and terrifying lightning intertwined to form a cataclysmic thundercloud spanning 1,000 meters. Thunder dragons roared within the clouds, and illuminated by this spectacle, Xuan ascended gracefully, his white shirt billowing and hair tousled. 10,000 thunders. A low exclamation echoed. The thunderclouds erupted with a cataclysmic roar as countless bolts of lightning rained down. Each bolt, resembling a thunder dragon, struck with unparalleled might, bringing devastation upon the ground. The overwhelming force of destruction spread relentlessly, even within the confines of the military camp, leaving the candidates feeling a profound sense of dread and trepidation. As giant bolts of lightning, thick as a thigh, continuously plummeted towards the infernal dragon, it roared defiantly, gathering flames that enveloped its 100-meter frame, transforming the sky into a sea of fire. In the next moment, a terrifying fireball, exceeding 50 meters in diameter, surged forth, its intense heat igniting the air into billowing white vapor. Suddenly, the heavens erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. The thunder dragons rampaged, colliding with the fireball, a fierce interplay of heat and annihilation. Yet, in mere moments, the bolts of lightning pierced through the massive fireball, igniting it into a shower of fiery rain that scattered in all directions like petals of a celestial flower. After shattering the fireball, a multitude of lightning bolts intertwined, enveloping the infernal dragon like a storm. The air reverberated with a series of thunderous booms, each bolt striking the infernal dragon, eliciting mournful cries of defeat. In no time, the infernal dragon, now coated in gold, succumbed to the relentless onslaught of lightning, its colossal body plummeting downwards. Amidst the beast tide, Ling Mo Tong, her black hair flowing, wielded a flame-imbued long blade to slice through the beast before her. Just then, a fifth-tier late-stage phantom tiger roared, its claws glinting with a chilling light as it lunged at her. Having just vanquished several fourth-tier beasts, Ling Mo Tong felt a chill run down her spine at the sight of the impending danger. Flames swirling around her, she swiftly turned, drawing her long blade in preparation to defend herself. In the next moment, a clawing thunder dragon descended from above, crashing down upon the fifth-tier phantom tiger. Under the violent impact of the thunder, the fifth-tier beast had no time to react before being utterly obliterated. At this moment, Ling Mo Tong had the chance to glance upwards, witnessing the sky transformed into a realm of thunder. Bolts of lightning cascaded down, each strike emanating terrifying power. Under the relentless rain of thunder, whether first-tier beasts or pinnacle fifth-tier beasts, they appeared as fragile as children, shattering upon contact. Is this the power of my junior? Her eyes reflected the figure standing in the air, half elementalized, surrounded by a thunderous domain. Ling Mo Tong could hardly believe her eyes. Even an elementalized seventh-tier master would not necessarily possess such formidable strength. Could it truly be that this apocalyptic scene was conjured by her junior? She had occasionally witnessed seventh-tier masters in action while studying in Baidu, yet none exhibited such overwhelming ferocity. Just where does her junior's limit lie? A seventh-tier thunder master. 18 years of age, Mu Bingning exuded an icy aura, gazing at the figure resembling a thunder god. Her heart raced with astonishment. Even after realizing that Xuan was indeed a seventh-tier master through elementalization, witnessing the thunderous inferno before her still left her in awe. An 18-year-old seventh-tier master. Surely, no one in all of Great Xia would dare to associate the two. Yet, that very master stood before her now. Indeed, the power displayed by Xuan transcended that of an ordinary seventh-tier master. Not only Ling Mo Tong, but all the awakened warriors plunging into the beast tide halted in their tracks, utterly captivated by the incessant rain of lightning enveloping them, relentlessly bombarding the ferocious beasts surrounding them, leaving them without a chance to retaliate. At this very moment, the entire kilometer radius transformed into a realm of thunder, appearing from afar as a dazzling expanse of golden brilliance. Could this be the work of Commissioner Yi? I initially believed that Commissioner Ye's achievement of becoming a sixth-tier awakened at the tender age of 18 was already extraordinary. To my astonishment, he has actually attained the status of a seventh-tier controller. My goodness, how is it possible for an 18-year-old to become a seventh-tier controller with such talent? If Commissioner Yi continues to grow, he is destined to become a formidable god-tier powerhouse. Indeed, our Great Xia is finally on the brink of producing its own god-tier warrior. Nearly all awakened martial artists, upon witnessing the thunderous purgatory before them, were utterly astounded. An 18-year-old seventh-tier controller is, to them, a fantastical existence. Such prodigious talent, if not thwarted prematurely, is bound to evolve into a god-tier powerhouse. How could this not excite these awakened martial artists? Leading the group, Old Lu, with a resolute visage illuminated by the golden lightning, could not suppress a grin. The resplendent thunder seemed to shine as brightly as the future of Great Xia. The sky resounded with the continuous roar of thunder. Each bolt was potent enough to obliterate beasts within a 10-meter radius. In a matter of moments, beneath Yuan's command, no beasts were left standing within that kilometer. All had been reduced to charred remains, as these beasts were entirely vanquished. The incessant thunder gradually subsided. The lightning in the heavens dispersed slowly. Hovering in the air, the lightning surrounding Xuan also dissipated, transforming into elemental form as it swept over the expanse of slain beasts below. A smile graced his lips, and anticipation gleamed in his eyes. Surely, he had eradicated at least a few thousand beasts, hadn't he? I wonder if he could achieve 2 instantaneous kills. Chapter 57. The 18-year-old 7th-tier controller. Report immediately to Baidu. With the demise of the Purgatory Dragon and the recent thunderous commotion, even these lowly intelligent beasts began to flee in panic. After all, the instinct to seek safety is inescapable, even for ferocious creatures. These beasts had dared to launch an assault primarily due to the commands of higher-tier beasts. Clouds of dust billowed as they scattered, leaving behind a wasteland of charred corpses. Amidst the devastation that resembled ruins, Xuan landed before Ling Mo Tong and the others, offering a somewhat helpless smile. Senior, Colonel Lu, since I dared to stay behind, it signifies that these beasts pose no threat to me. Therefore, there is no need for you to take such risks. Seeing his figure, which was merely slightly dirty at the corners of his garment, a flash of anger surged in Ling Mo Tong's beautiful eyes as she coldly retorted, "Didn't someone claim that reaching the 6th tier is the extent of their power? Facing such a beast tied with 6th tier strength is indeed perilous." In response, Xuan rubbed his nose and replied, "Senior, I didn't intend to conceal my abilities. You know my talent surpasses ordinary bounds. If word of this were to reach the ears of those external gods, they might very well descend upon us in droves." Upon hearing this, both Ling Mo Tong and Old Lu fell silent. Indeed, as a top student from Baidu University, Ling Mo Tong and Colonel Lu were acutely aware of the current situation in Great Xia. Although they could barely fend off those external gods, it was only because the external gods had not yet made it their mission to eradicate Great Xia. After all, the concepts of God tier and martial saint are completely distinct. Once it becomes known that a genius like Xuan has emerged in Great Xia, the nation would be utterly incapable of safeguarding him. Even if martial saints were to mobilize, they could only withstand a few external gods, and the number of those external gods is far greater than that. With a flicker of his eyes, Old Lu spoke solemnly, "Your concerns are well-founded. I will report today's events directly to Baidu and await their directives." Subsequently, Old Lu turned his gaze toward the gathered awakened martial artists and stated sternly, "As citizens of Great Xia, you should comprehend what an 18-year-old controller signifies for us. Therefore, I kindly ask you all to cooperate for a moment, undergo an inspection, and sign a confidentiality agreement." Upon hearing this, the martial artists offered no objections, responding in unison. Old Lu nodded in approval. He then turned and said, "Let us head back to the military camp. The disturbance you just caused was surely witnessed by the candidates and soldiers there. I will help you cover it up, claiming that the commotion was not caused by you, but rather by a specially dispatched 6th-tier peak awakened." The group swiftly returned to the military camp. The candidates, who previously had little understanding of Xuan, now stared at him with admiration and excitement upon learning he was a 6th-tier powerhouse, facing a 2nd-tier beast tied alone at the age of 18. Each feat captivated their imaginations. Upon returning to the camp, Old Lu promptly began to obscure the truth for Xuan, while the current examination was immediately suspended. Awaiting the next opportunity, he then quickly reported to his direct superior. In the Jiangnan Bay City office, Li Tianlong reclined in his chair, exhausted as the highest military officer of Jiangnan. He had just been scrambling to mobilize personnel in response to reports of a 2nd-tier beast tied in Monster County. At this rare moment, he finally had a chance to rest. However, the desk phone suddenly rang. He quickly opened his eyes and answered the call. "Major General, Xuan is actually not a 6th-tier warrior." Upon hearing this, Li Tianlong felt both puzzled and vexed. Not 6th-tier? Could it be that what Xiaoran mentioned previously was a fabrication? What are these people trying to accomplish by fabricating an 18-year-old 6th-tier powerhouse? For Great Xia, an 18-year-old reaching the late 6th tier would be an unparalleled rarity. Such prodigious talent had already stirred excitement among the military's upper echelons. Yet now, old Lu was reporting that the 18-year-old sixth-tier powerhouse was a falsehood. In an instant, Li Tianlong connected this to the 749 Bureau's potential deceit, perhaps attempting to gain preferential resources. However, old Lu's next statement completely interrupted his line of thought. No, Director Xiao was correct. But Yuan is truly not a sixth-tier warrior. He is a seventh-tier lightning controller. Just moments ago, he stood against the beast tide alone. During the confrontation with the Purgatory Dragon, he unleashed elemental transformation. Furthermore, he subsequently conjured a vast kilometer-wide thunder domain, reducing the sixth-tier Purgatory Dragon and all beasts within that range to ashes. With a thud, the phone slipped from Li Tianlong's grasp, crashing to the floor. Yet at that moment, Li Tianlong seemed entirely oblivious to the fallen phone, his face a mask of bewilderment and shock. What is happening? Wasn't he had said that an 18-year-old sixth-tier late-stage powerhouse is the pinnacle of talent in Great Xia? How is it that in the face of a beast tide, the opponent is a seventh-tier controller? Is it truly possible for such a genius to exist at 18? If someone can reach the seventh-tier controller level by 18, attaining the god tier in the future would hardly be a challenge, would it? He hurriedly picked up the phone from the ground. Li Tianlong suppressed his excitement and solemnly confirmed. Say it again. Yuan is a seventh-tier controller. On the other end of the line, old Lu showed no surprise at all. After all, the existence of an 18-year-old seventh-tier controller was truly beyond comprehension. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, his attitude would likely have been no better than Li Tianlong's. Hearing Li Tianlong's voice, he nodded emphatically and said into the phone, Major General Li, I swear on my honor as a soldier, everything I just said is what I have personally witnessed. Upon hearing old Lu's repeated affirmations, Li Tianlong could no longer contain his excitement and burst into laughter. Aha, truly, it is real. How can there be such a prodigy in our great Xia who has reached the seventh tier at just 18 years of age? After his initial excitement, Li Tianlong seemed to remember something and quickly instructed over the phone. How many people witnessed this scene? Immediately control the scene. Everyone who witnessed this must undergo an investigation and sign a confidentiality agreement. I will report to Baidu right away. Chapter 58. Great Xia. The 12 Martial Saints. The highest meeting. In the hidden depths of Baidu, Great Xia, several figures sat solemnly in a secret meeting. The leader, clad in azure battle armor adorned with subtle blue patterns, would undoubtedly stir immense excitement among the people of Great Xia. For this was none other than the sky-splitting Martial Saint, a terrifying existence of the wind system at the 10th tier, standing tall at the pinnacle of Great Xia. At this moment, apart from some Martial Saints stationed at the borders and those who could not appear, 6 of the 12 Martial Saints had gathered. The caliber of this meeting far exceeded the imagination of countless individuals. As he slowly reviewed the documents in his hands, the flame-searing Martial Saint, adorned in fiery battle armor, stood up, a look of excitement illuminating his face. An 18-year-old 7th-tier controller? What are we waiting for? I will bring him to Baidu right now and spare no resources in nurturing him. Seeing the flame-searing Martial Saint's actions, the sky-splitting Martial Saint helplessly rubbed his forehead and said, Fengtian, I understand your urgency, but you must remain calm. You know well the infiltration of those external divine forces into Baidu. It's not just you as a Martial Saint. Even an 8th-tier powerhouse stepping out of Baidu would be noticed. If you, as a Martial Saint, rushed to a third-rate city to take someone away, it would be as if you were announcing to those external deities that this young man possesses a talent capable of moving a Martial Saint. Baidu, as the capital of Great Xia, although those external deities cannot easily enter, they have various churches and influences that permeate the area. Normally, if a Martial Saint leaves Baidu, it would attract little attention from those external forces. However, this time, the emergence of a martial god seed, a prodigy likely destined to become a divine-tier powerhouse, could not go unnoticed. If it drew the attention of external deities to investigate, it might not remain hidden, unless all those in the know were eradicated. But such widespread implications were beyond what they, as Martial Saints of Great Xia, could execute. What then? The flame-searing Martial Saint's face flushed red as he slammed his hands on the desk, glaring intensely at the sky-splitting Martial Saint. Are we to simply watch a martial god seed waste his talent in Jiangnan City? Martial gods, do you have any idea how crucial they are for Great Xia? Seeing the flame-searing Martial Saint so agitated, the other 4 Martial Saints were unsurprised. After all, They had waited far too long for the emergence of a martial god. Only with a martial god could Great Xia avoid relying on the special energy at its borders to fend off external divine invasions. Although that special energy could significantly weaken the power of external deities if they were willing to pay a price, they could still enter Great Xia with a fraction of their strength. Even just a tenth of their power would far surpass that of a martial saint. Such a prodigy could not be allowed to languish in Jiangnan City, squandering his talent. The sky-splitting martial saint waved his hand, signaling the flame-searing martial saint to sit down before continuing. Our military has already devised a preliminary plan. Now that the college entrance examinations have just concluded, we can arrange for Xuan to receive a sufficiently high score and have an 8th-tier powerhouse from Baidu University come to recruit him. Those external deities often do not expend much effort on geniuses who cannot become martial gods. Once he arrives in Baidu, we can secretly contact him, mobilizing resources from Great Xia to facilitate Xuan's training. Upon hearing this, the martial saints in the conference room nodded in agreement. According to the sky-splitting martial saint, this plan was indeed feasible. The external deities truly feared only those of comparable strength. As for others, even if they possessed the potential of a martial saint, they would not pay much heed. With an 8th-tier powerhouse from Baidu University there to assist, there should be no issues as long as the external deities did not interfere. In this way, not only would they bring this martial god seed to Baidu for covert cultivation, but they would also circumvent the gaze of external deities, providing Xuan ample time to grow until he became a martial god, shouldering the burden of Great Xia. I endorse this plan. An elderly martial saint, with hair and beard as white as snow, nodded. The other martial saints expressed their agreement as well. Only the flame-searing martial saint, somewhat unwilling, remarked, "But this means that the genius will waste 2 months of time." 2 months. Do you know how significant that is for a prodigy who has reached the 7th tier at just 18? It was clear that the flame-searing martial saint was growing impatient for the emergence of a martial god in Great Xia. The sky-splitting martial saint shook his head helplessly and said, "Feng Tian, since this young man named Xuan has managed to reach the 7th tier in Jiangnan City, it indicates that he has not wasted his training despite lacking our top-tier resources. In fact, he likely progresses much faster than other geniuses. However, 2 months is indeed a bit long. How about this, Old Hong? Could you arrange for the various universities to start their academic year a month earlier this year?" Evidently, although he was the architect of the plan, the sky-splitting martial saint was also somewhat impatient, even if Xuan had achieved the 7th tier in Jiangnan City through his talent. "All right, I will take care of this." Old Hong nodded. As one of the earliest martial saints, he had aged and gradually retreated from the front lines, now passionate about nurturing the new generation of Great Xia. Thus, it was best for him to arrange an earlier start for the academic year. With that settled, the sky-splitting martial saint raised his gaze, scanning the faces of the martial saints, and gravely continued, "Next, I ask all of you to stockpile top-tier resources as much as possible. Once Xuan arrives, we will ensure that all resources from Great Xia are open to him." The flame-searing martial saint smiled and nodded. "That is how it should be. Even 100 martial saints cannot compare to one martial god. Since this is a plan to cultivate a martial god, let us name it the Divine Creation Plan." Upon hearing this, the other martial saints nodded in agreement. The Divine Creation Plan indeed resonated well. The concept of creating a god had lingered in their minds countless times, and now it was finally coming to fruition. When that young man arrives, we will take turns mentoring him. With the 6 martial saints in agreement, a surge of energy coursed through Great Xia. The first announcement was that all universities would start their academic year a month earlier. This year, the usual 2-month summer vacation would be reduced to just 1 month. This caused an uproar among the students of third-rate universities and low-tier martial schools who had just left their schools. After all, for those students of limited talent who merely drifted through, losing an entire month of vacation felt like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. As for the students of top-tier martial schools, they had no objections whatsoever. In the office of the principal at Baidu University, the principal was diligently organizing the school's documents when, unexpectedly, Hong Doliu's figure appeared silently. The martial sage. Upon catching sight of this presence, the principal hastily rose and bowed, his expression filled with excitement. This was indeed a martial sage. Even in the northern capital, a martial sage was as elusive as a dragon's shadow, rarely encountered even by those at the 9th tier of strength. Chapter 59. The Third Instant Kill. The Tricolor Hockey. Even as the principal of a prestigious martial arts academy like Northern Capital University, he had seldom witnessed a martial sage in person. Arrange for an 8th-tier individual to welcome him at the start of the semester. Inform the public that we are enrolling him, Hong Dalu stated, casting a serious glance. Remember, this person is of great importance to me. There must be no mistakes. However, only an early-stage 8th-tier individual may be dispatched, and only one. I fear the principal of Northern Capital University might overexert himself in an effort to impress me by sending a 9th-tier vice principal or multiple 8th-tier experts. After all, as a martial sage, when I give an order, those beneath me will strive to fulfill it, eager to showcase their abilities. Although sending a 9th-tier vice principal would indeed ensure Xian's safety, it could attract the attention of external forces. What is so special about a third-rate city that warrants such a visit from the vice principal of a top-tier martial arts academy? Are we recruiting students? What a joke. Upon hearing this, the principal of Northern Capital University appeared somewhat bewildered. What was happening? A martial sage had come to him for this purpose? To safely escort someone to Northern Capital? He had never heard of Jiangnan City before. The requirements were exceedingly meticulous. Suddenly, the principal's pupils constricted sharply. How could a martial sage be so concerned about one individual? Could it be that this Xian was the illegitimate child of Hong Wuxing? Gulping hard, the principal quickly nodded. Rest assured, Martial Sage Hong, I will definitely ensure that the individual is brought to Northern Capital University safely. Seeing the peculiar gaze of the principal, Hong Dala chose not to explain further. For the future of the great Xia, he could bear such a bit of infamy. After giving his instructions, he departed from Northern Capital University. In Jiangnan City, within the 749 Bureau's office, Yang Lin gazed at Xian, who stood tall in a white shirt. His pupils filled with an unquenchable shock. An 18-year-old 7th-tier controller. Such talent. Continuously assessing Xian, Yang Lin could not help but marvel. However, within the same office, Ling Modong and Mu Bingning displayed no surprise at all. After all, they had witnessed Xian's elemental transformation and the terrifying, world-ending thunder domain he unleashed. After a thorough examination, Yang Lin finally shifted his focus and began to address the matter at hand. Xian, your talent has reached extraordinary heights, he remarked, pointing toward the ceiling. At this, neither Xian nor the two women were taken aback. After all, an 18-year-old 7th-tier controller was indeed astonishing. It was impossible for higher authorities not to take notice. Xian even suspected that after revealing his 6th-tier strength, his information had already been laid bare before the upper echelons of Great Xia. Following a unanimous decision from the 12 martial sages, Yang Lin's expression turned serious as he spoke. They will ensure your admission to Northern Capital University and send an 8th-tier expert to escort you, presenting you as the national top scholar. Once in Northern Capital, the 12 martial sages will devote themselves to cultivating you. Although the meeting was initiated by the 6 martial sages, they subsequently shared the information with the remaining 6, garnering their support. Upon hearing this, Ling Modong and Mu Bingning's eyes widened in astonishment, gasping in disbelief. The 12 martial sages, while they had already suspected that the protagonist would attract the attention of Great Xia's upper echelons, this was a level of power that was akin to a pillar supporting the entirety of Great Xia. This meant that Xian's talent was sufficient to warrant a dedicated meeting of the 12 martial sages. What an extraordinary privilege. At this moment, the two women regarded him as if he were a monster. Junior, you truly are. Ling Modong felt as if she were in a dream. She recalled when they first met. Xian had merely slain a 2nd-tier wolf-faced man, revealing his thunder-based abilities, leading her to believe she had discovered a promising recruit for the 749 Bureau to enhance their credits. Yet, that individual, whom she thought merely possessed slightly greater talent than herself, had talent so extraordinary that it commanded the attention of the 12 martial sages. What terrifying potential this was. It could be said that once the 12 martial sages made their decision, Xian had ascended to one of the most esteemed figures in all of Great Xia. With such unwavering support, it seemed that whatever Xian desired, as long as it did not harm the considerable interests of Great Xia, would be granted. Sure enough, Yang Lin continued, moreover, there is no longer a need for you to undertake missions for the 749 Bureau. From now on, you may freely mobilize all official resources in Jiangnan City. Currently, Xian was in Jiangnan City, thus he could only command the local forces. However, once he arrived in Northern Capital, he would likely have access to all the power of Great Xia. Yet, it was evident that Xian had no interest in this. After assuring Yang Lin that he would not require such resources, he stepped out of the 749 Bureau's headquarters. Upon returning home, He languidly sank into a luxurious bathtub. Although he had prepared himself, he was still somewhat taken aback by the cascade of news from that day. The 12 martial sages. Devoted cultivation. Such treatment was unprecedented. To think that just over 20 days ago, he had been an anxious, ordinary person unsure of how to face the college entrance examination. Now, in the span of those days, he had transformed into a prodigious talent in the eyes of the 12 martial sages. The shift in identity was infinitely greater than any mere leap from selling fish. Reflecting on this, Xuan picked up his phone. Gazing at the icon for the flash sale, a smile gracing his lips. It was all thanks to you. With your presence. The martial gods should not disappoint those martial sages who have high hopes for me, should they? Murmuring to himself, Xuan tapped the icon. After repelling the beast tide, a flurry of activity had left him with no time for solitude, and he had yet to check what new items were available in the flash sale. The familiar interface unfolded before him, the previously ticking restock timer now reset to 0. Today's goodies. Tricolor hockey package from a certain oceanic world. Includes observation hockey, armament hockey, and conqueror's hockey. Purchased to gain the power of the tricolor hockey. Congratulations! You've been struck by a red envelope. Only 6 yuan. Only 6 yuan. 6 yuan for the tricolor hockey. You deserve it. Chapter 60. A hardcore restocking method. The familiar interface appeared before his eyes. Xuan did not hesitate for long and promptly opted for instant payment. After regaining his composure, he propped his chin on his hand, curiously awaiting the outcome. The three-color hockey did not seem to be a tangible item at all. How, then, would it be delivered? Previously, both the Thunderfruit and the Black Blade Knight were concrete objects. Yet, the three-color hockey, as he had observed in the Grand Pirate anime of his past life, was a unique form of power, devoid of a physical medium, cultivated through rigorous training. How would the system deliver this power upon his victory? Meanwhile, in a boundless oceanic realm, the hooded Mihawk sat pensively on the ground, surrounded by the crew of the red-haired pirates, who were reveling in a lively banquet. Yet, Mihawk remained detached from the festivities, as if the surrounding merriment had no connection to him. His hand absently rubbed the area where his Black Blade Knight once rested. As the world's greatest swordsman, he found it unfathomable that someone could steal his Black Blade Knight from him. What manner of sorcery was this? Would his beloved blade ever return? Shanks, with his crimson hair and a scar marring his cheek, raised his glass and attempted to console the seemingly despondent Mihawk. Oh. Come now, it's just the supreme greatsword. With your prowess, even wielding a common blade, you remain the world's greatest swordsman. Mihawk cast a sidelong glance at Shanks, who appeared to revel in his misfortune, and lifted his own glass, draining its contents in one swift motion. In the next moment, he exclaimed, "What happened to my observation hockey? No. What about my armament hockey and conqueror's hockey? Where has my hockey gone?" The formerly jovial Shanks was now utterly aghast, the flush of intoxication evaporating from his face. Just a moment ago, he had discovered that he was utterly unable to wield his three-color hockey. He had even forgotten how to utilize it altogether. This left Shanks in a state of disbelief. As a formidable figure among the four emperors, standing at the pinnacle of the seas, he had an intimate understanding of the three-color hockey. How could he forget it so easily? Only retaining its name? What a chilling and supernatural occurrence. You've lost your hockey? Mihawk was taken aback, then unleashed a punch enveloped in armament hockey towards Shanks. In the following instant, Shanks instinctively attempted to deploy his armament hockey for defense, only to realize he had completely forgotten how to do so. He was sent flying over 100 meters by Mihawk's strike. Is it truly gone? Including Mihawk, the cadre of the red-haired pirates looked on in disbelief as Shanks, struck and bruised, lay sprawled on the ground. This was the red-haired pirates, one of the four emperors. The world's greatest swordsman stood nearby. And yet Shanks inexplicably found himself devoid of his three-color hockey. What an eerie and terrifying ability this was. For reasons unknown, as he observed the utterly disheveled Shanks, Mihawk felt an inexplicable sense of relief. First, his Black Blade Knight, and now Shanks' three-color hockey. Was there a mysterious devil fruit user targeting the two of them? Ding. Your purchased item has been delivered. In a villa at Jiangnan Bay, Xuan's phone screen flashed with a notification. As the words appeared, he momentarily felt a daze wash over him, slowly regaining his senses. No physical object. It was transmitted directly. Lowering his gaze, he glanced at his palm. And with a thought, wisps of intangible armament hockey rapidly coiled around him. So this is armament hockey? With this punch, he could surely send his senior sister flying without even exerting much force, couldn't he? Feeling the significant enhancement in his destructive power and defense, Xuan nodded in satisfaction. After witnessing the might of the instant purchase feature, he finally felt a semblance of relief. After all, the immense pressure from Yang Lin's expectations weighed heavily on him. The 12 martial saints of the Great Xia had high hopes for him. He was not a prodigy who had reached the 7th tier by the age of 18, but merely an ordinary high school student who had consumed a fruit and purchased a sword. Initially, he only wished to awaken an extraordinary ability and witness the world of the extraordinary firsthand. Instead, he had inadvertently become a beacon of hope for others. Fortunately, the instant purchase software had not let him down, as long as it continued to refresh with new and powerful items. Achieving divine tier status in the future was not out of reach, even if it meant reaching the level of the immortals from his past life as cultivation novels. His gaze fixed on the phone screen, he noted the new delivery and the replenishment time of 90 days. A smile of satisfaction crossed his face. Although he did not achieve a consecutive double instant purchase, he was not far off. It seemed the time for the 4th replenishment had simply increased. But not excessively so, entirely acceptable. After all, during the recent battle against thousands of ferocious beasts, he hadn't even exerted his full strength. Given the intensity of that beast tide, a mere fraction of his power was sufficient to cope. Standing up, Xuan wiped himself down, donned his clothes, and savored the power of the 3-color hockey in the spacious villa's living room before succumbing to a deep slumber on his bed. 10 days later, with the announcement of the college entrance examination results, Xuan emerged as the top student nationwide, leading the 2nd place by 10 points. This extraordinary achievement stirred many universities, eager to recruit this prodigy. However, a strict order from Hong Daolu forbade any contact with Xuan, leaving many senior martial arts school executives perplexed. Could it be that Xuan's identity was unclear or that his results were fabricated? Yet, even if that were the case, it could not possibly warrant the attention of a martial saint like Hong Daolu. Despite their confusion, the heads of these prestigious institutions dared not defy the martial saint's command and could only suppress their eager intentions. In Jiangnan City, a dozen 3rd-tier magical beasts roamed. A figure darted through them like lightning, clad in a white shirt with tousled hair. With each flash of this figure, thunderous strikes descended upon the magical beasts, obliterating them with devastating force. The 10 3rd-tier beasts barely had time to emit a cry before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The tall figure walked away without a backward glance, arcs of electricity still flickering around him. Chapter 61, Blood Clan Blood God. An invitation from Baidi University. So powerful. Is this the renowned combat specialist, Agent Yi? Why do I feel he is even stronger than the other agents? A member of the 749 Bureau stood in the alley, his pupils reflecting Xuan's image, filled with admiration and astonishment. Though his tenure at the 749 Bureau had not been long, Xuan's diligence in executing missions had made a significant impact. Even many members who had not witnessed Xuan in the depths of the abyss facing the beast tide were awestruck by his prowess in dealing with magical creatures. Consequently, he had become the subject of discussion among all members of the 749 Bureau. Exiting the alley, Xuan raised a hand to shield his eyes from the glaring sunlight as he walked down the street. In the span of 10 days, he had relentlessly hunted demonic creatures within the city, leaving him with merely 75 days remaining for resupply. At that moment, a notification chimed from his pocket. Xuan reached for his phone and answered the call. Hello, is this Xuan Student Yi? A melodious voice resonated from the other end, quite pleasing to the ear. Xuan nodded and replied, That's me. Upon receiving his affirmation, the voice continued, Student Yi, I am Lu Qingyi, the Director of Admissions at Baidi University. I am reaching out to you because, however, before Lu Qingyi could finish, Xuan interjected, I accept the offer to attend Baidi University. After all, this decision has already been made by the 12 martial saints of the Great Xia. For him, being valued by a martial saint was certainly not a disadvantage. His resolute statement left Lu Qingyi, seated in her office at Baidi University, momentarily astonished. The high-heeled shoes adorning her elegantly wrapped feet slipped slightly as she processed his response. Although Baidi University was indeed prestigious, being the foremost martial academy in the Great Xia, she had yet to present any incentives. How could he agree so readily? Typically, such prodigies required negotiation and inducements before accepting an offer. Despite her confusion, Lu Qingyi gently parted her lips and spoke softly, in that case, Student Yi. This led to a series of enrollment procedures and the dispatch of the acceptance letter. Under normal circumstances, receiving an acceptance letter from Baidi University would have thrilled Xuan immensely. Yet, he felt no excitement whatsoever. The renowned Bida University was merely a FAA for him to enter the city. The acceptance letter and the registration were merely formalities. Shortly afterwards, she ended the call. Lu Qingyi gracefully retrieved her fallen shoe, exuding an aura of allure. Her jade fingers supported her chin as her eyes brimmed with curiosity and puzzlement. Traditionally, every national top scholar was fiercely sought after by elite martial schools, often necessitating the promise of special privileges. Yet this time, not only did Xuan accept the offer without hesitation, but according to her intelligence, the other top martial schools seemed uninterested in contacting him at all. This was rather intriguing. How could those elite schools remain indifferent in the presence of a national top scholar? Thus, it was evident that Xuan harbored some secret. Could it be that his achievements were fabricated? Murmuring to herself, Lu Qingyi swiftly shook her head. The current college entrance examination was personally supervised by the martial saint Hong Daolu. No one dared to falsify results without dire consequences. Furthermore, would the martial saint go to such lengths to assist a high school student in manipulating his scores? Moreover, if that were the case, the other top martial schools would certainly have received the news, just as Bida University did. An intriguing young man. In 20 days, I shall see what secrets this national top scholar holds, she mused with a subtle smile, setting her phone down as she resumed her busy schedule. Each year, the period following the college entrance examination marked the busiest time for martial schools, as fresh blood was essential for their continued prosperity. At the headquarters of the 749 Bureau in Jiangnan City, Yang Lin sat gravely at the head of the conference room. Below him, figures such as Xiaoran, Lu Feng, and Ling Mo Tong, all fifth-tier powerhouses, took their seats. With his hands supporting his chin, Yang Lin spoke solemnly. Everyone, what progress have we made regarding the Blood Clan's sudden emergence in Jiangnan City and their hideouts? In response, the assembled fifth-tier powerhouses fell silent. Following the battle at Bitao Pavilion, the 749 Bureau had observed a surge in the Blood Clan's activities within Jiangnan City, occasionally resulting in significant casualties. Consequently, Yang Lin had dispatched additional personnel to track down the Blood Clan. However, due to their formidable ability to disguise themselves, even with heightened scrutiny, the Bureau could only uncover a handful of scattered Blood Clan members, with the strongest among them being mere barons. This situation left the 749 Bureau's elite feeling somewhat ashamed. The Blood Clan concealed themselves expertly, adopting various identities to lure unsuspecting individuals to certain locations, after which these individuals would vanish entirely, abandoning their assumed personas. Thus, as the commander of the 749 Bureau, Lu Feng reluctantly spoke up. Despite countless justifications, the Blood Clan's frequent appearances and their harm to humanity were undeniable, and he could not evade responsibility. Sighing deeply, Yang Lin took in the expressions of those present. Among the myriad of demonic beings, the Blood Clan was exceptionally troublesome. Possessing formidable disguising abilities and the capacity to rapidly create blood slaves, the frequent sightings of the Blood Clan were undoubtedly ominous for a base city like Jiangnan. Yang Lin had intended to root them out early on, yet he found himself at a loss for how to proceed. If it comes to that, perhaps we should enlist the help of our junior? I recall that during the last incident at Bitao Pavilion, he quickly identified the Blood Clan as non-human. Ling Mo Tong suggested hesitantly. Commissioner Yi? Yang Lin scratched his temple in frustration. He was well aware of Yi Xian's abilities, which posed a significant threat to the Blood Clan. However, the Blood Clan consisted of high-tier demonic entities, with a blood god presiding over them. Should Yi Xian be exposed in a favorable light to the Blood Clan, they might delve into his age and prowess, drawing the attention of those external deities towards such a prodigious talent. Would they not become the scourge of the Great Xia? The skyrending martial saint had personally contacted him, urging him to safeguard Yi Xian's information. Yet, if they did not act, the threat posed by the Blood Clan was dire. Over 1,000 individuals had already gone missing in just 10 days. What a staggering number! How many Blood Clan members were hidden throughout Jiangnan City? Chapter 62. The Blood God Descends. Sacrifice the entire city. At number 72, Yuan West Road, under the soft glow of the moonlight, a middle-aged man dressed in a suit led dozens of followers down this not-so-bustling street. A closer inspection would reveal that the individuals trailing behind the suited man had eyes brimming with fervent excitement, having been thoroughly deceived. Among the crowd, a stunning figure clad in a white short skirt, with cascading ebony hair, was Mu Bingning, currently posing as an ordinary tourist before a small food stall. Beside her, dressed casually, Yi Tian leaned in, whispering, "Are you certain they are connected to the Blood Clan?" Mu Bingning brushed her hair back from her forehead. Being an ice-type ability user, she felt no discomfort from the sweltering heat, even in late June. Most of the recently missing individuals had been lured into fraudulent companies under the guise of high salaries or through pyramid schemes. Hence, it was suspicious for a company that appeared devoid of any legitimate business to be taking dozens of employees out in the dead of night. Mu Bingning spoke with conviction. The recent disappearances and the search for the Blood Clan had become the task of every member of the 749 Bureau in Jiangnan City, including herself. After several days of surveillance, she had pinpointed this company, named Langia Pavilion. This establishment was brightly lit every night and often echoed with excited voices. Now, they were taking their employees out in the middle of the night. Surely they were on the verge of being exposed. Even if one were to follow these individuals, they could potentially uncover the lair of the Blood Clan. At this thought, Mu Bingning couldn't help but let a pleasing smile grace her lips. However, the next moment, a hand landed on her shoulder, causing her to shudder involuntarily. Instinctively, a chill radiated from her body. "Bingning, Etienne, what are you two up to?" A familiar voice emanated from behind, swiftly dissipating the cold aura she had conjured. Turning around, she revealed a look of exasperation. "Officer Yi, are you unaware that suddenly appearing behind someone can be quite alarming?" Yi Xian grinned and retorted, "If you had nothing to hide, why would you be scared? What about you two?" Upon hearing this, Mu Bingning hastily waved her hand, her gaze directed at the man in the suit. "Don't say such nonsense. Etienne and I have nothing going on. The Blood Clan has been surfacing frequently lately, and the number of missing persons in Jiangnan City has surged. I suspect these individuals are linked to the Blood Clan and wish to find their lair through them." "Oh." Yi Xian lifted his gaze, sensing the aura with his observation haki, and decisively remarked, "No need to doubt, the one leading them is indeed of the Blood Clan, likely a baron." His words made Mu Bingning's lips twitch slightly. Despite having followed for several days, she had not dared to ascertain their identity as members of the Blood Clan. Yet, Yi Xian had arrived, merely glancing from a distance, and could identify their status and even gauge their strength? Was this the mark of a true genius? Not only was his combat prowess extraordinary, but he also possessed remarkable perceptiveness. "Since they are of the Blood Clan, should we not eliminate them outright?" Yi Tian cautiously suggested. Mu Bingning smacked him on the head, exclaiming, "Are you foolish? Even if we confirm the identity of this Blood Clan member, the primary target is the lair behind him. Wouldn't it be far more advantageous to follow him rather than simply eradicate a Blood Clan baron?" Yi Xian nodded, noting that the number of Blood Clan members had indeed increased recently. Considering the lair and the blood slaves, there could be at least 100 Blood Clan members involved. Such an opportunity must not be squandered. With this thought, Yi Xian's eyes sparkled. "Since we have encountered them, I shall join you." Mu Bingning's eyes lit up. The prospect of infiltrating the lair of the Blood Clan was fraught with peril, especially since she and Yu Tian were only at the 4th tier. With the Blood Clan's bold movements, the strength of their lair's inhabitants was uncertain. However, with Yi Xian's presence, they would have the advantage. Without delay, Mu Bingning agreed. "All right, let us act together." The trio then concealed their presence, trailing the Blood Clan through several streets. Eventually, they arrived at a secluded villa. To their astonishment, the villa was devoid of any lights, yet it opened immediately upon the Blood Clan's knock. At that moment, Mu Bingning felt a surge of excitement within her. The Blood Clan had been a thorn in the side of the 749 Bureau for 10 days, and now, the situation was finally about to unfold. Concealing themselves, the three infiltrated the villa. Inside the spacious abode, the atmosphere was eerie, illuminated only by flickering blood-red flames. In the hall's center lay a 10-meter pit filled with flowing crimson blood and scattered white bones. A man clad in a high-collared black noble's attire and bearing a pallid complexion stood at the villa's deepest point. Upon seeing the ominous blood pool and the flowing blood, both Mu Bingning and Yi Tian were instantly consumed by rage. How many lives had these wretched creatures taken? Every missing person had been slaughtered by these fiends. Despite having executed numerous missions over the past months, it was their first encounter with such a horrifying scene. A pit forged from blood. With bones carelessly discarded, these Blood Clan members showed utter disregard for the 749 Bureau. At that moment, a Blood Clan baron, dressed in a suit, entered with dozens of followers. Bowing respectfully to the aristocratic figure, he exclaimed with fervor, "We pay our respects to Viscount Badak. We are willing to offer everything to the Blood God. May the Blood God descend and partake of the blood of this city." Hidden in the shadows, Mu Bingning felt her pupils constrict sharply. The Blood God is to descend? to feast upon the blood of the city? These Blood Clan members sought to summon the Blood God's avatar to Jiangnan City using blood sacrifices? No wonder so many Blood Clan members had appeared, and why they so brazenly transformed humans into blood slaves. Murmuring to herself, Mu Bingning's eyes revealed a glimmer of understanding. The manifestation of the Blood God was not unprecedented in the annals of the Great Xia's history. Numerous malevolent deities worshipped by cults had also made their presence known in the past. Each manifestation had led to catastrophic calamities. According to incomplete statistics, over half of the obliterated base cities had perished due to the arrival of evil gods. Chapter 63, The Conqueror's Haki. Overpowering the Blood Clan Baron with aura. After all, those were malevolent gods, beings of divine strength. Even their avatars were formidable. Previously, with the surge of Blood Clan members and frequent disappearances in Jiangnan City, the 749 Bureau had speculated that these beings were conducting a ritual for the descent of the Blood God. However, the arrival of an evil god required various conditions. With a stringent prerequisite, at least 10 sixth-tier blood sacrifices. In all of Jiangnan City, there were only about 10 sixth-tier powerhouses. It should not be possible for the Blood Clan to sacrifice 10 sixth-tier barons for the ritual. Yet, the current reality stood before them. Fools. Just as Yi Tian and Mu Bingning were engulfed in shock and unease, Badak bellowed in anger. With a gentle wave of his hand, streams of crimson blood coalesced into long arrows that soared into the air, with hundreds of blood arrows suspended above. In the next instant, they hurtled toward the hidden trio's location. The blood arrows tore through the air, creating ripples of crimson. Boom! Thunder roared as a terrifying golden lightning illuminated the scene. A bolt of golden lightning collided with the barrage of blood arrows, instantly shattering them into a cloud of black smoke. Realizing they had been discovered, the trio ceased their concealment and landed directly in the courtyard. You three. The Blood Clan member in the suit looked upon them with an expression of utter rage. For 10 days, they had evaded the 749 Bureau, and yet they had unwittingly led the enemy back to their lair. This incited his fury. Since you are here, you shall die. His pupils gleamed with a sinister red, and dark bat-like wings tore through his attire. The suited Blood Clan member roared, summoning torrents of blood toward the trio. How dare a spark challenge the brilliance of the full moon? With a nonchalant glance at the incoming blood, Yi Xian slowly extended his finger. Thunderfinger. A burst of golden lightning erupted from his fingertip, resembling a radiant streak illuminating the night sky. With an unfathomable speed, it pierced through the blood torrent, obliterating the foe's body before he could react. As he fell, the suited Blood Clan member remained oblivious to the true extent of Yi Xian's power. Your strength is quite remarkable. Badak's crimson gaze fixated upon Yi Xian, and blood mist began to swirl around him. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow, addressing Badak lazily. Since you are aware, why not hasten to end your own life in atonement? Such a dismissive and disdainful demeanor infuriated Badak, who fancied himself a noble. You seek death, he growled, preparing for a counterattack. Blood poured forth, surging in crimson waves. The blood-red froth intertwined, enveloping the surroundings like a shroud of blood, descending upon Yi Xian and his companions. Yet, in a fit of rage, Bardak unleashed the blood sea's triple waves without hesitation, transforming into a mist of blood and propelling himself away. After all, the ability to annihilate a bloodline baron in an instant was beyond Bardak's capacity to withstand. Though prideful, the preservation of his own life remained paramount. With the keen perception granted by observation haki, Yi Xian smirked disdainfully as he sensed Bardak's movements. In the next moment, an invisible force coiled around his fist. Armament haki. With a punch infused with this formidable energy, Yi Xian struck the surging blood wave. The 10-meter-long tide shattered under the impact of his ordinary yet haki-infused blow, scattering like raindrops upon the ground. Having retreated to the window, Bardak glanced back, witnessing Yi Xian effortlessly shatter the blood wave he had conjured. His heart raced, and his speed surged anew. Futile efforts, indeed. Shaking his head lightly, Yi Xian's surrounding thunder began to dissipate. With a single step, an invisible aura of dominance emanated from him. Conqueror's haki. Accompanied by his calm yet authoritative voice, a terrifying, intangible pressure spread outward from him, enveloping the entire courtyard in an instant. Under this overwhelming Conqueror's haki, dozens of transformed blood slaves were left reeling, blood streaming from their orifices, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. In midair, Bardak's blood mist was shattered, his pupils constricting as if a dreadful force had descended to obliterate him in an instant. Falling from the sky, Bardak, A mere fifth-tier bloodline viscount, had no hope of escape from Yi Xian, who no longer needed to conceal his strength before allies. Even if Bardak managed to flee 39 meters, he still faced Yi Xian's 40-meter blade, Conqueror's Haki, and the might of thunder. What power is this? Mu Bingming and Yi Tian, witnessing everything, widened their eyes in shock. Initially, they believed they had witnessed Yi Xian's devastating might akin to that of a thunder god. Upon learning he was a 7th-tier master, they thought they would no longer be astonished. Yet, Yi Xian had merely taken a small step, and all the blood slaves, including the 5th-tier viscount, had been so effortlessly annihilated, killing without form. Such a method was unheard of for them. Yi Xian possessed such terrifying abilities. Did this mean he could eliminate them without lifting a finger? Just a minor step forward sufficed? What kind of monster is this? Quickly, Mu Bingning pondered a more pressing issue. Her exquisite features were etched with urgency and unease. Director Yi. The Bloodline clan is set to hold the Blood God Descending ceremony in Jiangnan City. We must promptly inform Director Yang. We must identify all the Bloodline strongholds, or else. Once the Blood God's avatar descends, the entire population of Jiangnan City will become blood food. Upon hearing this, a contemplative glint appeared in Yi Xian's eyes. The Blood God's avatar? He wondered what level of power it might possess. With the Thunder Fruit, Eagle Eye's swordsmanship, and the formidable tricolor Haki at his disposal, he was uncertain of his own capabilities. The thought of the Blood God's avatar intrigued him. However, allowing such a being to descend would likely result in countless innocent lives lost. Nodding, Yi Xian prepared to retrieve his phone and call Ling Modong. Yet, before he could unlock his device, it rang. Upon checking, a smile crept onto his lips. It seems there's no need to notify anyone after all. He then answered the call. In the 749 Bureau's headquarters meeting room, Ling Modong spoke urgently upon the call connecting. Junior, do you have a moment? The Bloodline clan in Jiangnan City has become rampant. I need your help to identify and root out these hidden bloodlines. Hearing Ling Modong's voice, Yi Xian chuckled lightly. Senior, I've just dismantled a bloodline stronghold. These bloodlines claim that the Blood God is descending, intending to offer the entire city as a sacrifice. Therefore, I propose a full-scale operation by the 749 Bureau to swiftly eradicate all bloodline strongholds. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the 749 Bureau's meeting room shifted dramatically. Everyone's pupils constricted, and a wave of fear and anxiety surged forth. This should not be happening. The descent of a divine avatar requires the voluntary sacrifice of at least 10 6th-tier strong individuals, with a population of merely 1 million in Jiangnan City. How could the Bloodline clan have set their sights on it? The Blood God is descending? How dare they? These creatures were preparing for the Blood God's descent? 10 days. 10 days. These bloodlines must have gathered the necessary materials for the Blood God's descent. Chapter 64, Like a Deity. Mastering Observation Haki over the city. In the main seat of the meeting room, Yang Lin slumped in his chair, overwhelmed. The director of the 749 Bureau, who had safeguarded Jiangnan City for a decade, felt utterly powerless. Had they discovered the Bloodline's plan sooner, they could have utilized Director Ye's ability to see through their disguises to swiftly dismantle these strongholds. However, even with Yi Xian's direct involvement, locating each bloodline stronghold would consume considerable time. Hearing this, Xiao Ran and Lu Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was somewhat too late. Even if Yi Xian could see through the bloodline's disguises, there would still be distance limitations. At the very least, he needed to see the opponent to unveil their true nature. Though Jiangnan City was not a top-tier base city, its scale was not insignificant. Now, after 10 days, if they were to search one by one, they would likely not have identified all the strongholds before the Blood God's avatar descended. Forcing himself to calm down, Yang Lin spoke at this point. The chances of stopping the Blood God's descent are exceedingly low. Modong, you should join forces with Director Yi and Bingning, then evacuate Jiangnan City as soon as possible. The city is on the brink of disaster, and you prodigies, as well as Director Yi, the hope of the great Xia, must not be lost here. Ling Modong's beautiful lips pressed together, her eyes filled with deep reluctance. Director, are we truly not going to take a gamble? Despite being accustomed to life and death, she could not bear to see an entire city's population become blood food. The probability is too low. Yang Lin shook his head gently, not out of callousness to abandon a million lives, but rather because Yi Xian's talent was too formidable for him to risk. Even if the Blood God were to descend and Jiangnan City turned into a feast for the Blood God, as long as Yi Xian remained alive, there would still be hope for the great Xia. In the future, he could potentially intimidate foreign deities, preventing them from engaging in blood sacrifices. However, if Yixian were to perish, who knows how many base cities would suffer the same fate in the future. In the courtyard, listening to the conversation on the other end of the phone, Yixian rubbed his nose and interjected, "Excuse me, but I can sense the bloodlines range quite broadly. Therefore, there is really no need to give up on Jiangnan City so soon." Yang Lin wore no smile, instead offering reassurance. "Commissioner Yi, as long as you are alive, that is sufficient. After all, no matter how vast your perception of the Blood Clan may be, can you truly sense every member throughout the entirety of Jiangnan City in an instant?" However, what left Yang Lin and the numerous fifth-tier powers of Bureau 749 in awe was Yixian's firm nod from the other end of the line. "Indeed, my thunder can intertwine to form a web of perception, and when unleashed at full strength, it can envelop the entirety of Jiangnan City. Therefore, I believe that as long as I can locate these Blood Clan members and relay their positions to headquarters, we can dispatch teams to eradicate them, which is certainly not an impossible task. One must say, the items swiftly eliminated from the market by the pinna seemed to carry a hint of ulterior motives. The Black Blade Knight had brought with him the entire Eagle Eye sword technique, and the three-colored hockey seemed even more formidable than that of Eagle Eye himself. The first item to be swiftly dispatched, the Thunder Fruit, was also quite remarkable, based on the thunder techniques he had mastered. Yixian surmised that it was at least on par with Enel during his peak, the so-called God of Sky Island. Enel's true prowess was far from the lackluster portrayal in the anime. The perception web he weaved could envelop an entire island. Now, combined with the powerful observation hockey he had just acquired, if he fully exerted his perception web and observation hockey, he could indeed cover the entire Jiangnan City. Yixian's soft voice resonated through the phone, sending tremors of disbelief through the hearts of all at Bureau 749, their pupils constricting like pinholes. Yang Lin leapt from his chair, his face a canvas of incredulity. "What? You claim you can instantly identify every Blood Clan member in Jiangnan City? How can that be? The expanse of Jiangnan City is vast. You cannot be jesting." Not only Yang Lin, but even Mu Bingning and Yu Tian, who stood beside Yixian, were thoroughly taken aback by his words. Despite having witnessed Yixian's terrifying ability to transform a radius of 1,000 meters into a realm of thunder, they still found it hard to believe the claims he was making. After all, this was the entirety of Jiangnan City. Yixian's prior ability to discern the identity of the Blood Clan was already remarkable. Now, he claimed he could instantly perceive the identities of the entire Blood Clan in Jiangnan City. What an unfathomable ability. Even Ling Mo Tong, who usually trusted Yixian, found her eyes widening uncontrollably, her voice laden with skepticism. "Junior, this is not the time for jokes. Even a 7th-tier perception controller cannot sense the whole city. And you are merely a Thunder-type controller." Upon hearing the doubts from the other end of the line, Yixian chuckled softly, shaking his head, and replied with utmost certainty, "How could I jest about something so crucial? Very well, just trust me this once, wait a moment, and I will send you the location information shortly." Clearly, Yixian recognized how incredulous his claims sounded, so he refrained from further elaboration. Instead, he stepped forward to stand before Mu Bingning, tossing his phone to her. "Bingning, please hold this for me." Mu Bingning, momentarily dazed, took the phone and then snapped back to reality, gazing at Yixian. At that moment, he radiated a brilliant golden light, his entire being transforming into pure elemental energy. He ascended like a dazzling golden meteor, illuminating the night sky as he surged upwards. The radiant gold hung, suspended over Jiangnan City. Even from a distance, the brilliance of that golden hue captivated countless onlookers. "What is Commissioner Yi trying to do?" Mu Bingning, who had rushed out from the courtyard, looked up. Her eyes filled with confusion as they reflected the golden figure. How could he possibly locate every Blood Clan member in the city in an instant? Would flying higher grant him a broader view? Suspended in midair, Yixian's eyes flickered with arcs of lightning, resembling a deity of thunder from mythology. "Observation hockey. Perception web," he bellowed. In the next moment, the perception web intertwined with his observation hockey swiftly radiated from him, expanding across the entirety of Jiangnan City. An invisible wave surged throughout the city. In that instant, he appeared as a god overseeing the entirety of Jiangnan City, monitoring every corner. With just a slight sense, Yixian effortlessly identified the identities of numerous Blood Clan members. Chapter 65. Yixian. Has he truly seized control of the entire city in an instant? Well, there are quite a few, he remarked, slightly surprised by the feedback from the perception web. Previously, during 10 consecutive days of missions, He had encountered very few Blood Clan members. Now, with careful perception, he discovered over 10 hideouts, although some of these hideouts contained only a handful of Blood Clan members. Akin to a viscount like Bardock accompanied by a few barons, the sheer number of scattered hideouts was indeed considerable. After memorizing these locations, Xuan gradually retracted the golden thunder surrounding him and the perception web, gently descending towards the courtyard below. He then retrieved the phone from Mu Bingning's hand and stated, "I have located all the Blood Clan hideouts. There are a total of 15. I will send you their locations now. Director, please arrange for personnel to dismantle them promptly." Subsequently, he dispatched each location according to his recent memory, annotating the number of Blood Clan members concealed at each point. In the conference room of Bureau 749, upon hearing Xuan's voice, both Ling Mo Tong and Yang Lin Xiao Ran were filled with disbelief. How long has it been? In such a short time, what could he possibly have done? Xuan claims he has already found all the Blood Clan hideouts? This is inconceivable. Even having witnessed Xuan's terrifying strength and unparalleled potential, they still found it hard to fathom. After all, the time spent was simply too brief. In such a short span, locating all the Blood Clan in the city, surely even a martial sage could not accomplish that. Xuan cannot possibly be more formidable than a martial sage, can he? Sighing heavily, Yang Lin finally spoke. At this point, we can only trust Commissioner Yi. However, he paused momentarily before continuing. Commissioner Yi, if the information proves to be inaccurate, please evacuate Jiangnan City as soon as possible. It was evident that Yang Lin did not entirely believe Xuan's words, but in order to ensure Xuan's swift departure from Jiangnan City, he prepared to take action to verify the truth. If these Blood Clan hideouts turned out to be false, then Xuan would have no reason to remain. You all move swiftly. I will head to eliminate a few Blood Clan hideouts. With a broad smile, Xuan exuded unwavering confidence in his perception web and observation hockey. He then hung up the phone and directed himself towards a particularly dense Blood Clan hideout he had sensed. Mu Bingning and Yitian exchanged glances before hastily following suit. Both were equally incredulous at Xuan's assertion of having found all the Blood Clan hideouts, yet they could not help but harbor a glimmer of hope. After all, if it were true, this could save 1 million citizens of Jiangnan City. As the call ended, Bureau 749, under Yang Lin's supervision, promptly divided into several small teams, heading to various addresses according to the density of Blood Clan members. Due to a lack of manpower, Yang Lin even sought assistance from the military to borrow several 4th-tier and 5th-tier powers. In an instant, the atmosphere over Jiangnan City grew tense with impending action. Shortly thereafter, Mu Bingning and Yitian accompanied Xuan to a villa area. Xuan produced his identification and handed it to the security guard who had stepped forward. Suddenly, the security guard shivered and hurriedly allowed passage, his gaze darting towards Xuan and his companions, hesitating whether to flee for his own safety. After all, the 749 Bureau's operations typically indicated the presence of monsters. This implied that there were indeed creatures lurking within the residential complex behind him. If a confrontation ensued, the agents from the 749 Bureau might not spare a thought for him. After a moment of struggle, disregarding any potential salary deductions, the guard chose to escape. For no amount of money was worth his life. Commissioner Yi, is this truly a lair of the Blood Clan? Following Xuan, they arrived at a villa. Mu Bingning surveyed the structure with a hint of doubt, though a faint smile played on her lips. Xuan's hand gently rested on the black blade at his back. In an instant, a chilling radiance erupted forth. The massive black blade was drawn, and streaks of obsidian brilliance coalesced into a crescent-shaped strike, which surged forth under the moonlight. With a single stroke, it cleaved through the villa's entrance, tearing the door apart and advancing unimpeded. Witnessing this scene, Mu Bingning's heart trembled, her voice tinged with concern. Commissioner Yi, you haven't yet assessed the situation inside. Such a reckless attack could endanger innocents. After all, even though Xuan had previously demonstrated the ability to discern the Blood Clan's identities, that certainty only came after seeing them. Now, without having laid eyes on anyone, to draw his blade so hastily, what if he misjudged? Would he not inadvertently harm others? However, her apprehension swiftly transformed into profound shock. As the dark crescent strike pierced into the villa, a barrage of blood arrows descended like rain, exuding a gruesome scarlet hue, accompanied by a nauseating stench. As the blood arrows approached, Mu Bingning's entire being jolted. Her pupils contracted sharply, and all doubt vanished. The Blood Clan. This was indeed a stronghold of the Blood Clan. Having encountered them previously, she recognized the origin of these blood arrows at a glance. The shock within her was beyond words. It was truly astonishing. In the blink of an eye, Xuan had located the Blood Clan's hideout from such a distance? No, it wasn't merely this one. Xuan had claimed to have found all the Blood Clan strongholds in the entire Jiangnan city. If this particular lair was genuine, then everything Xuan had said about the other locations must also hold true. Could there really be someone capable of uncovering all hidden Blood Clans beneath an entire city in an instant? What an unfathomable ability. Clang, clang, clang. As the blood arrows surged forth, Xuan raised his hand slightly, positioning the black blade before him, successfully blocking all the arrows. With a thunderous crash, the villa's door finally succumbed to the relentless assault, collapsing under the impact, revealing the interior. The expansive floor was hollowed out, with a pool of scarlet blood flowing. While 3 Blood Clan members with bat-like wings were gruesomely torn apart by the terrifying blade's edge, the remaining 4 Blood Clan members unfurled their wings, glaring furiously at Xuan and his companions. Damn it! Damn humans! How did you discover this place? Idiot Chris! Did you fail to conceal your tracks and lure these humans here? We were so close. Just a moment more, and we could have completed the great task of the Blood God. Die. All of you shall perish at my hands. Chapter 66. All locations are authentic. Blood Sea Battle Spear. The leading Blood Clan Viscount barked an order. A surge of crimson blood swirled, filling the air with its acrid scent, coalescing before him into a vast sea of blood. Within this sea, the remains of bodies floated, grotesquely twisted. The swirling blood condensed, ultimately forming a blood-red spear over 10 meters long. The spear, fierce and sharp, shot forth, leaving a long trail of scarlet in its wake. The Blood Clan members cast a disdainful glance at the rapidly approaching blood spear, while Xuan's black blade began to swirl. Such arrogance. In the next moment, a flash of blade light appeared. The dark crescent strike, like a force of nature, cleaved through the air with a thunderous roar. The unstoppable brilliance easily obliterated everything in its path. The 10-meter-long blood spear could hardly put up a moment's resistance before being sliced in two. The suspended blood sea was also split apart with a single stroke, the brilliance piercing through. Under the moonlit night, the dark crescent strike raced across the distance, moving with an imperceptible speed, spanning over 100 meters. The sound of blade-piercing flesh abruptly rang out. The 4 Blood Clan members, led by the Viscount, had not even registered what had happened before the strike swept through them. Their formidable vitality extinguished in an instant, their blood dissipating. The 4 Blood Clan nobles were left in a daze, split asunder, their eyes still reflecting the remnants of rage unquenched even in death. Until their last breath, they could hardly comprehend the situation. After all, Xuan no longer felt the need to conceal his strength. Each strike was profound, and each profound strike was a formidable technique. The unpretentious swordplay of the world's foremost swordsman. Was it resolved so easily? Mu Bingming and Yi Tian, who had witnessed everything, stood momentarily stunned. Though they understood Xuan's terrifying power, this technique was utterly extraordinary. Could it be that, aside from being a master of thunder, Xuan had also attained the 7th stage of martial prowess? A sharp intake of breath escaped them as they considered this terrifying possibility. Even though reason told them that no one could be so formidable, Xuan had already defied too many impossibilities. If the opponent wielded both martial and supernatural powers at the 7th stage, it no longer seemed an inconceivable reality. Meanwhile, as Xuan dealt with the 7 Blood Clan members, Lu Feng, accompanied by several 4th stage experts from the 749 Bureau, sensed the position Xuan had indicated. Leading the 4th stage warriors, he stealthily infiltrated the courtyard. Peering through a window, his pupils narrowed, the previous ease on his face transforming into profound shock and excitement. Was this truly a lair of the Blood Clan? Initially, he had held little hope regarding Xuan's claims of instantaneously locating all Blood Clan strongholds in Jiangnan City. He approached with a mindset of mere investigation, but now, within this room, Blood Clan members were indeed present. There was even a pool of blood. Could it be that this was genuinely a Blood Clan stronghold? If this place was indeed a lair, then Xuan's assertions were all valid. Those locations truly marked the Blood Clan strongholds. The 749 Bureau had genuine hope of thwarting the Blood God's descent and saving millions of lives. With this thought, Lu Feng felt a surge of fervor, and his astonishment towards Xuan's capabilities deepened. A 7th stage master, and capable of instantly surveying the entire city's Blood Clan? What a terrifying ability. With such power at hand, the Blood Clan would surely no longer pose a threat in the future. At the very least, They could no longer hide within various major cities. Filled with excitement, Lu Feng grasped his long knife, signaling the fourth-stage warriors with a gesture before charging ahead. The Stormblade. A glimmer of cold light flashed as his long knife suddenly gleamed in the courtyard, rushing towards the Blood Clan members. In the northern district of Jiangnan City, amidst a construction site, Xuan and Ling Modong, along with a few others, traversed through the darkness. After passing several uncompleted buildings, a splash of crimson appeared in their line of sight. In the next moment, a barrage of blood arrows descended like a torrential rain, overwhelming and explosive. Each blood arrow carried formidable power. Ling Mo Tong, with her raven hair swirling wildly, wielded her long knife, which danced with flames, deflecting every descending blood arrow. As the flames ignited, the nearby crimson hue was illuminated. Within a building, a blood pool stretching hundreds of meters gleamed, its glaring red striking the eyes of all present. Beside this blood pool, over 1,000 blood slaves were fervently prostrating, their eyes filled with fanaticism. In addition to these blood slaves, dozens of blood nobles adorned in opulent attire stood around. The assailant was none other than a Blood Clan viscount, who appeared as a mere henchman. At that moment, both Xuan and Ling Mo Tong felt their scalps tingle and their hearts tremble violently. Had they truly found not just a Blood Clan hideout based on Yixian's address, but the largest one of all? With such a vast number of blood slaves and Blood Clan members, how could they, a mere 6th-stage martial artist and a 5th-stage awakened individual, along with a handful of 3rd and 4th-stage warriors, possibly contend or even extinguish them? When had humanity's instincts become so acute? Dressed in a pitch-black noble's garb, the Blood Marquis Dracula stood atop the blood pool, his crimson eyes exuding a sense of languor and disdain. He seemed utterly unconcerned about being discovered at this hideout. As a noble marquis of the Blood Clan, he had attained the 7th stage, far beyond the capabilities of the mere humans before him. On the contrary, he felt a flicker of curiosity about how this sacrificial headquarters, so meticulously concealed, had been uncovered by humans. Exchanging glances, Xuan drew his sword and slowly advanced. Clad in cold battle armor, his long knife emanated a sharp gleam, and his eyes were filled with determination. Mo Tong, contact Officer Yi immediately. This must be the Blood Clan's sacrificial headquarters. If we can destroy it, the Blood God shall not descend. Nodding in agreement, Ling Mo Tong swiftly retrieved her phone. However, Dracula interjected, "I am speaking to you." His annoyance was palpable as blood surged and thick, metallic scents filled the air. Streams of crimson blood swirled above them, ultimately coalescing into a blood-red hand, stretching several dozen meters, aimed directly at Ling Mo Tong. "Ninefold Thunderblade!" Xuan, fully prepared, shouted. Sparks of lightning crackled from his long knife as he swiftly flickered into the air above Ling Mo Tong, the thunderous blade poised to strike the colossal blood hand. With a resounding clash, the shimmering blade met the blood-red giant hand. Under the tremendous force, Xuan felt his bones dislocate, his insides jolt. Blood gushed forth, propelling him over 100 meters away, crashing through walls. This scene struck terror into the hearts of Ling Mo Tong and the others, as they felt a wave of fear wash over them. Xuan was a 6th-stage powerhouse. Even a peak 6th-stage warrior would find it challenging to swat someone away as effortlessly as crushing a fly, resulting in such grievous injuries. This meant that the Blood Clan members before them were not only numerous, but their leader was also a 7th-stage Blood Marquis. This was a battle that they could not possibly withstand, nor could the 749 Bureau of Jiangnan City. With trembling hands, Xuan managed to rise, his voice quaking as he uttered, 7th stage. Blood Clan, Marquis. A subtle smile graced Dracula's lips as he remarked, "You possess a bit of discernment. Finding this place indeed requires some skill. However, it is ultimately futile." He shook his head lightly, dismissing Xuan and the others entirely. With his 7th-stage power, it was inconceivable that anyone in Jiangnan City could disrupt the Blood God's descent. To his surprise, the claims made by his junior were true. He could indeed locate all the Blood Clan hideouts in Jiangnan City in an instant. Yet, despair flickered in his eyes, his dark hair cascading down. Even a celestial being like Ling Mo Tong found herself engulfed in bitterness. Just moments ago, upon witnessing a glimmer of bloodlight, they were filled with excitement. Believing Yixian could swiftly identify the Blood Clan hideouts, they thought their mission would indeed succeed, annihilating all Blood Clan strongholds and preventing the Blood God's arrival. Yet, who would have imagined that a 7th-stage Blood Marquis resided here? Was this what it meant to fall from heaven to hell? Gripping her phone with difficulty, Ling Emotong typed a message not to summon Yuxian for assistance, but to urge him to retreat. After all, even if Yuxian were a 7th-stage controller, he would still be facing a 7th-stage blood marquis. In a short time, it was unlikely even Yuxian could defeat him. If they were delayed, the blood god would descend. No matter how powerful, even a 7th stage would not escape death. Dracula's crimson gaze swept over Ling Emotong and the others, filled with arrogance and disdain, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Since you've come, let us welcome the grand arrival of the blood god together. Confident in his own power, Dracula chose not to eliminate Ling Emotong and her companions immediately. Instead, he took pleasure in observing the despair etched on the faces of the 749 members. As Dracula's words settled, over 1,000 fervent blood slaves formed an orderly line. Long live the blood god! Their thunderous shouts resonated. One by one, the blood slaves resolutely leapt into the blood pool. A mysterious force surged forth, swiftly draining their vitality. And in mere moments, those who had plunged into the depths became mere desiccated corpses, contributing to the blood pool's essence. The ritual for the blood god's descent lay starkly before the eyes of all 749 bureau members. What a farce! Gritting her teeth, Ling Emotong ignited her long knife in roaring flames, the intense heat rapidly spreading. Would she simply stand by and watch as they continued the blood god's descent ritual? What did it matter that he was a blood marquis? Stop it. Now. With a fierce cry, flames engulfed her as she surged forward, leaving a trail of embers in her wake. The terrifying combination of brilliance and fire spanned over 100 meters, slicing towards the blood slaves. Given their current strength, exterminating the blood clan present was impossible. Therefore, their only option was to eliminate as many blood slaves as possible to disrupt the materials needed for the blood god's descent. Ling Emotong's actions quickly ignited the fighting spirit of the members of the 749 Bureau. One by one, the 3rd and 4th stage members unleashed their attacks, disregarding the blood clan, charging towards the thousands of blood slaves. I'm not dead yet. Struggling to stand, Xuan's eyes reddened as arcs of electricity crackled from his long knife once more. His legs propelled him off the ground like a cannonball. I want to allow you all to charge ahead of me. 9th-fold Thunderblade. 3rd layer. In an instant, dazzling attacks erupted in the darkened area. Facing the counterattack from the members of the 749 Bureau, Dracula scoffed. Ants. If you seek death, I shall oblige. With that, streams of crimson blood swirled before him, coalescing into a terrifying sea of blood. A pale hand spread wide, and the blood sea instantly transformed into a tempest of fury. A tumultuous sea of crimson surged forth, reminiscent of a tsunami, as if intent on extinguishing everything in its path. Before this 100-meter wave of blood, both Ling Modong and Xuan appeared inconspicuously small. Yet, none dared to retreat. Standing tall behind the blood sea, Dracula surveyed the members of the 749 team from a lofty vantage, his eyes filled with disdain. Truly, it was a laughable and pitiable display of ants. With this marquis present, who in the entirety of Jiangnan City could disrupt the arrival ceremony of the blood god? Oh, is that so? A voice, light and tinged with interest, approached from afar. 60 million volts. Thunder Dragon. In the next moment, a flash of lightning erupted. Terrifying thunder roared from a distance, coiling and clawing its way into existence, transforming into a colossal thunder dragon 100 meters long. The dragon, fierce and imbued with earth-shattering might, traversed over 1,000 meters before colliding violently with the oncoming blood wave. The thunderous roar resounded through the heavens, a deafening cacophony. The destructive essence of the lightning clashed and intertwined with the blood wave. The unbeatable thunder shattered the blood wave into fragments beneath the lightning's brilliance. The crimson tide swiftly receded. Arcs of scarlet flashed outward, creating a series of residual impact craters around. In the wake of the clash between the thunder dragon and the blood wave, unfinished buildings crumbled to the ground. Billowing smoke soared skyward, shrouding the sun. 1,000 meters away, golden lightning intertwined, resembling a path of thunder. Clad in a white shirt, with short black hair, Yuan approached, surrounded by arcs of electricity. The golden lightning illuminated his face, adding an aura of destruction. He appeared akin to a demon-slaying youth emerging from the tempest of thunder. Chapter 68. Yuan, I do not even know where my limits lie. Amidst the swirling thunder, Yuan advanced, electric arcs dancing around him, amplifying his destructive presence. Junior? The flames on the long blade in Ling Modong's hand momentarily faltered as she turned to gaze at Yuan's figure, her eyes filled with surprise and concern. With Yi Xian's strength, even a 7th-tier Dracula Marquis might not be able to withstand him. However, if the blood god were to descend, Yi Xian, the most exceptional prodigy of the great Xia in many years, would ultimately perish. When did Jiangnan City produce such a formidable powerhouse? Dressed in noble attire, Dracula's crimson pupils glimmered with curiosity, yet he remained unperturbed. The Blood Clan had been lurking for over 10 days, gathering information about Jiangnan City. The strongest among them was merely Yang Lin at the peak of the 6th tier, guarding the entire city. Yet, this individual before him bore no record. However, the mere fact that he could withstand his blood wave indicated that he was at least a 7th-tier powerhouse. According to the information, there should not be any 7th-tier experts in Jiangnan City. Junior, you should not have come. Long hair as dark as ink veiled her exquisite face. And Ling Modong bit her lip. Rest assured, senior sister, it's merely a 7th-tier blood clan. As he brushed his hand through Ling Modong's hair, Yi Xian's gaze swept toward Dracula, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Ever since awakening his abilities, he had never tested his strength. Even now, he was unaware of his limits. He had even held back during the last beast tide. Thus, a mere 7th-tier blood clan should be easily crushed, right? Yi Xian's tone carried a hint of uncertainty, yet it was underscored by unparalleled confidence. After all, while he had indeed never tested his capabilities, Jiangnan City lacked an environment for assessing 7th-tier experts. However, he was certain that his strength was far beyond the mere 7th tier. During the last beast tide, Officer Yi, you actually did not unleash your full power? The quiet voice reached Xiao Ran's ears, making this middle-aged man feel his scalp tingle and his heart race with disbelief. As the deputy director of the 749 Bureau in Jiangnan City, he was well aware of the previous beast tide, even in Yi Xian's absence. He knew all too well that Yi Xian had displayed 7th-tier strength, a terrifying force that obliterated the 2nd-tier beast tide. Yet, at this moment, Yi Xian claimed that even during that beast tide, he had not exerted his full strength. Then, how terrifying must Yi Xian's true power be? Junior. Ling Modong's beautiful eyes fixed intently on Yi Xian's profile, momentarily lost in thought. He had actually not used his full strength to annihilate the last beast tide? How monstrous was her junior? So strong that he himself was unaware of his tier? Had these words come from anyone else, Ling Modong would have scoffed, dismissing them as mere posturing or attention-seeking. Yet, she had come to know Yi Xian somewhat. Before she discovered him, he was just an ordinary high school student, entirely unacquainted with awakeners and warriors. Even when he entered the 749 Bureau, the strength test he underwent had a maximum threshold of only the 4th tier. If what Yi Xian said were true, then this blood clan marquis before her was likely not a cause for concern. After all, Jiangnan City's strongest was merely at the peak of the 6th tier, and the appearance of a 7th tier was already significant. How could he possibly be at the pinnacle of the 7th tier? The Dracula before her was likely only at the initial or mid-7th tier at most. Arrogant brat. Compared to Ling Modong and Xiao Ran, hearing Yi Xian's words eased some of Dracula's fury. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Crimson blood surged forth from his body, the acrid scent of blood rapidly spreading. A torrent of fresh blood slowly coalesced behind him into a 100-meter-long blood sword. The blood sword was cold and exuded an aura of slaughter and sharpness. Dracula's crimson pupils fixated on Yi Xian, his tone filled with rage. Today, this marquis shall make you learn to respect strength. Blood slaughter, war sword. Rise. As he spoke, the 100-meter blood sword erupted in a dazzling scarlet luminescence. Under Dracula's control, it descended upon Yi Xian with an unmatched might, as if intending to sever all. Playing with swords? Merely a display of skills. As the colossal blood sword plummeted, Yi Xian's lips curled into a smirk, his hand grasping the hilt of the black blade. Knight. After all, he had acquired the swordsmanship of the world's greatest swordsman. Eagle eye. Clang. In the next moment, the black blade was drawn. The terrifying black radiance surged forth like a tempest, tearing apart everything around it. Facing the 100-meter blood sword, Yi Xian merely raised his sword. A crescent-shaped strike of 100 meters shot skyward, akin to a black moon rising from the ground, swiftly crossing over 100 meters to collide with the blood sword. As the crisp sound of the clash resonated, the strike and blood sword collided, the scintillating sharpness and scarlet intertwining and expanding. In that instant, the entire 100-meter blood sword trembled violently, its blood quaking as if it were on the verge of collapse. Indeed, the next moment, a menacing crack manifested at the point of impact. Following that, cracks spread like a spider's web, swiftly engulfing the entire blood sword and causing it to shatter. The pitch-black 100-meter crescent strike soared into the sky, tearing a gaping hole in the ominous clouds above, casting down more moonlight. How is this possible? Count Dracula, with his crimson pupils, reflected the shattered blood sword, disbelief etched upon his pale visage. The blood slaughter sword was one of his signature moves, yet it was severed by a figure unknown to his intelligence. A surge of scarlet blood enveloped him as he transformed into a torrent of blood, soaring skyward. Standing against the heavens, his head emerged, casting a condescending gaze upon Xuan. I must concede, your strength is indeed commendable. However, to defeat this marquis and thwart the arrival of my deity is a fanciful notion. As he spoke, his blood-condensed hand abruptly clenched into a fist. A torrent of blood surged from behind him, coalescing into colossal blood fists, each spanning several dozen meters. In mere moments, the sky was suffused with these blood-red imprints, resembling a multitude of crimson meteors, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Chapter 69, Armed Color Hockey. Specializing in elemental combat. 1/ to vanquish a 7th-tier blood marquis. Not far away, Mu Bingning and Yang Lin regrouped, making their way toward Xuan and his companions. Suddenly, the heavens above were shrouded in red, where a half-formed figure of blood loomed ominously. Instantly, both Yang Lin and Mu Bingning, along with Lu Feng, felt their pupils constrict like pinholes, a nameless terror and despair rising within their hearts. Elementalization. This was a 7th-tier blood marquis. The blood god's descent ceremony in Jiangnan City was initiated by a 7th-tier blood marquis. How could this be? Just a second before, both Yang Lin and Lu Feng, having successfully located and eradicated a blood clan stronghold at Yi Xian's direction, felt immense exhilaration, believing they could thwart the blood god's descent by uncovering all the strongholds. But now, as they rushed to assist Ling Mo Tong, a 7th-tier blood marquis appeared. This was an existence they could not hope to defeat, even collectively, especially for Mu Bingning, if her memory served her right. Yi Xian had already gone ahead to support Ling Mo Tong. Initially, she thought that with Yi Xian's intervention, this blood clan stronghold would not last long. Yet now, a 7th-tier blood marquis had emerged. Even with Yi Xian's prowess, could he possibly defeat it in a short time? If they were delayed until the blood god arrived, Director, should we proceed? Lu Feng asked with a bitter smile, not out of fear for his life, but because the 7th tier represented a qualitative leap. Without reaching the 7th tier's power, one could not even hope to touch it, unless the 7th tier powerhouse was utterly exhausted. Yi Xian has already gone ahead. If only we had rushed to assist sooner, we might still have made it, Mu Bingning said, noticing the turmoil on Yang Lin's face. Upon hearing this, Yang Lin and Lu Feng's expression shifted dramatically. Why didn't you say so earlier? With a glare at Mu Bingning, Yang Lin wasted no time, rushing forward at the fastest pace toward the location of the 7th tier blood marquis. If Yi Xian were not present, he might have hesitated to withdraw everyone from Jiangnan City. But with Yi Xian fighting, how could he possibly retreat? If they could unite with Yi Xian to defeat the 7th tier blood marquis and interrupt the blood god's descent ceremony, it would be ideal. If things went awry, they could at least buy Yi Xian some time to retreat. Bloodstar cluster. In the high sky, a low shout echoed. Dracula's blood-condensed hand struck down heavily. The blood-red meteors that filled the sky fell like a torrential storm, threatening to lay waste to the ground below. Yi Xian raised his gaze to behold the oncoming torrent of blood fists, his demeanor unruffled, with legs slightly apart and hands firmly gripping the massive black blade. Night. He twisted his waist. A surge of dark radiance emanated from him, deepening the blade's ebony hue. Within a radius of 100 meters, glimmers of sharpness continuously emerged, wreaking havoc. In the next moment, Yi Xian abruptly twisted his waist and abdomen, swinging the black blade with great force. An unending stream of dark radiance transformed into a crescent-shaped strike, extending hundreds of meters. The fierce gleam of the black crescent rose from the ground, traversing the short distance in an instant. As the blood-red meteors collided with the black crescent, they were effortlessly torn apart. A constant stream of crimson meteors met the dark crescent, yet none could withstand the force. The two forces seemed to exist in entirely different dimensions. The terrifying sharpness surged skyward, obliterating the blood meteors above, and then continued its ascent, piercing through the clouds, accompanied by a blinding flash of sharpness. The thick clouds above were effortlessly torn apart, revealing thousands of meters of clear sky. This single strike transformed the heavens. Is this truly the swordsmanship of my junior? Ling Mo Tong gazed in awe at the cleared sky, her mind reverberating with disbelief. She had thought Yi Xian's previous display of swordsmanship was already terrifying. Yet now, faced with the fearsome strike of a 7th-tier blood marquis, he had shattered it with a single blow, even cleaving the heavens. What kind of terrifying swordsmanship was this? Recalling her earlier doubts about Yi Xian's mastery, she could not help but be astonished. Junior, I know you're somewhat unclear about your own strength, but to describe such power as merely a little understanding seems rather far-fetched, doesn't it? Is this truly the swordsmanship of Officer Yi, Yang Lin, and others? Having arrived a kilometer away, also witnessed the marvel of this strike, feeling as if their worldview had collapsed. To face a 7th-tier blood marquis and shatter its ultimate move with a single strike, could it be that Yu Xian was not only a 7th-tier controller but also a late-stage warrior of that tier? If this were true, Jiangnan City would be saved. At this thought, even Yang Lin's composure faltered, excitement flashing across his face as he quickened his pace. How is this possible? In midair, Dracula, half his body torn asunder, stared blankly at the lower half of himself plummeting. His eyes were filled with an overwhelming disbelief. One strike had torn apart his full-force attack. Such strength was at least that of a peak 7th-tier powerhouse. Moreover, due to the peculiarities of the Blood Clan, even after sustaining damage from a 7th-tier powerhouse, one could heal and manipulate the severed parts using blood. Yet at this moment, he felt utterly incapable of sensing or controlling his severed lower half. Even the remaining upper half was losing vitality rapidly. What terrifying capability was this? Despite Dracula's years of combat experience, he had never heard of such a power. This ability was undoubtedly a massive bane to the Blood Clan. Standing firmly on the ground, maintaining his striking posture, Yi Xian watched as Dracula's lower half fell, a smirk gracing his lips. That strike had been imbued with armed color hockey. It seems that even in another world, armed color hockey was the ultimate counter to all forms of elementalization. In the presence of armed color hockey, anything touched could not hope to heal. As droplets of crimson flickered in midair, Dracula could no longer sustain himself, transforming into a stream of blood, plummeting downward. This scene filled Ling Imotong, Xiaoran, and others with uncontainable excitement. Just one strike. Nearly one strike. And Officer Yi had slain a 7th-tier blood marquis. Is this truly the extent of Commissioner Yi's power? It is utterly terrifying. Rumor has it that once one reaches the 7th tier, it becomes exceedingly difficult to slay an opponent of the same rank. Elemental transformation and various awakenings render those above the 7th tier nearly immortal. Yet, Commissioner Yi effortlessly severed a 7th-tier vampire with a single strike. Could it be that Commissioner Yi's strength has ascended to the 8th tier? Or perhaps, that singular blow possessed some extraordinary quality? Chapter 70. The Descent of the Divine. Despair engulfs the city. In the skies above, a crimson figure plummeted downwards. Below, the gathering of vampires was instantly engulfed in terror. Count Dracula has been defeated? Defeated by a mere human? Infuriating. The ritual has yet to be completed. These accursed humans. In an instant, the gathered vampires, positioned before the blood pool, were rife with fear and unease. After all, aside from Dracula, their mightiest was merely a 6th-tier vampire count. Faced with a being capable of slaying Dracula with a single blow, they found themselves utterly powerless. No, the great vampire race shall not succumb to defeat. As Dracula's fallen form descended, his crimson eyes glared fiercely at Yi Xian, filled with malice and determination. All vampires, let us offer a sacrifice to our god. With a sharp utterance, Dracula's body erupted with terrifying speed, leaving a trail of crimson light as he surged towards the blood pool. In response to Dracula's command, dozens of vampires and hundreds of blood slaves, eyes ablaze with fervor, shouted in unison. They surged towards the blood pool like dumplings being dropped into boiling water. Plop, plop. One by one, the blood slaves plunged into the blood pool. An inexplicable force surged forth, instantly draining their lifeblood. The winged vampires, too, summoned their essence, transforming into streams of crimson light, akin to a meteor shower, cascading into the blood pool. In an instant, the blood pool was brimming with blood slaves and vampires. The thick, scarlet essence spread outward, the pungent scent of blood almost overwhelming. This is not good. Seeing this, Ling Imotong and the others realized Dracula's intent. Though their understanding of the blood god's descent ritual was limited, the fervent actions of the vampires clearly indicated they had not given up on the ritual. Even the 7th-tier Dracula was prepared to sacrifice himself. Flames roared, engulfing the long blade. Ling Imotong gripped the weapon tightly, fiery tendrils flickering. With a swift leap, she propelled herself forward. With a whoosh, the burning blade cleaved towards 3 blood slaves rushing towards the blood pool. The searing flames and terrifying edge tore through the 3 blood slaves in an instant. Their bodies collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The remaining 749 experts dared not slacken their pace, rushing towards the throng of blood slaves. Foolish humans. Hovering above the blood pool, Dracula observed Ling Imotong's actions. His face twisted with cruelty and disdain. They dare to thwart the arrival of our god. He slowly raised his pale hand, a terrifying aura of bloodlust rapidly expanding, enveloping a radius of 1,000 meters. Blood sacrifice. From the depths of crimson, Dracula's haunting voice resonated, sending a shiver through Ling Imotong and her companions. As expected, with Dracula's declaration, the blood slaves all transformed into blood mist. Even those who had been slain were no exception. Clouds of blood mist merged into the thick sanguinescence. Hastening towards the blood pool, dozens of vampires, with solemn expressions, did not hesitate. Blood sacrifice. A perfectly synchronized chant echoed throughout the area. Each vampire's surroundings transformed into a scarlet field, their essence being gradually siphoned away, forming blood vessels that linked to the blood pool. In mere moments, as vampires collapsed into lifeless husks upon the ground, the blood pool surged violently. The crimson light shot skyward, illuminating the night sky over Jiangnan City. What is this? Has the blood goddess descent ritual succeeded? 1,000 meters away, Yang Lin and the 749 experts surged forward, only to discover a brilliant crimson light erupting where there should have been silence following the death of the 7th-tier vampire Marquis. As the director of the Jiangnan branch of the 749 Bureau, Yang Lin understood all too well what this meant. It often signified that the ritual of the evil god was nearing its conclusion. But how could the 7th-tier vampire Marquis have been slain by Commissioner Yi? Standing frozen, Lu Feng's gaze was glued to the towering blood pillar, his mind engulfed in confusion and dread. It was clear. The 7th-tier vampire Marquis had been slain. How could the blood goddess descent ritual still succeed? This meant the blood god was about to descend. Despair. With this thought, both Yang Lin and Lu Feng, seasoned veterans of the 749 Bureau, felt a chill run down their spines, overwhelmed by despair. A deity, even a mere avatar, would be enough to instill terror. It is over. Within the blood mist, Ling Imotong's long, dark hair cascaded down, obscuring her beautiful eyes. Beneath the veil, despair was etched upon her features. Boom. A torrent of blood surged forth. Dracula stood amidst the crimson, casting a deep glance at Yuan before plunging into the towering blood pillar. The scarlet liquid gradually enveloped him, consuming him entirely. Our god, please descend. A low murmur echoed from within the blood pillar. The next moment, a brilliant crimson light erupted, reverberating through the heavens, illuminating the entire night sky of Jiangnan City. An overwhelming atmosphere of slaughter and the stench of blood rapidly spread, sending chills throughout the city. At that moment, nearly everyone in Jiangnan City looked up, their hearts racing as they beheld the towering blood pillar, paralyzed by fear. What is this? A demon? Have past demons ever been this terrifying? Can the 749 Bureau truly withstand a creature capable of such an uproar? Is Jiangnan City destined for annihilation? In that moment, not only the ordinary citizens, but even the soldiers stationed on the city walls wore expressions of utter dread. Clad in military garb, Li Tianlong, standing atop the walls, raised his eyes to the blood pillar, determination etched in his gaze, yet deep within, worry and despair brewed. Still, they could not prevent it. As the highest military officer in Jiangnan City, he understood all too well what this towering light signified. Not long ago, Yang Lin had sought to borrow troops from him to deal with the ritual of the blood god's descent. Now, this turmoil clearly indicated their failure. The blood god has already descended. In the skies above, as the blood pillar erupted in radiant light, a thick, bloody aroma rapidly spread. An aura of violence emerged from the heavens, shrouding the entirety of Jiangnan City. In no time, the sky above Jiangnan transformed into one of blood, resembling a realm of Shura, instilling terror in all. Amidst the bloodlight, a whisper echoed hauntingly, reverberating in the ears of every inhabitant of Jiangnan City, causing their hair to stand on end. The taste of blood. How nostalgic it is. Chapter 71. The so-called blood god. Is it really that fearsome? Beneath the blood-red sky, a blood pillar exceeding 100 meters in diameter stretched upwards. A deep sigh emanated from within the pillar. Accompanying this sigh, the terrifying pressure surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping every heart in Jiangnan City, even from several dozen miles away. An overwhelming sense of dread seeped into the souls of the people. In the realm of the Great Xia, a pale hand emerged from a crimson pillar of light. Following this, a figure adorned in blood red, with flowing crimson hair, akin to a blood prince, stepped forth from the sanguine column, standing tall and commanding in the air, casting a sweeping gaze over the entirety of Jiangnan City. A dense, scarlet aura surrounded him, as if he had emerged from a sea of blood. A smirk played at the corners of his lips as he spoke disdainfully. It has indeed been a long time since I graced this place. You insignificant ants. Why do you not kneel before my divine presence? As he finished speaking, the blood goddess' eyes suddenly sharpened. The horrific pressure he exuded materialized into a tempest, sweeping downwards. Under this overwhelming force, even the likes of Ling Imotong and Xiaoran Yonglin felt as if a mountain had descended upon them. The clashing of blades echoed as a long knife plunged deep into the earth, and Ling Imotong, her black hair obscuring her vision, struggled to lift her head, trembling at the sight of that figure. Is this the blood god? Is this the power of a deity? This is an entirely different realm. Yet this was merely a fragment of his essence. It was over. Jiangnan City, her junior, and the Great Xia were doomed. Despair and uncontrollable fear intertwined within Ling Imotong, a prodigy from Baida University, leaving her devoid of any will to resist. The disparity between them was insurmountable. Even the mere pressure was sufficient to render her immobile. Such a vast chasm in power left no glimmer of hope. Xiaoran struggled to stand upright, his gaze fixed upon the unyielding figure that had not yet departed, his expression ashen. This arrival of the blood god was not merely to obliterate Jiangnan City. It threatened to annihilate the very future of the Great Xia. After enduring a long wait for a genius capable of ascending to the divine tier, the prospect of losing him to a mere divine visitation was unbearable. Had he known this would be the outcome, no matter what Yi Xian had said, Xiaoran would have spared no effort to ensure his safe departure from Jiangnan City. Amidst the whirlwind of despair and fear, Yi Xian, gripping his black blade, raised his gaze to the crimson figure, a flicker of astonishment and intrigue glimmering in his eyes. Was it merely an illusion? He felt as though this blood god fragment posed no significant threat to him. No, with his top-tier observation skills, he could not be mistaken. This blood god fragment was not his adversary. With this thought, a smile unconsciously curved Yi Xian's lips. Sheathing his black blade, he stepped forward to confront the terrifying divine pressure. Conqueror's Haki, he declared in a low voice. An invisible, formidable aura emanated from Yi Xian, radiating outward like ripples in water, colliding with the intangible divine pressure and neutralizing it. The surrounding members of the 749 felt a sudden lightness wash over them. What is this? The pressure has vanished? What is happening? The unexpected relief left Ling Imotong and the other members of the 749 utterly stunned. These foreign gods were the very antithesis of the Great Xia. The blood god that had descended today aimed to devour everyone in Jiangnan City. Why had the released pressure suddenly dissipated? It's Officer Yi, one keen-eyed member of the 749 exclaimed, pointing at the figure striding toward the blood god, capturing everyone's attention. Under the collective gaze, Yi Xian looked up at the blood god, his tone laced with a mix of flippancy and curiosity. So, you are the so-called blood god fragment? You don't appear to be anything remarkable. With such power, you dare to call yourself a god? You remind me of a certain self-proclaimed deity who was soundly thrashed by a rubber man. Although Yi Xian's voice was not loud, his casual tone was jarringly piercing to the ears of all members of the 749 and the blood god fragment. Instantly, the members widened their eyes in disbelief. Not impressive? A god who has been beaten? Even in the face of divine might, he dared to advance. How audacious! Yi Xian dared to speak so contemptuously to the blood god? Even if he was a 7th-tier master, the gap to the divine level was still vast. Junior, you must leave Jiangnan City at once. After a brief moment of shock, Ling Imotong rushed to Yi Xian's side, grasping his hand with urgency. While she did not understand why the blood goddess pressure had vanished, it was evidently a fleeting opportunity to ensure Yi Xian's escape. Senior sister, Yi Xian said, gently brushing a hand through Ling Imotong's hair, his tone devoid of any fluctuation. You know, I have never been entirely certain of my own strength. Upon witnessing this so-called blood god, my intuition tells me he may not be as formidable as he seems. His quiet words struck Ling Imotong like a bombshell, leaving her stunned as her pupils widened in disbelief. The blood god, who appeared capable of annihilating worlds, was not a match for her junior? How could this be? Even a divine fragment should not be something an ordinary 8th-tier powerhouse could contend with. Was her junior truly capable of reaching the pinnacle of the 8th tier, or even the 9th? This was unfathomable. An 18-year-old at the 9th tier was beyond Ling Mo Tong's wildest imagination. Above in the skies, the blood god, with his proud visage, paused momentarily, devoid of any visible anger. After all, to him, the entire city below was merely sustenance. How could the words of insignificant food rattle a divine being? Dark crimson blood slowly coalesced, forming a throne of blood in midair. Seated upon this throne, the blood god rested his chin upon his hand, lazily observing Jiangnan City, shaking his head lightly. Such insignificant ants dare to converse with a deity. Truly, the great Xia is but a crude land. As he spoke, waves of sanguine aura spread from behind him, leaning back against the throne of blood. He languidly waved his hand. Go, annihilate that ant and this little city. Chapter 72. Full power, thunderous destruction of divine might. As the blood god finished his command, torrents of blood energy manifested into grotesque, fearsome crimson bats. These bats filled the sky, swarming in such numbers they appeared to blot out the sun, easily numbering in the tens of thousands. Amidst the terrifying flow of energy, a cataclysmic disaster descended in an instant. The multitude of crimson bats spread their wings and screeched as they plummeted from the heavens. In that moment, under the blood-red illumination, the entirety of Jiangnan City could clearly see the oncoming onslaught of bats. Countless individuals collapsed in despair, pleading for mercy. What manner of terrifying creatures are these? What of the 749 Bureau? Can they even protect themselves against such a scale of monstrosity? It's over. Jiangnan City is doomed. What about our strong warriors in the Great Xia? Are we to meet the same fate as Liuzhou, with the entire base city reduced to rubble? No. I do not want to die. I have just been accepted into the Martial Academy. The goddess just agreed to be with me. I have yet to savor her sweetness. In an instant, chaos erupted throughout Jiangnan City as countless despairing souls clung to one another, their cries ringing out in a cacophony of hopelessness. Even Yang Lin, who was merely 1,000 meters away from Yuan and the others, sat despondently on the ground, his aged eyes filled with despair. It was over. The Great Xia was finished, Jiangnan City was doomed. Was this the power of the divine? With his 6th-tier peak perception, Yang Lin could sense the countless bats formed from blood, each one possessing the strength of a 5th-tier being. Though they were not living creatures, their destructive capability surpassed that of any living entity. Indeed, the mere presence of these thousands of blood bats was enough to annihilate the entirety of Jiangnan City. Electric arcs flickered and twisted in the air. Beneath the crimson sky, Yuan stood resolute, his figure outlined against the backdrop of the myriad blood bats. Regrettably, they were mere manifestations of power, not true entities. Shaking his head slightly, Yuan felt a pang of disappointment. If these were indeed 5th-tier magical creatures, the time saved by obliterating them would have been substantial. However, the immediate priority was to vanquish these blood-formed bats swiftly. It had been a month since he acquired the Thunder Fruit. It was time to gauge his true strength and discern the gap between himself and the divine. With this thought, golden lightning erupted around him, crackling and swirling. The arcs of thunder danced fluidly as Yuan's form began to elementalize, rising into the air. Massive bolts of lightning, each half a meter in diameter, erupted from his center, thundering violently and tearing through the crimson sky. He raised his palm slowly. Amidst the chaos of the terrifying lightning, an aura of destruction spread outward. 10,000 thunder, he intoned. The lightning surged from his hand, striking towards the heavens. Instantly, the blood-soaked sky was pierced by golden lightning, scattering the ominous hue and filling Jiangnan City with hope akin to the dawn's first light. Is this the thunder of Commissioner Yi? Yang Lin, still prostrate on the ground, struggled to lift his head, his eyes reflecting the endless golden clouds above. Filled with disbelief and confusion. If his memory served him, the most fearsome move Yuan had previously executed merely transformed 1,000 meters into a realm of thunder, affecting that limited area. Yet now, the lightning blanketing the heavens extended far beyond a mere 1,000 meters, likely stretching at least 10,000. It far exceeded the previous distance by a factor of 10. What was happening? Had the Great Xia dispatched an 8th or even 9th-tier Thundermaster? Or was Yuan's earlier display of 7th-tier mastery merely a fraction of his true power? Could it be that this was the full extent of Yuan's capabilities? No, that was inconceivable. A 17-year-old 7th-tier master was already an extraordinary prodigy. How could he possibly reach 8th or 9th tier at such a young age? Yet, if he was not mistaken, the lightning above had indeed surged up just beyond 1,000 meters. He could even see the golden figure suspended in midair. Though the details were obscured, it was evident that Xuan had been there all along. It was highly probable that this boundless storm of thunder was his doing. In a residential building within Jiangnan City, Su Shui gazed upward, transfixed by the dazzling thunderclouds, a horrifying thought creeping into her mind. Why did it resemble Xuan's previous display so closely? However, even then, Xuan's lightning had only encompassed 1,000 meters. Shaking her head vigorously, Su Shui dismissed the terrifying notion from her mind. It was impossible. It must be that Xuan's extraordinary talent had prompted the dispatch of even stronger reinforcements from Baidu to Jiangnan City. Yes, it could not be Xuan. Even having witnessed him turn 1,000 meters to scorched earth, Su Shui still found it hard to believe that this boundless thundercloud could be his creation. Under the radiant lightning, Ling Modong's beautiful eyes, previously obscured by her bangs, suddenly sparkled with brilliance. Just moments ago, she had been in a daze, struggling to accept Xuan's words. After all, a 17-year-old 7th-tier master was already a marvel. How could it be that he had not unleashed his full potential? But now, witnessing the vast expanse of thunderclouds, no matter how incredulous Ling Modong felt, she could not help but believe that Xuan had indeed been holding back. Was it possible that he could really defeat the Blood God's avatar? In that moment, the despair that had consumed Ling Modong transformed into a vibrant glimmer of hope. Since their acquaintance, her junior had consistently surprised her, never letting her down, surpassing her expectations time and again. This time, despite its incredibility, every previous display of Xuan had been astonishingly beyond belief. If he had reached 7th tier at 17, then perhaps slaying a god at this age was not entirely impossible. After all, both feats were unprecedented. Chapter 73, Thunder Approaches. Pulling the divine from its pedestal, a deafening roar echoed from the heavens. The brilliant gold dispelling the night in blood-red hues, illuminating the entirety of Jiangnan City as if it were day. In the next moment, countless golden bolts of lightning cascaded from the sky, descending in a fierce competition. The violent thunder raged in the air, unleashing its destructive force upon the myriad bloodbats. The 5th-tier bloodbats, formidable though they were, stood no chance against this onslaught. Each bolt of lightning struck down, reducing countless bloodbats to mere ashes. The radiant gold reminiscent of an apocalyptic event. As the thunder roared, a realm of thunder was established above Jiangnan City, a world of lightning. Once the cacophony subsided and the clouds dispersed, the crimson hue vanished entirely. The once menacing thousands of bloodbats were reduced to ash with the retreat of the thunder. The impending crisis that threatened to annihilate Jiangnan City obliterated in an instant. Had he truly eradicated them all with a single strike? This scene left Yonglin, the director of the 749 Bureau who had governed Jiangnan City for decades, in shock, his pupils constricting to pinpricks, his mind reeling in disbelief. Even though the thunderclouds had been deafening, that had been a blow from the divine. To obliterate much of it would have been terrifying enough in his eyes. Yet now, the figure suspended in the air, presumably Xuan, had countered the divine's strike with a single blow? Could it be that this figure truly had the ability to contend with the divine? Commissioner Yi. This was simply terrifying. Could it be that Commissioner Yi had become powerful enough to rival the divine? The blood god had unleashed a strike, and yet Commissioner Yi had responded with such might. Below the building, those 749 members who had witnessed Xuan ascend could not help but gasp in astonishment, their hearts shaken. At just 18 years of age, he was challenging the divine. Even if merely a projection, it resembles a tale from the Arabian Nights. Were it not for witnessing it with my own eyes, no one would dare to believe such a thing. Upon the blood-soaked throne, the blood god slightly narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze upon Xuan. Previously, even when provoked by Xuan, the blood god had shown no concern, entirely disregarding him. However, at this moment, having witnessed his own strike being thwarted by Xuan, a flicker of surprise ignited within the depths of his eyes, directed towards the human he had always looked down upon. It is crucial to understand that even if it were merely a projection, a casual strike from a deity is still a strike of divine power. Jiangnan City. A mere third-rate base city, its strongest merely at the peak of the 6th tier. Even an early-stage 8th-tier powerhouse would be unable to withstand such an effortless blow. How could such a small place possibly give rise to a being of late-stage 8th tier? Of course, in the eyes of the blood god, even a so-called powerhouse is merely a slightly larger insect. Insects, however, do possess a certain degree of audacity. A flash of crimson flickered in his eyes. The blood god's pallid hand slowly rose, fingers upright. A torrent of blood swiftly converged behind him, blood cascading like a waterfall. Yet, They are ultimately just insects. Did the martial saints of the great Xuan not teach you to hold reverence before the divine? As he spoke, a terrifying aura of blood coalesced into a sea of crimson, surging and boiling in the air. The overwhelming stench of blood was unbearable. The vast blood sea, suspended above the sky, seemed poised to engulf the entire Jiangnan city. Leaning against the blood throne, a savage glint flashed in the blood god's eyes. His fingers curled slightly. Very well. Let me personally impart a lesson to you. Such insignificant insects should tremble and cower before a deity. Otherwise, they shall experience firsthand what divine might entails. A sea of blood, a myriad of waves. The voice, aloof and indifferent, echoed from the heavens. As the blood god concluded his words, the vast blood sea surged forth, transforming into a crimson ocean that cascaded down upon Jiangnan city. The sheer weight of the 10,000-meter blood sea, even from a distance, exuded an overwhelming pressure. The aura of annihilation descended upon the hearts of all in Jiangnan city, filling them once more with despair and gloom after a flicker of hope had been ignited by the defeated bloodbaths. Even Yang Lin was no exception. After all, the title of deity is far too resounding. For the great Xia, the divine is utterly irresistible. In the past, the 8 deities forcefully invaded the great Xia. And even while traversing the boundaries and suffering a reduction in power, they effortlessly pierced through the former capital. That battle was a disgrace to the great Xia. Against the divine, the great Xia has never gained an iota of advantage. Can we withstand it? Yang Lin murmured, his eyes reflecting not only despair but also a subtle glimmer of hope. Even if he is merely a projection of a deity, if he could continuously hold his ground, it would be enough to inspire the hearts of men. A deity? Divine might like a prison? Fully elementalized, standing beneath the blood sea, Yi Xian's figure, illuminated by the crimson glow, stood tall, unwavering even in the face of world-ending pressure. The raging winds whipped through his golden hair, and a smile crept upon his lips. I would like to see whether this so-called deity can still remain so high and mighty when they fall from grace. As he spoke, the thunder surrounding Yi Xian surged once more. Fierce thunder dragons erupted around him, converging in a frenzy. 1,000-meter radius transformed into a realm of thunder. The rampant thunder, even when facing the towering blood sea, still maintained its formidable presence. Slowly, he spread his arms. The thunder erupted violently around him. In this moment, Yi Xian ceased to suppress his thunder, unleashing the majority of it. The tumultuous thunder converged above his head. Terrifying thunder dragons surged forth, with hundreds of strikes manifesting every second. As more and more thunder coalesced, the space above Yi Xian's head transformed into a realm of pure golden lightning. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Hundreds of strikes continued to gather every second. Under the relentless accumulation of thunder, the golden lightning began to shift towards blackness. Ultimately, a 1,000-meter thundercloud morphed into an abyssal darkness, gradually coalescing into a pitch-black thunder orb. While this 1,000-meter thunder orb may seem insignificant in comparison to the previous 10,000-meter thundercloud, the oppressive aura and the weight of destruction had multiplied exponentially. Beneath the dark thunder orb, Yi Xian, now entirely elementalized and resembling the very source of thunder, let out a low growl. Fall from grace, O deity. Thunder descends. Chapter 74. Yi Xian, where lies my limit? As Yi Xian's words fell, the 1,000-meter pitch-black thundercloud, wielding the power to annihilate, surged forth with an overwhelming darkness. Flickering like the raging roars of colossal dragons, the oppressive, destructive aura blanketed the surroundings. It appeared suddenly, standing resolutely in front of the blood sea. From a distance, the 10,000-meter blood sea surged mightily, an unstoppable force. While the comparatively minuscule black thunder orb barely reached 1,000 meters, creating a stark contrast that tightened the hearts of Ling Modong and the members of 749, filling them with intense anxiety. The next moment, thunderous roars erupted. Like the collision of celestial bodies, the deafening sound reverberated through the skies. High above, the tumultuous blood sea clashed violently with the 1,000-meter thunder, the dark annihilating thunder crashing into the blood sea. The ferocious black thunder dragons rampaged through the blood sea. Waves of crimson surged high into the air, colliding with the thunder, painting the sky in shades of red and black, as if the very heavens were shattering under the impact. Under the gaze of all as the clash unfolded, the blood sea was gradually shattered. The 1,000-meter black thunder orb seemingly unstoppable, obliterating everything that stood in its path. Wherever the thunder orb passed, the blood sea disintegrated. After a brief stalemate, explosive roars reverberated from the heavens, echoing throughout Jiangnan city. The intertwining waves of crimson and darkness erupted violently, pushing outward in all directions. The terrifying pressure intermingled. Spreading like an immense mountain, the entire sky transformed into a tapestry of blood and darkness. The brilliance was blinding, rendering it difficult to discern the situation. As the terrifying tempest gradually subsided and the echoes of the explosion faded, the spectators could finally perceive the state of the heavens through the lingering darkness and crimson. They beheld that the vast 10,000-meter blood sea had been obliterated by the tremendous explosion, fragments of crimson scattered in the air. The dispersed blood sea seemed to narrate the sheer terror of the recent assault. In contrast, the seemingly insignificant 1,000-meter black thunder orb remained, not yet entirely dissipated in the aftermath of the collision. Strands of dark thunder, though diminished to less than 100 meters, continued their relentless descent towards the blood god. It was shattered. The junior actually managed to withstand such terrifying power. Could it be that what he claimed was true? Is he truly stronger than the blood goddess projection? Ling Matong's hair, tousled by the winds of the earlier collision, remained disheveled. Yet, in this moment, she had no mind to tidy it. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with disbelief, and the joy of survival, excitement coursing through her. Although since becoming an awakened and joining the 749 Bureau, she had been prepared to face life and death, no one desires to meet their end if they can survive. Not just Ling Matong. All 749 members present, including Xuan, were gasping for breath, their faces reflecting a profound exhilaration of having survived a calamity. It was truly Commissioner Yi. At this moment, Yang Lin and Mu Bingming had already reached the side of Ling Motong and others. As they looked up and beheld the figure enveloped in thunder, with a vaguely discernible face, their hearts trembled violently. Despite their prior speculations, the reality of seeing Yi Xian, the one who had thwarted the blood god's onslaught, was utterly shocking. Great Xia. Hope was finally in sight. Jiangnan City would not be sacrificed to blood. To think that someone could withstand a deity in the form of an 18-year-old. How could such a terrifying existence arise in Great Xia? Yang Lin could hardly contain his excitement, trembling all over, not from fear, but from sheer exhilaration. He could scarcely imagine what heights Yi Xian, who could contend with the blood goddess avatar, might reach in the future. Surely, he would transcend the ordinary realm of divine beings. Indeed. As he caught sight of the thunder that had directly shattered the sea of blood, a smile crept upon Yi Xian's face. His observation haki had not misled him. The blood goddess avatar was not his match. Until now, having remained in Jiangnan City, a third-rate base city, without any testing facilities above the 7th tier or formidable adversaries for comparison, he had lacked a concrete understanding of his own strength. He could only regard every foe he encountered as insignificant. Previously, witnessing the imposing descent of the blood god had stirred some apprehension regarding his own abilities. Despite his haki sensing that the blood god was inferior. After all, this was a deity, a being standing above martial saints, and even as an avatar, it was regarded as a figure akin to a god in the eyes of many. In the end, he realized that his worries were unfounded. The blood god's avatar truly was not his opponent. Meanwhile, the blood god, seated upon his blood-soaked throne, exhibited a slight change in expression as he beheld the rapidly enlarging Black Thunder sphere. One must understand that the recent technique, the Sea of Blood's endless waves, even when executed in its avatar state, possessed the might of a late-stage 8th tier, not to mention Jiangnan City. Even many second-rate base cities would have no one capable of withstanding such a force. As his pale hand slowly raised, crimson blood coalesced into a massive blood hand, sweeping through the air and forcefully striking toward the dark thunder sphere. A thunderous explosion resonated once more. Under the relentless barrage of attacks, the 100-meter Black Thunder sphere could no longer endure. With a furious roar, the dark lightning unleashed all its destructive energy to annihilate the blood hand, ultimately dispersing into electric light in the sky. Rising from the blood throne, the blood god gazed down at Yi Xian, his steps deliberate. With each movement, a trail of blood coalesced beneath him. The crisp sound of his footsteps echoed in the hearts of Ling Motong and the others, tightening their chests. Although Yi Xian had repeatedly shattered the blood goddess assaults, they still refrained from making any premature conclusions about the battle situation. Considering this was the avatar of a renowned deity, the blood god's crimson pupils reflected Yi Xian's figure as he slowly spoke, his tone laced with arrogance. "You are intriguing. Would you care to become my hound?" He spoke unabashedly, without a hint of shame. To the blood god, there was nothing improper in this. After all, deities had long been accustomed to their lofty status over Great Xia. A nation devoid of deities, if not for the peculiar energy guarding its borders, would have been divided among the gods long ago. To him, acquiring an 8th-tier follower from Great Xia was a privilege for the other party. Chapter 75. One Man. One sword. Chasing a deity to strike? After all, many in the past had actively sought to become hounds of their bloodline. With a cold chuckle, Xuan lightly clasped the black blade, knight, behind him, its massive blade pointing toward the ground. His eyes were filled with disdain. A deity? He had only recently attained the ability to eliminate formidable opponents, and yet he already possessed strength surpassing that of a deity's avatar. One could say that it would not be long before he could bring about a dramatic twilight of the gods for these divine beings. A hound? Perhaps. He would allow the blood god's true form to respond to that. An invisible aura of haki enveloped the blade of night, its terrifying edge radiating outward, intertwining with the haki, making it all the more fearsome. In the next moment, he unleashed a strike. The 1,000-meter black crescent slash arced through the air, soaring upward. Under the dim night sky, Xuan wielded his blade against the deity. The 1,000-meter black crescent slash, akin to a shooting star chasing the moon, swiftly traversed the distance and struck fiercely toward the blood god. Unaware of your own mortality, the blood god said, shaking his head lightly, his tone still indifferent. His pale hand glided through the air, crimson blood flowing from the void, transforming into a blood-colored longsword. With the sword in hand, the blood god executed a reverse slash. The scarlet strike fell from the sky. When the black and crimson slashes collided mid-air, a tremendous brilliance erupted as the two forces clashed, rapidly intersecting and spreading outward. Fortunately, the collision occurred high above. Otherwise, it would have wreaked havoc upon Jiangnan City. Xuan, having delivered his strike, did not pause for a moment. He transformed into a streak of light, his body flowing with thunder, akin to a meteor slicing through the night. Wielding the black blade knight, and crossing thousands of meters to fiercely strike at the blood god. As the pale hand turned, the blood god's blood-colored longsword met night in a thunderous clash that reverberated throughout the air. However, in that instant of collision, the previously indifferent blood god felt an overwhelming force emanating from the blood sword. As a result, he was nearly forced to relinquish the sword from his grasp. Stepping back in surprise, a faint crack appeared at the point of contact between the blood sword and knight, and as Xuan observed the fissure, a smile crept across his face. It appeared that even a deity's avatar could not withstand the haki-infused blade of night. Before Xuan's gaze, the initially minor crack rapidly expanded like a spider's web. Moments later, the blood sword, now riddled with cracks, could no longer bear the strain and shattered with a resounding crash. The blood god's pale and indifferent countenance flickered with shock, and he swiftly retreated. Yet, Xuan pursued him relentlessly, wielding night, pressing the assault upon the blood god. This scene left all those below in a daze, as if caught in a dream. Was Commissioner Yi truly chasing after the blood god to strike? Am I not seeing things? The blood god seems to be no match for Commissioner Yi. Is this really a deity? Wasn't it said that each time a deity descended, they were unbeatable and posed a significant threat to Great Xia? Why then does Commissioner Yi pursue the blood god without hesitation? It seems the blood god cannot contend with him. For Yang Lin, Ling Mo Tong, Mu Bingning, and the others, it was already a monumental achievement to protect more lives amidst a deity's descent. Deities had always been synonymous with invincibility. Previously, having witnessed Xuan thwart the blood god's two offensives, one could only hope for the preservation of Jiangnan City. However, at this moment, Xuan surprisingly pursued the blood god relentlessly. This shattered their perception of deities as unbeatable. As Xuan closed in from over a kilometer away, the blood god's expression shifted dramatically, turning ghastly pale. His ashen hand brushed forward, summoning a torrent of crimson energy, which transformed into a multitude of blood-colored swords. These swords streaked through the air, glimmering with a sinister red light, darting forth with incredible speed. Yet, faced with the onslaught of these blood beams, Xuan exhibited no inclination to retreat or defend. This provoked a smirk of mockery from the blood god. Indeed, mere ants remain ants, limited in their understanding. Did he truly believe that a 7th-tier awakening could withstand the indifference of divine power? As a deity, even in his fragmented form, his strength was sufficient to shatter the elemental transformations of those of the same tier. Little did the blood god know, there exists a power known as haki. As the blood beams surged towards him, Xuan's mind focused. Haki, hardening. An invisible wave of haki enveloped him, a terrifying force instantly coursing through his being, shrouding him in a dark aura. Under the hardening effect of haki, his speed remained unaltered, rendering the blood beams inconsequential as he slashed towards the blood god. In the next instant, the sky was filled with blood beams, cascading like rain, enveloping Xuan. The formidable crimson energy surged and expanded, and even the smallest blood beam possessed the cataclysmic power to obliterate the world. A massive cloud of dust mingled with the blood-red mist. Junior, Commissioner Yi. This scene, unfolding before Yang Lin and Ling Mo's eyes below, elicited simultaneous gasps of worry. Although they believed in Xuan's prowess, this was a direct confrontation with a divine attack. Those above the 7th tier might evade damage through elemental transformation, but surely the divine assault could not be disregarded? Foolishness. As the crimson mist enveloped Xuan entirely, the blood god halted his retreat, hovering in midair. He adjusted his somewhat disheveled ornate attire, and disdainful arrogance resurfaced in his gaze. Even with a measure of power, he remained an inexperienced bumpkin. Yet, the next moment, from within the blood mist, a gleaming black blade suddenly tore through the crimson, striking at the blood god with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Despite the blood god's swift reflexes and extensive combat experience, he could only narrowly evade. Blood gushed forth as the formidable black blade, imbued with haki, effortlessly tore through the blood god's arm. Vivid crimson splattered, the pale arm soaring into the air, staining the blood god's lavish attire. Clutching the black blade, Xuan, whose attire bore only slight dirt, stood tall in midair, slowly turning. The dark haki enveloped him, casting an ominous shadow. His eyes, framed by tousled hair, fell upon the dismembered blood god, a smirk gracing his lips as he spoke with derision. It seems that gods are not so difficult to cut down after all. So, what exactly gives you your lofty confidence? Chapter 76. The true form of the blood god. The destruction of heaven and earth. In the heavens above, blood gushed forth. The blood god's arm was thrust high, his crimson pupils reflecting the severed limb, a look of shock filling his eyes. If he was not mistaken, Xuan had just withstood his attack without any form of defense. Even a hastily executed strike cannot be evaded through elemental transformation. Furthermore, in the instant his arm was severed, the blood god attempted to manipulate the blood to regenerate it, only to find that the severed limb was entirely beyond his control. This left the blood god in disbelief. It is well known that 7th tier awakeners can elementalize, and beings of his caliber, gods, could naturally do so with even greater ease. Yet, how could Xuan's single strike shatter that? This was unprecedented in all his memories. Not even a martial saint could breach the elemental transformation of a deity. And yet, here he was, bested by a mere peak 8th tier human? Xuan's voice reverberated in the air, reaching the ears of Ling Mo and the others. They gazed in astonishment at the flung severed arm and the slightly soiled figure, feeling a sense of disbelief. The blood god was utterly no match for Commissioner Yi? Had he truly disregarded the blood god's attack? Was Xuan's elemental transformation at such a terrifying level? It seemed that the divine was not truly invincible after all. In the air, the blood god's expression darkened severely, his gaze fixed intensely on Xuan. You. Very well. This deity has not tasted injury in countless years. His icy tone brimmed with the fury that precedes a tempest, instilling fear in all who heard. Crimson energy rapidly spread from him, enveloping the entire sky around Jiangnan City in a dense, sanguine haze. In an instant, it appeared as though the heavens above Jiangnan City were once more shrouded in blood, crimson replacing the night. The overwhelming scent of blood, mingled with an oppressive force, surged forth like a tidal wave, pressing down upon the hearts of all in Jiangnan City. Divine might like a prison, divine might like an ocean. Even from a distance of 10,000 meters, the weight was profoundly palpable. Gazing at the renewed blood-red sky, atop the city walls, Li Tianlong, who had just begun to relax, felt his tension return. Indeed, defeating a deity is no simple task, whether it be Commissioner Yi or any other formidable warrior. They must vanquish the blood god. As he spoke, Li Tianlong's gaze swept across the lights of Jiangnan City. Beneath the sanguine energy, the once vibrant lights appeared as insignificant flickers in the vast darkness. Jiangnan City is home to over 1 million souls. In the heavens above, facing the blood-red sky once again, Xuan wore a faint smile, his tone flippant. It seems you ventured forth only to stumble upon misfortune. Today, you shall not only experience injury, but also a prelude to your demise. After a series of clashes, Xuan was now fully confident that his strength surpassed that of this blood god's avatar. Thus, confronting the blood god's renewed might, he remained unperturbed. Perhaps the blood god's avatar still possessed some residual strength, but he too had yet to reveal all his techniques. Ant with sharp teeth. From his vantage point, The blood god gazed down upon Xian, slowly ascending into the air, crimson light exploding in his eyes. The terrifying blood aura coalesced behind him, solidifying with increasing density. The acrid scent of blood pervaded the entirety of Jiangnan City. Streams of blood energy formed rivers of crimson, swirling in the sky above, converging towards the blood god. Drenched in the sanguine hue, the blood god's voice bore an undercurrent of suppressed rage. Mortal, tremble beneath divine might. The true form of the blood god. Like a divine chant, it resonated across the heavens. Accompanying the utterance, an unending torrent of blood surged like a whirlwind, tumultuously swirling. As the blood continued to gather, it enveloped the blood god, the glaring crimson expanding relentlessly. Blood-colored thunder rolled ominously within the sanguine mist, fierce and terrifying. A violent tempest abruptly arose, knocking many to the ground. Ultimately, the blood energy erupted forth, revealing a colossal figure of crimson, towering above the heavens. Like an ancient deity emerging from a pool of blood, the blinding scarlet hue pierced the pupils of every inhabitant of Jiangnan City. A terrifying pressure, as formidable as a mountain, weighed heavily upon the hearts of all present. Ordinary individuals in close proximity crumpled to the ground beneath this overwhelming force. 1,000 meters away, in the park, a young couple was reveling in the wild gusts of wind. Suddenly, the violent aura descended upon them, causing both to collapse, pinned to the earth and rendered immobile. The abruptness of the event elicited agonizing cries from the young man, his face contorted in despair. "It's broken! It's broken!" Nearby, all ordinary people were similarly flattened to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. What manner of monstrous horror was this? Was Jiangnan City destined to become another city devoured by such creatures? How could this be? The magnitude of this power was utterly absurd. Was this a god? Countless souls gazed upwards at the blood-red figure towering in the heavens, their lips quivering, even their speech faltering. Despair and fear, along with a tide of negative emotions, inundated the hearts of all Jiangnan citizens. Even those below, including Ling Imotong and others, felt the oppressive aura and gazed at the blood deity with a sense of trepidation. Was this the true power of a deity? Could the junior truly defeat such a divine being? Commissioner Yi was already terrifying enough. Had the blood deity not even unleashed its full strength before? Run, Commissioner Yi. Don't worry about us. Indeed, even if Commissioner Yi could not match the blood deity now, it was certain that he would reach the divine tier in the future. At this moment, despite feeling the horrific pressure surrounding them, people did not succumb to despair. For with the prowess displayed by Xian, even if he could not vanquish the blood deity, escaping Jiangnan City should not be insurmountable. As long as Xian could flee, with his demonstrated strength, it would not be long before the Great Xia would give birth to a divine tier. There was still hope for the Great Xia. In the skies above, the 1,000-meter blood deity's eyes glimmered with murderous intent. A massive blood-red hand swooped down from above. The terrifying force unleashed a whirlwind, accompanied by swirling crimson energy. Blood rained down as the colossal hand descended upon Xian. Ants. To insult the deity is a crime that warrants death. Chapter 77, 200 million volts. Thunder God. Clang. The black blade was drawn. Enveloped in armed color and supreme will, it sliced through the air, delivering an unmatchable crescent strike. The formidable edge cleaved through the heavens and struck the blood-red hand with a resounding impact. Blood surged, and crimson energy splattered everywhere. A continuous buzzing echoed where the two forces collided. The blood deity soared. The first strike failed to gain advantage, and the blood deity's other colossal hand began to stir from the void in front of it. The turbulent blood energy converged, causing the atmosphere to shatter. Threads of blood coalesced, gradually forming a blood-red sword stretching hundreds of meters long. The sword hovered in the void, adorned with flowing crimson veins, a dazzling sight to behold. With its grip tightened around the blood-red sword, the blood deity swung it forth, unleashing a blood-red strike thousands of meters long. The crimson slash traversed the void, tearing the atmosphere apart wherever it passed. The flickering blood-red light hinted at the catastrophic destruction it could unleash upon Jiangnan City, potentially cleaving the entire city in two. Boom. Under the blood-red giant hand, Xian's figure erupted over 1,000 meters away. His gaze fell, reflecting the ever-approaching crimson strike. His clothing fluttered violently as the strike drew near. Clang. The black blade spun, firmly gripped in both hands, as Xian's legs slightly bent and coiled. Power gathered between his hands at his waist. A piercing brilliance intertwined with the dark-armed color surged forth, the chilling edge, even from thousands of meters away, caused Ling Imotong and others to feel a stinging pain on their faces. Swish. In the next moment, a crescent-shaped strike, jet black and spanning thousands of meters, was suddenly unleashed. The atmosphere stilled, and the terrifying edge swept through, tearing the air asunder and rushing towards the descending blood-red strike with an unparalleled speed. Bang! In the high skies, as the crimson and black strikes collided, the resulting shockwaves spread outward like ripples across a water surface. Their blades intertwined, black and scarlet, continuously tearing apart everything around them. The turbulent waves of aura coursed through the skies, causing the heavens themselves to tremble. In that moment, Jiang'an City lost all color in the eyes of its people. Only the intermingling of crimson and black filled their vision. The entire city quivered under the relentless aftermath of the clash. Blades of crimson and black rained down upon the earth, wreaking havoc and destruction. Moments later, as the fierce black and red light shone to its zenith, the two colors gradually dispersed. The high skies lay in ruin, scattered with traces of dark or crimson energy, rendering the heavens chaotic. Yuan stood tall in the skies, unwavering. Below, Xiaoran, Yang Lin, and others gazed up at Yuan's towering silhouette, astonished once more. Commissioner Yi had actually withstood such a terrifying attack from the blood deity in its true form? Not only his abilities, but Commissioner Yu's swordsmanship was equally remarkable. With both swordsmanship and powers reaching such terrifying heights, Yuan was indeed a force to be reckoned with. With Commissioner Yi present, how could the great Xia fear a future downfall? A monster, simply a monster. At 18, possessing abilities in swordsmanship at least at the 8th tier, was it even possible to achieve this without training from birth? All so-called geniuses paled in comparison to Commissioner Yi. In the skies above, the blood deity gazed at the unyielding figure, rage bubbling within, mingled with surprise. Previously, he had only reached the late 8th tier, and now, having activated his true form, he had reached the threshold of the 9th tier. How could Yuan withstand such power so effortlessly? What kind of strong entity could arise from a mere third-rate base city? Yet, more than astonishment, the blood deity was consumed by fury. After all, he was the blood deity, a powerful divine being. In the past, wherever he descended, he annihilated all foes without mercy. The great Xia was filled with ants. Yet, after descending for so long, not only had he failed to annihilate Jiang'an City, but Yuan had even managed to sever one of his arms. Now, having activated his true form, and still being blocked, this was an undeniable insult. Rage erupted within him, as the blood deity loomed 1,000 meters tall, its body radiating a dense crimson aura. As a blood deity, even as a mere avatar, he possessed boundless stamina. The enormous blood-red hand slowly rose, a torrent of blood coalescing behind him, filling the void for miles. With a furious roar, countless blood-red weapons rained down from the heavens, as if bursting forth from the very rifts in the sky. Like a tempestuous storm, it was terrifyingly despairing. Endless warfare surged forth, unleashing waves of blood and carnage as it swept downward. Even the residual force alone could effortlessly rend apart a 6th-tier powerhouse. Beneath the relentless crimson tide of battle, Yuan slowly sheathed his black blade, knight. Raising his head, a subtle smile crept upon his lips. This so-called blood god form bore a striking resemblance to a certain technique. With a single step, strands of thunder erupted around Yuan. Arcs of lightning crackled violently, surging forth. An aura of destruction swept across the expanse. However, unlike the previous golden lightning, this time, the manifestation surrounding Yuan was a far more fearsome and grotesquely thick azure lightning. The rampant azure arcs of lightning erupted from Yuan's center, violently expanding in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it covered a vast area of 10,000 meters. Within this domain, countless azure lightning flashes roared. Azure lightning dragons, fierce and menacing, transformed the region into a realm of thunder. Standing within this thunderous domain, bolts of lightning incessantly surged toward Yuan, making him shine with an unparalleled brilliance. He was almost engulfed by the radiant energy. As the thunder grew ever more ferocious, the space around Yuan expanded and amplified. Amid the thunder, a calm voice resonated, echoing in the ears of all present. Blood god form? If that is the case, then I shall name this technique 200 million volts. Thunder god. A resounding rumble filled the air as the tumultuous thunder roared from the heavens above. The deafening sound reverberated through the sky. Under the ravaging azure lightning, Yuan's form, enveloped by thunder, rapidly magnified. Thick bolts of lightning coiled around him. And amidst the cacophony, he transformed into a colossal thunder giant towering 1,000 meters high, radiating brilliant lightning, with azure lightning dragons swirling around him. Within the 10,000-meter thunder domain, He resembled an ancient thunder deity risen from the depths of time. A cataclysmic aura of destruction swept through the air, colliding continuously with the blood-red presence. At this moment, the sky above Xuan City was completely torn in two, one half crimson, the other azure, each opposing the other. The blood god, now transformed into a colossal crimson figure, gazed upon the fearsome thunder giant with trepidation in his heart. It was crucial to note that he had reached the peak of 8th-tier strength while in his blood god form. Yet, the sight of Xuan, a mere youth transformed into a towering figure of azure lightning, instilled a sense of existential threat within him. How could this not frighten the blood god? Meanwhile, under the overwhelming pressure of these two world-ending auras, countless citizens of Xuan City trembled in fear. This terrifying force was beyond anything they had ever witnessed or even heard of. Was the world truly coming to an end? They wished to live. But was this truly the pinnacle of human capability? In that moment, countless ordinary people bore witness to the terrifying power of high-tier supernatural beings. With slightly disheveled hair, the overwhelming divine might surrounding her was shattered by Xuan's thunderous aura. Ling Modding struggled to lift her head, her once clear voice now tinged with hoarseness. Junior, why does it seem like there are no limits? Even when battling deities before, he had never unleashed his full power. Ling Modding's words fell upon the ears of Xiao Ran, Mu Bingning, and others, prompting them to nod in agreement. Since their acquaintance with Xuan, he had consistently shattered their understanding. Exhibiting the prowess of a 7th-tier controller amidst the beast tide was already enough to earn him recognition as a prodigious talent by the 12 martial saints of the Great Xia. Yet, when the deity's avatar descended, Xuan could wield his blade and strike down a god. When the deity manifested the blood god form, Xuan could unleash an equally terrifying power. It was as if Xuan had no limits whatsoever, regardless of the opponent or the circumstances. He could always reveal an even greater strength. Standing within the 10,000-meter thunder domain, Xuan, now transformed into a colossal figure of elemental energy, slowly extended his hand. Formed from condensed thunder, and murmured, 10,000 thunders. A torrent of azure lightning dragons erupted from his palm, sweeping forth like a storm. Countless azure lightning bolts surged outward, intertwining and extending for thousands of meters, sweeping forth to devastate. The blood god, unwilling to underestimate this, slowly raised his hand. As a deity, he looked down upon others as if they were mere ants. However, the repeated displays of power from Xuan compelled him to take notice. This seemingly youthful individual from the Great Xia posed a lethal threat to his avatar. As the blood god spoke, a tidal wave of crimson energy surged forth, coalescing into flowing blood. The torrent of blood cascaded down, forming spiraling blood vortices from all directions. Before him, it gathered into a surging sea of blood stretching 10,000 meters. The blood sea surged ominously, as if it sought to obliterate everything in its path. Suddenly, the dazzling azure lightning dragons lunged into the blood sea, unleashing a devastating explosion that created a gaping hole in the vast expanse of crimson. Following suit, innumerable azure lightning dragons plunged into the blood sea, making it seem as though the sea was being engulfed by thunder, erupting with explosive sounds. Thunder roared continuously. The blood sea, despite its relentless influx of energy, struggled to keep up with the destructive speed of the lightning. It was pockmarked with grotesque openings. At last, after a moment of tumult, the 10,000-meter blood sea was pierced as bolts of lightning snaked toward the blood god. This was akin to the sounding of an attack horn. As the first breach appeared, more and more lightning tore through the blood sea. The 10,000-meter blood sea, under the relentless assault of the lightning dragons, began to fragment, revealing numerous fissures. The radiant azure lightning dragons descended with thunderous crashes. In the blinding sky, the lightning shone brightly, completely overpowering the crimson. Bolts of thunder struck relentlessly against the 1,000-meter blood giant. The violent force of destruction rendered the blood god utterly disoriented with each impact. The once crimson figure trembled in the sky, its form shattered by the relentless onslaught of thunder. What was once a mighty giant was now entirely transformed into azure. As the lightning began to dissipate, the blood god found himself in a dire predicament, riddled with countless puncture wounds, arcs of electricity flickering and bursting around him. Damn it! Damn it! The blood god's eyes reflected a ferocious and bloodthirsty rage, completely unmasked. He was a deity, even if this was merely an avatar. He had never endured such humiliation. He was a god, to be reduced to such a state by a mere human. His blood-colored longsword suddenly materialized in his hand. He transformed into a streak of crimson light, akin to a meteor slicing through the heavens, erupting forth with explosive speed that stirred up violent gusts of wind. Blood-red malevolence converged from all directions, mending his fragmented form. Although his overwhelming aura could directly dispel elemental transformations and strike at the physical body, the blood god was currently in his true form. As long as his blood essence persisted, he could not be genuinely wounded. His anger stemmed merely from having suffered a significant loss of face before the divine. With eyes crackling with thunder, Xuan cast a glance at the rapidly approaching blood god, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Close combat. He was a mage now. Who would engage in melee with you? He slowly raised his hand, and the thunder roared from his palms. Massive bolts of azure lightning surged forth. Thunder beast! Thunder bird! He bellowed. Countless arcs of azure lightning erupted from his hands, intertwining in the air to form a colossal thunderous beast and a gigantic thunderbird, both towering at 1,000 meters. Chapter 79, The Blood Realm Descends. A cataclysmic collision. Beneath the interwoven azure lightning, the thunder beast and thunderbird summoned in his divine state were exponentially more powerful than in their ordinary forms. The clash of azure and blood-red flashes occurred in an instant. A collision that was as swift as despair itself. With a clang, the blood god slowly raised his massive arm, wielding a blood-colored longsword that cleaved towards the descending thunderbird. Blood splattered as lightning erupted, the residual waves of azure and crimson energy rippling outward, creating violent shock waves. Yet, at the moment the blood god blocked the thunderbird, the thunder beast crashed into him with unyielding force. Its 1,000-meter frame contained terrifying thunderous power. Upon impact, the lightning erupted in a blinding display. Thick black smoke billowed upwards. Xuan raised an eyebrow, intertwining his hands as even more formidable bolts of lightning surged and coalesced. Thunder Dragon! The azure lightning shot forth, morphing into a colossal thunder dragon stretching several thousand meters. With its menacing claws and fierce demeanor, the thunder dragon plunged into the black smoke, intensifying the already brilliant flashes of lightning. The terrifying radiance illuminated a vast area surrounding the blood god, casting light for thousands of meters. The violent residual waves of thunder formed azure ripples, spreading outward from the epicenter. As the thunder gradually subsided, the once mighty figure of the blood god was now riddled with wounds, his body pockmarked with craters, and even a significant portion of his head had been obliterated. Blood gushed uncontrollably, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. Unforgivable! Unforgivable! His shattered visage, with only one eye remaining, locked onto Xuan, radiating an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. At this moment, the blood god, after enduring a relentless barrage from Xuan, was consumed by rage. A mere human dared to insult a deity so brazenly. Crimson lightning crackled around him, and thick blood poured forth, forming intricate patterns across the sky. The vivid crimson hue reflected upon the firmament as innumerable blood-red arcs of lightning surged towards the blood god. With each flash, his form rapidly regained its stature. Standing amidst a sea of blood, under the intertwining blood lightning, his presence surged with renewed ferocity. Ascending into the heavens, he loomed over Xuan, his voice laced with fury. Human, you are the first to force me to such a desperate state in many years. But this is where it ends. Prepare to be erased along with the entire city. As he spoke, the blood around him began to boil. The already scarlet liquid shimmered with an alluring hue, infused with a sense of impending slaughter. Furious torrents of blood twisted across the sky, forming intricate patterns as if something ancient and desolate was being constructed. The blood realm descends. With a thunderous roar, the patterns illuminated the heavens. In the next moment, within this swirling crimson array, a blood energy orb, exceeding 10,000 meters in diameter, began to materialize. Even the mere shadow of this orb stirred up a tempest, pungent with the scent of blood. As the blood energy sphere gradually traversed the array towards the sky above Jiangnan City, an aura of divinity radiated from it, rapidly spreading throughout the entirety of the Great Xia. Through the crimson haze, Xuan could discern faint figures within the energy sphere. Nodding slightly as he surveyed the massive blood energy sphere, Xuan maintained a calm demeanor, a subtle smile gracing his lips. It was indeed more powerful than before. However, this was the extent of it. You are right. It is time to conclude this. As he spoke, azure lightning crackled around him, a dense array of thunder resonating with a deafening roar. The darkened armed colors surged forth, enveloping each flickering bolt of lightning, imbuing the azure with a shade of black. Armed color hockey. Entwinement. 200 million volts. Thunder's embrace. With a low shout, countless bolts of lightning swiftly converged, forming an enormous azure sphere exceeding 10,000 meters in diameter. The thunder roared, continuously crackling and booming. However, this thunder sphere, aside from its azure brilliance, was laced with tendrils of darkness, enhancing its destructive aura. The 10,000 meters of thunder reverberated through the heavens, propelling forth. Above, the blood energy sphere tumbled downward, resembling two celestial bodies on the brink of collision. The sheer momentum of their movement stirred up a tempest. The intertwining azure and crimson spread rapidly, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Boom! In the next second, the entire firmament was illuminated as if it were daytime. The two energy spheres collided violently, akin to two planets crashing together, unleashing a tempest of destruction that howled through the air. Below, houses creaked ominously, many, trembling in fear beneath the relentless force, nonetheless forced themselves to flee from their homes. After all, despite the terrifying atmosphere above, no one knew what the outcome would be. However, should the buildings truly collapse, these ordinary folk would likely suffer grievous losses. Waves of palpable energy rippled outward from the skies, surging forth with relentless speed, swiftly crossing the walls of Xuan City and expanding into the distance. This clash had undoubtedly surpassed the 8th tier. When did Xuan City acquire a 9th-tier powerhouse capable of contending with a blood god avatar to this extent? Upon the city walls, Li Tianlong, clad in military garb, felt the wind whip around him, his expression filled with gravity and tension. Under such terrifying might, even the highest-ranking officer, who had defended Xuan City countless times, could only silently pray, awaiting the resolution of this battle. Assistance? Even if the entire army were to mobilize, they would hardly approach the level of this conflict. Beyond Xuan City, wandering beasts with scarlet pupils, sensing the incessant explosive aura, let out mournful cries and fled in all directions. Even these mindless creatures, despite the vast distance, instinctively felt a primal fear. Chapter 80. The Defeat of the Deity. The Radiant Yuan. The firmament over Xuan City had been utterly transformed into two colors. Countless individuals could only tremble in terror beneath this horrifying clash. The rampaging thunder dragon surged relentlessly, striking the blood-red energy sphere. The scarlet essence boiled, attempting to push back, yet it was gradually consumed by the dark azure lightning. The terrifying thunder pressed forward, slowly creating a gaping hole in the blood-red energy sphere. The crimson hue of the sky gradually morphed into a deep blue. From a distance, the azure below was devouring the vast expanse of scarlet. Following a brief collision, amidst the roaring aftermath, the dark blue lightning sphere, infused with a pitch-black domineering aura, had already crushed a corner of the blood-red energy sphere. The so-called defeat in battle was like a mountain collapsing. As a corner was torn away, the entire blood-red energy sphere disintegrated at an increasingly rapid pace. The azure thunder dragon roared, and with each strike against the blood-red energy sphere, it left behind a terrifying and grotesque pit. Cursed be it, how could this deity be defeated by mere ants? The clash of scarlet and azure illuminated the face of the blood god, who, witnessing the crumbling blood-red energy sphere, was filled with unwillingness and fury. A violent scarlet aura surged around him like a torrent, converging upon the blood-red energy sphere to fill the void. The crimson radiance became even more dazzling. Yet, ultimately, it was all in vain. Under the thunder dragon's relentless bombardment, the newly filled gaps were swiftly torn open once again. At last, as the blood-red energy sphere reached its critical point of annihilation, a deafening roar echoed, and the furious blood-red energy sphere erupted violently. The scarlet aftermath surged forth like a tsunami, pushing outward in all directions. The blinding crimson illuminated the entire firmament, compelling all to close their eyes. Once the dazzling scarlet light gradually dissipated, it revealed that the massive thunder sphere had completely engulfed the blood-red energy sphere. Flecks of scarlet essence lingered around the thunder sphere, making futile attempts to struggle. Without the resistance of the blood-red energy sphere, the thunder sphere surged forward, unyieldingly descending upon the blood god. The deity, whose energy and blood had entirely coalesced, now appeared disheveled and breathless. The swirling blood around him seemed to dim slightly, sensing the oncoming aura of destruction. The blood god hesitated not a moment. Blood escape, he cried, as crimson energy surged once more, his scarlet hue fading. In an instant, he transformed into a swift streak of light, rapidly retreating backward. The 10,000-meter thunder sphere brushed past, leaping into the sky, ultimately exploding in a violent detonation. The terrifying thunder erupted, unleashing whirlwinds infused with lightning that howled forth. The entirety of Xuan City trembled as the night was shattered into daylight. The resplendent azure light transformed a 200-mile radius into a brilliant day. 200 miles away from Jiangnan Bay City, in Frostmoon Bay City. The soldiers on the city walls were idly chatting. Just then, a faint tremor resonated, followed by a magnificent blue wave rushing toward their base city from afar. From a distance, the previously dark night had been enveloped in azure, radiating an unparalleled brilliance. What is happening? Has a subterranean realm descended? No. It must be a powerful being engaged in battle. Yet, the strongest nearby is only a second-tier base city, with the nearest being 100 kilometers away. What level of battle, what caliber of strongman, could cause such waves to reach here? What on earth is occurring? The sudden commotion compelled the officers around the city wall to ascend, gazing upward in astonishment at the spreading azure wave, their pupils widening in disbelief. Frostmoon Bay City is merely a third-tier city, with its strongest barely at the peak of the sixth tier. They had never witnessed such a terrifying scene. The overwhelming force approaching them far exceeded their comprehension. In Jiangnan City, the terrifying gusts and brilliance slowly dissipated, with flecks of blue cascading down. Had it ended? Ling Mo's heart was filled with anxiety as she quickly looked up at the sky. In the next moment, her pupils constricted violently, her heart racing. It appeared as if the sky over Jiangnan City had been blasted open, with all the clouds torn asunder. The moonlight revealed arcs of lightning still flickering in midair. The sky had been pierced. Not only Ling Mo, but all who beheld this sight stared with wide-open eyes. Even amidst the fierce battle preceding this moment, none could compare to the destructive force unleashed by Xuan in his Thunder God state. Across Jiangnan City, not a single cloud could be seen. What a terrifying display of power. Does this imply that if Xuan's strike were to land upon the ground, the entire Jiangnan City could be obliterated? Could this truly be achieved by an 18-year-old youth? To what level has Commissioner Ye's strength ascended? Murmuring, Yang Lin found himself at a loss for words to articulate his shock. As the director of Jiangnan's 749 Bureau, he had witnessed the prowess of 7th-tier and even 8th-tier controllers. Yet, even that 8th-tier late-stage controller's abilities paled in comparison to Xuan's. Far inferior. Could it be that Xuan, at merely 18 years of age, had reached the 9th tier? The mightiest beneath the martial saint, the formidable 9th tier? In this moment, even having witnessed the previous series of clashes, Yang Lin could no longer contain his emotions. This was the 9th tier. How many long to gaze up at such a realm throughout their lives? That Xuan could attain it at 18? What unfathomable talent is this? Meanwhile, above in the firmament, the blood god's battered form hunched slightly, his blood dimmed significantly, and the scarlet fury in his eyes surged violently. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Just a mere human, a pitiful ant. How could he possibly defeat this deity? His enraged voice roared into the heavens, akin to a vanquished hound barking in futility. Just moments ago, despite having executed the blood escape in a timely manner, he could not avoid a brush with the lightning welcome. That encounter had nearly shattered him. It could be said that this battle had already reached its climax. The esteemed blood god avatar had lost all power to resist against Xuan. With a buzz, his palm extended forward, lightning swirling to form a blade of thunder. Grasping the thunder blade, Xuan was enveloped in arcs of azure lightning, cascading down like a meteor shower, breathtakingly beautiful. Chapter 81. I am wandering the mortal realm, effortlessly slaying deities, standing amidst the dissipating arcs of electricity. Xuan's lips curved into a slight smile, his tone nonchalant and teasing as he spoke. If a deity is merely this feeble, then you may rest in peace. As he spoke, Xuan swung the thunder blade, streams of azure lightning transforming into a blade of light. The pitch-black domineering aura swirled forward, and the speed of the azure strike was astonishingly swift. In but a moment, it crossed a distance of 10,000 meters, striking directly upon the blood god. With the blood deity having lost a significant portion of its sanguine power, it could no longer withstand the onslaught. Under the thunderous, armed onslaught of the conqueror's haki, the crimson figure, soaring a kilometer high, was torn asunder. Bolts of thunder wreaked havoc, exploding in a tumultuous display after cleaving the blood god's form. A dazzling azure hue enveloped the colossal entity as blood surged chaotically outward. Before being consumed by the azure arcs, the blood god's crimson eyes fixated intently on Xuan. Human, this deity shall remember you. We shall meet again, when next we cross paths. I will impart upon you the true meaning of divine might, divine power as oppressive as a prison, as vast as the sea. Amidst the tumult, Xuan raised an eyebrow slightly, a flicker of thought igniting within him. Strands of azure lightning coiled around the blood deity's head, erupting with a deafening blast. Alongside the obliteration of the blood god's form, the ensuing thunderclap shattered it into mere fragments. As for the threats uttered by the blood deity, Yuan had only recently attained the power to annihilate foes with a mere thought, given a little more time. Even the blood deity in its true form would find itself easily vanquished by his hand. Within the realm of Great Xia, the divine were forbidden to walk. The descent of the blood deity's avatar upon Jiangnan City, with its ominous vow to conduct a blood sacrifice of the entire city, had finally met its demise. The azure arcs of lightning gradually dissipated. Yixian's form swiftly diminished, reverting to his original appearance. Amidst the intertwining of crimson remnants and the embers of thunder, he stood resplendent in a white shirt, bearing the imposing black blade, Knight, upon his back, a figure of audacity amidst the world of mortals, effortlessly slaying deities. To the eyes of Ling Imotong and the others, Yixian's presence left the upper echelons of 749 in a daze. The blood deity's avatar had been utterly annihilated. Was the prowess of this junior student not somewhat terrifying? Over the past century, numerous deities had descended upon Great Xia, each time inflicting tremendous losses. Yet, this marked the first occasion in 100 years that a deity had perished in Great Xia. All gazed upon the seemingly youthful Yixian, their expressions a mixture of disbelief, excitement, and warmth, their minds buzzing with overwhelming emotions. As Yixian descended, having vanquished the blood deity and returned to his original form, he slowly landed on the ground. Director Yi. Upon his arrival, Yang Lin stepped forward briskly, inclining his body slightly, his tone imbued with respect. On behalf of the over 100,000 citizens of Jiangnan City, I extend my heartfelt gratitude. Had it not been for your intervention, the entire city would have faced the blood deity's sacrificial wrath. Yang Lin's words snapped the surrounding members of 749 back to reality. And they all bowed in unison towards Yixian, their voices resonating with genuine reverence and admiration. Thank you, Director Yi, for slaying the deity on behalf of our population. In the Jiangnan branch of the 749 Bureau, apart from the 3 interns from Baidu University, Ling Yamotong, Mu Bingning, and Yu Tian, most were locals of Jiangnan City. Therefore, their respect for Yixian, who had prevented the city's annihilation, was profound. Director Yang and the others are too kind. The blood deity was rampaging. As citizens of Great Xia, we could not stand idly by upon witnessing it, Yixian replied, helping Yang Lin to his feet, his tone resolute. He held deep admiration for the 749 Bureau's director and members who had long safeguarded Jiangnan City. Needless to say, during the first 18 years of my journey, before I attained the ability to annihilate foes, I was but an ordinary person who benefited from the protection of the 749 Bureau and the official military. Now that I possess strength, I cannot simply watch as these foreign deities wreak havoc in Great Xia. Indeed, Yixian's words caused Yang Lin's face to flush with excitement. With Director Yi in Great Xia, the future looks bright. After such a fierce battle throughout the night, you must be weary, Director Yi. Allow me to handle the aftermath in Jiangnan City alongside Tianlong. Please, return to rest. Upon hearing this, Yixian nodded. Although the clash with the blood deity had taken place high in the sky, the sheer might of both combatants had created shockwaves that inflicted considerable damage upon Jiangnan City. Buildings had collapsed, and lives were lost. With the battle concluded, it was imperative to reassure the citizens. This was a task Yixian felt he could not intervene in. Moreover, he was increasingly curious about how much the time for replenishing his goods would shorten after slaying the blood deity's avatar. He suspected he might even secure another instant kill before heading back to Baidu. With that thought in mind, Yixian exchanged farewells with Ling Yamotong, Mu Bingning, and the others before swiftly making his way home. Watching Yixian depart, Yang Lin promptly issued a series of directives before returning to the headquarters of 749. He retrieved the phone number of the Skyrending Martial Saint, which Yixian had given him, and without hesitation, dialed the number. The events that had transpired were monumental. Likewise, the strength Yixian had displayed was even more formidable than before. Therefore, he needed to report this promptly, ensuring that the pillars of Great Xia, the martial saints, could reassess their arrangements for Yixian. In the depths of the Zijing Pavilion in Baidu, within a vast training arena, the sky-rending martial saint was warming up, effortlessly dominating 3 late-stage 9th-tier martial artists with his mere casual movements. The awe-inspiring might of the martial saint rendered the 3 late-stage 9th-tier warriors powerless despite their utmost efforts. At that moment, his smart wristwatch flickered with a crimson light. In the next second, a change swept across his expression as he ceased his aggressive training. In a few steps, he arrived at the corridor of the training arena, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. You may leave for now. I have matters to attend to. With that, He disregarded the three ninth-tier warriors, who exchanged puzzled glances, and quickly made his way back to the Zijing Pavilion office. A hint of confusion crossed his mind as he connected the call. This reminder had been set up specifically for the purpose of monitoring and understanding Yi Xian, the prodigy of Great Xia, at the behest of the director of the Jiangnan 749 Bureau. However, given the director's position and strength, he rarely dared to contact him directly unless something significant had transpired. The sudden communication was alarming. Had something befallen the martial god Seed? As this thought crossed his mind, even the usually composed sky-rending martial saint felt his expression shift dramatically. Chapter 82. 18 years old. Slaying a deity? Are you joking? Martial saint. Not long after, Yang Lin's slightly apprehensive voice came through as soon as the call connected. The Blood Clan initiated the ceremony for the Blood Deity's descent, and we ultimately failed to prevent the Blood Clan from allowing the Blood Deity's avatar to successfully descend upon Jiangnan City. Upon hearing this, the sky-rending martial saint trembled. Anxiety etched across his face. Indeed, Jiangnan City. Something significant has occurred with Yi Xian, the descent of the Blood Deity's avatar. As the pinnacle of martial might in Great Xia, he understood well that even a mere avatar would possess at least 8th-tier strength. Coupled with the various divine powers and terrifying divine techniques, even a peak 8th-tier warrior would struggle against such avatars. Prior to Yi Xian, Jiangnan City's strongest was merely a trifling 6th-tier warrior. Even with Yi Xian's extraordinary talent, it was inconceivable that they could withstand the Blood Deity's avatar. They might not even be able to escape Jiangnan City. With this realization, the sky-rending martial saint shuddered, his voice trembling. So Yi Xian has fallen? Jiangnan City is to be slaughtered? Yi Xian. He was viewed as the hope of Great Xia by the 12 martial saints. Yet, before he could even truly unleash his potential, he is to perish? Is Great Xia truly unable to rise before these foreign deities? In that moment, even the steadfast demeanor of the sky-rending martial saint turned pale. On the other end of the line, Yang Lin was momentarily taken aback by the words he heard. Before promptly responding, "No, Master Wuxing," when the blood god descended, preparing to enact a blood sacrifice upon the entire Jiangnan City, Commissioner Yi stepped forward and struck down the blood god's avatar. Upon hearing Yang Lin's voice, the Wuxing of Liakong let out a mournful smile, instinctively murmuring, as expected, "Heaven has forsaken me." However, in the next instant, he trembled all over. The teacup he had just lifted crashing to the floor with a crisp shatter. Yet, it seemed he paid no heed to it, his body shaking, his tone laced with confusion and excitement. "What did you say? Yi Xian killed the blood god's avatar. How could this be possible? Each avatar of a deity possesses strength surpassing the pinnacle of the 8th rank. Is Yi Xian not merely 18 years old? Is he not just a 7th rank controller? How could he possibly slay the blood god's avatar?" Yang Lin's words were too astonishing to fathom. Thus, even the usually composed Wuxing of Liakong was rendered utterly flabbergasted, his face reflecting profound disbelief and skepticism. After all, to slay a deity's avatar, one must possess at least the initial strength of the 9th rank. An 18-year-old 7th rank controller is already terrifying enough. How could Yi Xian possibly reach the initial 9th rank at such a young age? This was utterly implausible. It starkly set him apart from all the prodigies of the Great Xia. "Master Wuxing, this is indeed the truth." Yang Lin's voice on the other end of the line bore a tone of earnestness. The events that had transpired in Jiangnan City were simply too shocking, even for an entity like Wuxing, who stood at the pinnacle of martial power in the Great Xia, to remain unaffected. Aside from myself, there were also the prodigy Ling Modong from Baida University, Mu Bingming, Yi Tian, and several members of the 749 Division who witnessed it firsthand. Commissioner Yi transformed into a colossal figure of thunder, wielding world-shattering power to slay the blood god's avatar. Therefore, Commissioner Yi is certainly not a mere 7th rank controller. According to him, due to Jiangnan City's outdated equipment, it could only detect up to the 6th rank, leaving him unaware of his own limits. I would stake my life on it. It is absolutely true. Yang Lin's tone was resolute. At that moment, the battle had been so intense that he completely forgot to record the video. Similarly, the members of the 749 Division could not possibly have chosen to record amidst such chaos. Thus, he could only describe that awe-inspiring scene with mere words. Yang Lin's solemn voice echoed through the office via the communication device. The Wuxing of Liakong's breath quickened, his eyes igniting with fervent brilliance. 18 years old, a 7th rank controller. Yet not his limit, but the 9th rank? An 18-year-old at the 9th rank, slaying a deity's avatar. What a terrifying talent that sends shivers down the spine. With such a gift, after a few years of cultivation, wouldn't Yuan ascend to the divine rank? Indeed, even within the divine rank, he would be an exceedingly formidable entity. Had Yang Lin not guaranteed it with his life, Wuxing of Liakong would never have believed such an absurd claim from anyone else. This kind of talent is almost impossible to believe unless witnessed firsthand. Such a prodigy would be ill-suited to remain in Jiangnan City. At this moment, the typically composed Wuxing of Liakong was overtaken by anxiety, yearning to fly directly to Jiangnan City to verify Yuan's strength with his own eyes. However, he suppressed that impulse with great effort. You handle the subsequent matters. As for Yuan, he shall retain the highest authority in Jiangnan City, and all demands shall be met without reservation. After uttering this, the Wuxing of Liakong chose to hang up the phone. He swiftly scrolled through his contact list, sending a message to the Wuxing currently in Baidu. The situation is urgent. It concerns the fate of the great Xia. Come swiftly. The message from Wuxing of Liakong startled the likes of Wuxing Finshan and others, who, upon reading it, dared not delay for even a moment and hastened towards the highest conference room of the Zijing Pavilion. Several Wuxings soared into the sky, flying at great speed, leaving the people of Baidu puzzled and exhilarated. Moments later, within the highest conference room of the Zijing Pavilion, 5 Wuxing, including Finshan Wuxing Hong Daolu, entered in succession. Upon entering the conference room, they beheld the Wuxing of Liakong, whose lips bore an unmistakable smile, causing the 5 Wuxing to relax slightly. Being summoned by the Wuxing of Liakong to discuss matters concerning the fate of the nation had initially filled them with worry about an invasion by foreign deities or other ominous plans. However, seeing that smile, it was evident that the news was not bad. Finshan Wuxing, plopping down into an office chair, laughed heartily. Liakong, what good news has you so urgently gathered us here? Upon hearing this, Hong Daolu and the other 4 Wuxing cast curious glances. Is it truly good news? Liakong Wuxing shot a helpless glance at Finshan Wuxing. Finshan Wuxing leaned back in his chair, his rough palms slapping the table as he cheerfully speculated. It must be. Your smile is hard to contain. Quickly tell us, what good news concerning the fate of the great Xia do we have? Could it be that another martial god seed has been found? One that also reached the 7th rank at the age of 18? In the conference room, Hong Daolu and the other 4 Wuxing also bore smiles, their eyes flickering with curiosity. Could it truly be as Finshan Wuxing surmised? Had another martial god seed emerged from the great Xia? If so, it would indeed concern the fate of the nation, for until now, the great Xia had never birthed a genuine martial god seed. If 2 were to arise simultaneously, it would mean 2 authentic martial gods in the future. With 2 martial gods safeguarding the great Xia and a barrier weakening the deities at the borders, the great Xia would indeed be secure and worry-free. Their smiles widened. Liakong Wuxing, resting his chin on his hands, spoke with a hint of ease. Everyone, just moments ago, the director of the Jiangnan City 749 Bureau urgently called me. Jiangnan City has been besieged by the blood god's avatar. Ultimately, it was Yuan who stood forth, single-handedly slaying the blood god's avatar. Therefore, Yuan is certainly not just an 18-year-old 7th rank controller. Our martial god seed, Yuan, is an 18-year-old 9th rank controller. Hence, we must reevaluate our original plans. Should we truly allow such a prodigy to remain in Jiangnan City? Liakong Wuxing's voice reverberated through the spacious conference room like a deep-water bomb, detonating in the ears of Wuxing Finshan and others. The revelation left these pillars of martial might in the great Xia momentarily dizzy, their minds buzzing. Not an 18-year-old 7th rank controller, but a 9th rank initial controller? One person, slaying the blood god's avatar? How is this possible? At that moment, even the assembly of Wuxing found themselves engulfed in profound shock, struggling to regain their composure, disbelief etched in their eyes. Despite the fact that it was the Wuxing of Liakong who spoke, they found it hard to accept what they had just heard. After all, an 18-year-old at the 9th rank was far more terrifying than one at the 7th rank. The awakening of extraordinary abilities typically occurs between the ages of 15 and 18. The stronger the innate talent, the faster the cultivation speed. This implies that Yuan must have awakened his powers at the latest by the age of 15. And now at 18, he has ascended to the 9th rank in just over 3 years. This equates to an astonishing rate of advancement of 3 ranks per year. What an unfathomable speed! This situation is utterly reminiscent of a fantastical tale. Over the span of 3 years, achieving the 9th tier. Does that not imply that in just a year or 2, the opponent could ascend to the rank of martial saint? Moreover, It is entirely plausible that breaking through to martial god might only require a decade. A martial god at the age of 30 prior to this. Our great Xia had not even a single martial god, yet now it seems we might soon have one at such a young age. Observing the reactions of the burning heaven martial saint and the others, the sky rift martial saint nodded in satisfaction. When he first heard this news, the shock he felt was no less than that of the others. Now, witnessing the similar reactions of his old friends, he found a degree of balance. The battle in Jiangnan City, specifically at the 749 Bureau, had many members as witnesses. Their director had even pledged his life as a guarantee to me. Thus, this news should be authentic. With a resounding clap, the burning heaven martial saint struck the desk with tremendous force, crafted from precious materials. The indestructible desk was indented with a single blow. His face was alight with excitement as he exclaimed, "In that case, what are we waiting for? I shall immediately head to Jiangnan City to seize the future of our great Xia." Previously, upon learning of Yi Xian's identity as a 7th-tier controller, he had already been eager to bring Yi Xian to Baidu. Now, with the revelation that Yi Xian is a 9th-tier controller, his urgency to meet Yi Xian and confirm his strength intensified. After all, an 18-year-old at the 9th tier. Even if the director of the 749 Bureau in Jiangnan City had no reason to deceive them, he still felt as though he were in a dream. He feared that upon meeting Yi Xian, he might discover that Yi Xian does not indeed possess 9th-tier strength. The burning heaven was correct. Such a prodigious talent could no longer remain in Jiangnan City. This time, it was merely a fragment of the blood god. Yi Xian's strength alone was sufficient to handle it. However, should a divine apparition descend again, or if those cults were to deploy 9th-tier experts to take action in Jiangnan City, it would be a regret too great to bear. This time, the other martial saints did not attempt to dissuade the burning heaven martial saint. After all, Yi Xian's potential was immense. Moreover, this encounter with the blood god had taught them a harsh lesson. Had Yi Xian not possessed formidable strength, had he only been a 7th-tier controller, it is likely that this prodigy, regarded as a seed of a martial god, would have perished at the hands of the blood god. Such a fate was utterly intolerable to them. By the way, the memory of the divine apparition will synchronize with the true form of the deity. Will Yi Xian's defeat of the blood god's fragment expose his talents? Hong Daolu expressed his concerns. Upon hearing this, the other martial saints could not help but share his apprehension. Should the blood god discover Yi Xian's gifts? And if external deities were to forcibly breach the boundary and act recklessly, they would be unable to protect Yi Xian. In response, the Sky Rift martial saint shook his head and said solemnly, "According to the director from Jiangnan City, the blood clan possesses little understanding of Yi Xian. Even if defeated, it is unlikely the blood god would deduce Yi Xian's age. As long as we maintain confidentiality regarding his talents, with only one blood god in Baidu, he should be safe." Upon hearing this, the group felt somewhat reassured. After calming the burning heaven martial saint and the others, the Sky Rift martial saint continued. As for Yi Xian's arrangements, he must be brought to Baidu as soon as possible. However, we cannot allow a martial saint or even a 9th-tier expert to personally go to Jiangnan City for the retrieval. Given his own strength, he need not worry excessively unless the divine cult intervenes. We will proceed with our previous plan, using the name of Baidu University, to send an 8th-tier controller to make the trip. At this point, the Sky Rift martial saint slowly raised his gaze to Hong Daolu, chuckling lightly. However, this time, it seems old Hong will have to make another trip. With the opening dates of various universities only 20 days away, we are all eager to verify this genius's strength ourselves. Therefore, I kindly request old Hong to arrange for the college entrance exam to be held in just 2 days. Undoubtedly, not only was the burning heaven martial saint eager to meet Yi Xian, even the Sky Rift martial saint found himself quite impatient. Nodding, Hong Daolu rose gracefully, stroking his white beard, and chuckled, "This minor task is my duty. In that case, I shall make the necessary arrangements. As for advancing the university's opening date by 50 days, which may disrupt the students' holidays and lead to some complaints, the 6 martial saints present felt no objection whatsoever. After all, it's merely an advance of 50 days. As students of Great Xia, they should understand our greater purpose. This is the future of Great Xia." Chapter 84. Instant Kill. The strongest physique in history. After departing from the highest conference room of the Zijing Pavilion, Hong Daolu swiftly began making arrangements. Subsequently, just as he was about to enjoy some well-deserved rest upon returning to his residence in Baidu, Lu Qingyi had just filled her bath with warm water and was about to shed her garments to indulge in relaxation. In the next moment, her phone, resting nearby, suddenly rang. With her delicate brows furrowing slightly, she reached out to answer the call. Principal, what did you say? The school is starting 50 days early? You want me to go to Jiangnan City right now to fetch student Yi and bring him to Baidu? She replied, her voice laden with confusion and astonishment. After hanging up, her face was a canvas of bewilderment. What is happening? Opening school 50 days early? This has never occurred since the establishment of the Martial Academy. Wasn't starting a month early already sufficient? What could possibly warrant such urgency? Has Great Xia reached a point where we must hasten the training of these students for battle? Yet during the summer vacation, those gifted prodigies typically do not truly relax. They often choose to join the 749 Bureau or form small teams to train across Great Xia. Why the rush to commence classes? And what of this Yixian? Why is there such urgency for classes to begin in 2 days? Compelling her as the director to personally go and retrieve him? With all these pressing matters, wouldn't this mean that she would arrive just in time for the start of the semester? What is so extraordinary about this Yixian? Could this urgency for the start of classes be connected to him? Furrowing her brows, Lu Qingyi's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue. However, she soon shook her head and chuckled lightly. How could that be? Just an ordinary third-year student. How could he possibly leave an impression on all of Great Xia's universities? Even if he were talented, even if he were another Jiang Churen, it wouldn't warrant all universities advancing their start dates. Jiang Churen. She was the most outstanding prodigy of recent years in Great Xia. During her college entrance examinations, she showcased mid-tier, fourth-tier strength and was even an awakened bearer of holy light abilities. When they initially recruited Jiang Churen, Great Xia's universities did not behave in such a manner. Surely, this Yixian could not be even more terrifying than Jiang Churen? Emerging from the bathroom, Lu Qingyi plopped down onto the sofa, crossing her legs as she kicked off her slippers. She picked up her phone and, utilizing her authority, began to search for information on Yixian. Name, Yixian. Age, 18. Strength, late third tier. Talent, great ability, heavenly thunder. After Yixian's information was reported by Yang Lin, Hong Daolu and others personally intervened to fabricate Yixian's details. The information available to anyone below the Martial Saint level was thus limited to this. This time, aside from Yixian, the national champion was an 18-year-old late third-tier awakener boasting a great ability. Consequently, Yixian's information was accordingly arranged. As for his ability, although the Thunder Goddess Lightning is merely a tiered ability, its terrifying destructive power rivals that of certain tiered ability users. This should not be the case. However, as Lu Qingyi scrutinized Yixian's information, the perplexity etched on her delicate face deepened. Yet, she soon let out a soft chuckle. Well, since the principal has instructed me to go, I shall personally ascertain if this little fellow has any tricks up his sleeve. Rising from her seat, she made her way to her bedroom, carefully selecting a beige long dress before turning to leave her home. After all, the principal had mentioned that she was to head to Jiangnan City to fetch Yixian without delay. This impatience further fueled Lu Qingyi's curiosity. Unbeknownst to Yixian, who had just returned home, his revealed strength had caused a myriad of university students to lose their holiday. He had no inkling of the reactions from the 12 martial saints of the Great Xia. At that moment, having just reclined on the sofa, he eagerly pulled out his mobile phone. Today, although he had slain far fewer monsters than during the Beast Wave, he had nonetheless defeated a divine avatar. Though merely an avatar, it was still a divine being, which should yield something extraordinary, capable of significantly reducing replenishment time, right? With this thought in mind, he excitedly opened the flash sale app. As expected, the original countdown had vanished, replaced by newly arrived goods and an array of flamboyant promotional slogans. Flash sale. No need to compete with others. No need for a single cut. One click to bring it home. Today's flash sale features the physique of the world's strongest being. In a vast oceanic world, said to possess the strongest physique, even its kidneys are the mightiest, capable of sustaining full-force battle for 10 days and nights, fighting until the heavens and earth are in chaos. It is the most sought-after item for those suffering from deficiencies. Congratulations, you have been hit by a red envelope. No need for a single cut, a mouth-watering price of 888. Indeed, just 888. The strongest physique in the world, the mightiest kidneys brought home. No more worries about kidney deficiencies, dear mother. As Yixian beheld the extravagant promotional text flashing on his screen, a twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. The strongest physique in history? That indeed seems like a valuable item. But what in the world is this about the mightiest kidneys? How could this be a boon for those suffering from deficiencies? As a vigorous 18-year-old, how could he possibly have such an unspeakable affliction? Even without the mightiest kidneys, he could battle continuously. Yet, even if he didn't need them, purchasing them as a precaution wouldn't hurt. Yes, the mightiest kidneys are of no consequence. What truly matters is this unparalleled physique. It is well known that he possesses the Thunder Fruit, three-color Haki, and the swordsmanship of Eagle Eye. However, his inherent physique is not particularly strong, entirely reliant on these three abilities, supplemented by elementalized armament Haki, thus concealing any physical shortcomings. Yet now, if he could acquire this strongest physique alongside his swordsmanship and Haki, the power would undoubtedly ascend to a new echelon. In the realm spoken of by the system, it would be an amalgamation of unparalleled strength, terrifyingly formidable. Without a moment's hesitation, Xuan clicked to purchase, and the payment was swiftly processed through a seamless transaction. Subsequently, the series of extravagant promotional slogans faded, replaced by a notification. The flash sale item is currently being delivered. Please wait. Meanwhile, in a boundless ocean known as the New World, the Dreyfus ship loomed upon the waters, its pirate flag billowing. At the helm stood Shanks, his crimson hair fluttering in the breeze, a hint of melancholy in his demeanor. Opposite him was a massive pirate vessel, from which a towering figure, Kaido, bare-chested and wielding a fearsome kanabo, stood boldly, gazing defiantly at Shanks, his tone laced with a mix of schadenfreude and provocation. Chapter 85. Red-haired Shanks, Kaido. Have you also been robbed? Red-haired, I've heard you seem to be having some physical issues. As one of the four emperors of the sea, and bearing a significant grudge against red-haired Shanks, Kaido naturally kept close tabs on him. A month prior, an insider within Shanks' crew had reported that he seemed to have ceased using Haki altogether, with rumors surfacing of a mysterious entity having stolen Shanks' Haki. Initially, Kaido dismissed these claims with derision. However, as time passed, none of his operatives had witnessed Shanks display any Haki. Even when he sent the Drought Calamity Jack with a group of beast pirates to probe, they were not stunned by Shanks' Conqueror's Haki, but were instead repelled by a single sword strike. Jack remarked that the sword strike Shanks delivered lacked any sign of armament Haki, appearing as though he had just begun to learn, with a notably low intensity. This was starkly different from his previously domineering swordsmanship. Thus, after a month of probing and observation, Kaido decided to pay a personal visit to test the waters himself. If Shanks had truly lost his Haki, then this vast sea could easily belong to his beast's pirates. Damn it. Standing on the deck of the Dreyfus, Shanks wore a grim expression. Although aware that his loss of Haki would undoubtedly trigger a chain reaction, he did not anticipate Kaido's arrival would be so swift. However, recalling Jack's earlier inexplicable provocation, he felt somewhat relieved. That incident was clearly a test. Yet, when Kaido actually arrived with his crew, Shanks felt a flicker of concern. After all, without the three-color Haki, he would undoubtedly be no match for Kaido. Kaido had always harbored grand ambitions. If he could not fend Kaido off, the red-haired pirates would be forced to retreat from their own waters in disgrace. Regaining his usual indifference, Shanks stood at the forefront of the deck, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Oh, is that so? Then come and see for yourself. Casting a doubtful glance at Shanks' demeanor, Kaido's mind was a whirlwind of uncertainty. If Shanks truly had lost his three-color Haki, facing him now, especially after pointing out his issues, he ought to show some signs of agitation. Yet, Kaido could discern no cracks in Shanks' facade. Could it be a ruse? However, this fleeting rational thought was soon discarded by Kaido. What if he hadn't lost it? Over the years, how many times had he sought to battle Shanks? At most, a confrontation would merely provide him some enjoyment. After all, neither could truly overcome the other. With that thought, Kaido grinned wickedly. Bolts of lightning crackled and danced around the kanabo in his grip. With a powerful stomp, the pirate ship trembled as if it might collapse beneath him. Kaido leaped high into the air, surrounded by countless flashes of lightning. Thunderclap. Seeing this, Shanks dared not underestimate the situation. Drawing his long sword, he shot forth. As the kanabo and Shanks' sword clashed midair, a sharp hum resonated, reverberating outward. The point of contact erupted with force, causing the atmosphere to convulse. Feeling the immense power emanating from the kanabo, Kaido could not suppress his derisive laughter. Haha. Shanks, you actually aren't using armament Haki. Could it be true? Have you lost your three-color Haki? As a top-tier powerhouse of this sea, it was customary to infuse attacks with armament Haki. Following their recent clash, Kaido realized that Shanks had not even covered his strike with the most basic of armament Haki. This was evidently illogical. It meant that Shanks had genuinely lost his three-color haki. Witnessing this scene, the members of the Beast Pirates erupted with excitement. If Kaido were to vanquish Shanks, the Beast Pirates would then be poised to seize dominion over the territories of two emperors. In stark contrast, the cadre of the red-haired pirates, led by Ben Beckman, bore expressions of deep concern. While outsiders remained oblivious, the crew understood all too well the dire truth. Their captain had indeed lost his mastery of the three haki colors. First, it was Mihawk's Black Blade, the knight, that snatched away their captain's haki. When did this sea become home to such an audacious thief? Beckman bit into his chicken leg, letting out a weary sigh. To think that the top-tier masters of the sea, like Mihawk and their own captain, could be robbed. Not only was the theft of possessions tolerable, but the audacity to steal a cultivated power like haki was utterly bewildering. As this thought crossed his mind, Beckman instinctively shrank back, a chill creeping into his heart. How peculiar it was. Who could say whether that shadowy figure would strike again, and what else might they pilfer? With a cold snort, Shanks wore a grave expression, the blade in his hand radiating a menacing aura. He then swung his sword with conviction. At this juncture, there was no option but to fight with all his might. Abandoning the dignity of an emperor was not an option. An attack devoid of haki could not penetrate his defenses. Kaido, arms outstretched, spoke with an air of disdain. "Can you breach my defenses?" As he spoke, dark waves of armament haki surged around him. His physical prowess was already formidable, and with the hardening of armament haki, Shanks' strike lacked the necessary force to penetrate Kaido's defenses. The sound of slicing air echoed as Shanks moved with astonishing speed. Amidst Kaido's confidence in the cheers of the Beast Pirates, the red-haired pirates watched in trepidation. Shanks' blade connected with Kaido's shoulder. The swirling black haki mitigated most of the strike's ferocity, but the remaining edge caused Kaido to bleed profusely, a grotesque wound marring his skin. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As the blade fell, Kaido's visage turned an ashen hue. Resembling a warrior who had battled for days on end, his strength seemingly drained. His robust form visibly shrank as he staggered back, clutching his wound. His voice tinged with fear. "Shanks, what sorcery is this? Why do I feel so weak? Where's my strength?" Chapter 86. The Ultimate Physique. The Supreme Swordsmanship. The Convergence of Beasts. How could this be possible? Kaido, the so-called strongest creature in the world, had fallen prey to Shanks' blade, which had no haki enveloping it. This scene left the calamities of the Beast Pirates, such as Jack and others, in utter disbelief. They were acutely aware of Kaido's terrifying physicality. His title as the strongest creature not merely a facade. How could he be injured by a casual strike from Shanks devoid of haki? What was happening? Had their captain secretly grown stronger without their knowledge? Not only the calamities of the Beast Pirates, but even Beckman and others from the red-haired pirates felt a sense of disbelief. They understood Shanks' situation. He had indeed lost his mastery of haki. How could he wield a blade, his crimson hair flowing, and yet appear diminished? Whispering to himself, Shanks suddenly recalled something, hastily retreating while remaining vigilant. In the past, his three haki colors had been stolen without a sound. Now, Kaido's condition mirrored his own when his haki was taken. It had occurred so quietly, without any forewarning, that he had failed to notice. Thus, the thief who had robbed him had re-emerged, and had now stolen Kaido's physique. Had it not been for his prior experience with the theft of haki, even Shanks would scarcely believe that something cultivated through training and innate talent could be pilfered. Upon witnessing Kaido's physique being robbed, Shanks felt no glee, but rather a chill of foreboding. After all, this thief was shrouded in mystery, capable of silently stealing the powers of an emperor without alerting anyone. If this thief were still nearby, would he not also be in danger? The thought sent a shiver down Shanks' spine. Observing Shanks' sudden movement, Kaido was momentarily taken aback. "Hey, Shanks, this isn't your doing, is it? Do you know what is happening?" After a moment of contemplation, Shanks scanned the surroundings with caution and gravely responded, "Kaido, to be frank, you have been robbed." His quiet words reverberated over the sea, reaching the ears of Kaido and the calamities, leaving them perplexed and uncertain. Robbed? Kaido, the formidable emperor of the sea, the strongest creature in the world. How could any thief dare to steal from him? Noticing the confusion in Kaido's expression, Shanks continued, "To be honest, my three haki colors were stolen by a thief. This is not my first experience. Previously, during an intense clash with Mihawk, his black blade suddenly vanished. Shortly afterward, I realized my haki was gone." As Shanks spoke, his gaze bore into Kaido's pale face. "Your current predicament closely resembles the moment I lost my haki. It was so quiet and without warning. Thus, Kaido, you have indeed been robbed. The gravity of Shank's words deepened the pallor of Kaido's face. Robbed? Truly robbed? What manner of thief is this? So terrifying that I remained completely unaware? First, it was Mihawk, then Shanks, and now himself. How could such a dreadfully powerful entity exist in these waters? Each of them stood atop the pinnacle of the sea's might, yet they had been successively victimized. Damn that little thief! Show yourself! With a ferocious expression, Kaido stomped heavily upon the void, unleashing a tempestuous wave of Conqueror's haki. However, no matter how he unleashed his fury or heightened his observation haki to its utmost, he failed to detect even a trace of the thief. This left him in a state of profound desolation. Was it possible that this sea harbored secrets yet to be uncovered? Watching Kaido's anguished roar, Shanks could not help but exhale a deep sigh, feeling an unexpected camaraderie with Kaido, despite their previous conflicts. Meanwhile, among the minions of the beast pirates, some gazed at the melancholy Shanks and the tormented Kaido, their eyes gleaming with newfound resolve. Following the hasty conclusion of this battle, word spread across the sea of a mysterious and terrifying thief capable of stealthily stealing the haki, physique, and possessions of others. The list of victims prominently includes the world-renowned swordsman Hawkeye, the Yonko Shanks, and Kaido of the 100 Beasts. In an instant, the entire sea was engulfed in a tumultuous atmosphere, leaving countless individuals in a state of panic. Yet, all of this was unbeknownst to Xuan. To him, it was merely a matter of minutes that had passed. The notification of his successful delivery from the panel swiftly appeared. The goods have arrived, please check. Before Xuan could fully comprehend the situation, he felt a surge of terrifying power erupting within him, akin to the violent resurrection of an ancient beast. His previously somewhat gaunt physique became more robust under this newfound strength. Is this the physique of the strongest being in history? As he sensed the unending vitality coursing through him, Xuan felt an overwhelming desire to engage in battle, to revel in a fierce confrontation. However, he quickly suppressed this thought. Given his current combat prowess, not even the combined forces of all the awakened warriors in Jiangnan City could stand against him. Thus, the conditions for a satisfying battle were simply not present. He hastily returned to the bathroom, taking several cold showers to temper the heat radiating from his body. Lying on his bed, a contemplative expression crossed Xuan's face. In 20 days, he would be heading to Baidu. There should be many formidable opponents there. Perhaps he could find a 9th-tier warrior to engage in a fierce battle. If 9th-tier warriors were insufficient, even those martial saints would likely not refuse his invitation for a spar. Previously, when he exhibited his 7th-tier mastery, he had already garnered favor from the martial saints. Tonight, he had even slain the avatar of the blood god. Thus, Xuan speculated that his status would rise significantly once more. As thoughts swirled in his mind, he found himself unusually restless that night. Likewise, he was not the only one unable to sleep. The night before, he had missed a chapter, and now he was catching up, writing chapter 87. How many moves can Xuan endure from Tong? The next morning, Xuan went through his morning routine, unusually opting not to venture out to hunt the monsters plaguing Jiangnan City. After all, with his current strength, he had completely lost interest in those scattered low-tier monsters. Just then, the doorbell rang, startling Xuan momentarily. Having lost both parents at a young age, he had no relatives and, similarly, no friends. Throughout his 3 years in high school, he had been entirely preoccupied with his relationship with Su Shui, savoring the beauty of the school goddess. Moreover, he certainly hadn't informed anyone about his move. Who could possibly be at his door? Could it be someone from the 749 Bureau? With a hint of curiosity, he strode over, grasped the doorknob, and turned it slowly. With a click, the door opened. Sunlight streamed in, illuminating Ling Modong, who stood outside in a black skirt, her long legs accentuated by sleek black shoes. Beside her was a woman with flowing blue hair, clad in a form-fitting black dress, exuding feminine charm, Lu Qingyi, Jr. This is Lu Qingyi, the director of Baidu University, Ling Modong said with a bright smile, revealing her small canine teeth. She is also my class advisor. Lu teacher. This is Xuan, she introduced. Under the sunlight, Lu Qingyi's captivating eyes scrutinized Xuan with interest, her lips curving slightly. Hello, Xuan. We spoke over the phone. Xuan nodded and extended his hand, gently shaking Lu Qingyi's delicate palm, a hint of confusion flickering in his gaze. According to Yonglin, everything regarding the martial saints in Baidu had been arranged. His inclusion was merely a formality. Why would the director personally come to see him? Had they not communicated everything clearly over the phone? Was it possible they feared he would abscond? That seemed unlikely, as he had no genuine intention of enrolling in Baidu University. Lu Qingyi, noticing the perplexity in Yixian's eyes, spoke calmly. Yixian, according to Elder Hong's instructions, all universities across the Great Xia must commence classes early, scheduled for the day after tomorrow. I was specifically sent to welcome you, the top scorer of the college entrance examination, to our Baidu University. Is there anything you need to attend to? If not, we can have breakfast and head straight to Baidu. Early start. Classes begin the day after tomorrow. Yuxian was momentarily taken aback by Lu Qingyi's words, but quickly realized the implications. This must be a response to his display of strength in slaying a deity. A smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. Not only the martial saints, but even he himself was eager to discover the extent of his limits. Jiangnan City was, after all, too backward. Yuxian nodded, then turned to open the door wider, inviting the two women inside. Please, have a seat and make yourselves comfortable. I'll just gather my belongings, he said. After pouring them each a glass of water, he retreated into his room to pack. Sitting on the sofa in the villa, Lu Qingyi took a sip from her cup and turned her gaze to Ling Modong, curiosity evident on her face. Modong, how would you assess your junior's combat abilities? How many moves can he withstand from you? Feeling a bit awkward, Ling Modong brushed her hair back and turned her face away. How many moves could Yuxian endure from her? Even with all her might, she doubted she could even touch him. The memory of that terrifying thunder giant made her feel utterly incapable of comparison. Her junior's talent was unparalleled. If all went as expected, he would be a rarity for ages to come. She couldn't even break through his defenses. How could she claim he could endure a few moves? However, due to the highest confidentiality agreement she signed with the 749 Bureau regarding Yuxian's abilities, she could not speak the truth. Thus, with a slight blush, she decided to fabricate a lie, saying, my junior is exceptionally strong. Even I need to exert considerable effort to defeat him. Oh, such talent is indeed remarkable, Lu Qingyi remarked, her expression tinged with surprise. As someone who had taught Ling Modong for 3 years, she was well aware of her capabilities. In the early stages of the 5th tier, Ling Modong was certainly formidable. Logically, a peak 3rd-tier warrior like Yixian should struggle against someone of that caliber. Could it be that although Yixian was only at the peak of the 3rd tier, he could unleash the strength of an early or even mid-4th tier? Such prowess at such a young age certainly warranted the principal's personal invitation. This level of ability was commendable among previous top scorers. Observing Lu Qingyi's acknowledgement of Yixian's talent, Ling Modong felt a strange sensation. If Lu Qingyi were to discover Yixian's true strength, would she still maintain such a calm demeanor? Not wanting to keep the two waiting any longer, Yixian emerged from his room. As a young man, he had little to pack. After gathering a few regularly worn garments, he carried his suitcase out. Seeing Yixian finally appear, Ling Modong let out a sigh of relief. At last, he was out. Otherwise, she wouldn't have known how to deceive her mentor without revealing the truth. Moments later, the three arrived at the headquarters of the 749 Bureau. In the plaza of the headquarters, a massive transport aircraft was docked alongside the three of them. A few other sparse figures could be seen. Upon arriving in Jiangnan City, Lu Qingyi naturally decided to bring back all the students who had caught the attention of Baidu University. However, due to the high standards set by Baidu University, only a few individuals were present. Among the crowd, Su Shui, adorned in a white short dress that accentuated her graceful figure, fixed her gaze upon Yuxian, her red lips lightly biting down, yet displaying no hint of surprise. After all, she was well aware of Yixian's extraordinary talent, having witnessed his true prowess firsthand. She was utterly convinced he would undoubtedly be accepted by Baidu. Such a genius, one who could command the attention of the authorities and compel witnesses to sign confidentiality agreements, would undoubtedly capture the eyes of the elite in the Great Xia. Even if he were to attend Baidu University, he would still remain a paragon of excellence. Not long ago, her voice had echoed with authority, yet now she found herself overshadowed by circumstances. Shaking her head, Su Shui offered a bittersweet smile as she boarded the transport aircraft. Meanwhile, Yixian glanced at Su Shui's figure, his heart unperturbed. On the transport aircraft, Yixian reclined comfortably in a lounge chair. As a premier martial arts institution within Great Xia, Baidu University wielded significant influence across various domains. Naturally, the transport aircraft, organized personally by the Director of Education, was quite luxurious. The spacious interior was devoid of the usual cramped conditions found in ordinary planes, and a chef of exceptional caliber was always on standby, ready to cater to any culinary desires free of charge. Welcome to Baidu University, Yixian, Lu Qingyi said lazily, raising her glass in welcome. Thank you, Teacher Lu. I look forward to your guidance, he replied with a grin, lifting his glass and downing its contents. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed through the air, causing the entire transport aircraft to shudder. As the vibration settled, a swarm of dark figures gradually emerged in the vicinity, heading towards the aircraft. What is happening? Are we under attack by aerial beasts? So many of them. What should we do? Isn't the accident rate for aircraft significantly higher than that of cars? We're doomed. A group of students, initially elated about joining Baidu University, now found themselves in disarray. Silence. Lu Qingyi, shedding her previous languor, stood up and scanned the students, shaking her head. It appeared that these students from Jiangnan City were not only lacking in talent, but also in composure. Upon noticing Yixian, she nodded in approval. It seemed that the national champion exhibited a commendable calmness, devoid of panic. With determination, Lu Qingyi strode purposefully towards the cabin door, prompting Yixian to follow suit. A cursory glance revealed a considerable number of aerial beasts, which could significantly reduce the time needed for replenishment. Why are you here? Lu Qingyi asked, furrowing her brow as she sensed footsteps behind her. In this era, where beasts and monsters roamed freely, aircraft were vastly different from their predecessors. The transport aircraft featured an open area outside the cabin door, even designating a space above for combat against potential threats, while 7th-tier martial artists could walk on air. Most aircraft security personnel were merely mid-tier warriors. There are quite a few beasts. I'll see if I can be of assistance, Yixian replied, maintaining his composure under Lu Qingyi's scrutiny. Absurd. Even if you're this year's top student, you are merely a peak 3rd-tier awakened one. Engaging in aerial combat is entirely different from ground combat. You should return, Lu Qingyi cautioned, her tone tinged with reproach. Her previously high regard for Yixian began to wane as she perceived a hint of arrogance in his demeanor. Teacher Lu, please allow Yixian to join us, interjected Ling Modong, stepping forward with disheveled hair whipped by the wind. Even upon witnessing the dense swarm of beasts, her expression remained unfazed. Having seen Yixian effortlessly conquer challenges amidst thunder, she was confident that, with his ability, even double the number of beasts would pose no issue. Indeed, Teacher Lu, please rest assured, Yixian is quite capable, chimed in Mu Bingning and Yi Tian as they joined Ling Modong on the aircraft's deck. Observing Lu Qingyi's concern for Yixian with amusement. Although their class instructor, Lu Qingyi, was formidable at the early 8th tier, she seemed overly anxious about Yixian, who was likely at least at the peak of 8th tier. As their voices echoed, Lu Qingyi's beautiful eyes revealed a flicker of confusion. She knew the reliability of her 3 students, so why were they vouching for a peak 3rd tier Yixian? Her reasoning was not flawed. Facing such a horde of beasts certainly posed a danger for a 3rd-tier awakened individual. Why did her 3 students trust Yixian so implicitly? Casting a deep glance at her 3 students, Lu Qingyi sighed. Very well, since the 3 of you are advocating for him, he may accompany us. Just remember not to stray too far from me. With that, Lu Qingyi leapt nimbly onto the platform atop the transport aircraft, followed closely by Yixian and Ling Modong. Upon reaching the platform, they could finally discern the full extent of the beast horde. Hundreds of aerial beasts surged from both directions, with at least 1,000 on each side. Bingning, Tian, Modong, you 3 are responsible for the beasts at the rear. Just hold them off until I finish dealing with those in front, and then I'll assist you, Lu Qingyi commanded decisively, her long hair billowing in the wind. As for you, Yixian, you will accompany me to confront the beasts ahead. Understood, Teacher Lu. The 3 girls nodded in unison before turning to take their positions at the rear, bracing for the impending confrontation. Modong, do you think Teacher Lu's allocation is intended to keep a close watch on Yixian and prevent him from getting hurt? Mu Bingning whispered, casting a sideways glance at Yixian and Lu Qingyi to avoid being overheard. That seems plausible, Ling Modong nodded, her expression revealing a hint of curiosity. The distribution appeared reasonable enough. Teacher Lu, do you realize who stands beside you as the strongest? We are the ones who require your protection. At that moment, Lu Qingyi remained unaware of the trio's subtle exchanges as she stood resolutely at the front of the transport aircraft. As the distance closed, Lu Qingyi suddenly opened her eyes wide. They're here. In an instant, a torrent of water surged forth, enveloping her, as she transformed into an elemental form and ascended into the air. Yixian, you only need to deal with any stragglers. Leave the front to me. Hearing this, Yixian shook his head helplessly. Did she truly perceive him as a mere fledgling? Although Yang Lin had advised him against revealing his full strength in front of others, Demonstrating 7th or 8th tier capabilities should pose no issue. After all, Lu Qingyi had entrusted him with this responsibility, indicating a level of trust. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian made his decision without hesitation. With a single step forward, a surge of golden thunder enveloped him. As one foot pressed against the void, his entire being gradually transformed, surrounded by crackling lightning. Teacher Lu, shall we consider a change? Perhaps you could handle the elusive remnants from behind? Allow me to take charge of this daring advance.